Good morning, and thank you for joining us here on CPAC as we continue to bring you special coverage today of the Liberal National Convention, Day 2 here in Montreal, located in the Palais du Congrès, as you see. And from the exterior of the Congress Centre, let's go inside right now to the main plenary hall. This is where all the action will take place today. More than 4,500 delegates registered to be part of this Liberal National Convention, although the day is just starting out as people filter into the room. But we'll have it all for you, what will be a very busy day here in Montreal. Good morning, I'm Michael Serapio.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, ici Marc-André Cossette. Merci beaucoup d'être avec nous pour cette deuxième journée du Congrès national du Parti libéral à Montréal. Comme Michael l'a mentionné, une journée chargée qui s'annonce avec toute une série d'ateliers de politique et de tables rondes à laquelle assisteront plusieurs des ministres du cabinet de Mark Carney. Pour parler de plusieurs des enjeux chauds qui vont marquer l'actualité politique tout au long de l'année à venir. J'en ai nommé quelques-uns. Le logement avec le ministre Robertson, comment bâtir une économie canadienne plus forte avec la ministre Mélanie Joly. La lutte contre la criminalité avec le ministre de la Sécurité publique. Et en fin de journée, comment bâtir un Canada plus fort avec vraiment 5 ministres parmi les plus importants. Joël Lightbound, Dominique Leblanc, François-Philippe Champagne, Mélanie Joly et Mark Miller. Donc vraiment, toute une journée chargée qui s'annonce. Et évidemment, CPAC vous offre une couverture intégrale tout au long de la journée.
And as you know, very busy day, as we keep saying. But as you heard from Marc-André, we'll also see a number of ministers appear before the delegates here in Montreal. We're going to have that here for you right here on CPAC throughout this day. But to set it all up for us right now, we're joined by two journalists covering the story along with us here at CPAC. Antoine Trepanier is the parliamentary correspondent for La Presse. Nick Taylor-Vasey is the auto bureau chief for Politico. Good morning to the two of you.
Bonjour.
Morning. So obviously a lot of issues on the table today, as we heard from Marc-André list out what's going to be the plenary discussion, the policy debates that we'll hear as this day goes on. But as I say that, we have to acknowledge the fact that yesterday was, quite frankly, not about a Liberal that was a Liberal a week ago. It was about a Conservative across the floor. Marilyn Gladu showed up with the Prime Minister, took to that stage, had a scrum at the end of the day. How much of that is now past, or do you think today will still be dominated by Marilyn Gladu and what she represents being added into this Liberal caucus? Nick, I'll get you to start us out.
Well, we are watching the Liberal, not just voter coalition, but the members of this party evolve in real time before our eyes in the seats behind us here. This is a party that a week ago would have said Marilyn Gladu was maybe not a foe, because she has a reputation for being collegial, but certainly not a Liberal. And last night, Liberals fanned out throughout Montreal, and they were sort of getting used to each other, having social time, talking about what had just happened. We're seeing the younger Liberals here who grew up in the Trudeau era reckoning with a different kind of Liberal party, the kind of Liberal party that existed in the earliest part of the 21st century when Paul Martin was Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien. These were Liberals who could accept social conservatives into their caucus. And you're watching younger folks really kind of come to terms with that.
Mm-hmm. Antoine, vous pouvez répondre en français.
Oui, absolument. Ce qui m'a frappé, en fait, hier, c'est d'abord la première journée d'un congrès national à Montréal, dans un endroit qui est connu pour être très progressiste, le Québec. On amène cette personne cette députée qui était pas du tout dans la bingo card des gens au début de la semaine. Et au Québec, à la veille d'une élection partielle dans Terrebonne, que les yeux du Canada en entier sont tournés, c'était comme on dit en anglais, un gamble de la part des libéraux. Et hier soir, quand elle s'est présentée, Mme Gladu, elle avait de l'air d'une libérale. Et ça en a surpris plusieurs ici. Elle fitait dans la salle, ça fonctionnait. Les mots qu'elle a employés, son bilinguisme évidemment, ça a rejoint certains militants. Puis pour peut-être faire un peu de pouce sur ce que Nick a dit, évidemment, ces positions de conservatisme social, il y a beaucoup de libéraux qui sont capables de passer outre ça. Là où il y a eu peut-être un accrochage, c'est ses positions, par exemple, et ses commentaires par rapport au convoi de la liberté qui a occupé le centre-ville d'Ottawa il y a quelques années. Elle appuyait les convoyeurs qui ont occupé le centre-ville d'Ottawa. Donc ça a peut-être moins bien passé.
Mm-hmm. Évidemment, hier, elle a fait face aux questions des journalistes tard en soirée. Comment est-ce que vous pensez qu'elle s'en est sortie?
Assez bien. Je veux dire, on se regardait un peu parce qu'elle a dit, elle s'est fait poser la question directement, êtes-vous pro-choix? Et elle a répondu oui. Et là, tout le monde se regardait un peu surpris, mais je pense que l'objectif du Parti libéral, du bureau du premier ministre, c'était qu'on passe à autre chose et qu'on tourne la page. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on va beaucoup moins parler de Marilyn Gladu qu'hier.
Nick, what did you think? How did she make out in terms of last night's press conference?
I think she was relatively measured, and she didn't seem afraid of the journalists who and the crush of reporters who had all kinds of questions for her. She didn't speak very long. It was 6 minutes or so. And she did try to present herself as at least more moderate than a lot of people in this room thought she was. But as far as liberal, or I guess conservative floor crossers, two liberals, the new recruits, her timing, this is the pressure cooker more than Michael Ma entering at the liberal Christmas party and just saying a few words on stage. I mean, they've really not shied away from giving Marilyn Gladu a little bit of spotlight. Not a huge spotlight. She didn't speak too long on stage, and the reaction to her speech was relatively mixed. And then not too long outside. It was only a few minutes of a scrum. But she is here, and she was working the rooms last night after the formal program ended.
Elle sait comment ça fonctionne.
and walked in with the Prime Minister as the day began. Like, I mean, that was clearly a big signal as she walked in. But, you know, I want to pick up a little bit on the bingo card that you referred to, the gamble that the Prime Minister's office is taking here, because as we go through the agenda that is today, every subject matter goes to the agenda that this Prime Minister has been pushing ever since he won the last federal election nearly a year ago to the day. So talk to us, Nick, and I'll get you to start, and Antoine, I'll get you to follow. You know, what does that say to you about the hold that Mark Carney has on this party, that this agenda is trying to further, to redefine the Liberal Party of today versus what we had understood to be the Liberal Party under Justin Trudeau?
Yeah, well, the first point to make is that a Liberal policy convention is not like a Conservative or NDP policy convention where you have people spending a good amount of money to come to a city and really, truly debate policy for hours and hours and hours on end. This is more about putting on a show and talking about Mark Carney's vision. So it's not a whole lot of people, like really clashing about particulars of policy solutions. And so, yeah, we're going to hear from a mix of caucus today on stage, new people, some of the Trudeau-era ministers who are still around, finding their way into the into Carney world, and then also we're going to see people like Matt Genereux on stage talking about trade diversification. So this is in action how this Liberal Party is again evolving on stage as we watch.
Je pense pas qu'il va y avoir beaucoup de nouveautés en termes de politique, en termes de débat. On n'aura pas, je pense, de grandes révélations. Là, on regarde les panels aujourd'hui. Gregor Robertson, des ministres, le ministre Leblanc avec le ministre Champagne sur la scène. Je pense pas que c'est là qu'on va avoir de grandes révélations. Je vais reprendre ce que mon collègue et Politico disait plus tôt cette semaine. C'est la Carney Palooza. C'est une grande fête à Montréal. Et les astres s'alignent de plus en plus pour les libéraux dans ce contexte-là. On arrive ici, c'est le congrès de Mark Carney. Sa femme est figure au programme. On parle beaucoup de sport. Il y a des athlètes olympiques aujourd'hui qui vont nous parler. On ne sait pas de quoi, mais ils vont nous parler quand même. Mark Carney, hier soir, était au 50e but de Cole Caulfield au Centre Bell. Et lundi, il y a une élection partielle à Terrebonne. C'est comme on aurait difficilement pu mieux organiser ça pour le Parti libéral du Canada. Mais effectivement, des congrès comme ceux-ci peuvent réserver des surprises. Il y a une politique, moi, que j'ai soulignée, c'est l'accès aux médias sociaux pour les jeunes en bas de 16 ans. C'est peut-être là qu'il va y avoir les plus grandes tractations et le plus grand intérêt chez le membership, chez les membres durant ce congrès. Mais sinon, comme Nick a dit, un congrès libéral, c'est beaucoup moins divisé ou bien abrasif qu'un congrès du NPD ou encore du Parti conservateur du Canada.
Ouais, je veux juste faire du pouce là-dessus parce que vraiment, c'est tout un revirement de fortune pour le Parti libéral si on remonte à à peu près un peu plus d'un an alors que Justin Trudeau était toujours à la tête du parti. Vous avez eu la chance d'échanger avec les membres rassemblés ici. Qu'est-ce qu'ils vous disent en termes de comment ils se sentent en amont du congrès?
Le dernier congrès du Parti libéral, c'était à Ottawa. Justin Trudeau était chef. C'était en 2023 et on venait juste d'abandonner les mesures sanitaires de la COVID-19. Il s'est passé quelque chose depuis ce temps-là. Il y a une ambiance qui est assez, je veux pas dire surprenante, mais c'est un peu le paroxysme d'une année assez rock and roll. Ouais. Vraiment, parce que les libéraux, il y a personne qui les voyait là où ils sont aujourd'hui. Le Parti libéral mène par une dizaine de points dans les sondages nationaux. Il y a 18 mois, ils étaient 20-25 points en arrière. Donc, c'est un revirement de situation et ça, on le sent chez les membres, chez les organisateurs, chez les députés, chez les ministres. C'est l'heure de célébrer. Et ça, c'était pas le cas en 2023 à Ottawa, loin de là.
Nick, what would you say to that? Because, we do have this situation where, as Antoine says, a party that is now dealing with numbers that I don't think anyone was conceiving in the last months of Justin Trudeau.
No. I mean, I think people here are just surprised in some ways that they're still able to have this. I mean, there's 4,500 people or whatever it is here. The party was nearly declared dead in 2011. It was on life support last year, and here they are now, and their voter coalition is larger than ever. And they're, at least according to the polls. The one thing I'll say is that a lot of Liberals around here say it's probably never going to get better than this. This is probably, I mean, how can it?
Well, certainly the numbers are astronomical and the honeymoon continues. Listen, people are now starting to make their way to this plenary room. We're going to, of course, take our viewers to it as soon as the program gets underway on stage. But for now, Antoine, Nick, thank you for this. We'll speak again throughout today and tomorrow, as tomorrow will be the last day. But for this morning, thank you for getting us off to a good start. And also getting us off to a good start are our colleagues, Julie Van Duzen and Andrew Thompson, who've been out speaking to delegates here in Montreal, as well as members of Parliament. And with that, let's throw to CPAC's Andrew Thompson. Andrew.
All right, I am with Irek Kuzmierczak, who is the former Liberal MP for the riding of Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore. Mr. Kuzmierczak, good to talk to you.
Really nice talking to you.
Now, you say you're going to run again whenever that next election comes. Now, you lost by a very small margin, just 4 votes.
4 votes.
What do you think it is that people in your part of the world are hearing from Prime Minister Mark Carney that you think can get you over the hump and get you back into Parliament?
Well, again, his message is bringing Canadians together from coast to coast to coast, regardless of their political stripes. This is the time to bring, again, people together to build Canada. And what we're seeing as well, too, is we're seeing manufacturing, we're seeing automotive, really being at the center of the work that this Prime Minister and this government, Liberal government, are focused on. And that's really resonating at kitchen tables. It's really resonating on factory floors. It's really resonating in mom and pop shops across Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore. And I think that's why you're seeing so much momentum and why it's resonating in communities like Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
And what about, you talk a lot about the optimism in your community, but of course there is concern in Windsor and that part of Ontario about the auto sector, about trade, about tariffs. We know that these talks with the U.S., when they do happen, could take months. We heard the U.S. trade representatives say don't expect everything to be fully resolved even by July 1st. So, how does the Liberal Party and how does the government need to take that message of optimism but still convince people in Windsor who are skeptical that the government can actually get something done on this?
Absolutely. And the most important thing is the Prime Minister was in Windsor on three occasions and actually met with unions inside Unifor 444 in their local, in the Union Hall. And listening directly from workers, listening directly to union leaders is really important to make sure that we get the policy right, we make sure we get the message right, but again, fundamentally, that we get the policy right when it comes to CUSMA, when it comes to the negotiations with Washington and with President Trump. And so again, what's most important is you're seeing ministers also coming to Windsor to have those direct one-on-one conversations with workers, with union leaders, to make sure that the policy is sharp and it's 100% accurate.
I want to finish on this, and I want to stay in southwestern Ontario with one of your former colleagues in Parliament. That is Marilyn Gladu, who has now joined the Liberal Party. What do you make of her decision to join? And is there concern that perhaps the Liberal Party is trying to broaden its base too much and that could cause issues down the road?
Well, I had a chance to work with Marilyn during my time on Parliament Hill, and even though we disagreed on many issues, but Marilyn was always collegial, collaborative, and treated you with respect, even if you disagreed fundamentally on an issue. And it's sort of that old school, sort of traditional elected official, politician. Less division, less harsh. It's not about kneecapping the other person. It's not about division. It's really about working together. Even if we come from different viewpoints, it's about coming together and working together. And I think Maryland really embodies that. I think it really embodies that. And at the end of the day, the Liberal Party has always been traditionally the big tent party. And it's strongest when we pull people from different walks of life. You know, this is why it was really important in Essex, for example. We had a millwright, Chris Sutton, that ran for the Liberals in the county in the riding of Essex, because we need to hear from skilled workers. We need to hear from workers, and we need to bring people from different walks of life into government to be able to make sure that the policies are representative and the policies serve communities, broadly speaking.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Eric Kuzmierczak, good to talk to you.
Always good to talk to you. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you for that. CPAC's Andrew Thompson.
Et comme Michael le mentionnait, ma collègue Julie Van Duzen a également eu la chance de discuter avec des membres rassemblés ici à Montréal. Je vous invite à écouter un de ces échanges.
This time last year, were you an MP again? Or?
No, I wasn't. I was reelected this
right.
time last year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you can't even compare it to the bad old Trudeau days where everybody thought they were going to the abattoir.
Yeah, well, I ran in 21.
Right.
And I actually came very close then. I was within 2%, so it was very, very close then.
Right.
And then decided one more kick at the can, and here I am, yeah.
Right, but so here you are, and you're almost... Here you are, and you're almost on the verge of a majority.
Yeah, yep.
Keep
Keeping the fingers crossed. Well, I think that will be very helpful. You know, having the stability. You know, not worrying about. You know, could every budget vote mean we're going back to the polls? You know, we don't want to go back to the polls. Canadians don't want to go back to the polls. So stability is really what people want. So anything that gives us that stability, that would be great.
So. It's probably less risky than going to the polls anyway, right? You go to the polls and anything can happen.
Anything can happen, yeah. An election like when elections where anything can happen and usually does.
Right.
So yeah, it's always safer, and so I think that Canadians know that we'll have a stable government for the next few years. I think will be very positive, and we're looking forward to that. So
what do you think of the way he's cobbled it together, though, with people that are crossing from the other side? 5 in total.
Yeah, I think it's, people can change their views. They can change their views of where they are and change their views of where they want to go. I think people have, a number of people have, lost confidence in Mr. Poilievre and how he's running the party, and have said, this looks like a very responsible government that is, actually doing good for Canadians, and they want to be part of that team.
So now, are your constituents saying that they've got a better life under Mark Carney, or is it all just about keeping Donald Trump at bay somehow? I mean,
well, a little of this, yes and yes. People are, they're noticing, that the investments in things like housing. We've had a couple of major announcements in my own riding. The constituents are very happy with that. They're just happy with the tone of the government. The fact that he is a bulwark against our counterpart in the South is reassuring to Canadians as well.
So let me ask you just about the last floor crosser. Are you okay with the fact that she's got the views she has? Like on abortion, on the convoy, on conversion therapy. I mean, she's a social conservative, Marilyn Gladu.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Well, what I would say is, if anyone has come around to believing that liberal policies on human rights and science and evidence are good policies, then I'm happy to see that.
You think she has?
Well, I can only assume.
Et c'était ma collègue Julie Van Duzen qui échangeait avec le député Doug Ielsen. Comme vous pouvez voir derrière moi, les gens commencent à se rassembler dans la pièce en amont des travaux d'aujourd'hui. Évidemment, une journée chargée ici, mais sous peu, tous les regards seront tournés en fait vers Terrebonne. C'est là où lundi aura lieu l'une des 3 élections partielles prévues à travers le pays. En fait, Antoine, vous avez eu la chance de passer du temps sur le terrain. Comment est-ce que les électeurs se sentent dans cette circonscription?
Ils sentent qu'ils comptent. Donc, on a 90 000 électeurs, autour de 90 000 électeurs dans Terrebonne, qui sont sollicités énormément depuis 12 mois. En fait, depuis 13 mois, ils ont eu 4 élections. Donc, On a eu une élection partielle au provincial, on a eu une élection municipale, on a eu une élection fédérale, et là, on a une reprise de l'élection fédérale dans une élection partielle. Ça fait beaucoup. Ça fait beaucoup, mais ils sentent qu'ils ont une voix. Ils sentent qu'ils sont entendus, que leur voix résonne à l'échelle nationale. Et les partis le savent. Et donc, le Parti québécois, je fais un lapsus ici parce que le Parti québécois est impliqué dans cette campagne électorale-là, appuie énormément le Bloc québécois. Le Bloc québécois veut ramener cette circonscription-là dans leur giron, veulent avoir un 23e député dans leur caucus. Et les libéraux, eux, arrivent un peu en conquérant. C'est-à-dire que depuis 1984, avant 2025, là, pendant quelques mois, ils n'avaient jamais eu cette circonscription-là. Et donc, ils arrivent un peu en conquérant, alors que les bloquistes, eux, ils se sentent un peu propriétaires de cette circonscription-là. Et c'est important pour eux. C'est une circonscription extrêmement francophone. Il y a peu de diversité, il y a peu de minorités visibles dans cette circonscription-là. Et pour eux, c'est extrêmement important au niveau national, en prévision d'élections provinciales aussi. Donc, il y a un croisement ici pour les bloquistes, alors que pour le Parti libéral, ça leur permettrait d'avoir une 174e député si les deux autres circonscriptions ontariennes sont maintenues dans le camp libéral. Et donc, c'est une élection très serrée. Les sondeurs vous diront un paquet de chiffres, mais on n'est vraiment pas dans des écarts de milliers et de milliers de voix comme on peut l'être dans d'autres circonscriptions. C'est très serré.
Nick, what are you thinking about Monday's vote in Terrebonne? Because obviously it's going to be an important race regardless, but now that there's a majority more or less assured, some of the importance, there's some discussion as to whether it's as important as it was before, but how are you thinking about that question?
Well, I'm thinking about how Liberals are talking about it. And a few days ago, it was hard to find a Liberal minister or a member of Parliament who would even say the word majority. They would talk about stability and they would talk about the need for a functioning Parliament. They want to move quickly. They don't like obstruction coming from the Conservative side. And then the Conservatives, of course, would counter that by saying, we're working with you on so many things. We're working with you. But now you're starting to see Liberals, members of Parliament, cabinet ministers openly talk about the majority. And if you're a Liberal, it's got to be hard not to at this point. You see the writing, you see it. It's happening before your eyes, and probably faster than you thought. Now that Marilyn Gladue is in your caucus in time for your convention a couple days before the Terrebonne by-election and the other two in Toronto. But yeah, I think there's the idea that Terrebonne was this crescendo of this political moment, this must-watch moment. I mean, I think it's still there to a degree because every seat matters in Parliament. This is not the difference between a minority and a large majority. It's still quite slim. But it's, maybe the temperature on that has been taken out just a little bit.
Well, quite slim for now, because, if people are not aware of it, there is great speculation that there are more potential floor crossers from the Conservative caucus. I don't know if they're waiting. I don't know if it's the timing of I've heard a lot of theories around this. Some is waiting to see what happens with the by-election, seeing if it is a majority, whether or not, it's going to be a Liberal government for the next 4 years. Maybe that will inspire them. I'm wondering what you make of that, just how many more potential floor crossers there may be, because if they win 2 of the 3 by-elections, they get a slim majority. They get 1 more extra if they happen to win. The Liberals happen to win Terrebonne. But if they get 4, 5 more floor crossers, that secures a much greater majority for them and less of a potential to slip up.
Well, I think Marilyn Gladue unlocked a universe of new potential floor crossers. People were watching for somebody who was like Michael Ma or Chris D'Entremont or Matt Jeneroux, or there aren't too many New Democrats left, but somebody like Laurie Edlout, who they could see naturally in a progressive conservative, or in the case of Laurie Edlout, maybe a progressive conservative with a very progressive corner, to cross the floor. So we were all looking at tight ridings where there were members of Parliament who didn't have a long history in the Conservative Party, and maybe could comfortably sit even as a Trudeau Liberal, maybe in a certain universe. Well, Marilyn Gladue has changed that math entirely, and so now we're looking at the list of members of Parliament everywhere across the country and saying, oh, only 5? I mean, we could probably come up with a list of 10 or 15 or 20 now.
Yeah, which means post this election we'll be talking about the challenges it creates for the Conservative Party. But and Antoine, what would you say to that? Because of the speculation, there is speculation that could it be Quebec members of the Conservative caucus who cross over?
Il n'y a pas beaucoup de députés conservateurs québécois. une dizaine à peine. Et les projecteurs sont sur eux parce que sont souvent identifiés à l'aile progressiste conservatrice. S'il y avait eu, je pense, des députés québécois du Parti conservateur qui voulaient joindre au Parti libéral, mon flair ici, mon pif me dit que ça serait déjà fait. Et en ce moment, ça tient. Ce qu'on nous dit, c'est qu'effectivement, il y a des pourparlers, mais c'est dans un cercle extrêmement restreint autour du premier ministre. Et ce n'est pas nécessairement les libéraux qui appellent les conservateurs. On commence à rentrer dans une dynamique où c'est l'inverse. Et ça, ce qu'on me disait récemment, c'était quand tu n'aimes pas ton patron, généralement, tu veux changer d'air, tu veux changer d'emploi, tu veux peut-être aller voir ailleurs. Eh bien là, en ce moment, ce qu'on voit, c'est qu'il y a un mécontentement au Parti conservateur du Canada par rapport à leur chef Pierre Poilievre. Et ils se disent, certains d'entre eux se disent, ben peut-être que je devrais aller voir ailleurs. Et donc, le rapport de force en termes de négociation présentement, c'est les libéraux qui tiennent les cartes. Ce n'est pas les conservateurs. Donc, des conservateurs qui veulent essayer, par exemple, on y va dans l'hypothèse, là. Mais être ministre ou bien secrétaire parlementaire, ça arrivera pas comme ça.
And I'm so sorry to cut you off, but obviously behind us the program's begun. Antoine, Nick, again, will speak throughout this convention, but for now, we take you to day 2 of the Liberal National Convention here in Montreal. Special coverage on CPAC as the program is now underway.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Wasn't that great?
Je sais.
He's in Montreal.
He is in Montreal. Folks, conventions are really at the heart of what we do as a party, and I really hope you're enjoying this one. How's it going so far?
Whoa!
They bring us together to connect, to engage, and to continue building the ideas that shape our future. And I know that there's been so many opportunities, and I hope you still get to keep taking advantage of them as we go through the next couple of days. Les programmes de la journée reflètent ça, avec une journée complète de table ronde et de discussion.
Alors ce matin, nous commencerons la séance plénière avec une série de tables rondes sur des priorités importantes, y compris le logement, notre économie et la place du Canada dans le monde.
And throughout the day, there are also breakout sessions taking place, including policy workshops and field training, and readiness sessions for you organizational types.
Talking about field training, our national field team is holding its training hub in room 512, and we strongly encourage you to go visit. You'll find stations to learn about every aspect of campaigning and organizing. Please go check it out.
Nous vous encourageons à explorer le programme, à assister aux séances qui vous intéressent et à prendre avantage de tout ce que ce congrès a à vous offrir. C'est avec un grand plaisir que j'accueille maintenant sur la scène mon collègue Stéphane Lauzon qui donnera le coup d'envoi aux tables rondes de la journée. Merci. Bonne journée.
Enjoy the convention.
Qui est avec nous ce matin.
Alors, bon matin à toutes et à tous. Est-ce que ça va bien? Vraiment, est-ce que ça va bien? Moi, j'ai perdu la voix hier parce que j'étais à voir les Canadiens, puis on a marqué le 50e minute de Cofield. Alors, go Habs, go, exactement. Alors, merci beaucoup d'être ici. Vraiment, vous prenez de votre temps de venir ici, se réunir ce matin, de voir les enjeux des Canadiens, les enjeux des Canadiennes. Et vraiment de venir les débattre, les discuter ici, je vous dis un grand bravo à toutes et à tous et bon matin à toutes et à tous. Comme l'a bien dit Marjorie Michel, je suis Abdelak Sari, je suis le député de Bourassa et je suis fier d'introduire un enjeu très important. Il y a un enjeu sur lequel il n'y a pas un Canadien ou une Canadienne qui ne peut pas dire que c'est vraiment un enjeu commun pour tout le territoire canadien. Cet enjeu-là nous touche d'une manière plus importante, mais heureusement, on a un chef de gouvernement extraordinaire, qui a une vision extraordinaire, M. Marc-André. Et on est choyé de l'avoir sur cet enjeu de l'habitation, le housing. Et derrière cet homme-là, derrière M. Carney, il y a des hommes et des femmes que j'ai l'honneur de travailler avec eux et avec elles, que j'ai l'honneur ce matin de les introduire parce qu'on aura un panel extraordinaire, avec des discussions directes, claires, et des discussions surtout qui visent un impact direct sur le terrain. Et c'est ça ce qui est vraiment très important. Permettez-moi, mesdames et messieurs, ce matin, d'introduire notre ministre de l'Habitation, M. Grégor, Anna Gainey, Madame Caroline Desrochers, Madame Patty Adieu et bien évidemment Rebecca Chartrand. Je suis très honoré de les introduire ce matin et j'espère qu'on aura un débat extraordinaire, comme toujours, comme ces hommes et ces femmes font chaque jour à la Chambre des communes, venir débattre et surtout défendre vos intérêts. Encore une fois, merci à toutes et à tous d'être parmi nous aujourd'hui et je vous souhaite un excellent panel. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup and have fun.
Good morning, bon matin. Thank you all early birds for being here first thing in the morning. And top of the morning to all of you. What a great day, another great day to be a Liberal. How's everybody feeling? We got a busy day ahead of us and we're thrilled to be able to launch it talking about housing, which is our favorite topic, right? Good, good. Thanks for being hardcore and showing up for the first panel. It's going to be incredible. This is my first Liberal convention as an official member of the Liberal team. Let me say, the energy has been electric, and you're keeping that going. That's great. People that we meet here, connections that we make, the solutions that we are putting on the table through the hours that we're together here to tackle the big problems we face. Housing is one of them. These are things that will guide us in our work to deliver for Canadians. And these are the things that will get us to win the next election, correct? We've got to deliver. So we're going to talk about some of these problems that they're grappling with. Housing affordability, right at the core of our agenda. And we're about to hear a fantastic conversation between me and my colleagues, my Parliamentary Secretary for Housing Infrastructure and Communities Canada, Caroline Desrochers, Ministers Patty Haidu, Rebecca Chartrand, and Anna Gainey is going to be the moderator. All-star lineup. Pendant la campagne, nous avons présenté un plan axé sur les solutions. Et ces derniers mois, sous la direction du Premier ministre Marc Carney, nous avons mis ce plan en action. And housing affordability is one of the largest challenges Canadians face. And this challenge has deepened over several decades, become a crisis that affects all communities across Canada. As mayor, I saw these challenges hit Vancouver early and hard. The Harper Conservatives were useless. No surprise, but it deepened that crisis for those years. And the difference between then and now, that was starting in 2008 for me and the city, we now have a team in Ottawa that is actually listening and making the investments to turn it around. That's a big change. Yes. Solving the housing crisis means tackling the challenges in our big cities, and it means responding to the needs of our rural and Indigenous communities. We need to make sure, recognize that building at the scale of a GTA or Montreal looks different from building in Hamilton or Lac-La-Ronge. We have to come back to that same key step of building faster and smarter than ever before. And luckily, we Liberals have a plan that meets this moment. Un plan qui s'appuie sur nos forces, sur nos valeurs, sur notre histoire d'aventure et de bâtisseur. On travaille sans relâche pour bâtir un Canada fort. That is our mission. The mission that got all of us knocking on doors last year, the mission that we were elected on. The stakes are high, and that's why we've made such a major shift to make safe, sustainable, affordable housing available to everyone in Canada. And today we are going to talk about what more we need to do. I also want to talk about the progress we've made over this past year. We got straight to it, launching Build Canada Homes in September. That is Canada's new one-stop shop affordable housing agency, dedicated to delivering on affordable housing, funded by an initial $13 billion and focused on catalyzing home building across Canada. We are driving a more modern and productive home building industry that maximizes opportunities for Canadian workers and for Canadian materials. We need to build Canadian everywhere we build. And already shovels are in the ground. Since the fall, Build Canada Homes has brought countless people to the table. We already have over 10,000 homes in the works, delivering for Canadians. That's the start. That is just the beginning. There is much, much more to do. Cette année, j'ai beaucoup voyagé à travers le pays. J'ai rencontré des partenaires du secteur public et privé. Les provinces, les territoires, les Premières Nations, on a rassemblé tout le monde autour de la table. Parce que c'est essentiel qu'on travaille ensemble. Nous, les libéraux, comprenons que nous devons aider ceux qui en ont le plus besoin. Oui, c'est très important. We need to build all along the housing continuum. That means building supportive housing that is coupled with social and health support services. These homes need to be equipped to handle the complex needs of chronic homelessness. We have a homelessness crisis across Canada that we need to solve. I saw this need going back to Vancouver all those years ago, and that's why we have, with Build Canada Homes, $1 billion dedicated to supportive and transitional housing. Places, yes. Places like Dunn House in Toronto, and many more to come that are delivering for people who need that support the most. We are focused on that support. We need to help make sure people can get off our streets into safe housing. Our Prime Minister said it best. We can't just build homes. We need to build affordable, energy-efficient, climate-resilient homes for all. And we need to build the community infrastructure that goes with it. And we are stepping up with generational investments on infrastructure. Over the next 8 years, we are doubling infrastructure investment over the past 8 years. To give you an example of the scale, the Build Community Strong Fund is at the core of that, and it's already investing in projects that are at the bones of our communities. Everything from healthcare and education facilities, which is unprecedented for a federal government, investing in community centers, arts and culture facilities, sports facilities, public transit projects that keep our communities healthy and connected. C'est un défi et il y a beaucoup de travail qui nous attend, mais en cette période économique difficile, ce sont ces efforts qui vont créer des emplois. C'est en bâtissant des communautés solides que nous renforçons l'économie canadienne et ses travailleurs. I want to end on just a bit of optimism. The challenges that we have ahead of us are large. Housing is a huge challenge for us to solve. We are throwing everything that we can at it. And I just want everyone to remember that our ambition and drive are far larger than the problems that we face. It is this ambition that's going to have all of us knocking doors in the 3 vital by-elections on Monday, correct? It's this ambition not only solving housing, but it's going to get Dolly, Danielle, and Tatiana elected into the House of Commons in Ottawa. And finally, it's this ambition that is going to get homes and communities built right across this country as we build Canada strong. C'est le temps de bâtir. Thank you all for being here in Montreal. We're going to have a great conversation now. Merci de m'avoir accueilli et bon week-end. Thank you, everyone. Merci. Let's give it up for our ministers.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everybody. Wonderful to see you here, bright and early on Friday morning. Merci de votre présence, de votre participation. Je suis tellement contente de vous accueillir à Montréal ce matin, puis pour ce congrès très important, historique. Donc, merci encore pour votre présence ce matin. Et je suis vraiment contente d'avoir avec moi ce matin mes collègues. I have wonderful colleagues with me on stage this morning. Rebecca Chartrand, Patty Haidu, Caroline Desrochers, and obviously we had a chance to hear from Gregor Robertson just now on the important work he's doing with Build Canada homes and infrastructure across the country. So we'll get started. We have, I think, about half an hour here to talk a little bit more about the work that's going on. We have great representation here across different regions, so we can talk a little bit about what this looks like across the country, and also in terms of employment and other touchstones that relate to the incredible investment that we have put forward in this portfolio. So, Rebecca, I'll start with you. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
All the way from Manitoba.
Yes, Churchill Keewatin-Nakiski riding. Yay!
So, why don't we start with, Indigenous solutions? How are you finding your role, and how do you see us being able to deliver these important investments in communities that you represent, and also that you're working in your role? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yes, thank you. Bonne question. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge those that came from Manitoba. I know we have a huge delegate here. We also have people like Grand Chief Wastasekut who really supported me during this campaign. So I just want to acknowledge that support. I wouldn't be here without you. But in terms of the question for the housing solutions that we're looking at, I think we have to recognize the important opportunity that is in front of us right now. And it starts with collaboration. It starts with dialogue. And so the main thing I want to acknowledge is the work that Gregor has been doing to convene people and to have conversations. So he's been meeting, for example, with the Indigenous MPs, talking about the solutions that we're looking to achieve, and and then extending that further, ensuring that we're working with Indigenous housing associations, for example, Indigenous leadership across the country, so that the challenges that we're looking at are actually defined by the people that are most experiencing these challenges. So I think we're seeing huge solutions already. So huge investments in Treaty 1, for example. We're seeing 260 new homes for Nawe Udana. This is the largest urban reserve in all of Canada. Nunavut 3000, for example, is another one. We're already seeing an investment in 700 new homes with the Nunavut Inuit Association. But it really starts with working with everybody that's supporting housing all across Canada, and working with the people that are on the ground in the communities experiencing these challenges. So I want to give a shout out to our new MP colleague, for example, Lori Idlu, who is from Nunavut. There she is. Here. Working together to define those solutions is really important, and that's why all of you are here, is to ensure that we hear your voices, and that is so important to each of us in terms of defining these solutions. So I think we keep doing more of the same. I think the Liberal Party is doing the right thing in terms of, being very collaborative, taking a whole of government approach, and ensuring that they're listening to Liberals across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. That's great. I did see Lori stand up. Welcome, Lori. It's great to have you here today with us in general. Yeah, welcome. Patty and I get to work together at Employment Service and Development Canada. I'm Secretary of State for Children and Youth, and Patty is Minister of Jobs and Families. So we spend a lot of time together on issues that really touch this file, but not as directly, obviously, as Caroline, as the PS, and Gregor directly on housing. But Patty, why don't we share a little bit about how we see this as it relates to jobs, trades in particular, les métiers spécialisés. Comment est-ce qu'on encourage les jeunes à avoir une carrière qui touche cette industrie? So how are we looking at this investment in a way that says, there's opportunity for young people across the country to participate in this amazing building effort, and how we bring in Canadian wood, Canadian steel, Canadian products, and Canadian workers? Maybe you could share a little bit
on that with us. Thanks.
Merci, Anna. Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très heureuse d'être ici avec vous. And thank you for being here at 8:30 in the morning. You should, I guess 9:30 now, you should give yourselves a round of applause for being the early birds. I also can't start this session just because obviously Anna is moderating without thanking you, Anna, because Anna, many of you will remember Anna Gainey 10 years ago or longer rebuilding this party to the incredible force that it is now today. So let's give Anna a huge round of applause. Est-ce que les membres du syndicat ici, are there any members of unions in the audience? Oh, one lone voice, but you are our partners. Yes, thank you very much to the strong union movement in Canada, because the union movement is our secret sauce to success in terms of all of the work that Gregor is doing to build Canada strong. And I can't tell you how excited I am as the mother of a operating engineers member, a crane operator in Northern Ontario, to be part of a government that is pursuing opportunity for young people in the skilled trades at this moment when we need to build Canada strong. And you've heard the Prime Minister stand up time and time and time again. This isn't just about quick win jobs. This is about good paying union jobs. And I'm so excited about the work that Gregor is doing to make sure that as we sign these agreements across the country, there's a focus on quality jobs and quality training opportunities for young people. But we do have a challenge. Yes, and I think that's really worth applauding. Because a job is not a job. Jobs are different, and the quality of job actually really matters to young people. We can get people into quick jobs. We can get people into unsafe jobs. But what we want are those awesome opportunities to build a career. And as a mom of a tradesperson, I can tell you that one of the fast tracks to economic security is actually a career in the trades. Now, we have a challenge because for many decades in North America, but profoundly here in Canada, we discouraged people from entering the trades for a whole bunch of reasons. And those of you that are my age will remember that at that time, boards of education were closing down trade schools. There was a stigma. Going to college for a trade was seen as a lesser thing than going to university for a general arts degree. And people got streamed away from blue-collar jobs, from skilled trade work. And we're changing that. We're on the road to changing that. Because those are valuable, valuable positions in our country. Has anyone tried to get a plumber lately? Put up your hand if you can't find a cement worker in your community. Tell me if the heating and cooling people take a really long time to answer their phone. And I'll tell you, in Northern Ontario, if your furnace goes down on a Sunday afternoon and it's minus 35, you don't need a general arts degree to fix that. What you need is a heating and cooling expert. And so that is what we are doing together with Prime Minister Carney and Minister Robertson, is we are making sure that when we invest in community infrastructure, in housing, in the things we need across our country, we are making sure there's opportunities for people to build the skills that we're going to need into the generations to come. Beaucoup d'excitement, je pense, ici pour cette message. I will also say one more thing about this. These are jobs that are not easily replaceable by AI. Tell me how we're going to replace a person to replace your toilet with AI. Now, you can do a lot with ChatGPT and YouTube. My husband's in the audience today. Thank you, Paul, for supporting me for 11 years to do this really important but difficult work. Thank you so much. He built a sauna using ChatGPT, but not everybody can do this. We need the skilled labor in this country. And we need to be partners with the unions that do some of the best training across the country. And so I'm really excited about the journey we're on together, and I'm really excited about supercharging that work with Minister Robertson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty. Caroline, on va parler un petit peu, peut-être, on est au Québec, donc à Montréal. On va parler un petit peu de cette entente avec Québec pour le logement. Tu travailles étroitement avec Gregor sur ce dossier. Une présence forte dans la Chambre aussi avec des questions. C'est un plaisir de t'avoir en caucus et de te voir travailler comme ça si fort sur un dossier si important. Donc, je pense qu'on a à peu près 18 projets annoncés au Québec déjà. Puis, je ne sais pas si tu veux peut-être élaborer un peu à Laval, je pense bientôt, d'autres projets. Donc, je te laisse la parole.
Oui, absolument. Merci. Écoutez, je peux parler des projets. L'enjeu du logement, évidemment, on sait que c'est l'enjeu numéro 1 pour tous les Québécois, les Canadiens, à travers le Canada, partout. Et on a une entente, on a une collaboration assez exceptionnelle avec le Québec là, dans les derniers mois, ce qui nous a permis de mettre de l'avant l'entente sur Maison Canada. La semaine dernière, on était à Québec, hein, Gregor, pour annoncer 18 projets au Québec. C'est 865 portes, je crois. Mais ce qui est important de ça, c'est que c'est tout du logement abordable et 14 de ces 18 projets-là sont pour des maisons de transition avec appui, soutien pour des personnes en situation de vulnérabilité, des personnes en risque de devenir itinérants, des femmes aussi en situation de violence. Alors, c'est vraiment important qu'on mette de l'avant. D'ailleurs, Anna, hier, les statistiques pour le Québec sont sorties au niveau de l'itinérance. L'itinérance, le dénombrement s'est passé de 10 000 à 12 000 dans les 4 ou 5 dernières années. Alors, c'est vraiment un enjeu. Et puis, on sait que l'itinérance, les chiffres qu'on reçoit, c'est vraiment la pointe de l'iceberg parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'itinérance cachée, l'itinérance invisible, des gens qui dorment dans leur voiture, des gens qui font du couchsurfing. Et le visage de l'itinérance a beaucoup changé aussi au cours des dernières années. 30-40% de l'itinérance est en raison du manque, de la crise du logement. Alors oui, on va pas régler l'itinérance juste avec le logement, mais on va en construire plus, ça va aider beaucoup. Mais il y a des enjeux de santé mentale. Il y a aussi beaucoup de personnes âgées qui sont dans des situations d'itinérance. Alors, c'est vraiment important qu'on s'assoie tous ensemble autour de la table. Et quand on a une crise comme celle qu'on vit en ce moment, il faut qu'on puisse mettre les compétences, la discussion sur les compétences. C'est pas tes compétences, c'est mes compétences, c'est mon champ. Il faut qu'on mette ça sur le bord de la porte, qu'on s'assoie tous ensemble, qu'on trouve des solutions ensemble, puis ensuite, on peut reprendre les compétences puis dire, OK, toi, tu fais ça, moi, je vais faire ça, toi, tu fais ça. Mais il faut qu'on puisse avoir la conversation sans se bloquer au niveau des compétences. Et je peux dire que c'est ce qui est en train de se faire. Puis la beauté avec Maison Canada et les programmes qu'on met en place, c'est que ce sont pas des programmes qui sont avec des critères rigides, c'est vraiment des approches, des tables d'accélération, des tables de collaboration où on fait exactement ça. On amène les gens autour de la table, on dit, OK, voici un projet, voici ce qu'on a besoin de faire, comment on y arrive ensemble avec les organismes communautaires, avec les partenaires du secteur privé, les municipalités et évidemment les gouvernements provinciaux. On était la semaine dernière, on a eu une table ronde sur l'itinérance avec la mairesse de Montréal et avec le gouvernement du Québec aussi était présent. Alors, on fait vraiment le tour. On va parler, moi, je fais des blagues des fois avec l'équipe. On fait Amazing Race Québec parce qu'on se promène à travers tout le Québec pour aller rencontrer les maires. Mais on va vraiment y arriver avec la collaboration. Puis je souligne encore une fois l'excellente collaboration qu'on a. Pas juste avec le Québec, on a eu des belles annonces en Ontario la semaine dernière aussi. Alors, je pense que tout le monde comprend l'ampleur de l'enjeu où on est en ce moment, puis tout le monde est en mode solution. C'est pas une question partisane, c'est pas une question de compétence. Les gens s'en foutent de c'est-tu ma compétence ou la tienne? Les gens veulent des solutions, ils veulent des toits, puis ils veulent des toits abordables et des loyers qui peuvent se payer. Alors voilà.
Le travail d'équipe, c'est nécessaire pour les Canadiens. So, Gregor, maybe I'll zoom in a little bit to British Columbia. And you bring a wealth of experience from many areas, but in particular, as mayor of Vancouver, you saw up front some of the challenges that were coming with housing and a fast-growing city, the cost of housing, a number of pressure points. And now you're you have an opportunity, and we're so happy to have you with us to really make a difference from a federal level on this issue. So what's going on in BC, and how has your experience in Vancouver and as a mayor, how has that helped you, work and advance this file?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Anna. Well, I'm really, really lucky, as you just heard from Caroline, to have Caroline's expertise as parliamentary secretary and Jennifer McKelvey from Ajax, Ontario, two incredible parliamentary secretaries that we're a team, an extraordinary team of staff working with us to deliver, because I can only do so much and only have certain background. It helps to have been a mayor in a city that got hit first and hard by the affordable housing crisis a couple decades ago, but you can't fix it at the city level, and you can't just fix it at the federal level. As Caroline said, it's partnerships that make it possible, and the partnerships have to be forged in good faith. You have to show up ready to listen. You have to show up with resources. You have to show up with everything you've got, basically, when the crisis is this acute and this complex. Housing is very complex, and for decades, not being able to keep up with not only the supply side. Canada has about less than 5% of our housing is non-market, is deeply affordable non-market housing for people that need it the most. In Europe, it's 2 to 3 times that, 4 times is best practice. 20% of housing stock is where you don't see homelessness, where you see everybody have access and support for homes. And we're at 4, basically. And we got to pick up the pace in a big way, but that takes a lot of resources, it takes a lot of investment, and it takes a really smart collective of partnership. It has been intensified by the commodification of housing. Investors throughout the world, when they see the opportunity to make money, particularly in Vancouver and Toronto, were our first 2 blue chip cities that became safe investments for housing. And it took years and years for governments at all levels to figure out, we have to protect housing for people to live in, not just invest and make money off of. And that's taken years, unfortunately. We are doing it now. But we lost a lot of ground, and so we have lots of ground to make up. We've got massive investment. $13 billion is the initial capital for Build Canada Homes. $51 billion is the capital that we're investing into community infrastructure to support good housing in communities. So these are very, very significant investments that we're putting forward. But what we're doing is saying to the provinces and territories on the infrastructure side, you've got to match us, and you've got to help bring down the cost of development and home building at the local level as well. But we have to support, I know we have to support mayors across the country and their councils and the people that run communities and work hard doing that. We have to be great partners to them, and I see that with our Prime Minister. We've sat down with not only the big city mayors, but mayors from across the country and their colleagues in very good faith to say, we are going to work with you to solve this housing crisis. That's what we need to do, is work together as Team Canada. We're taking that approach globally, I think, with our economy, with allies around the world. We need to take that approach within Canada with all the partners that can help us build housing in communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Gregor. So, Rebecca, I'll maybe just come back to you a little bit. We've talked about housing and the importance of housing and how this investment and the growth of supply will help us bring the cost down and therefore make housing more affordable and more accessible. We've also talked a little bit about how infrastructure relates to this, and Gregor's also responsible for that piece of that side of the housing and infrastructure. And we've talked about how not only do we need housing, but housing can't just exist. Like, we can't just drop a apartment building in northern Manitoba. We need roads, we need schools, we need daycare, we need what does it look like to not just build a house, like the collaboration piece, and how do you build community, really? And what does that look like from your perspective in your portfolio?
Okay, bonne question. Working on my French. So, yes, thank you for that question. I think one of the things that we need to recognize is the current lack of infrastructure. So when we look at where we're investing as a government, we're investing in all the right places. We're huge opportunity right now where we're, finally looking north. Unfortunately, it's, due to tariffs and the things that we're seeing geopolitically, but it creates a huge opportunity to see the type of investments in the north that we're seeing today. And so what that means is, when we're looking at national defense, we're also looking at things from a dual use lens. So we're looking, not only are we looking at national security, but we're looking at human security. So we have to recognize that there are people in the north and that they've been there for a very long time, and they have all the solutions to addressing the issues that we're looking to define in the north. So when you talk about infrastructure, we're seeing huge investments in infrastructure, not only through housing, but through defense, through transport, and this is the type of solution that we do need. We need a whole of government approach, not only to look at homes, but to look at roads and rail and ports, because it's housing goes with food insecurity as well when we're looking at the north. So we're looking at huge opportunities like we've never seen before, and people are really getting excited in the north, whether that's northern Manitoba or in the territories. And I just want to thank Minister Robertson as well for the huge investment of time. I know that 10% of the Build Canada Homes Fund is going to rural northern Indigenous communities, as well as 20% is also going into infrastructure. So you mentioned infrastructure. I also want to point out that, when you think about the cost of building a home in the north, it's 3 to 4 times the cost that it costs in southern urban communities. So we're talking about $700,000 to $1 million to build one home in the north. So, and when you think about the impacts of, the war that we see in Iran, it's going to impact the cost of fuel in the north, and that is one of the major barriers to building anything in the north, including addressing human security, food security. So I think what our government is doing is taking the right approach. We're working together, we're listening, we're convening people, and we really do need, again, to look to the people in the north to help find those solutions. So again, it's about working together and putting people first. So that's what this government is doing. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Roy. Maybe Patty, similarly, when we talk holistically and housing as a piece of really the vision of building Canada strong, what does this look like in Thunder Bay? And in particular, your experience, Caroline pointed out the inflection on vulnerable populations, not just the homelessness statistics, which continue to, get our attention, unfortunately, but, women fleeing domestic violence and vulnerable populations in different communities. And how does this investment, what does this mean to those that population, and what does this look like in your backyard in Northern Ontario?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the question. And I don't know if people know, just before I entered federal politics, 11 years ago, I ran the largest homeless shelter in Northwestern Ontario. And so this is actually deeply personal to me, the work that you're doing, Gregor, and that our government is doing together. And when Gregor says, when Gregor says that housing is for people, that's actually music to my ears, and I think probably to so many people around this country who work day in and day out with people who are suffering the absolute worst scenario that any of us can imagine, which is not a safe place to sleep at night. The other day I walked down to Old Montreal, and on the way down to Old Montreal, I saw a young-ish looking male sleeping in a building crevice near a vent where hot air was coming out. And I thought, until we actually eliminate those scenes from our everyday life in communities like Thunder Bay and Montreal and Vancouver and Kingston and London, and no matter where I go, I see people suffering in this way. Until we actually see relief from the day-to-day suffering of our loved ones, our neighbors, our family members, we will not feel like we've turned the corner on housing. So this work And I'm so glad you agree, because too often the answer is to stigmatize the individuals that are experiencing the suffering. And yet I can tell you that those stories are not unlike many of the stories that some of us ourselves have had. Many women in this room have fled domestic violence. Many people in this room have come from fractured homes and lived difficult stories of trauma. Many people in this room have had to fight really hard with support to build up after something disastrous has happened in their life. But the difference is that for all of you, there were safety nets. And for certain individuals, especially Indigenous individuals in this country, there is no safety net because the poverty is too deep. So the work that we're doing now with intention is to try to create a better safety net for everyone. Because you can't actually heal from trauma. You can't actually improve your skills. You can't actually get a better outcome for your own life and for your next generation if you don't have a safe place to sleep. It's the fundamental thing in our lives that gives us the ability to heal and to grow. And so I just want to tell you that there is work happening that's very exciting that blends these two spaces. The work that Gregor is doing to talk about increasing non-market housing so that we can actually make sure people have affordable places to live and do that work, with helping people who are experiencing homelessness or very, very fragile living with the opportunity to build that housing. And this program, for example, through the Future Skills Center, funded by our Liberal government, called Blue Door, is actually focused on training people experiencing homelessness to have employment opportunities in trade and construction. And they have an 80% employment rate by the end of their training and a 95% graduation rate. So here's my call to you. The next time you hear someone say, that person's there because they're not trying hard enough, challenge that assumption and say we can do a better job together as a country to make sure that people have a fair chance to succeed. And we can do a better job as a leading government, as a Liberal government, making sure that we put our money where our mouth is and ensure that everyone has a safe place to sleep tonight, and that's what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Such a treat to get to work with Patty. keeps us always eye on the ball. She's super focused. Thank you so much for that and for everything you bring to this work. Caroline, je pense que tu as dit que tu as beaucoup voyagé, non seulement au Québec, mais un peu partout maintenant. Donne-nous un petit goût de la variété. Quand on parle de collaboration avec les provinces, avec les municipalités, ça veut dire que la solution n'est pas pareille à travers le Canada, dans chaque communauté, dans chaque province. Pour donner un petit goût ici à tout le monde, to give people a sense of really the variety and the differences that our country embodies, maybe you have some anecdotes or some stories that kind of illustrate just how different it is, and what different solutions the ingenuity of Canadian communities have come forward to tackle this crisis.
Merci beaucoup, Anna. Souvent, on le sait, 60% de la population du Canada vivent dans les grandes villes. Alors, c'est sûr, quand on parle de projets de logement, on pense à des tours, des 300, 400, 500 logements. On a des grands projets comme le projet Molson ici ou d'autres ailleurs, les annonces qui ont été faites à Toronto. Mais en fait, quand on va dans les petites villes, les gens nous disent, nous, on peut pas, nous, on veut pas des 12 ou des 30 ou des 50 logements parce que c'est pas ce qu'on a de besoin. Puis c'est important de penser, puis Gregor l'a mentionné, on est vraiment en mode écoute, puis c'est ce qu'on fait quand on va dans toutes les villes, on s'assoit, puis on écoute c'est quoi les besoins dans les ruralités aussi. C'est absolument important, puis on doit s'assurer que nos programmes répondent à ce que les petites villes ont besoin. Puis qu'on est là pour les accompagner aussi, parce que la grande part de toutes les plus petites municipalités, puis je ne sais pas combien là ici viennent des grandes villes versus des plus petites municipalités, mais à chaque fois qu'on va, ils nous disent « mais nous, on a peur que Toronto, Montréal, Vancouver, ils vont tous déposer leurs projets auprès de Maison Canada, puis il ne restera plus rien pour nous. Et on peut adresser ça de différentes façons. Rebecca l'a mentionné, évidemment, on met des fonds de côté pour s'assurer que ça va dans les ruralités, mais au-delà de ça, il faut accompagner les municipalités. Il faut qu'on trouve des meilleures façons pour les accompagner, pour rendre aussi notre système, notre bureaucratie un peu moins lourde, parce que on sait que les plus petites municipalités n'ont pas des planificateurs puis des administrateurs. Il faut qu'on rende ça plus facile pour eux. Puis il faut qu'on puisse mesurer aussi l'impact de ce qu'on va faire sur le terrain. Alors, par exemple, hier, on a vraiment fait une super belle annonce hier. Je ne sais pas si Tim Watchorn est dans la salle. Tim? Ah, il est là. Bonjour Tim Watchorn, député des Pays d'en haut. On est allé chez Tim puis on a annoncé 3 projets. Ces 3 fantastiques projets. Et ce qui était merveilleux, là, c'est que sur place, il y avait les organismes communautaires. Puis je veux saluer, s'il y en a dans la salle qui travaillent dans des organismes communautaires, vraiment, bravo, vous faites un travail extraordinaire, puis on sait que c'est vous qui portez, tant dans le dossier d'itinérance que dans le logement abordable, c'est vous qui portez ces projets-là, c'est vous qui remplissez les formulaires, c'est vous qui faites le parcours du combattant. Alors hier, on a annoncé un projet pour des personnes, je pense que c'est une trentaine de logements pour des personnes de 55 ans et plus, à Morin Heights, à Saint-Calix, en fait, pour qu'ils puissent rester dans leur milieu. Puis ça, c'est important parce que quand les gens vieillissent, ils sont plus capables de prendre soin de leur maison, on veut qu'ils puissent rester dans leur communauté. On veut aussi que nos jeunes puissent rester dans leur région, qu'il n'y ait pas besoin de venir... On aime Montréal, je suis originaire de Montréal, j'adore Montréal, c'est la meilleure ville, mais...
Pas meilleure que Trois-Rivières, non?
Oui, non, pas meilleur que Trois-Rivières. Mais alors, tu sais, mais c'est sûr qu'on veut que les gens puissent rester dans leur communauté, qu'ils puissent trouver des emplois dans leur communauté, qu'il n'y ait pas besoin de tout partir, parce qu'il y a une dévitalisation qui se fait en ce moment de nos ruralités. Alors, tu sais, pour revenir, alors on a fait cette annonce-là, on a fait une autre annonce, la même annonce, il y avait à Saint-Jérôme un organisme d'hébergement de transition de 2e niveau pour les femmes en situation de violence conjugale, malheureusement, puis on sait que ça continue. Et à Joliette, une annonce pour de l'hébergement de transition pour personnes en situation vulnérable à risque d'itinérance. Alors ça, c'était... Et je vais vous dire que les organismes communautaires qui étaient là hier, puis moi et Tim, on a rencontré cet organisme-là il y a environ 2 mois pour les aider avec leur projet. Ils pleuraient parce que c'est des vies qu'on change. C'est pas juste des murs qu'on construit, c'est pas juste des portes, c'est des vies qu'on change. Pas nous, que vous, les organismes communautaires, changez avec votre travail puis avec votre persévérance à travers tout ça. Alors nous, notre travail, là, c'est d'être à l'écoute, d'être là pour appuyer les organismes qui sont sur le terrain, comme Rebecca l'a dit, qui savent de quoi les communautés ont besoin. Et on est là pour faire ce travail-là.
Très bien. Merci. Greg, I'm going to give you an opportunity really to wrap this up or to close. Any thoughts that you would like to share or that we haven't touched on? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. I think it's important to talk about the whole continuum of housing that we're trying to tackle here. We've talked a lot about tackling homelessness and people who need housing the most. But housing writ large is basically the largest industry in our country. It's the most significant chunk of our economy related to where we live and all the homes and buildings that we have. And that industry is critical to our success, whether it's the tradespeople that build or the professionals, the architects, the engineers that design, all the people that are involved in housing and the business of housing. So we need to be creating jobs, we need to be protecting jobs that we have, but to scale up, our broader goal here over the next decade is to double the pace of home building in Canada. It's an audacious goal. And you know, just to talk a little bit about the missing middle, there's been lots of high-end housing built because it's a good investment for people, because Canada's a prosperous country, lots of people being able to afford to buy homes. Young people cannot afford to buy homes in Canada, and that's not okay. That's a piece that we're working on, that missing middle of housing that's affordable, whether it's affordable rental or affordable home ownership. We've got to get at the middle of the housing continuum to make sure we're delivering enough housing to meet the market, and that we have not been doing that. Everything's pushed up to the higher end, and it's leaving a whole bunch of Canadians stressed out, spending way more than 30%. When we say affordable housing for all of us, that's 30% of your gross income in the area that you live in. We're redefining that to base it on income rather than the market or the value of the homes. And that's a really critical step that we're taking here. It's about making sure that everyone can afford a place. And lots of people that are making decent incomes cannot afford, can't keep their rent under 30% or their mortgage payments. And that's a piece that we have a big, ambitious goal to tackle. It means building more affordably, and that is the other piece of the puzzle with Build Canada Homes. Build Canada Homes will be investing in supportive and transitional and lots of deeply affordable non-market housing. That will actually leverage a whole bunch of middle market affordable rental housing as well. About half of Canadians will get a benefit from the work that Build Canada Homes does, because it reaches that middle market or missing middle of people. And the way we do that is by modernizing the world of housing. We have to modernize how we build, and that's a key piece. The Prime Minister spoke about this a year ago in the campaign, is building smarter, building greener, more sustainably, but making sure we catch up. Again, Europe, in Sweden right now, 50% of homes are built in factories. They are manufactured parts of homes. We're less than 5% again. And we have to be smarter. We have to use the technology that's available. And it's jobs, is all the work incredible work that Patty's doing to reach out to labor, to reach out to workers and help on the education and training side. We have to be able to build 24/7 across the country indoors, so that we can build faster outdoors and assemble all of those pieces. Everything else that we have right now is manufactured in a factory except our homes. And would you try and build a car in your driveway? That's the example that gets used. So we need to modernize the industry, and that's a big push for us, investing in and giving opportunities to the companies that are innovating, that are manufacturing at a much faster pace, that are using Canadian materials in particular. We have to focus on Canadian wood, Canadian steel and aluminum, Canadian building technologies. So, yes, let's hear it for Canada. Just to emphasize that, critical work to do for people who are homeless, are really struggling to find a place to live, and really critical work to make sure we're delivering the housing that people need on whatever incomes that they have, and we're being smart and creating jobs and modernizing our critical industry and doing that at the same time. That's a big piece of Build Canada Homes. And any way that you can help on this, I'll just say call to action. There is a portal on the Build Canada Homes website. If you're connected to people that have great housing projects, particularly the more affordable end, get them into the Build Canada Homes portal and make sure they're working with us. We're working with communities across Canada right now to deliver affordable housing, and we can use your support getting that going. Thank you.
Thanks, Gregor. And thanks to all of you, Rebecca, Patty, Caroline. It's a pleasure. Great conversation. Thanks again to all of you for being here bright and early this morning to kick this day 2 of convention off. I wish you all a fabulous day. Have fun. Get to know each other. Make new friends. Conventions really are the best. So enjoy every minute of it, and I will see you around in the hallways. Thanks.
Veuillez accueillir le député de Kitchener-Conestoga, Tim Lewis. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Conestoga, Tim Lewis.
There we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. How you doing today? Come on, we got this. My name is Tim Lewis. I have the privilege to be the Member of Parliament for the riding of Kitchener-Conestoga, beautiful Waterloo region in Ontario, right here in Canada. Welcome to Montreal. Bienvenue à Montreal. I also have the pleasure of being the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of King's Privy Council, Canada-US Trade, Intergovernmental Affairs, Interprovincial Trade, and Major Projects. I've had 4 cups of coffee today already, so. Aussi, let's try this now, en français. Ce n'est pas mon première fois ici à Montréal. J'ai visité en janvier pour travail et aussi pour une semaine pour mon lesson français. So, it's the most I spoke in French. Je suis très fier que Canada est un pays avec 2 langues officielles. I am so proud that Canada is a country has 2 official languages. That is a strength for us here at home and on the world stage. And also, I want to say that our diversity, our culture is noticed in the world. Our position in the world, whenever we travel as Canadians, people respect us and want to do more with us. And that's why today's panel is so extremely important. It's our place in the world that I'm so proud of. And the people that we're welcoming on the stage are going to be talking about that, how international trade, how foreign affairs, and how international development all work hand in hand to help everyone and put our place in the world. So if I read everybody's role, it would be off the charts here. So I will start with, I believe, I was going to say the newest member of our caucus, but he is not the newest member of our caucus. The member from Edmonton Riverbend brings a lot of experience already and has traveled with the Prime Minister overseas as an advisor in foreign issues and also serves a very strong role in the International Trade Committee. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Matt General to the stage. We got walk-in music. This is great. Man. All right. And next up, from the Don Valley West, he also serves now as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please welcome Rob Oliphant. All right. And also the Secretary of State for International Development, the Member of Parliament from Surrey Centre. Please welcome the Honourable Randeep Surai. Just for the record, Rob, you didn't get the play-in music. It's all good. And Member of Parliament from Brampton East, also the Minister of International Trade. Please welcome to the stage the Honourable Mani Sidhu. And also the member from Oakville East and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please welcome to the stage the Honourable Anita Anand. Okay. And putting this all together, we're going to have our moderator, an amazing friend of mine, an amazing friend of everyone, an inspiration to all of us, serving as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please welcome to the stage and enjoy the weekend. Welcome, the Honourable Mona Fortier.
Bonjour tout le monde! Ça va bien? Ah. There's energy in the room. We got that covered. I hope everybody's well today. Everybody had coffee. We're having a great conversation with our good friends. Everybody's been presented. I won't repeat because we all know who they are, but je veux commencer par remercier Tim de nous avoir tous présentés et d'être ici aujourd'hui. Vous savez, nous évoluons dans un contexte mondial où les partenariats sont essentiels pour renforcer notre économie, assurer notre résilience et aussi créer des occasions pour les Canadiennes et les Canadiens. Et le Canada a fait des progrès importants, notamment en diversifiant ses marchés, en renforçant ses liens avec des partenaires clés et aussi en attirant des investissements majeurs. On va en parler justement pendant le panel. And you probably know now that the focus now is on how we build on this progress and how we continue to diversify our partnerships, turn those relationships into concrete opportunities, and ensure Canadians see the benefits in their daily lives. And we also are trying to control what we can. I think this is something that will come out in our conversation today. So I'm very, very pleased to be with all of you for this panel, and I'm going to go straight to the first topic. We're going to talk about investment and trade, just to warm you up a bit. This is something that we've been doing a lot in the last year. And as you know, as Canada is taking a broad approach to diversification, this includes attracting investments to Canada, advancing trade agreements, and strengthening partnerships across multiple regions. We've been on pretty much every continent, if I'm not mistaken. And we're actively also pursuing new trade negotiations and deepening existing agreements to open more doors for Canadian businesses, with an ambition to double Canada's non-U.S. trade by 2035. So Now let's start with the Honourable Maninder Sidhu to talk about this. And how is Canada positioning itself to attract investment, compete globally, and how do our current and future trade negotiations support that goal and translate into real opportunities for Canadians? So if you can start, my dear.
Thank you for the question, Mona, and bonjour et tous. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. There's the energy. Look, Mona, great question, but before I dig into that, as a national campaign coach in the last election and now, I want to say thank you to the incredible volunteers. We've had hundreds of volunteers come out in the 3 by-elections in Terrebonne and Scarborough Southwest and University Rosedale to support our incredible candidates, Danielle, Dolly, and Tatiana. And it's the final weekend. Monday is voting day, and we need all of you guys to come out and show your support, but I want to say thank you for coming out. We got to finish strong, and we got to win all 3 by-elections, and it can't be possible. It's the volunteers in this crowd that make sure that we're able to present on the stage, be able to build Canada strong. And speaking of building Canada strong, coming back to your question, Mona, trade is very, very important to building Canada strong. At a time where you see our largest trading partner creating uncertainties for our businesses, for our workers, we're out there, we're making sure all of our eggs are not in one basket. And to put this into context, I talked to many of you last night about trade and why it matters. 70% of our economy is powered by trade. 1 in 5 jobs in Canada directly or indirectly relate to trade. That's millions of Canadians in communities across Canada producing the goods that the world is buying from us. That's innovators producing the services that the world is buying from us. And so this is why we're moving forward. This is why you see Prime Minister Carney out there diversifying our markets. This is why you see myself and our team here diversifying our markets. And it's been working. If you look at the numbers, we're on a solid track here. Last year, 17% of increase in non-US exports. Port of Vancouver, record number of exports. It's the largest port in Canada. And on the East Coast, the Port of St. John's, largest number of exports in their history. And so we're moving at speeds never seen before. We're signing trade agreements. Typically, the government of Canada would do 1 trade agreement a year. We completed more than a handful in FTAs alone in 10 months. Indonesia, the 5th largest market in the world. UAE, the investment agreement, the Prime Minister secured $70 billion from the UAE, which is incredible. You talk about what we're doing with Ecuador, but also with the European Union. My negotiators were able to get access to the EU safe procurement mechanism that's going to enable hundreds of millions of dollars of procurement opportunities for our exports. So this is what we're doing on the world stage. And we're moving fast. We're moving fast, folks, because that's what we need to do. And this is what the Prime Minister promised in the last election in April last year. And so we're making sure we're making good on those promises, but also investments, Mona. You mentioned investments really quickly. $100 billion is what we attracted last year. Why is this number important? It's the highest investment in 18 years attracted to this country. Yeah. Very important. That's money for mining projects, energy, infrastructure, industrial projects that lead to good paying jobs on the ground. And so this is what it's all about. This is how we build Canada strong. Thanks, Mona.
Merci, Maninder. Et puis, Anita, you want to also probably give your perspective on this. How are we re-engaging? How are we creating those partnerships?
Merci beaucoup, Mona. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est un grand plaisir de vous voir ce matin et d'être ici à Montréal et de parler français aussi avec vous. Donc, Mani a dit la chose la plus importante. On doit diversifier nos chaînes d'approvisionnement. Et ça, c'est une stratégie importante. Et ça, ce n'est pas le seul moment que nous pouvons le faire, mais c'est le moment nécessaire. Le géopolitique, l'environnement géopolitique change beaucoup. C'est très volatile. On doit être flexible avec nos affaires étrangères. Et ça veut dire les relations nouveaux avec nouveaux partenariats. Donc, comment est-ce qu'on peut le faire? On doit être à table avec eux. On doit être là pour la conversation. My approach, our approach as a team, and you've seen this team there, and you've seen the Prime Minister as well, we are leaving no stone unturned. As Manny mentioned, we have signed more than 12 different types of agreements in trade over the last 7 months over 4 continents. That is speed, that is agility, and that's a response to the changing geopolitical environment. At the same time, we are engaging with countries around the world, never ever sacrificing Canada's own values, our respect for human rights, international law, gender equality, environmental sustainability, and reconciliation, to name a few, and at the same time saying we're at a moment in our country's history where everyone needs to pull together, and we need, of course, to ensure that we're advancing Canada's domestic interests in the economy, par exemple, aussi avec la défense, avec la sécurité, avec l'intérêt en total pour le Canada. Et nous sommes ici comme un gouvernement que nous pouvons le faire chaque jour pour vous, pour notre pays. Donc, encore une fois, merci d'être ici avec nous ce matin.
Merci, Anita. Et justement, nous discutons de plusieurs stratégies parce qu'on travaille fort sur plusieurs opportunités. Et là, nous allons discuter un peu plus à propos de la stratégie Afrique. Hein? On en a entendu parler, on travaille là-dessus. I do want to say that Canada is also expanding its engagement with emerging markets, including across Africa, where there is a growing opportunity for trade, investment, and long-term partnerships. Yes. So I'm going to start with Randeep and then go to Rob and to discuss this great opportunity that we have with the African continent.
Sure, thank you, and thank you again once for all of you, all the volunteers and all the delegates that have shown up. This is a record attendance for a convention of, I think, any party, so we're really proud of our team, our volunteers, and the donors that have all shown up here, so thank you. I wanted to say that out front. Look, when it comes to Africa, Rob's been working on this for a lot longer than I, but we just had our one-year strategy, a one-year anniversary for the African strategy. I've been to the continent 4 times. In the last 5 years, we've invested over $4.5 billion in international development dollars, making sure that we can help alleviate poverty, increase gender rights, help on the climate initiatives, but at the same time, use that soft diplomacy as well to increase our trade opportunities. And trade has increased by 30% in the last 5 years to over $15 billion. And what we're doing now is we're using a trade and development nexus, so we're still not undermining any of the values that Canada holds when it does trade and development, international development. But what we're doing it in synergy with trade. So when the trade offices in any embassy around the world, and especially in Africa, say we've got some opportunities where Canadians are investing, Canadians are contributing, or there's a supply chain issue, we try to assist them in that. And a prime example, I was just in Nairobi, where we launched a program to help aircraft technicians, train 2,000 aircraft technicians in Nairobi, helping impoverished people, women and girls that otherwise wouldn't have that opportunity. And guess what planes they train on? They train on de Havilland Dash 8 Canadian aircraft, which is the most used in Africa, specifically East Africa. And that's going to help create 1,500 jobs locally here because the sale of our aircraft will increase. But it also increases labor mobility. There's an opportunity for those folks, if they ever choose to immigrate to Canada, they're already accredited to Canadian standards on that. So rather than just train them and then have them fish for jobs themselves, which we also assist in, if we can have them fulfill a job requirement where Canadian investment is there, it's even better. We've done that with Tim Hortons, our favorite coffee company for Canada, where we've done a joint initiative, $20 million each, from $20 million from Tim Hortons, $20 million from the Government of Canada, $1 million from our Trade Development Office, where we'll help train farmers in 5 different countries where they grow coffee, helping farmers get a fair price for their coffee, get cooperatives, have highest grade coffee, and we get a stable supply of coffee for Tim Hortons and other coffee growers. This is the type of partnerships we're doing to increase development in those nations, but also increase trade at the same time. So we're looking forward to doing more opportunities in that regards, using blended finance. We've done FinDev, which is Canada's development financial arm, has helped in South Africa, for example, invest in their ports. 600,000, yes, absolutely. 600,000 tons of goods go in and out, and we're helping build those supply chains to use less trucks, to use more cargo trains, pollute less, and get their goods to market quicker. And we'll continue to do that.
Merci, Randy. Et puis, oui. Et puis, eh bien, on a notre champion qui a travaillé beaucoup sur la stratégie Afrique. Je pense que, Rob, il faut te remercier d'avoir fait tous ces efforts, de vraiment comprendre les dynamiques. Et je pense que tu peux partager avec nous, justement, les dynamiques qui se passent avec cette stratégie Afrique que nous travaillons présentement.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Mona. Et comme Randy a dit, nous avons commencé un nouveau partenariat avec l'Afrique il y a 1 an maintenant. So a year ago, we started a new Africa strategy based on equality, dignity, and mutual shared prosperity. This is a different way of looking at Africa, not as a continent of need, but as a continent of promise for Canada. Nous avons besoin du café. Oui, c'est vrai. Nous avons le café de l'Éthiopie, tous les pays de l'Afrique. Il y a 54 pays en Afrique. 54 pays. Tous les pays sont différents, mais aussi nous avons une relation avec le continent. So we have a continental relationship, and we have individual relationships with the fastest growing economies in the world, with the youngest population. I mean, look at us. Look at me. I'm aging. I'm aging before your eyes. Africa has massive numbers of young, educated people. Over the last, 30 years, 40 years, Canada has invested in incredibly important development programs. We've also done very good and honorable work in mining. We've seen the resources beneath the ground in Africa. Today, we're seeing the resources in Africa above the ground, the people of Africa, the entrepreneurial spirit, the demographics of young people who want to engage in the economy. Nigeria will have 200 million people. I mean, think about the big economies of South Africa, Nigeria, Morocco, Egypt. Canada needs to be there. We need to establish ourselves as a key chosen partner because we have the best ethics, the best understanding of who they are and who we are, and we will make sure it's shared prosperity. I will caution, though, as the Prime Minister has said, we have urgent needs in diversifying our economy, our trade. It's easiest and fastest to go to Europe. I understand that. We need to be in Europe. We have a continental trade agreement with Europe, CETA. It's important to be in the Indo-Pacific. Anita has been doing tremendous work at bridging those gaps we have had in the Indo-Pacific. We're doing that work. We're also, as Meninder said, with Ecuador, a free trade agreement, with Mercosur, the countries of South America, we need to be there, but we can't leave Africa behind. Because if we're not in Africa today, everyone else will be there, and children and grandchildren in this country won't be there. So I'm going to keep pushing Africa. I need you to push Africa too.
Oui, puis merci Rob. Puis moi, je vais rajouter mon petit 5 cents, même si je suis supposée d'être seulement la modératrice. Mais aussi, on sait qu'il y a une très forte partie de l'Afrique qui est francophone. Et s'il y a une opportunité qu'on a présentement, le Canada, c'est de travailler avec la francophonie. Et justement, on va accueillir le sommet de la francophonie à Ottawa en 2028, si Dieu le veut, comme on dirait. Alors ça va être une autre bonne opportunité de continuer à développer nos partenariats avec le continent africain. Oui. Alors, on va changer la conversation. Si je dis Davos, qu'est-ce que les gens disent? Wow! Hein? Le premier ministre, avec son discours à Davos, a vraiment parti toute une conversation. We know that the Prime Minister, when he was in Davos, started the real conversation about what is happening in the world and how we can deal with it, right? And we know also that this is not just a speech. It's a fundamental approach on how Canada will be working with different countries, allies, and this is where I want to bring the conversation. Alors, comme le premier ministre a attiré l'attention, comme j'ai dit avec son discours à Davos, il a parlé de concepts complexes comme la géométrie variable ou le pragmatisme de principe. Qu'est-ce qui vient maintenant après Davos? Et c'est là que je veux commencer avec la ministre Annan pour pouvoir répondre. Et ensuite, je vais aller à Matt et on pourra poursuivre la conversation.
Bien sûr, et encore une fois, Mona et Rob, mes secrétaires parlementaires, merci pour votre travail acharné et tout le monde ici. Le discours à Davos, c'était très important pour nous parce que ça, c'est le cadre. It's the framework for our foreign policy. Donc, on va continuer d'avoir deux choses importantes chaque fois que nous sommes sur l'étage mondial. Premièrement, les principales, nos principes comme les droits humains, comme le droit international, comme l'environnement, par exemple, les changements climatiques, la réconciliation. Ce sont nos principes à leur côté. Le même côté, en même temps, on va pousser le pragmatisme qui ont besoin de chercher des opportunités économiques pour notre pays. And many times people try to juxtapose or separate out and say we can't do two things at the same time. Well, I'm here to tell you we can always stand for Canadian and liberal values, and we can also stand up for our domestic interests. Each time any of us are internationally engaged, we are always standing for those values, and we are also saying we have to make sure that we deliver from our diplomacy direct benefits to Canadians at this moment where we're seeking to double non-US trade, at this moment where we're investing in our security and defense, $82 billion in the last federal budget, for example, and at this moment where international partnerships are so important. Donc, la dernière chose que je pourrais mentionner, et dans le discours, le Premier ministre a dit que les coalitions sont très importantes, les coalitions avec d'autres pays. Comment est-ce que nous pouvons former de nouveaux partenariats avec les pays mondiaux? So you will always see us be present in the multilateral organizations that we've contributed to and founded, comme l'OTAN, par exemple, like NATO, but we will also seek those opportunities where necessary to work with other countries on the international stage. For example, on Arctic defense and security, standing for Denmark and Greenland, standing for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. We were there opening a new consulate in Nuuk. For example, working with the Coalition of the Willing, taking a leading role in ensuring that we are standing with Ukraine in the short and the long term. That's at the forefront of our foreign policy. And then again, on information technology and artificial intelligence, working with India and Australia on a new agreement to ensure that we are engaged with our partners around the world, and again, never sacrificing Canadian values, but at all the time working in the domestic best interest of our incredible country from coast to coast to coast.
Thank you, Anita. And so now I'm going to turn over to Matt, our new team member.
What she said.
I just want to start by saying welcome to the team. Your experience, your expertise to this conversation. Merci. Yes.
It's an easy way to get a standing ovation. Thanks, Mona.
Well, you know, I set it up. But I do want to say we've had many conversations before, and I know that you're bringing this experience, expertise under this incredible tent that we have. And how do you feel about the current approach that we're undertaking with the Prime Minister? I know you spent time with him and with all of us. What's your how do you see this moving on?
Well, thank you very much. Mona's been a good friend for a long time, so that was very kind. Appreciate it. I know you're on a clock, but before we get to that, I just want to say a huge thank you to so many people that have come up to me and introduced themselves, and not just here today, but the amount of people who have reached out and welcomed me to this team. This team on stage is an incredible team, and I've got to get to know them a lot over the years, but even more now.
You're getting a lot of hugs.
Yeah. I was going to joke, there's a lot of hugs in the convention. But yeah, it has been absolutely overwhelming to both me and my family. It took a long time for me to make a decision to do something like this, but haven't looked back and have slept well every night, which is a good thing.
Excellent.
You know, on the Davos speech, if I could first, I think there's kind of two aspects of it. There's kind of like the domestic aspect of it, and then there's the international aspect of Davos. And a lot of the work that Manny and Anita are doing on the trade and diversification front it was highlighted, I think, immaculately in the speech. But what it's done on the domestic front, I was retired, quote unquote, when the Davos speech happened. I got a text message from a couple of people saying, "Hey, the Prime Minister gave a speech today, and here's a link to it." And quite honestly, I didn't even open it up. I was like, "Yeah, I'm retired, enjoying life." And then it was my wife came home from work, and she's a surgeon, and in her operating room, they very rarely, what happens in my life cuts through into to her life. And when she came home and she said, "Did the Prime Minister give a speech today?" Because the amount of people coming into her operating room, whether it was the techs, the anesthesiologists, the nurses, saying like talking about the Prime Minister's speech was really something. So that's when I first looked and read the speech, and my first reaction was, I think, like most Canadians, like, wow, this is a powerful moment for Canada. And how then fast forward I guess a few months or weeks from that, going with the Prime Minister internationally, and I remember sitting in a room in India with the Prime Minister and a few others, and people constantly coming up to him, just thanking him for that speech. Mm-hmm. And he said what so many people in this world were thinking, and he articulated it, in my opinion, perfectly in showing where Canada has met this moment. And for me, I think that has given us the roadmap to continue to go forward in terms of strengthening and diversifying our partnerships around the world. And I think every Canadian right now wants to play a role in doing whatever they can, whether it's putting up a flagpole, buying local, whatever that is. And for our ability on the stage to be able to to support the Prime Minister in doing that is, it's an opportunity like no other, and I certainly find that that's something that Canada is shining right now on the world stage, and our Prime Minister is leading the way in many fronts.
Thank you. And so leading that way, Maninder, and what the work you're doing right now, how do you see the next year going forward, or the next years, in your perspective?
Absolutely. Look, I've been fortunate to work with Matt on the Trade Committee, and I can say whatever the issue is, Matt's always been there for Canada. It's Canada first with Matt, and so we're very lucky to have Matt on the team. I've been on the trip in India with Matt, so a big round of applause for Matt, please. And coming to your question, Mona, look, we're talking about the Davos speech. I was in Cameroon 2 weeks ago with over 100 trade ministers from around the world. We've got people from Cameroon here. There it is. But no, this speaks to the Liberal Party. We're a big tent. We've got people that represent countries from all around the world. But from the World Trade Organization meeting, I remember meeting with a counterpart from a G20 nation saying, can I clone your Prime Minister and take him back home? Like, this is the impact that it's having around the world. But it's making our conversations a lot easier. People are welcoming to Canada because of the Prime Minister's vision, because he wants to unify, because he wants to make sure that we live up to our commitments, that we're a reliable, stable trading partner. And so when I'm out there pitching Canada, yes, it's the product and services, but I'm also pitching Canadians. We have the most educated workforce in the world. That's something to be very, very proud of. We have the cleanest electricity grid in the world. We're very globally connected, so when companies choose to come set up their shop here in Canada, they're able to access free trade agreements that give us access to 51 countries, access to 1.5 billion consumers, and so it's the stability that Canada presents. And so when it plays into geopolitics, Mona, energy is part of that conversation. Critical minerals is part of that conversation, because they know when they sign an agreement with Canada, we will abide by that contract. And so when you look at what we're doing through major projects, this is very important to mention, because as you've seen what's happening in the Middle East right now, it's having an impact on energy prices. And so people are looking to Canada saying, how can you support us? Look, I'm Calgary born, so energy is in my blood, and I'll talk about energy. I won't shy away from it because it helps power our economy. It's conventional, it's clean energy, it's nuclear energy. If you look at what the Prime Minister did in India, signing a $2.6 billion uranium contract, to me, that industry powers 90,000 workers in Ontario alone. If you look at what we achieved in China, we unlocked $7 billion of agriculture access in beef, in canola, in seafood. Canola, 250,000 workers across the country. In the beef sector alone, over 200,000 workers. In the seafood sector, 75,000 workers on both coasts. And so, to me, trade unlocks opportunities. Yes, the billions sound nice, but it's about the workers on the ground that it actually impacts. And so this is the Prime Minister's vision, to bring home opportunities. To build a country that works for everyone. So it's not just one side of the country that benefits. And you saw what the Prime Minister did yesterday here at the Port of Montreal. We know in order to get to the $300 billion additional non-US export target, we need to increase our port capacity, our infrastructure, and that's why we're investing $5 billion in our trade corridor fund. That's why you saw the Prime Minister out in Montreal yesterday to announce the expansion. The major projects office is very, very important, especially when I'm speaking to young Liberals in this room, and last night was about opportunities. Why are major projects important to us? Because it's about energy, mining, infrastructure projects, but who's going to build those projects? Engineers, architects, carpenters, welders. This is what we need, thousands of skilled trades across the country, and we're making those investments on the ground so it relates to opportunities for young people for generations to come. Thank you.
Great. And Randeep, your turn on, the international stage that we have. Davos has also shared the fact that we have a responsibility in the world also with international aid and support. What do you see on this space that we need to also continue to undertake?
Sure. Look, the needs of the world have increased. We see whether it's turmoil in Ukraine, whether it's in Gaza, Palestine, whether we see in South Sudan, in South Sahel, in Africa, the needs, humanitarian needs are hugely increased, and the development dollars and humanitarian dollars have globally decreased. So Canada has also had to face that reality, and what we have to do is work more with less. U.S. We've had to become more efficient. We were looking at more global partners. Many of the Gulf partners have expressed to step up their game in humanitarian perspective, in terms of development perspective. We're looking more public and private partnerships, partnerships with foundations, partnerships with other countries, partnerships with the private sector to help alleviate some of those gaps, but it's not easy. And at the same time, as I said earlier, and as Meninder and Minister Anand has said, we're dealing with trade challenges, so we're having to do all of this at the same time. But I'm proud to say, specifically when we go to Africa, Southeast Asia, South America, the governments are actually very proud and very happy to see the new direction that Canada is taking, where it's mutual prosperity, where we're trying to invest in people, we're trying to create more jobs, more economic opportunities for their residents, their citizens, as well as ours. They like our approach, which is more of a partnership and not a donor-recipient relationship, and we're continuing to do that. And we're seeing more and more of where we put in $1, either financially we get $5 to $11 to $18 match. Sometimes it's 1 to 1. And the proud fact is that they don't see us as a colonial power. They don't see us when we go and invest in their country as trying to dominate. What they see us as is as a partner, as somebody who really wants to uplift them. They remember things that we've done in CEDA 10 years, 20 years ago. So they see these as very positive effects. So when we're investing with them, they're opening the doors to do more trade deals afterwards. And those are the opportunities we want to unleash for the world that still needs some help.
Et merci, Randy. Et je pense que ça, c'est vraiment important de montrer que le Canada travaille à la fois sur plusieurs facettes de ce développement international. Rob, dans ta communauté ou à travers le pays, tu entends les messages. Qu'est-ce que les Canadiens doivent penser de ce que nous faisons présentement et comment ils peuvent participer également?
Building on all my colleagues' comments, I want to start with the Davos speech. And I was at Commonwealth meetings, and La Francophonie is extremely important, so is the Commonwealth. We have over 50 countries in that organization. Every single foreign minister that I spoke to at that meeting talked about the Davos speech. Every single one. And they talked about that as an inclusive, new approach to the world and the way we engage. So it is, as Matt said, it is happening in operating rooms, in family tables, it's happening around the world. But I'm going to, this is a little off script. A week after the Prime Minister made his speech in Davos, Switzerland, he made another speech in Ottawa at the Canadian Media Producers Association, CMPA. And this speech talked about Canada's most successful cultural export we have had this year, and that's heated rivalries. Now think about that for a minute, because as Anita said, and Meninder is working, we are promoting Canada as an exporting and country worthy of investment. We are doing that. We are opening doors in India, we are opening doors in China, we are opening doors in Vietnam and all over the world, but we're taking our values with us. Yeah. So heated rivalry is an example of that. Truly Canadian, set in Canada, and we don't let up for 1 minute on the 2S LGBTQI human rights issues. Not 1 minute. And we don't let up on our absolute insistence that women and men play equally in our world. Not 1 minute. And we don't ever look at the value that Canada has in Canada. Nous avons les deux langues officielles au Canada. Oui, les deux langues, c'est quelque chose pour l'avantage du Canada d'avoir le français et l'anglais, et aussi le multiculturalisme. We have diaspora communities in this country that build the bridges. Build bridges to every country in the world. No other country in the world has what we have. So we'll do that as Canadians. And we're going to do it uniquely and best.
Thank you, Rob. Merci. And I see Anita, she has so much she wants to continue to share with the work that you've been doing, which is incredible work across the world, but also in our country. encouraging Canadians to support the approach that we're undertaking, and with the foreign policy that is shifting. Can you talk to us a little bit about that work that you are doing on the foreign policy and how this all, engages Canadians in the conversation?
Well, merci beaucoup, Mona, tout le monde ici. I will say the one thing I've noticed about the convention thus far is the number of young people who are attending. It is really incredible. And that is one of the most conspicuous facets of the Liberal Party of Canada, is that we are inclusive. We are all inclusive. And everyone has a place in this large tent, because we realize that our strength is in the fact that we have diversity across this country, across different groups, across different religions, across geographical areas, and we want people to feel welcome here from everywhere, from every background, including all of the different representation you see in the government and beyond. Now, to go to Mona's question, the thing that I think is so important about this moment is that Canadians want to know more about our foreign policy. They care about our foreign policy. Ils veulent savoir ce que nous faisons sur l'étage mondial. Donc, j'ai un objectif dans mon travail, dans notre travail, d'avoir la transparence pour les Canadiens, Canadiennes. Tell Canadians what we are doing. Show them that we are busy working for them internationally so that we can deliver benefits to our own country. And that is our work that we have to do every single day. And so when we're negotiating internationally, there is not a negotiation where people don't say, the Davos speech, we want to build our economy, and we see Canada as or perhaps the most viable partner for us, whether it is in energy, all types, clean, conventional, LNG, solar, nuclear, wind. Everybody's talking about that internationally, and our environmental policy as well as our energy strategy is so important. They also talk about agriculture and agri-food, how we can grow global supply chains, stabilize global supply chains, not just in critical minerals and energy, but also in agri-food and agriculture, which is why the India and China trips were so important. But let's not stop there. Let's not forget that Ukraine is the breadbasket that we can partner with as well. And then they often talk about Canada's expertise avec l'intelligence artificielle et la technologie d'information. And so Canada is seen as a leader in all of those spaces, and we make that clear when we're negotiating internationally. Et la chose peut-être le plus important pour Mona, je sais, notre coalition très importante internationale, et ça c'est la francophonie. Mona a dit que nous pouvons avoir un gold star si nous allons mentionner la
biscuit,
francophonie. Un biscuit avec un gold star. Donc, mais ça c'est vrai. So one of the things that we are doing internationally is not just to build domestic economic links. It's not just to grow the domestic economy. It's to show that Canada has leadership on the world stage. And so it is in trade, it's in defense and protection, it's in nos langues officielles, l'anglais et le français, avec la francophonie. Par exemple, nous allons, j'espère, être hôtes de la francophonie. Donc, nous avons soumis, nos soumissions, c'était pour
la candidature,
pour être hôte de la francophonie, mais autre chose, comme Rob a dit, c'est the Commonwealth. So, what are we doing internationally pour la transparence, pour les gens canadiens, canadiennes? It's to show up every single day for Canadians internationally to represent the interests, the principles, the values that we hold dearly while fighting for our domestic economy and our
Yes.
defense and security.
Excellent.
Every day.
I hear applause, so I think we're on the right track. And talking about the right track, Matt, with your experience, expertise, as I said earlier, and now your contribution to either committee or being on the world stage, your last trip, maybe there's something you'd like to share with us that you believe we have to really put into perspective in all of the work that we're trying to accomplish for Canadians.
Yeah, I think this is no fair, Mona. I keep following Anita. I want someone else to follow Anita after this. I think Mona said I could talk about anything I want to talk about, so naturally I'm going to talk about Alberta.
There you go. That's a topic.
Has anybody seen the polling numbers from Alberta lately? I'm saying. It's in Alberta right now, the strength of what the Prime Minister's doing in terms of diversification argument is something that Alberta has been trying to do for a very long time, whether it be respective provincial or federal governments. And to see the amount of people that are interested in doing business in Alberta, and because of the strengths of the investments the Prime Minister has made in the ports in Vancouver, in the infrastructure, the amount of support to the agriculture community that has happened. There's so much right now that it's exciting for Alberta to be a part and be at the table for a lot of these conversations. And I feel with the Albertans right now are very much in a place where there's a conversation happening that's I think a very serious threat to our country, and something that I will stand against every single day. That we're a united country, and something like Alberta separatism is a scary, scary idea. And to have the Prime Minister continue to stress the importance of Canadian unity. He's often in Alberta. He's sharing the message that he's delivering on the world stage. It's going to have long-term impacts in terms of the opportunities for people and businesses in Alberta. And I couldn't be more proud to be an Albertan and support this tremendous Prime Minister.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Meninder, I'm looking at you because you've been really around the world in the last year. It's incredible, the deals you've been negotiating. I want to talk positive, but what are the challenges that you come up with when you are having these conversations, and how does Canada look when you arrive and you say, we want to sign a deal with you? So are there challenges that you want to share with us that show that we have also opportunities to build on those challenges?
I think, look, it's been positive in the last 10 months. We've had tremendous progress. It's not just me, it's my trade negotiators, incredible team we have on the stage. And of course, it's the Prime Minister's vision and his energy that's really, to me, the challenge is not having enough hours in a day, to be honest with you. I wish I could do more. You can talk to my team, 2 a.m. messages, 3 a.m. messages, working on the next trade deal. We've got 6 more that we're working on this year alone, with India, with Thailand, with Philippines, with Mercosur, with ASEAN, with Saudi. And so you can see how fast we're trying to move here. And the conversations are progressing really well. And so I guess, again, come back to your challenge, not having enough hours in the day. I wish we can do more rounds quicker. But we want to make sure that Canadians benefit at the end of the day. It's not just about signing a trade agreement for the sake of signing a trade agreement. It's to make sure that that trade agreement gives our businesses preferential access. And I can talk about trade all day. I'm a kid in a candy store. I did trade for 13 years before politics. And so for me, trade is about opening opportunities and giving our businesses preferential access. And so those that are wondering in this crowd what free trade agreements are and what they mean, if you're a Canadian company bidding on a project in another country and you're paying a duty rate of 10% and your competitor is not paying that, you may be out of that contract. And so what the free trade agreement would allow you to do is get you preferential access, so you're competing at a level playing field with many other like-minded countries. And so this is why we're moving quick and why we're doing trade agreements as fast as possible. I'll give you some examples of why we're choosing some of these areas of the world. If you look at India is growing at 6-7% year over year. They need 70% more energy by 2040. Guess who has that energy? We do. There you go. We do. We have the fertilizer to power agriculture, as Anita said. So we have a lot to offer to the world. And if you talk about nuclear, cleaner energy sources, we have the uranium that many countries do not. And at a time when the trading system is being tested, people are looking to Canada saying, well, I want to power my industries. I need to build more data centers. I need more AI from Canada. I need more energy from Canada. What can you do? I need more critical minerals to build the good quality goods. And so this is why the Prime Minister vision, if you look at the G7, that the Prime Minister hosted in Kananaskis in Alberta, the conversation was very much around critical minerals. How can we responsibly get those minerals out of the ground, produce them, process them, but work with our G7 counterparts for a critical minerals alliance to get those supply chains aligned so we can continue supplying it. But part of that is working with provinces and territories, as Matt said. On many of my trade delegations, we've had Premier Moe, we have Premier Holt, we've had Premier Danielle Smith, we've had premiers join us in many of our trade delegations because it is a Team Canada approach, and that's exactly what we're doing. But coming back to what you said, Mona, it's about working together as a team, collectively as a team, to make sure that we're pitching, we're rowing in the same direction, and never in the time have we seen in Canadian history where we're all on the same page, and so it's incredible to see the energy, and we're going to get a lot done even more this year.
Great. So we have about 4 minutes left, and I'm going to turn to Randeep, and we've been talking about many things, and with your expertise also. Is there any other thing that you want to share with the room here, with people listening to us, on how Canada's approach is working and how it needs to work in the next year and years to come?
Sure. I think one thing we sometimes forget, especially in terms of humanitarian and development, is what's in it for Canada. We do it for the right reason. We all know it's the right thing to do, but sometimes we forget the potential for it, or how it works in soft diplomacy. And therefore, I want to get Canadians engaged back in international development. Canada's a pioneer in this. Canada's a superstar in this. Disease has no boundaries anymore. We've seen that with COVID. We saw it with SARS before that. I was in an industry before where they joked that if you sneeze in Hong Kong, you get the flu in Canada, right? So we're all very interconnected. So preventing disease abroad saves us and makes us more healthy. Making other countries more prosperous or giving them jobs creates open markets for Maninder to go out there and make deals for Canadian companies. When we create better and safer supply chains, we get more affordable, regulated, safer supply of goods coming to Canada and for Canadian goods going abroad. This is really important. So I think engaging and understanding that, and I know it's very difficult at certain times when you're having a tough time paying your mortgage or your rent and we're helping build homes somewhere else, or you're having to wait long periods of time at the hospital and you're wondering, why are we giving to a health clinic in Africa or in Colombia or on the Nile? This is a challenging aspect, but we do it because A, it's the right thing. It's the Canadian way. But also, if they do better, if they get more prosperous, there's less conflict. Exactly. There's less radicalism. We will have to spend less on conflict, on migration. There's less need for refugees to come to Canada. So we always have to keep that in context. You always have to remind ourselves that we do that. The other part is we forget, we sometimes look at the headlines. We'll see page A1 of the newspaper saying how much we give to Ukraine, which I just came back from, and is really fighting back and doing an immense job on fighting an unlawful war that they're facing. But you know, it's pretty proud when you see their badass women that are fighting their fights put a Canadian patch and say, I was trained by you, I was a prisoner of war, and I came back and I fought again. So it's those stories that come back, and we have to remind ourselves that every single diaspora community that's probably at this convention has their country that they came from where we're investing in, whether it's Philippines, whether it's Ghana, whether it's Sierra Leone, whether it's Kenya, Tanzania, Colombia, Mexico. We are there. We have been developing not for now, but for 50 years. And because we've given them opportunities, sometimes they know and sometimes they don't know, but they all appreciate it. And when it comes to the Davos speech, I can't resist. There's no place you go, and I actually think people who haven't even heard his speech love his speech, because they come up to you and go, his Davos speech was amazing, and I could tell sometimes they might not have read it, but they know it was something said at the right time, at the right place, when the whole world was waiting. So I'm proud to say that our Prime Minister has now become the leader of the de facto free world. He is the voice that we all listen to.
Wow, well, think you just brought the conclusion to this wonderful conversation. I just want to say thank you for your hard work. You are working incredibly to represent Canada and doing the right things. I love the idea of Canadian way. That's exactly how we're doing it. L'approche canadienne, c'est ce que nous entreprenons. Je veux remercier mes collègues pour votre travail acharné. Vous faites tellement de temps pour pouvoir arriver à mettre de l'avant notre stratégie canadienne. So thank you so much for listening to us, and I hope that we will continue to have more conversations. Don't forget to go back in your writings and talk about this incredible panel that we just had. Merci.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. La prochaine session débutera à 11h. We will now take a short break. The next session will begin at 11 a.m.
Bonjour mesdames et messieurs, ici Marc-André Cossette. Vous écoutiez les travaux qui continuent ici à Montréal dans le cadre du Congrès national du Parti libéral du Canada. Comme vous l'avez entendu, ils vont maintenant prendre une courte pause avant la prochaine session qui portera sur comment bâtir un Canada plus abordable. Pendant ce temps, je vous invite à écouter ma collègue Julie Van Dusen qui continue d'avoir l'occasion d'échanger avec des délégués et des membres rassemblés du parti ici à Montréal. Entre autres, elle a pu s'entretenir avec la ministre de la Santé, Marjorie Michel. Je vous invite à écouter son échange avec la ministre.
Qu'est-ce que votre gouvernement a accompli dans un an?
Je pense que ce que notre gouvernement a accompli honnêtement dans un an, c'est de donner la vision déjà et de l'asseoir au quotidien. Donc, parce que vous savez, on est dans une période difficile, il faut prendre un nouveau tournant. On ne raconte pas aux Canadiens des histoires, on leur dit c'est difficile, mais on va y arriver ensemble. Et je crois que en mettant les programmes, là, il y a le logement, on parle de logement. On a des priorités. Je crois que M. Carney, le Premier ministre, il est très focusé sur certains aspects de Build Canada Strong. Et je pense que c'est ce qu'on a pu faire dans la première année. Maintenant, on est à la phase où on commence à livrer vraiment des projets. Comme vous avez vu à Contrecœur ici, il a annoncé que les grands projets, ça irait de l'avant. On commence à voir dans Maison Canada des annonces qui se font. Donc, on commence à avancer sur des choses. Et je pense que c'est ça, c'est surtout la vision qu'il fallait asseoir vraiment et rendre les Canadiens confortables, qu'ils sachent qu'on fait vraiment notre maximum. Je pense que et ça passe dans la population, je pense.
Alors, est-ce que ça traduit dans le quotidien? Est-ce que les gens voient une différence avec le prix de l'épicerie, le loyer et tout ça? Parce que les gens souffrent maintenant.
Les gens souffrent et c'est vrai. Et c'est ce que nous voulons être, un gouvernement qui démontre sa compassion, en même temps qu'on le sait qu'on ne peut pas régler tous les problèmes. Donc, l'allocation canadienne pour l'épicerie et les besoins essentiels, on l'a...
C'est pas beaucoup d'argent.
C'est pas beaucoup d'argent, mais c'est une aide. Mais quand vous la multipliez par des millions de personnes qui vont recevoir, ça fait beaucoup d'argent pour le gouvernement. Donc, c'est ça la réalité. Et vous savez, il y a le prix de l'essence là maintenant. Mais tout le monde, les Canadiens, ils savent qu'il y a des guerres et les chaînes d'approvisionnement, et ils comprennent les problèmes. C'est sûr qu'ils s'appuient beaucoup sur le gouvernement et je pense que les gens, avoir le taux d'approbation pour l'instant du Premier ministre Carney, ils sentent que nous faisons notre maximum avec ce que nous avons là.
Mais est-ce qu'il y a une idée maintenant de leur donner quelque chose de rabais à propos de le prix de l'essence?
Ah, ça, vous devriez poser la question à M. Carney.
Mais est-ce que vous savez la réponse?
Non.
Alors, juste une dernière question. Alors, on est dans quelques jours, ça se peut que vous avez un gouvernement majoritaire avec les partiels puis les transfuges. Ça va être quoi la différence dans votre gouvernement maintenant puis un gouvernement majoritaire?
Écoutez, c'est sûr, les gouvernements majoritaires ont souvent plus les coups des franches pour avancer leur programme. C'est sûr que je pense que ça va faire une certaine différence dans les comités de travail, par exemple à la Chambre. Mais pour vous dire vraiment, les élections n'ont pas encore eu lieu. Moi, j'ai une élection à Terrebonne, je suis au Québec, pour laquelle on est en train vraiment de mettre nos efforts. Puis je vous dirais honnêtement, moi, je ne regarde pas la question personnellement. Vous me posez la question. gouvernement majoritaire. On est là pour travailler avec tout le monde dans le même sens. Nous sommes dans une période critique. Et je crois qu'il faut que tout le monde comprenne ça. C'est difficile, c'est une période très critique pour notre pays. Et c'est le moment de nous mettre ensemble, le maximum de personnes, pour aller... Ça ne veut pas dire qu'on peut pas... On n'est pas obligé d'être d'accord sur tout. Mais globalement, on doit pousser tous dans la même direction pour arriver à délivrer des bons services pour les Canadiens.
Merci beaucoup, Mme.
C'était ma collègue Julie Van Dusen qui a eu l'occasion de s'entretenir avec la ministre de la Santé, Marjorie Michel. Comme je l'ai mentionné, les travaux se poursuivent ici à Montréal, une journée qui est consacrée à toute une série d'ateliers et de tables rondes sur divers enjeux qui touchent les Canadiens d'un côté à l'autre du pays. Nous avons déjà eu des sessions ce matin dans la salle principale portant sur le logement ainsi sur comment renforcer les partenariats du Canada à l'étranger. Nous attendons à 11h une autre table ronde, celle-ci portant sur comment bâtir un Canada plus abordable. Tout cela, bien sûr, dans un contexte où il y a toute cette crise du coût de la vie qui persiste. C'est d'ailleurs l'un des enjeux que j'ai discuté avec Claude Guay, le secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Énergie et des Ressources naturelles. Je vous invite à écouter cette entrevue dans son intégralité. On l'écoute. Claude Guay, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous aujourd'hui.
Ben, ça fait plaisir. Merci de m'avoir.
Alors, vous accueillez une nouvelle députée, une nouvelle collègue au sein de votre caucus, Marilyn Gladue. Une députée dont les positions sur l'avortement, sur les vaccins, sur le convoi à la liberté étaient, je pense qu'on peut le dire, nettement opposées à celles de votre parti jusqu'à tout récemment. Beaucoup de gens ont vraiment beaucoup de mal à comprendre comment elle cadre avec le Parti libéral, avec les valeurs libérales. Est-ce que vous êtes parfaitement à l'aise de l'avoir au sein du caucus libéral?
Ben, je suis parfaitement à l'aise parce que j'écoute le premier ministre et puis je sais très bien que la position du premier ministre, c'est lorsqu'il y a des discussions avec quelqu'un comme Mme Gladue, est-ce que vous allez supporter les positions du gouvernement et les positions libérales très claires du premier ministre et du Parti libéral, ce à quoi, et même hier soir, je l'écoutais, elle s'est engagée. Alors, il n'y a pas de problème de ce côté-là. Mme Gladue a une réputation, moi je suis nouveau sur la colline, et puis j'ai entendu de mes collègues qui ont travaillé avec elle dans les différents comités qu'elle est une personne très collaborative et puis qu'elle sait travailler au travers des lignes de parti pour le bien du Canada. Et puis si on écoute aussi pourquoi elle a fait ce changement-là, c'est très clair parce qu'elle croit que le premier ministre et l'équipe libérale en place actuellement peut affecter des changements pour le meilleur pour le pays.
Mais vous craignez pas que ça pourrait quand même engendrer un certain cynisme de la part des électeurs, surtout celles, évidemment, ceux et celles dans sa circonscription?
Mais il faut savoir que, premièrement, dans sa circonscription, il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont libéraux. Il y a beaucoup de gens dans le pays qui, même tendance conservatrice ou néo-démocrate, veulent qu'on construise ensemble. On est dans un temps de crise, il y a une rupture internationale. Il faut mettre la main à la pâte et il faut avoir une diversité d'opinions. Et moi, dans toute ma carrière en affaires, j'ai cru dans la diversité des opinions comme rendant un parti ou une organisation meilleure lorsqu'il y a des débats. Et puis, une fois que les débats sont finis, et puis on s'enligne avec le premier ministre et puis on avance.
Ouais. Vous avez évoqué cette idée qu'on se trouve dans un temps de crise. Évidemment, il y a toute la crise entourant le coût de la vie qui risque seulement de s'empirer avec la guerre au Moyen-Orient. Le premier ministre a laissé entendre qu'il pourrait y avoir des mesures de soutien qui sont en préparation. Pierre Poilievre, pour sa part, il appelle à suspendre la taxe sur l'essence pour le reste de l'année. Est-ce que le parti va encore... Mais en fait, est-ce que votre parti va encore aller piger dans le cahier de Pierre Poilievre? Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous envisagez?
Le premier ministre a été clair qu'on envisage de nombreuses alternatives. Puis vous savez, il y a eu beaucoup d'alternatives.
Dont celle-là?
Possiblement, ça pourrait être celle-là, ça pourrait être d'autres. On a surpris tout le monde avec la subvention d'abordabilité pour la nourriture, par exemple, qui est venue lorsqu'on s'est rendu compte que c'était encore plus difficile pour le coût de la vie, pour l'inflation, pour la nourriture. Ben, on est allé créer un programme pour ça. Et puis, il y a de nombreuses mesures déjà en place. Le programme, par exemple, pour l'alimentation pour les enfants à l'école, qui maintenant est un programme permanent.
Mais est-ce que vous allez faire quelque chose sur le prix de l'essence?
Je vais laisser le premier ministre débattre de ça avec le cabinet puis le caucus et puis voir quelles sont les mesures les mieux appropriées. Et puis, vous savez, cet environnement-là évolue à tous les jours.
Ah, c'est sûr. Oui, c'est sûr, mais ça s'empire exactement. Ben, on verra comment ça va évoluer.
Exactement, vous venez de le dire.
Oui, c'est ça. Mais pour l'instant, ça va plutôt mal. Sur un autre sujet, la première échéance du protocole d'entente entre l'Alberta et Ottawa sur le développement énergétique a passé échéance sans entente sur la tarification du carbone industriel ni sur le projet Pathways Alliance. Est-ce que c'est Ottawa qui traîne les pieds? Est-ce que c'est le gouvernement de l'Alberta? Qu'est-ce qui bloque exactement?
Je suis pas sûr qu'on peut dire qu'il y a quelque chose qui bloque. C'est plus.
Mais il y avait une échéance quand même.
Oui, il y avait une échéance. Et puis d'ailleurs, au niveau, par exemple, du méthane, on s'est des émissions en méthane, on s'est entendu avec l'Alberta. C'était un des gros morceaux. Moi, ce que je sais, c'est qu'on travaille très fort avec l'Alberta. L'Alberta travaille très fort. Alors, je peux pas dire qu'il y a quelqu'un qui se traîne les pieds. C'est pas des négociations faciles. Il y a beaucoup d'argent en jeu. Et on est très clair, par contre, qu'il faut s'entendre sur le prix du carbone, puis qu'il faut s'entendre aussi pour que Pathways fonctionne. Alors, ça avance.
Dans un contexte mondial qui est de plus en plus instable, je sais, comme on a dit, que ça peut évoluer, mais pour l'instant, ça demeure quand même très instable. Est-ce que ce retard, ça risque quand même d'envoyer un certain message aux investisseurs à l'étranger que le Canada n'est peut-être pas un lieu aussi sûr, aussi prévisible qu'ils peut-être le souhaiteraient?
Mais il faut faire la distinction entre les différents types d'énergie. Si on passe des gaz liquéfiés, par exemple, les gaz liquéfiés, il y a de nombreux projets. On a déjà commencé à exporter en Asie. Les premiers bateaux sont partis il y a quelques semaines. On a un grand projet qui est en construction. On a un autre grand projet qui a été approuvé. Fait que du côté des gaz liquéfiés naturels, ça avance énormément fort. Alors, le marché international le sait, ça. Et puis maintenant, au niveau du pétrole, il n'y a pas que un pipeline vers la Colombie-Britannique. Il y a différents moyens. Le TMX va être augmenté. Il y a des discussions avec les Américains pour les pipelines vers le sud. Fait qu'au niveau des investisseurs, il y a beaucoup de facteurs et non pas juste cette entente et ce pipeline.
Juste en terminant, parlons finalement de la partielle dans Terrebonne. Tous les députés libéraux québécois, près d'une dizaine de ministres qui étaient de passage, le premier ministre également hier. La lutte, évidemment, sera chaude. Quel est le message que le Parti libéral souhaite lancer aux électeurs dans Terrebonne?
Bien, il y a plusieurs messages. Le premier, c'est que Tatiana Auguste a été une excellente députée. Elle est appréciée de tous ses collègues. Elle fait une représentation très forte à Ottawa. Et si moi, j'étais un électeur de Terrebonne, je penserais, est-ce qu'on a une bonne personne pour nous représenter et une bonne personne qui va nous représenter dans un gouvernement fort? Je pense que c'est la meilleure chose qui peut arriver pour Terrebonne.
Claude Gay, secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Énergie et des Ressources naturelles. Merci d'avoir été avec nous. Bien apprécié.
Grand plaisir.
C'était mon entrevue avec Claude Gay, le secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Énergie et des Ressources naturelles. Nous attendons toujours la reprise des travaux ici à Montréal, une journée consacrée à toute une série d'ateliers sur les politiques et de tables rondes avec des ministres. La prochaine prévue ici dans la salle principale à 11h est avec le président du Conseil du Trésor, Shaf Katali, et la ministre des Services aux Autochtones, Mandy Goldmasty. La table ronde portera sur comment bâtir un Canada plus abordable. Évidemment, tout au long du Congrès, mes collègues Andrew Thompson et Julie Van Dusen ont également l'opportunité d'échanger avec les 4500 membres du parti qui sont rassemblés ici, des membres qui, évidemment, sentent le vent dans le voile du parti. Je vous invite à écouter une entrevue avec, René Arsenault, c'est un ex-député qui était dans la circonscription de Madawaska-Restigouche de 2015 à 2021, une entrevue réalisée par ma collègue Julie Van Dusen. On l'écoute.
Alors, vous êtes ici comme libéral. Est-ce que vous êtes fan de M. Carney?
Très fan de M. Carney. Je vous explique pourquoi. Mon background avant de faire carrière en droit était l'économie. Et M. Carney parle comme un économiste. Donc, j'adore ça. C'est un changement. On avait un premier ministre avant qui était sur une autre direction, qui était bien aussi. Mais là, maintenant, on a fait un changement de vision. Évidemment, influencé certainement par ce qui se passe aux États-Unis. On est pogné avec ce qu'on est pogné aux États-Unis. C'est malheureux. Et je pense qu'on a l'homme de l'heure avec M. Carney, puis c'est très rassurant. En tout cas, du point de vue économie, c'est rassurant de voir comment M. Carney joue les cartes avec prudence, très cartésien. J'adore sa façon de faire.
Alors, est-ce que cette méthode cartésienne, est-ce que ça aide les gens avec leur quotidien?
Écoutez, c'est difficile à répondre à cette question-là parce que tout le monde a des défis. Mais le plus grand défi à l'heure actuelle, c'est celui qui nous provient du sud du Canada. Donc, quand on sait, comme moi, je viens du Nouveau-Brunswick, presque 90% de nos exportations allaient aux États-Unis, ça nous affecte. Je pense 80-85% des exportations canadiennes qui vont aux États-Unis, ça nous affecte. Ça nous affecte beaucoup. Et je reprendrai les mots de M. Carney. Quand on n'est pas assis à la table, on est sur le menu. Et c'est ça la bataille actuelle. C'est malheureux que ça se passe comme ça avec un allié qui n'est plus un allié, qui n'est plus contrôlable ni contrôlé, je pense. Donc, je pense que M. Carney est l'homme de la situation. Il ne pourra pas faire de miracle. Il ne pourra pas en faire des miracles, mais il comprend très bien la dynamique.
Alors, s'il n'y avait pas Donald Trump, est-ce qu'on aurait Marc Carney?
Bonne question hypothétique. Je ne pourrais pas répondre à ça.
Mais vous dites que c'est l'homme pour le moment.
Absolument et de loin. Peu importe la formation politique, c'est l'homme du moment. C'est l'homme du moment. C'est celui qu'on veut entendre. C'est pour assurer les gens, pour assurer tout ce qui a un impact sur l'économie canadienne, donc nos gagne-pains. Nos emplois, nos usines, nos petites entreprises du coin, dans nos petits villages comme dans les grandes villes, c'est l'homme de la situation pour, en tout cas, nous rassurer qu'on va dans la bonne direction. On est très prudent, en sachant que notre principal client est au sud de la frontière du Canada. Donc, et M. Carney jouit d'une réputation extraordinaire. Je vous donne un exemple, si vous avez du temps. Ma nouvelle vie, en dehors de la politique, m'amène à parler avec beaucoup de gens sur les différents continents. Et il n'y a pas longtemps, après le discours de M. Carney à Davos, je parlais avec des scientifiques de l'Europe, un Suédois et un Norvégien, qui vit maintenant en Suisse, très âgés, 80 et plus. Puis quand ils ont entendu le discours de Carney, ça faisait 3 jours qu'ils venaient de le faire, ils m'ont confié que le Canada pouvait être fier de ce leader parce que pour eux, ça dépassait les Roosevelt, les Churchill, les Kennedy. C'était le discours des discours d'un leader de la planète. Pour ces gens-là, ils étaient très fiers de nous dire ça. Puis moi, je me disais, c'est ça que c'est.
OK, dernière question.
Oui.
Est-ce que vous allez vous présenter encore en politique si vous avez la chance?
Non, il y a quelqu'un de bien meilleur que moi maintenant.
Alors, c'est fini. Mais...
On dit jamais, Fontaine, je ne boirai pas de ton eau, mais c'est fini pour... Je suis grand-papa maintenant. Mes enfants et mes petits-enfants sont chez moi, 10 km de rayon.
C'était ma collègue Julie Van Dusen avec l'ex-député René Arsenault. Les travaux ont maintenant repris dans la salle principale avec le député Chris D'Entremont. Allons le retrouver sur l'estrade. On l'écoute.
Du Parti du Caucus libéral. So I'm pleased to be here with you in Montreal today.
C'est vraiment un plaisir d'être avec vous ici à Montréal aujourd'hui. Pour ceux qui ne me connaissent pas, je suis le député d'Acadianapolis, Chris D'Entremont.
As I've been speaking to folks in the foyer and as we've been going to different events today. So I don't know whether to introduce myself as a recovering conservative.
Suis-je un conservateur en réhabilitation, ou bien j'étais un libéral et je ne le savais même pas. Vous pourrez me faire part de vos commentaires par la suite. Alors, nous avons tout un panel.
Welcome to our panel, Building an Affordable Canada for All. Bâtir Canada abordable pour tous et cœur de nos priorités de notre nouveau gouvernement. Il fait partie intégrante du Canada, Bâtir un Canada fort dans notre dernier budget de 2025. Il est axé sur la souveraineté, l'abordabilité et l'innovation. It also relies on accelerating housing construction with massive investments in infrastructure, reducing bureaucracy, and creating Build Canada Homes, agency to finance affordable and sustainable housing. Ces mesures visent à améliorer l'accessibilité et le plan inclut une collaboration avec les provinces, les territoires et les communautés autochtones pour faire face aux crises du logement. And to discuss this further today, we are fortunate to have 5 very experienced and very enthusiastic panelists that will join us this morning. It's my pleasure to introduce Buckley Bélanger, MP for Desnethé, Miss Nippy, Churchill River, Saskatchewan. Buckley is currently our Secretary of State for Rural Development before entering federal politics. Buckley was, of course, a member of Legislative Assembly in Saskatchewan from 1995 to 2021. We also have from the riding of Brampton and Shinquagasi Park in Ontario, the Honourable Shafkat Ali, Mr. Ali has been President of the Treasury Board of Canada since 2025 and a Member of Parliament since 2021. Before his political career, Mr. Ali had a successful career in an entrepreneur and a real estate broker. We have my friend and neighbor. Now, neighbor is a bit of a stretch because I'd have to swim across the Bay of Fundy, but the Honourable Wayne Long, Member of Parliament for St. John Rothsay. He, of course, is our Secretary of State for Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institutions. Of course, in his previous life, he did lots of great things like President of the St. John Sea Dogs Hockey Club. Nous avons aussi la chance d'avoir l'honorable Mandy Goldmasty, notre ministre des Services aux Autochtones. Madame Goldmasty est députée de la circonscription de Abitibi-Bay-James-Nunavik-EU. Et au Québec depuis 2025, avant d'entrer aux politiques fédérales, Madame Goldmasty était grand chef du Conseil des CRI en 2021 jusqu'à 2025. Était la première femme à occuper cette poste. And last but not least, Claude Gay, Member of Parliament for La Salle-MR-Verdun. Currently, Claude is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Avant d'être élu, M. Gay était président de IBM Canada. Et pour modérer cette panel, nous avons la chance d'avoir l'honorable Stephanie McLean, députée de la circonscription de Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke en Colombie-Britannique depuis 2025. Elle occupe actuellement le poste de secrétaire d'État pour les aînés. And to moderate this panel, like I said, we are fortunate to have the Honourable Stephanie McLean, the Member of Parliament for the riding of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, who's been elected since 2025, and who currently holds the position of Secretary of State for Seniors. Before entering politics, and before entering federal politics, Madame McLean was a member of the Alberta Legislative Assembly and was Minister of the Status of Women. So let's welcome our panel. Stephanie, Buckley, Shuckfet, Wayne, Mandy, and Claude. Stephanie.
Well, it is my pleasure to be here today with this esteemed panel. We're really excited to talk about affordability. But before we get to the panel and we get to discussing issues that we know are really important to all of you and Canadians, we have the honor of hearing from my good friend, Buckley.
First of all, thank you all, and thanks, Chris, for that kind introduction, and of course, Stephanie as well. And as I've indicated, I'm very pleased to be sitting amongst a panel of very esteemed colleagues, and let me tell you, they know a lot about things that I don't know a lot about. So I just want to say it's so great to be here with all of our Liberals here in Montreal. We've got long-serving stalwart Liberals, but more importantly, we've got many, many young, new Liberals. So give yourself a big round of applause. And as well, selfishly, I love seeing the growing number of Saskatchewan Liberals that are turning out for our Liberal Party. Let's give Saskatchewan a big round of applause. And so I don't feel lonely now as the lone Saskatchewan Liberal MP, and having all these Liberal come from Saskatchewan certainly helped me out in many, many ways. And I want to start with something very simple, something I hear everywhere I go, from my home community of Isla-Lacrosse to Saskatoon, from the north to right across this great country. People are working hard, but for a lot of folks, life still feels too expensive. I've been traveling across rural and remote Canada since my appointment, and also the urban centres in between. And that is the reality. And as Liberals, we don't run from that. We take it on. Building an affordable Canada isn't just about numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about fairness. It's about making sure that you put in the work, that if you put in the work, you can build a good life in this beautiful country. Now, over the past 6 months, we've taken real action. We have cut taxes to 22 million middle-class Canadians, putting up to $840 back into the pockets of two-income families. We've eliminated the GST on new homes for first-time buyers, saving up to $50,000 and helping more Canadians get that first set of keys. We made the National School Food Program permanent, helping feed up to 400,000 kids every year, saving families hundreds of dollars on groceries. We've also canceled the consumer carbon tax. We're building a national food security strategy to tackle food insecurities that focuses on feeding domestic food supply chains, which in essence feeds Canadians. And we are rolling out automated benefits so millions of Canadians actually get the support that they are entitled to. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not talk, that's action. We also know that there's much more to do. That's why we introduced a new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. Because when people go to the checkout line, that's where affordability hits the hardest. This is immediate relief, real help. But there's the thing that I want to say to you tonight, that affordability isn't just about lowering costs. It's about raising opportunity. When we invest in Canadians, when we build housing, infrastructure, broadband, energy projects, increase supply, we are not just helping those communities, we're lowering costs for everyone. And that's how you build what our Prime Minister calls a one Canadian economy. And that's how we make Canada its own best customer. So to everyone in this room, our job is clear. We need to keep our laser focus on building that affordable Canada where no matter where you live, no matter your background, that you've got a fair shot. And that's what Liberals do. We step up and we build a country that works. And with that, I'm looking forward to the conversation ahead, and I'll turn it over to my Secretary of State, who's going to guide us through what I know will be a great discussion. So thank you all for being here.
Okay, this mic is working, yes? Excellent. Hi everyone, I'm Stephanie McLean. I'm the Secretary of State for Seniors and the Member of Parliament for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. And I see some Vancouver Islanders here with us today. More than I thought. That's excellent. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled that you're here. I think that you came to, dare I say, the best panel of convention. Yeah, this is where it's at today. And the reason that I say that, honestly, is that affordability is a top issue. It's top of mind for all Canadians. And there are things that are completely out of our control that are causing the affordability issues to be top of mind. Things that are happening in other countries, other parts of the world, and things that are causing the cost of gas on Vancouver Island to be $2.14 a litre. And these are things we can't control, but there are things we can control. And the things that we can control, we are, as my friend Buckley said, laser focused on. That's also a phrase that my friend Wayne Long likes to use. And so this panel here is really well equipped. We've got Treasury Board, we've got Mandy, we've got Wayne, Buckley, like Cloud speaking, his experience in Quebec. So I think you've got the expertise right here to let you know what we're doing and how this is impacting Canadians. So I'm going to start with Wayne here. I'll put you on the hot seat. I know you can handle it because you're so good in QP. So Wayne, when it comes to affordability, this is something that, as I mentioned, touches the lives of every Canadian. I know that it does for folks in my riding on Vancouver Island, as I mentioned. Can you tell us what you're hearing in your corner of the country and the measures that our government is taking and how that's impacting folks in your riding.
Well, thank you for that, Stephanie. Good morning to everybody. How's everyone doing? Little bit of momentum, little bit of excitement, huh? It's pretty good. Who was here last night? Yeah, so good to be here. So, look, we're obviously, and thanks for the question, Stephanie. I am Secretary of State of CRA Financial Institutions. I'm from the beautiful riding of St. John, Kennebecasis in southern New Brunswick. And I have to say, yes, shout out to New Brunswick. So let me say this. I mean, obviously, I've been an MP. I'm in my 11th year now, hard to believe. And the reason we're all in this room, the reason we're all members of the Liberal Party is we believe that government can do good things. We believe that as a party, we can do things to help our most vulnerable, to help those in need, to help working families, to help middle-class Canadians, to help Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That's what we believe in. The Conservatives don't believe in that. We believe government can do good things for people. That's why we're Liberal. Number one, first thing we did, Canada Child Benefit. The Canada Child Benefit is an amazing program, and what we did, because let's not forget, the Conservatives had a benefit that was targeted to basically millionaires. If you make over $1 million a year, you would get the same benefit as somebody that struggled making under $20,000 a year. So we changed that. We income tested it. We targeted the Canada Child Benefit to people that needed it the most. Transformational program for Canadians. Because I think we all agree, as a country and as a society, we should be judged by how we treat and look after our most vulnerable. That's how I feel. I think you all feel the same.
Wayne, that's a really good point, you know, focusing on the most vulnerable. And that has been a real focus of the Liberal Party, a real focus as well of Mark Carney and this government. And I'm wondering if you can tell me a bit about how we are in this government focusing on helping the most vulnerable. I know there's some stuff in your portfolio that you've been working on.
Well, I mean, look, we recognize, obviously, that there's an affordability crisis across this country. And we are taking action to deal with that crisis. Number one, the Groceries and Essentials Benefit. That is a wonderful new initiative that will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families this year, and then $1,400 per year for the next 4 years. It also includes a one-time 50% payment. We recognize that obviously we went through COVID, there was inflation, there was an affordability gap. We feel the Groceries and Essentials Benefit will go a long ways to closing that gap.
So Wayne, that replaced the GST benefit, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what the numbers were on that before? Like how much more this is for Canadians?
Well, just as an example, if somebody was getting 4 payments, say of $250 a year, $1,000, they would get a one-time $500 payment extra this year, and each one of those $250 payments would increase by 25%. So that goes a long ways to closing the affordability gap. I mean, we know inflation's come down, but we know there's still a difference, obviously, in the price of groceries, so on and so forth. We feel that over a few more years, those prices will come down too. But in the meantime, that's why this is a 5-year program, the Groceries and Essentials Benefit, that will go a long ways to closing that gap. And we've, you know, that to me is a wonderful initiative, along with, like my friend said, the tax cut, the cut on GST for first-time home buyers, the elimination of the consumer carbon tax. There's a lot of initiatives, and let's not also forget the daycare programs. Yeah,
Don't
and
forget
automatic
your
tax
microphone.
filing, which we'll get to here soon.
Yeah, Chef Cut, you were talking about the automatic tax filing.
Yeah.
It's on.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour, Sulma. My name is Shafkat Ali. I'm the MP for Brampton, Chincozy Park. And yeah, go on, please, yes. And I am President of the Treasury Board of Canada. I'd like to start off by thanking our leader, our Prime Minister, who stepped up at the right moment for the right reason and with the right skills. So that is meeting the moment and Canada needs him. And I think we're blessed to have him as a leader who has clarity in his vision and conviction and who's not afraid of taking bold actions and giving us direction how we're going to lead Canada to make superpower in energy in the G7 and to build the strongest economy in the G7. So I just wanted to thank our leader, Dr. Marc-André. Yes, he's PhD. So for taking us. And one of the mandates I've been given, it's to find saving. So we can invest in the areas that matter most to Canadians. So we can invest, build Canada homes, affordable homes. More than 50% of income goes into rents or the mortgages. And that is the core, like it's why I say him doctor, because he tries to find out the core issues and problems and wants to do surgical things to make it healthy economy. So
he's doing surgery.
Yeah. So I just want to share one story of my personal, that affordable homes, how they make a difference. I actually lived in one of the projects that's called Shalimar in Mississauga. That has 60% of rental market, 40% are affordable. One single mom, her two sons, Shabazz and Asad. She was working and she was paying rent at the subsidy. So she could put that money to get education for her sons. And they actually were volunteer when I was starting, political activism. Those kids now working in and getting paid between 200 and 300,000 K. Because of that benefit of living in that environment, having that facility, she was able to get them a good education so they can get good jobs and they can contribute into Canadian economy. So that's how that benefit of investing in Build Canada Homes, and that's exactly Prime Minister has done, our leader has done, to invest in core priorities, which is Build Canada Homes.
Yeah, and that's a great example, really, because it not only touches on how it was helping that mom, but intergenerationally, how it helps the next generation get ahead, and we do better for future Canadians. And this makes me think of the North and how focused our Prime Minister is on making sure that the North gets the attention that it needs so desperately, and to make things better now and for the future. And so I'm going to throw this to Mandy. I know that both as a representative of the North, but also as someone who is working diligently to ensure that you're bettering the lives of Indigenous peoples and future generations. If you can tell us some of the work that you're doing in that regard to improve affordability for Canadians in the North and for Indigenous peoples. And maybe Buckley, if you can jump in on this too, on the conversation.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Bonjour tout le monde. Fier qu'on est ici. Je suis très contente. C'est ma deuxième convention. Je suis un député de Québec, mais j'ai un double travail. J'ai la plus grande circonscription au Québec, qui est pour la première fois dans très long venu libéral, nouveau membre d'un parti libéral. Oui, je suis très fière. Not only do I represent one of the largest ridings in Quebec, I also have the role of minister representing all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in Canada. So it is a huge undertaking. It is a huge undertaking. And, I really want to acknowledge what Chef Kat said earlier. We are really, in a time in history where we are seeing history unfold. And we are seeing a Prime Minister taking the lead in that space. But I'm also really proud to see that the Liberal Party is making history with the largest Indigenous caucus ever, the largest women's caucus ever. These are huge changes, and it really shows the values and the principles that we are speaking to and working with. Yeah, that's great. Coming to the question that Stephanie raised, we are also seeing, a lot of critical investment in the north. There's a lot of opportunity that's being created in the north, what Buckley highlighted earlier. It's not only about affordability and bringing down the cost of living. There's a number of great programs, that my colleagues have spoken to. I think some of the things that I wanted to highlight is when you're an MP that's working with a huge base of non-Indigenous people, you are doing the work of speaking to these programs. When you are working in this space of being one of the largest ministries that's working for Indigenous peoples in Canada, you're also having the double duty of creating opportunity, because this is where you truly bring down the cost of living. So I am so proud of the initiatives under Build Canada Homes that are creating housing in remote and isolated communities. We're also bringing down the cost of food with Nutrition North. I'm really proud of my colleague, Rebecca Chartrand, who's really driving this portfolio, supporting her. And I'm really pleased to see the work that Buckley is doing with his file and introducing that cellular connection. These things are huge costs for families. We are addressing them. And I think we're also paying attention to those little things that sometimes people don't realize have an impact. The reduction of the NSF charges, the cap on the fee. Sometimes when you are a family that is, waiting at the end of the month and you have something bounce in your account, that can really have a huge impact on a family. I also want to say, being a New Liberal, being part of this party, representing people in my riding, I've had so many opportunities to hear from people like Kathleen, the mother of 2 young children, who told me for the first time ever she was able to sign up for the dental care program and was able to have access to services for her and her children. This is a great program. It is a huge success. I'm so proud of the work that La Ministre Michelle is doing to really push this program. We're not only looking at how affordability is created through the programs that we offer, but creating opportunity. And I think that this is going to be something that we're going to speak to in the panel, so I'll leave it at that. But I'm going to hand it to Buckley, because I saw Buckley last week in Iqaluit. Okay, I was in my riding, Northern Quebec, minus 39 with a parka. I see Buckley in Iqaluit with a spring jacket making a significant announcement. So I was really proud of him that he went up there. Great job, Buckley. Great job.
Buckley, why don't you tell us a bit about that announcement?
Well, I just wanted to send one message. Doing that, Minister Mandy, is that I just want to tell him Saskatchewan people are tough. So, and a rough riders rock. But anyway, on our visit to Nunavut, I was just really struck with the power that the Inuit have on their lands, their governance, their business, and their presence in Nunavut. And when I visited Nunavut, it inspired me that day as the minister responsible for rural Canada that we need to put in place a remote specific strategy as we deal with rural Canada overall. Nunavut inspired that. As you look at some of the work around Nutrition North, around the Northern Defense opportunities that Nunavut will be a part of, as you look at the 700 housing units that Nunavut is now going to receive, and of course, as Minister Mandy alluded to, we've committed to connecting all 25 communities, 16,000 people to high-speed internet within the next several years. And all this initiative is around strengthening the Inuit people and the people of Nunavut. But we got the greatest gift ever when we went to visit Nunavut. Prior to that, we have Lori Idluit joining us. And she is a powerful, powerful speaker, great connections with the communities in the land. So Nunavut can contribute. Nunavut is in, and Nunavut is strong. And that's a lesson we've learned from one particular trip. So thanks again.
I'm looking forward to going to Nunavut in May for the seniors federal provincial territorial meeting. So I'm really excited to see what Nunavut has to offer Canada and what we can do for Nunavut. And one of the things that keeps coming up through all of the discussion that we've had so far is the importance of housing, right? The importance of housing to our pocketbooks, and making sure that we can make ends meet. And I know, Claude, that you had a really good story earlier that you were telling me about, and I'm hoping maybe you can share.
Absolument. Merci beaucoup, Claude Gay de la salle Aymar Verdun. Bienvenue chez nous, ici, à Montréal. Pendant la campagne, une des premières choses, parce que moi, j'ai jamais fait de politique pendant 40 ans, et puis je me lance en politique, je fais une campagne. La salle Aymar Verdun, c'est un microcosme de Montréal. 50% des gens louent, ont un loyer. Au lieu d'être propriétaire. C'est un quartier qui est en gentrification. Donc, de plus en plus, les loyers augmentent. Les gens ne sont plus capables de se payer leur loyer. Il y a aussi ce qu'on appelle les rénovictions, où les gens se font augmenter pour se faire sortir de leur loyer. Alors, c'est un problème important. Donc, bâtir plus de maisons pour être capable de faire descendre les prix ou la pression, ou avoir des coopératives ou des loyers qui sont contrôlés ou basés sur le revenu. C'était, pour moi, c'est devenu la priorité numéro 1 dans ma circonscription. Parce que je voyais des gens comme, je vais l'appeler Fred pour pas dire son nom, mais on a 4 stations de métro dans la circonscription. Et puis, il y a 5 ans, il n'y avait aucun itinérant. Et pendant la campagne, on voyait des itinérants, dont Fred, entre autres, avec qui j'ai parlé dans la station de métro. Mais lui, il s'était fait expulser pour supposément des rénovations dans son loyer, et il était plus capable de trouver un loyer qui était possible de se payer. Et ça, c'était une représentation de ce que j'entendais partout. Donc, le fait qu'on veut être agressif, de bâtir 2 fois plus de résidences, de portes, parce que c'est pas juste des maisons unifamiliales, c'est des appartements à loyer contrôlé. Maison Canada, pour ceux qui étaient ici à la réunion plus tôt ce matin, Maison Canada encourage les loyers à prix contrôlé. Et puis ça va faire qu'on va avoir moins d'itinérance. Puis il encourage aussi des loyers, puis on en a dans ma circonscription 2 qui sont récemment arrivés, pour aider les gens qui sont maintenant dans la rue à transiter back to normal life or reintegration after they've been homeless. So it's a multi-pronged approach. We got to double the number of doors, but we have to also take care of the people that are now at the bottom or the entrance of that ladder to be able to reintegrate society. Alors pour moi, ça a été quite an experience, and I'm so focused on helping those people in my riding, like Fred, which I met during the campaign in the subway station.
That's such a great example of how the lowest income earners are benefiting and able to benefit from what this government is offering. And it reminds me that a lot of times people who are unhoused, experiencing homelessness, they may not be able to access government benefits. They might not know about government benefits. And this has been something that I know the Liberal Party that you've cared about for a really long time. And this is something that I know, Wayne, you really care about. And you brought forward just a groundbreaking measure. I'm hoping you can, I'm sure they already know a bit about it, but.
So, and thanks for that. And again, we're liberals. We should be proud of what we do. We should be proud of how we're building this country. And we should be very proud of how we're reaching out and looking after our most vulnerable. I've been very fortunate to travel the country over the past couple months visiting the CVITP clinics. It's a community volunteer income tax clinic program right across the country. 4,000 organizations, 20,000 volunteers that do 1.1 million tax returns for free, mostly for our most vulnerable. We're funding that program. It's a wonderful initiative. And when you go in and visit those clinics, and you see the people, whether it's seniors, newcomers, our most vulnerable, unhoused, people getting tax returns, and I can certainly speak as a member of parliament in my constituency office. I think all of us have had people that have come into our offices that have not filed taxes in years, whether they're intimidated by it, they think they owe, most people don't, or other reasons. And like Jeanette, McLaughlin, who works in my office, there was a guy who was in a few months ago, hadn't filed in 7 years. He got a $22,000 tax return.
That's life-changing for him, isn't it?
It's life-changing. So through the CVITP, we're reaching the most vulnerable to help them file their taxes for free. We're also rolling into the automatic federal benefits.
Woo! That is so cool. Like
that'll be like 1.1 million people next year, up to 5 million people by 2029. Pre-filled tax returns. Again, we want to make sure people get the returns. They're their returns. They're your returns. They're not our returns. So we want to make sure we get that money in the hands of people that need it the most. It's life-changing for so many people across this country. And we're very, very proud of that initiative, the automatic federal benefits and the pre-filled tax returns. It's awesome.
Wayne, I think it's on us, all of us, to also make sure that people are aware. Dans ma circonscription, j'ai des organismes comme Henriette qui s'occupent de bienvenue à l'immigrant, comme Francesco qui s'occupe des personnes d'un certain âge qui ont des déficits mentaux. Ils sont même pas au courant des choses qu'on fait. Wayne, il parle de ces beaux programmes-là. J'adore le fait qu'on va faire automatiquement les rapports d'impôts, mais comme le dental care, l'assistance pour les dentistes, les gens ne le savent pas. Alors, les gens qui en ont le plus besoin sont probablement les gens qui savent le moins que ce programme-là existe pour les aider au niveau de l'assistance dentaire. Alors, de travailler avec les organismes locaux pour s'assurer que le message passe, parce qu'ils n'écoutent pas les nouvelles, ils n'entendent pas les nouvelles, ils ne savent probablement pas que ça existe. Et donc, il faut aussi s'assurer que la communication has to go also. It's upon all of us to make sure that these programs are communicated to the most vulnerable, who often are the one that we can't reach through normal communication.
That's such a great call to action for support and help from all Liberals, because we can bring this to our communities and we can collectively help lift each other up. And one of the areas of Canada where I know that we're putting in some really great programs is the North, and I'm thinking about Nutrition North now, because this is all about these basic needs that we have: housing, food. I'm hoping you can talk about that a little bit, Mandy.
Sure, thank you. I think that it is not well understood what it means to live in the North. The cost of living is extremely high.
How much is a jug of milk?
Parts of milk is subsidized, but I'm going to say if you're looking for a junky snack, a can of soda can literally run you $5 to $6. A can of soda. Not the healthiest thing, but I'm just showing a comparable of you could buy a soda here for like $1, $5 or $6 in the North. And this really has a huge impact on the food basket. Household expenses to be able to access healthy, quality food, and when you're a larger family, can be a huge challenge. So I'm really happy to see the work that's being done for the reform of Nutrition North. And I'm also really happy to be part of a government that's taken decisions to secure funding to really fill those gaps. I had the opportunity to travel in Nunavik. We made an announcement on the Inuit Child First initiative. This is a huge program that really helps families be able to access services in the North, be able to bring down household costs, being able to have reduced costs for food, also helping families be able to travel externally. To fly to some of the villages in my riding costs $5,000 return. This is quite significant, especially when you're trying to take your children outside for healthcare or doctor's appointments. So these kinds of programs, like Jordan's Principle and Inuit Child First Initiative, are essential safety nets to really help those families who are the most vulnerable. And, you know, I was so proud to be in my riding and to have the opportunity to make these announcements, because you really get those stories of how much impact this has on those families that are just looking to buy skates so their kids can be part of a hockey team, or looking to ensure that the mental health support that they receive as being part of a team really brings them up and really brings them into a space to contribute to their community. And it also means stability. Stability of services, absolutely critical.
And Buckley was whispering in my ear. He said that he's got a story he wants to share about the impact of this in his writing, so I'm going to put him on the spot.
Yeah, the support for families and the array of foods that are now affordable under the Nutrition North guideline is very, very much appreciated. I shared a story that when I was a younger guy and when I first started my family, there's first things I have 3 girls and they all look like their mom, so I'm happy with that. And
they must be too.
Yeah, they are. And the second thing is, touche. The other thing was when I was younger, I tried to live off the land some of our elders, and I was a horrible failure at it. The only thing I caught most of the time was rabbits. And I fed my daughters so many rabbits when they were young.
You're still younger, Buckley. You're still younger.
You know, so hunting skills were very, very poor on my part. But like I said, the variety of foods under the Nutrition North program helps a lot of families.
Thank you, Buckley. And he's always such a good sport when I rib him. So, you know, I think as I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this panel, I get to wondering, how does Treasury Board fit into this picture? You know, Treasury Board's kind of one of these departments. It's like this mystery. People are like, well, what does it really do? But, you know, it's really, really important government policy. But the question is, how does that really important government policy improve affordability?
Great question, Stephanie, and thank you for this question. What is Treasury Board?
Well, we don't need to talk about what Treasury Board is. I mean, that might take too long. We may not have enough time.
It's a lot of people, like Canadians, that this is the first question they ask me. What is Treasury Board? What do you do? How you can impact? So just to simplify, it is a central government agency. Everything or anything financially in and out touches Treasury Board, cannot move without a Treasury Board. So that is one thing. Second, Treasury Board is an employer of government employees, government service employees.
So you hold the purse strings?
Yes, federal government. A Treasury Board negotiate with big unions, government service unions, and Treasury Board oversees all policy and regulations that government operates federal. So there was two, Prime Minister has given me that mandate to find saving, to make government more efficient, to bring public service to sustainable level. So that's where we launched, along with Finance Minister, comprehensive expenditure review, where we will have to bring our public service to sustainable level. We have to balance our government operational budget in next 3 years, and we have to find savings that we can invest those savings in the areas matter most to Canadians. For example, infrastructure, housing, defense, major projects. So we're saving about 60 billion in 5 years. After launching this comprehensive expenditure review. So that focus is on affordability, so we can have affordable homes. Focus is on infrastructure, so we can build the strongest economy in one economy, strongest economy in the G7. That contributes to affordability. And then at the same time, I launched a red tape review, which is to give you example, any business wants to open a business, they have to go through many stages for multiple approvals from the same federal government departments, for one thing. So those regulations may be outdated, maybe they were in place 40 years ago, or maybe they're duplicative. So they're adding more burden to businesses, which means there's more cost, and that cost goes into consumer. So we actually have launched that red tape review across the federal government. We're streamlining those processes, simplifying those regulations so business can get faster approvals, reduce their costs so consumer can get cheaper products. So that is one thing we have launched that.
Yeah, can I jump in? Because I want to tell you a quick story about how I cornered Shafkat in the lobby outside of the House of Commons, and I said to him, I have learned that you are the reason for this fantastic thing that happened in my riding. So the Esquimalt Defense Base is in my riding, and yes, yeah. It's so great to have it right there on the coast. And what happened is they were able, and this is unheard of, anybody that's encountered the Department of Defense, like their jaws on the floor, they were able to purchase a building that had gone into bankruptcy proceedings, into foreclosure, and it took them 5 days to be able to make this happen. And like I said, nothing in the federal government has ever happened at that scale in 5 days. And it was because Shafkat had gotten his department to cut the process so that it was more streamlined and to ensure that more decision making at higher value price points were at a local level. And so this had earth-shattering impacts in Esquimalt for the base, for military members. They were able to purchase a brand new, beautiful turnkey condo building for military members, and that will take those military members out of market housing, opening up more rentals for folks who live on Vancouver Island. And so this is such a huge win-win in my riding, but there's stories like this all across Canada.
Stephanie, I'm glad that you brought it up. Please, look, we, for a longer time, we have underfunded our defense.
Yes.
And the housing is one of the major area that needed help. We actually, in order to build Canada strong, we have to build our Canadian Armed Forces strong. We need to provide them the tools and the training, the resources that they can be ready to secure our future, secure our borders, and housing was one of that. And also think about the 20% pay raise. That is directly benefiting in affordability.
Yeah. I've had military members in my community come up to me and thank me for that. And these are such great stories, and so I hate to cut it off, but I think they're going to start playing the music, like at the Oscars. So before we let you go, I just want to throw it back to our guy in finance, Wayne Long, for any final thoughts. Finance, they decide, they're really important in terms of how we're spending our money, ensuring affordability. We got to go through them for a lot of stuff. So tell us what's up.
Well, look, I think everybody should know, and everybody should leave this room knowing that our government is clearly focused on delivering affordability measures for Canadians, number one. We're laser focused on that. And like we've all said on this panel, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, which pays out thousands of dollars to families, whether it's the daycare program that can save a family up to $10,000 a year per child, whether it's the dental program, automatic federal benefits. Certainly on my side, in the financial sector, we're working on open banking, consumer-driven banking, which is going to increase banking competition. We're talking about the NSF fees, capping them at $10, bringing them down from $50. So, we know, again, that there's a challenge in the country with affordability. and we're dealing with it. We have solutions. The other party has slogans. We're actually moving forward with initiatives that will help Canadians.
Thank you, Wayne. And that's our time. Thank you for coming to our panel. I hope you got some good value out of it. Thank you.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. La prochaine session débutera à midi. We will now take a short break. The next session will begin at noon. Un rappel que les kiosques de formation du DLC sont dans la salle 512. Venez voir l'équipe terrain pour en apprendre davantage sur les
Well, you continue to watch CPAC as we bring you special coverage this week of the Liberal National Convention from Montreal. This is day 2. And as you see, the plenary is taking a bit of a break here at the Palais de Congrès. But I am joined by Liberal MP Chris D'Entremont right now to talk about floor crossings and what is taking place here in Montreal. Chris, thank you for joining us.
Good to see you.
So, when you joined the Liberals from the Conservative Party, and bearing in mind you were the first to cross the floor to join this government, you hinted that there could be other Conservatives who would follow you. Was Marilyn Gladu one of those Conservatives you had in mind?
And I would say no, she was not on my card. Really looking at the group of people that are more, centrist, people that were more progressive conservative, like a Matt Genereux, who has sort of the same base that I had, the same kind of experiences as a provincial member. Those are the kind of people that were coming to mind. I'm glad that Marilyn has made this decision, and we're happy to have her here.
Okay, so she wasn't on your bingo card, but here she is now part of the Liberal Party. How do you reconcile that? Because, as you say, you and Matt Genereux are more progressive conservatives than say, ideological right conservatives. And in Marilyn Gladu, we have someone who is social conservative, some would define her as, was pro-life. Is pro-life, voted against the ban on conversion therapy, literally had dinner with the convoy protesters. How do you reconcile her place in this party? What's motivating this?
Well, number one, she's going to have to respond to a lot of those allegations, those issues that she's been a part of. That's the worst part about being a politician, is that sometimes when you've been around for a long time, you've supported certain things that maybe you shouldn't have, and you can adjust. You can change your mind sometimes. And I think it's a rare thing in a politician to look at their past record and say, maybe I was wrong, and maybe the world has evolved ahead of me, and I need to adapt to that new evolution. So, I think she's got some answers to say what her position is on it. But I think, we're an inclusive party, and we believe in people can love who they want to love, and we believe in that woman's right to choose. And she's going to have to, vote in those particular ways, and I think she's making that adjustment.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we're going to see more floor crossers? There is speculation there are others in the wings.
Well, I can only go with the speculations at this point. I still think there are a number of people that aren't very, very happy with the direction the party is taking.
The Conservative Party.
The Conservative Party is taking. So we're going to see what's going to happen over the next few weeks. But ultimately, it's a personal decision for them, and I really don't want to comment on things going on or not going on within the Conservative Party itself. But they do need to look inwardly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm wondering how you have felt about the move, because you were a longtime Conservative, now a Liberal since the winter.
Yeah.
Do you feel that you're being used more effectively? Do you feel that you have more of a voice in this government, in this party?
Yeah, absolutely. The system that the Liberal Party uses in caucusing ideas, whether you're a national caucus or one of your regional caucuses or even your special interest caucus, how those groups actually impact the decision making of the Prime Minister is phenomenal. I feel that I have a full connection to the Prime Minister's office. I know I can call him. We can get the access to that PMO anytime that we want it. And the other part is that connection to ministers. Ministers interested in what's happening in your constituency. For me, it's a fishing industry. The lobster industry is such an important part of our economy. To be able to access directly Minister Thompson has been phenomenal in making decisions, whether it's the AFF or trying to look at wharves and those important things that my constituents have been asking for the last 5-6 years, and we've been unable to actually get changes done. Within a few weeks, we've been getting some things done that we haven't seen any movement in a very long time.
Is that the nature of government or the differences in parties?
I think it's the difference in parties because they're far more collaborative, but I think being part of government makes a big difference as well.
You know, there are those liberals who identify with the more progressive wing of this party who have expressed concerns, maybe not vocally, but have done so anonymously, speaking to members of the media, concerns that this party is moving too far to the right if they can welcome into it someone like a Marilyn Gladu. What do you say to those progressive liberals that are concerned that they're not hearing their issues supported enough in a very clear call for business-friendly policies from this government?
I think for any party to be successful in Canada, you have to be a big tent, and you have to be able to listen to people from one group to another. You know, that's why we listen to people from one ocean to the other ocean. You know, we have different issues that are important to us, and I think we as a Liberal Party to be a big tent is important. We need to have that, I would say, righter wing, and we need to have that lefter wing to be truly representative of all of Canada.
You use the word representative, and I will say that members of the Conservative Party have criticized floor crossers, have pointed out that in the last election, which is not even a year ago to the day, yes, they voted for the individual candidate, but they were voting for the Conservative candidate, and they make the argument by crossing the floor, you, respectfully, and others who have crossed, are disrespecting the thousands of Canadians who voted for a Conservative candidate. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, we as politicians, we as members that are elected, are there to represent our communities. The party doesn't mean a thing when you're actually elected. It doesn't matter who's coming to your office, who's asking questions, who needs help. We're going to represent all of them, whether they're Conservative, Liberal, NDP, and in Quebec, of course, Bloc. So, you know, I think putting that aside is that we as politicians need to make a decision on what is the best course of action for our ridings and how we better can affect and represent them. And if floor crossing is required, then it should be required.
And then left to the constituents to decide in the next vote?
If the next vote comes along and they don't like what happened, well, they have that opportunity to vote the person out.
Yeah. Listen, you are now part of this government that's very focused on improving the economy of this country, diversifying trade for this country. That is the policy that keeps being stated time and again. But up against, you know, these projects that will take years to complete, there are very immediate needs right now around affordability. The conflict in Iran is only going to exacerbate that in the months ahead. Do you think this government's moving quickly enough to deal with the affordability issues that Canadians are facing?
I think we are. You know, there's a number of things, whether you're talking about dental care or you're talking about, you know, the food in schools. All of those things have real repercussions on the pocketbooks of Canadians, and we need to continue to expand those. Daycare, all of those things really affect what's going to happen. The housing issue is that as we continue to expand those houses and those buildings, I mean, in my own community right now in Yarmouth, we're going to have some occupancy pretty soon. That frees up some of the other, you know, more affordable options in that community to be available to those folks. So, you know, everything takes time, but I think what's happening today, what we've been able to accomplish within that this year, has been absolutely phenomenal.
Do you think we're going to see more relief efforts? Because the pain is being felt. I know there's a GST credit on groceries now that has been expanded. There are other programs, but the pain is being widely felt right now across Canadians, not just one economic group in this country.
Yeah, no, I think every minister is on the ground listening. You know, I've never seen a group of ministers out and about in their communities. You know, whether you're a parliamentary secretary or just a regular MP, you know, you're there listening, and that input keeps getting fed into the PMO. You know, I really think that there's more coming as we try to work through this world challenge that we find ourselves in. You know, some of these things are not just happening right here, but the effects of what's happening around the world have every effect what's happening on a Main Street or a Tim Hortons in Yarmouth.
Okay. Chris, I always appreciate the time. Thank you for that.
Thanks for the invite.
Okay. Member of Parliament Chris Donsbermont. Now, listen, we're going to continue the coverage here in Montreal as the convention continues. And to that, I want to throw right now to my colleague Andrew Thompson, who's been walking the hallways of the Palais de Congrès here in Montreal, speaking to delegates. Andrew.
I'm with Chris Sutton, who was Liberal candidate in the southwestern Ontario riding of Essex in the last election, hoping to run again. And, you know, Chris, the Conservative Party made big gains in southwestern Ontario at the expense of the NDP, but For the Liberals, you're running in a riding that hasn't gone red in about 25 years. So what makes you think that Mark Carney has the right message for that part of Canada when the next election comes?
Because he's doing the right thing. He set out a platform. He told Canadians what he was going to do, and he's doing it, right? He's diversifying trade. He's protecting sovereignty with trade tariffs and trade wars with the U.S. He's pulling us more away from our dependence on our neighbors down south and giving us a global market, which is going to bring more investment to Canada, and it's going to build growth here. And, you know, he's if you listen to him or you listen to the finance minister, building a stronger Canadian economy was his mandate from the start, and he's doing it. You're seeing him do it.
And we've had the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, talking about, look, we need a new tariff-free auto pact with the U.S. You know, how do you counter that kind of message in southwestern Ontario?
Like, be realistic. Are we ever going to have a tariff-free? You know, hey, it's a dream. I'd love to see it because, as you know, Windsor, Essex area is agricultural and it's auto sector. To see a tariff-free trade with the U.S. in the auto sector, the manufacturing limit, that would be awesome. But we haven't had it in years. What makes him think that he's going to be able to do it now? When I see him go on there and say, you know what, I'm going to negotiate. We need to sit down and tell the president that we need a tariff-free trade deal. Come on, really? Do you not think that the Prime Minister already did that? Right? Like, you're throwing stuff out there to win votes, and that's not how it works. We need somebody like Mark that's going to go and do the job, get the job done. He's the guy that's sitting at the table, having the intelligent conversations, talking to other countries, talking to people about why you should invest in Canada, why you should bring business to Canada. He's not standing up there talking about, you know, this is what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. He's actually doing it, and that's the important thing.
And I also want to ask you about the fact, you know, we've had these floor crossings in recent months, most recently Marilyn Gladu, also from southwestern Ontario, you know, pulling in MPs from the New Democratic side of the spectrum and the Conservative side of the spectrum. You know, what does that do for your work as you're out door knocking? You know, what are you hearing from people about that decision and what it means for the Liberal Party to have, you know, now you've got a social conservative in Marilyn Gladu joining the party along with New Democrats?
Well, you know, you're gonna see pushback. And you're seeing it now. The Conservatives are going to create that circus like they have, and they've done it for years. And you're going to see that. What it tells me, and what I talk to people about is it's telling you something, right? It's telling you that the leadership in the other two parties isn't what it's supposed to be. They're not floor crossing because of, you know, there's deals and shady deals and all this. They're floor crossing because you have a Conservative leader is not the guy for the job, right? He doesn't have the resume for it. They've proven it. Just because he won a leadership review, okay, doesn't mean he's the guy for the job. And you're seeing it in floor crossings. People prior to that and people now are saying, you know what, you're not the guy to lead Canada into the next generation, right? The NDP, they just had their leadership race, right? You know, I wish the guy all the best, Avi, and I hope he does well, but the party is looking and his members are looking at, is this the guy to take us to the next level? And then you look at our leader, right, the Prime Minister. This is the guy that's doing it. This is the guy who has a resume. This is the guy that said what he was going to do, and he's making it happen. And they're seeing it. MPs are seeing it right across the board. If we want to create a stronger Canada, this is the guy that's going to do it. Simple as that.
Okay, let me close on this then, because you did mention the new NDP leader, Avi Lewis. Of course, southwestern Ontario has traditionally been a pretty strong bastion of support for the NDP. Do you see a renewed NDP under Avi Lewis perhaps eating into Liberal support where you are?
Possibly. You're right. As you know, previous candidates have been very strong in the NDP outlook. But from that standpoint, what I look at is why I ran in this is because I come from a labor background. I'm a millwright by trade. I've done it for 35 years. We don't have the voice in southwestern Ontario for middle-income families and skilled trades. The auto sector, the manufacturing, huge, agricultural. We needed. I ran in Essex because we need a voice from somebody that actually has lived the life that everybody down there is living, right? It's great that we have, you know, doctors and lawyers and stuff running in politics, but we need the people off the floor, boots on the ground, so to speak, to have that voice, you know, in government to say, you know what, trade tariffs and, steel tariffs and, affordability and housing. This is how it affects boots on the ground. This is how it affects everyday people. I've lived it. I've seen the ups and downs, with recessions and stuff. So I know how hard it hurts, right? And that's why I did it. Are you going to have that same? I don't know who the candidate is going to be in the next election for the NDP. I wish them all the best. But you know what? We're gonna fight for all it's worth, because at the end of the day, we need to bring representation back to our area, and we need to have people in our area have that voice, so that we can change the way the world works.
Okay, Chris Sutton, really appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Andrew, thank you for that. And with that, let's go back to the main stage here at the Palais du Congrès in Montreal. The Liberal National Convention, Day 2 underway, with the Industry Minister, Mélanie Joly, right now on the stage.
This is the time to talk about building Canada strong. Who's interested? Et donc, bonjour à tous, bienvenue à Montréal. Ça me fait plaisir de vous accueillir ici. For those who are not from my hometown, from Calais and I's region, please welcome. We're super happy to have you here in the wonderful city of Montreal. Oui, bien entendu, bien entendu. Écoutez, au cours des derniers mois, j'ai parcouru le pays, je me suis promenée un petit peu partout pour comprendre comment on peut rebâtir les différentes capacités industrielles ici au pays. Je me suis promenée, bien entendu, au Québec, en Ontario, en Colombie-Britannique, dans le Grand Nord, etc. Et je vois à quel point on a du travail à faire, mais à quel point aussi on a énormément d'ambition et on est capable, justement, de rebâtir encore plus notre pays. Mais une chose est claire, c'est que la sécurité industrielle, en fait, la sécurité nationale et la sécurité économique du pays vont de pair. When you think about it, and you read it on the news every day, we're living in a much more chaotic and dangerous world. The Prime Minister has said it. We all remember his Davos speech, where he mentioned that it was fundamental for middle powers to be able to work together to counter U.S. protectionism, the impact also of big tech, and basically difficult geopolitics. And so, you've heard him saying it, and I've been also repeating that time and time again. There are a lot of things in the world we can't control. We can't control what's going on in the White House. We can't control what's going on in the Middle East. But we can control what we do with our country and how we build our economy. And so we know we're in the midst of a trade war right now. We're continuing to fight every day for our jobs, and we need to make sure that we stop to be in dependency mode towards the United States, and we need to diversify our markets. In 2025, we were very much in reaction mode. In 2026, we have a plan, and we're putting it into place. And so, within the portfolio, within industry, what we will be doing is actually three things. We will protect, we will create, and we will attract. On va protéger, on va créer, et on va attirer. We'll protect jobs, we'll create jobs, and we will attract talent and investments. I can hear my team screaming. Great. Yes, thank you, thank you. So, I think it's Soha that I'm hearing. Oh, it's Tiana. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. So now, how do we protect jobs? We will continue to protect jobs in the sectors that are tariff. If you are in the auto sector, if you're in the steel sector, dans le secteur de l'aluminium, or in the forestry sector, things are hard right now. And we need to make sure that we provide hope and that we have a really good plan. We've been working with many, many companies, from Algoma Steel in Sault Ste. Marie. Anybody from Sault Ste. Marie here? Yes? So Northern Ontario. To Hamilton, anyone from Hamilton? Y a-t-il du monde Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, du Québec? Donc, dans le secteur de l'aluminium, Southwestern Ontario? Of course. And so we've been working with many companies, from the Algoma Steel to obviously the different auto
plants and auto companies, Honda, Toyota, to really be able to protect the jobs. And you know what? We have an auto strategy, a really good one. We will fight for the Brampton workers, and we will fight also for the Ingersoll workers. And when you think about our auto strategy, everybody's in favor of it. The industry, unions, environmentalists, consumers. The only ones that are against, the conservatives. So, in that sense, we will continue to fight for our auto workers. Now, we will protect jobs, but we will also create jobs. And we know that we have to create jobs, and we've been doing a really good job, particularly when comparing our job numbers to the US. We've been creating jobs, and we need to do so for young people, for this generation that is actually affected by the trade war. So we came up with our first defense industrial strategy. It is the first time in our history since the Second World War that we actually have a defense industrial strategy. The investments we're making in our Canadian Armed Forces, which we trust and love, and that are there to protect our sovereignty and protect our prosperity, well, we will also make sure that we are investing to create jobs. 125,000 jobs will be created through our defense investments. This is the biggest industrial strategy that we've ever had as a country. It is supported by a budget of $500 billion. And so we will create jobs à Mirabel. On va créer des emplois à Mirabel. We'll create jobs in Abbotsford, in BC. We'll create jobs on Vancouver Island. We will create jobs in Winnipeg. We will create jobs in Manitoba. Indeed, I know Manitoba Strong is there. We will create jobs also in Nova Scotia, in Atlantic Canada, in New Brunswick. We will create jobs in Ontario. We will create jobs in the North working with Indigenous people. We will create jobs in this country. And while we are creating jobs, we will also help the impacted sectors, obviously aluminum workers and steel workers, because we will build Canadian. And so last point before we head to the panel. I've talked to you about protecting jobs, I've talked to you about creating jobs. We will also attract talent and investment. On va attirer du talent et des investissements également. Alors, qui suit présentement Artemis? Anyone following Artemis right now? So, I was in Saint-Hubert at the Canadian Space Agency 2 days ago, speaking with Jeremy Yanson and the crew. The Prime Minister also spoke to them. We're very, very proud of them. Of course, we're following very closely what's going on today. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as we're really focusing on their safety. And I really hope we can all celebrate tonight as they're coming back on Earth. But fundamentally, we believe in science and we believe in research. On croit dans la science, on croit également dans la recherche. Et c'est pourquoi nous avons lancé notre grande stratégie aussi pour attirer les talents. We launched a very important talent attraction strategy. We are in brain gain mode while other countries are cutting on science and cutting on research and turning their back on academic freedom. We will attract these researchers and we will bring them to Canada. So, may you be at UBC, at McMaster, Guelph, U of Alberta, if you're McGill, Laval, Montreal, if you're in university in Atlantic Canada, in the north, wherever across the country, Saskatchewan, you will be able to benefit from this strategy. The goal is to really be able to attract the best and the brightest, and that's another way to build Canada strong. So, on est dans un moment pivot. On doit continuer de travailler ensemble. Et votre voix compte. We are at a pivotal moment. We need every single one of you to build this country, and we will do so all together. Thank you so much. It is now my pleasure pleasure, c'est maintenant mon plaisir d'accueillir sur le stage Lena Metlej-Diab, the Minister of Immigration. Lena, please come on board. Patrick Pichette, ancien CFO de Google, former CFO of Google, et partenaire chez Innovia Capital, et un petit gars de Montréal-Nord. And Richie Valdez, Minister of Gender Equality and Secretary of State for Small Businesses and Tourism. So please come on stage, folks. Merci.
I'm looking at my watch. Bon après-midi. I guess it's afternoon. Bon après-midi tout le monde. How are we all feeling? OK. Avant de commencer, je tiens d'abord à féliciter et à remercier tous les organisateurs de ceux qui ont contribué à la réussite de cette fantastique convention. What do you guys think? Listen, a special mention to the young liberals, first of all. For many reasons, I've seen you working the room and working the phones and working the text. So congratulations to all of you. And as an aside, I started as a young liberal back high school and university. And 40 years later, I'm still here. So goes to show, as a young liberal, thank you. Okay, so listen, folks, we're going to make this entertaining, but we also want to be educational a little bit, but also we want to provide you with information that I think you will all find valuable. There's a very clear reason why this new government was elected. We were elected on a clear mission, and I'm looking here, I wrote it here. Our panel is called Building a Stronger, More Competitive Canadian Economy. Yes, that deserves a... So Prime Minister Carney had a plan. We are elected on a mission, and that is to make Canada the strongest in the G7. Correct? So everything that we are doing, regardless of the portfolios that we have and regardless who we bring on, has that same mission. So as you know, I am the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. And in that role, I think you all know that, and I will, that immigration est fondamentale pour la réussite du Canada. There is no doubt about that. Presque 100% de la croissance de notre main-d'œuvre est grâce à l'immigration. C'est pourquoi notre travail maintenant est de recentrer nos programmes d'immigration afin d'atteindre la plus haute proportion des immigrants économiques depuis des décennies. That is exactly why we are concentrating more than ever on economic immigration. Yes. We are building a country strong. We are working across government departments. We work quite a bit with Madame Jolie here's department, and I'll be asking her a question on that. I know you started with protect, your 3 pillars, create and attract, so I'll be asking you a question on the attraction piece. We know there's a lot to do, but I think rest assured, folks, we are on this. But before I start with you, let me start with Monsieur Frechette, who most of us, Pichette, did not know that, number one, he is a former CFO of Google. Well, there's a lot to know about you. I just heard, you told me a lot backstage there. But I'm only going to mention the ones that I can mention up here. You have experience in the Silicon Valley. And one interesting fact is you were on the board of Twitter, and you sold Twitter to Elon Musk in 2022 for $44 billion in cash, not equity, not share, cash. So question for you. I know right now you're working very much on tech and AI between Canada and Europe. Can you give us some advice? What can we do more or what should we also be doing to ensure that, given the existential economic crisis we're in now, that we turn the ship around and make sure Canada is the strongest in the G7?
That's a big question.
That's a simple question, right? On a 5 minutes, on va régler ça en 5 minutes. Je vais vous parler en anglais, mais évidemment, de Montréal-Nord, c'est aussi facile en français s'il y a d'autres. Fait que, it is such an unbelievable opportunity for Canada today. It is this sleeping giant that is our country is just waking up. And I know that our previous Prime Minister, M. Chrétien, said it with a joke, but I think he was absolutely right. Like, Donald Trump is one of the best gifts that Canada has ever received. Because every day I wake up, it forces us to be truly what we should be. And in the tech world where I come from, so the industrial policies that are very different for more traditional industries, but for the tech world, it's a war for talent. And it is important to bring these people to Canada. What's great is they used to go to the US, but now they can't. The H-1B visas are closed. And by the way, once they get to the US, now they can't bring their families with them anymore. You know what? They're looking for a place where they can have their families with them, grow safely, have a great life, contribute to society, and guess who can offer that? We can. So, and don't make any mistakes. Like, a lot of countries are competing for this talent right now. So I absolutely applaud your efforts. You need to triple whatever is in your head today.
There's a lot in my head.
I was, and on the other side of it, let me give a bit of a sober on the protect side. So let me give you a few facts. In Canada, the minute you have your degree, if it's a professional degree, right? There's something in the Canada kind of free trade agreement. I got the wrong acronym, but you get it. It's called the TN program. So Microsoft, I finished from University of Waterloo with my computer degree. Microsoft phones me, offers me a job, 300 grand a year, right? All I have to do is show up at the border, apply for a TN visa, right? And I get this 3-year, like, no questions asked. It costs $30. And now I moved to Microsoft. We as Canadians have subsidized my education to the tune of, you pick the number, $500,000, right? 500,000. And if it's a graduate student, go up, right? 30,000 TN go to the US every year. You want to save yourself $5 to $10 billion? Shut the TN program. And then keep them in, or make them pay their $500,000 so that if they leave, I'm okay with that. You want to go to the US? Give me back my money. Like my dad, my mom, you all work every day to offer them their education. So we need both sides. We need to fight on one side to make sure that we bring the very best talent of the world because they all want to come here now. It's absolutely wonderful. But you can't have the sieve on the other side. You can't let $5 billion or $10 billion a year of your hard-earned cash so that Microsoft can get smarter.
Melanie, I'm coming to you. Look, let's just lead on that, on the attraction, on the researchers, on the scientists, on whatever. I can say what we've been doing on immigration with you, but I want you to say what we've been doing and what we've attracted just in the last few months, and the fact that we have moved heaven and earth, we can say that here, right? 14-day processing for some of these researchers to come right to Canada. That's on the immigration side. On your side, give us the spiel.
Well, basically, we came up with this great strategy, which is with one of the biggest budgets on earth, which is $1.7 billion. And they can come, yes, here, but the goal is to be able to bring their family, okay, obviously, because that's what they're looking for. But not only their family, their entire lab. Because we have research chairs, and we have 100 research chairs. Now, this is the untold story of the strategy. all universities on board, all researchers are on board. This is creating a lot of attention. And I just saw the latest numbers because there was a first wave of application. The second wave will be in June. But right now, we're attracting top talent, even from Ivy League universities, actually a lot of them. Nearly 70% of all the people that have applied to come to Canada are from the US.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, no, go ahead, yes.
I just want to make sure that because I live in Europe, so for the benefit of everybody, I kind of think of me as living on a plane, but like I spend a ton of time in Europe, Canada, and California. Europe right now has awoken to the same issue. They're incredibly competitive. Like I've been in a meeting where they've basically said to me, Patrick, just tell me what you want. Not here's the list of criteria by which you have to tick the boxes. They told me, just tell me what you want and we'll fill out that for you so you can come to my country. That's our competition. So we absolutely have, and it's a word of encouragement. We're doing everything right now. We should never forget, it's like you're as good, but you got to watch your competition and you got to be as smart as they are, if not smarter. So please keep doing what you're doing because that's the way that a couple of years from now, we'll look back and say, we did it right.
Yeah, and I think we have this fantastic opportunity we need to seize. And indeed, we're competing with the world. We have actually a bigger budget than Europe to attract them, so that's good. But at the same time, I must say, Lena and I are working also on having a proposal for the equivalent of H-1B, which will be also important, and that will also help us to attract the talent and keep them here, because obviously Lena is working on permanent immigration rather than temporary, and we know that.
We know that. So we do have an immigration plan. I think you've probably heard me say that again. And that plan is working. And I want you to know that it's not just immigration, it's not just one minister, it's not just one department. I think the key takeaway here is we work across government departments. We're not working in silos, and that is exactly why we will achieve and we will get things done. Let me go to you, Richie. You are on the small business and tourism, and we know this is spring now and summer's coming. We know how important that is to our economy and to Canada. Last year we had record-breaking tourism numbers, and all due, well, I don't know if all due, but a lot of it due to the fact that, folks, Canadians are shopping and buying and staying home. That's a good thing. Tell us about your strategy.
Thank you so much, Lena. Hi, everyone. How are we doing today? It's so great to join so many Liberals from across the country. That is a great question. So on the immigration front, with regards to the fact that it's across all federal entities, how immigration has helped empower small and medium-sized enterprises is it's essential, especially in rural and remote communities, Quebec, northern communities. We still need to ensure that we're attracting to fill the labor gaps that we're experiencing with small businesses. And I'm going to take it back to what Melanie said right in the beginning of her speech. She talked about the opportunity that we have here in building our country strong. Small businesses are at the heart of that, and being a small business entrepreneur myself, we make up 98% of all businesses. And so capitalizing and ensuring that we're empowering small businesses is absolutely essential. And back to what Patrick was saying, it is key. So thanks to President Trump and the unjustified tariffs, it has created us tremendous opportunity. From a tourism side, $60 billion, the highest level of tourism in the country. And then when it comes to the opportunities for our small businesses, our Buy Canadian policy is tremendous. This is a huge paradigm shift, which is vitally needed. Yes, we can celebrate that. Because across all federal entities, it ensures that small businesses are at the heart of it, making sure we're investing in Canadian businesses, keeping Canadian jobs and talent here. So I think that's a huge opportunity, especially as we build more homes, as we increase our defense investments. In every which way, we're going to make sure that small businesses are included in that, and we're creating the bridges and opportunity for them to take advantage of that as well.
And I think that's wonderful. Yeah, no, we don't want to miss that. And I think the wonderful thing about that is it's throughout the country, in every region, but also rural Canada. For example, now I represent a rural community along with an urban community. It's now, hopefully, I proposed the name calling it Halifax West Peggy's Cove. By the way, who doesn't know where Peggy's Cove is? It's great. So,
You know Halifax.
You know, no, you're gonna know Peggy's Cove too.
We know Peggy's Cove.
You know Peggy's Cove. Anyway, it's the number. I heard people telling me that it's one of the #1 destinations in the world they'd like to visit before they die. What do you think? And so
we can all come and see you, Lena.
Thank you. Melanie, why don't you talk to us a bit about job growth?
Well, good news this morning. We're bouncing back. 14,000 jobs were created in March. So indeed. So, since we've been elected, we've created more than 100,000 new jobs. And when you look at it and compare it to our neighbor to the south, which is 10 times our economy, has been actually stagnating in terms of job creation. So our plan is working, so that's good news. And I wanted to refer to Richie because a lot of these jobs are created through small businesses. And so that's also the core of our economy. When we're thinking of our defense industrial strategy, for example, we will make sure that the supply chain is in Canada. We want industrial, so we want IPs, intellectual property control. We want to be able also to continue to help small businesses to scale up. We have an issue because it's not only our talent leaving to the US, but it's also our companies when they're, we're really good at research, but commercialization is an issue.
The minute that they're successful, the US comes and nabs them.
Exactly. So we're working, we have in the last budget a new venture cap strategy. So we got nearly $1 billion to invest in Canadian venture cap to support and grow our businesses. And we are going to focus on commercialization of research. So it's one thing to have the great research, including in artificial intelligence and quantum, etc. We need to create businesses. We need to make sure that they stay here. We need to offer them ways to grow, and we need to make sure that we create jobs here.
So Prime Minister Carney's vision is based on 4 pillars: talent and resources, unifying our economy, which, by the way, in my lifetime, I've never seen the provinces and territory work so closely together with Government of Canada as I have seen in the last 10 months.
I agree.
And believe me, I've been looking for decades. Not only as a politician, but as a business leader, but also as a Canadian and as a lawyer. And because of that, we've been able to break down a lot of barriers which needed to be broken down inside Canada. Because I think #1 problem we were hearing on the street from everyone is it's easier to deal with countries outside Canada than it is to do business inside Canada. So I'm very, very happy that is starting to break down. We also have the 3rd pillar, building Canada, buying Canada. You talked a bit about that, but also diversifying our trade. Patrick, let me ask you this. I know you're doing a lot between Canada and Europe. What can we do with our businesses? What else can we do with our businesses to sort of harness that strength that Canadians have, but also ensure that we grow our economy and our businesses, regardless of size?
Another easy question. I think it's, again, let me make you a really simple world for a second, but bear with me. Imagine Europe. It's 450 million people. It's the GDP of the US. It's this giant place. It's educated, civilized, it shares a ton of our values. I live in Britain, I spend a lot of time in Germany and in the scans. I just feel at home. Like, stuff works, you come back at night, you don't worry. And so you have this place, and it used to get all of its resources from Russia. All its oil, all its wood, all its minerals, and a ton of other stuff, right? That's shut down for, you pick the number, 50 years, 100 years, it's shut down. That region of the world is looking for a partner. And guess what we have? Everything. And so for us, I'm just stating the facts. You don't need to applaud. These are just facts. But there lies the opportunity. The opportunity is really, truly for Canadians need to go to Europe. You need to understand that if we're going to build our defense, they're the leading edge. The U.S. just got a nosebleed out of a terrible conflict in which I don't know if it's how it's going to end. They got a terrible nosebleed. Meanwhile, you know, Ukraine is showing the innovation. Germany is showing the innovation. Like, that's where the real IP and the courage, by the way, which whom, you know, I immensely admire, that's where all of the infrastructure is being built. And so we have this absolute opportunity for us to jump on, spend the time in Europe, build these partnerships. You know, everybody thinks of BMW as this big company, but BMW, it's all these little businesses. The ball bearing business and the wheel business. And it's like hundreds and hundreds of these small businesses, family-owned businesses that are incredibly successful. And at the moment, as we speak, because I go to these meetings, they're all repurposing themselves for a world that's going to be without the U.S. That train has left the station. It's over. So here's our opportunity. Our opportunity in Canada is spend time in Europe, build these relationships, and actually they need us just as we need them, and we're their backup plan. You have to think strategically. Like, in the long run, they need a plan B as well, and Canada's their perfect plan B. So for small medium businesses, for all the industries that we're going to invest into aerospace, as well as defense, intelligence, and AI, conflict of interest, I'm on the board of Cohere. I've declared it. But
we love Cohere.
There you go. And these are all things that are just right there for us for the picking. Please, let's do it. Let's build an extraordinary country with a great partnership with Europe.
So building on that, I'm going to get both of your opinion on that. I know you've spent some time in Europe. Richie, tell us what you're doing. Richie, tell us what you're up to.
Well, absolutely. So as Patrick said, he talked about there's two major opportunities for small businesses, the international, what we're doing out there, but also domestic. So on the international front, as the Prime Minister and Maninder Sidhu is securing trade agreements with many other countries around the world, we're ensuring that through our small and medium-sized enterprise export readiness program, which we're working on, is we're creating that bridge, showing small and medium-sized businesses how they can actually take advantage of it. Because right now it's a huge cultural shift. Small businesses, some don't even realize that they're exporting, but they are. So we're enabling more of that. And we're creating all those opportunities, and the best way to do it is by building relations with many other countries. Maninder is constantly taking businesses here from Canada onto trade trips into different places around the world. That is also creating opportunity. But what we're also doing domestically is right when we came into government is we brought down all the federal, provincial, and territorial trade barriers that existed, which is enabling small and medium-sized enterprises to also take advantage of being able to trade within our country. We need to make sure that we are acting like one country as opposed to 13, and thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister, we are accomplishing that.
Well, indeed, at the time when I was foreign minister, when the Ukraine war started, we saw bit by bit this pivot. But I think now we're seizing much more the economic opportunity of Europe, not only following the Ukraine war, but also following the decision by the Trump administration to impose tariffs. And so there was a first wake-up call, but now there's yes, an important one. And I remember a year ago being in the Munich Security Conference saying, if it happens to us, you're next. And that's exactly what happened. That being said, what is interesting right now is that we need to work with, yes, Europe, also Asia, because obviously these dependencies are towards particularly Russia on the energy side. That's the case also on critical minerals. And we need to be able to have secure supply chains. And so we need to do two things, really, and that was the PM's Davos speech, which is really working together to diversify our markets, create ultimately an important platform for middle powers to work together to counter protectionism. That can come from the US, that can come from China as well, and eventually being able to secure that market that is more than 1 billion people, that is very attracting, and that we can help offer our products and our services, but also be able to create opportunities here back home. We're too dependent on the US, we know that. Every time we're trying to diversify, it's as if it's so much easier for businesses. But what I feel and what I hear when talking to CEOs and people across the different regions of Canada is that geopolitical risk and that unpredictability coming south of the border is such a huge factor in their decision making that now they have no choice. They have no choice either to look east or west, like Richie was saying, to be able to work and create opportunities across the country, or to actually go elsewhere. And so that moment is important because we have the business sector with us, we have the unions with us, we have the researchers with us. Guys, we have Canadians with us, so we'll use it and we will make sure that we build our country strong. Thank you.
I think I saw you wanting to say something when we talked about diversification and we mentioned Asia.
Yeah, no, look, because I live in Europe, it's very easy to see. I'm at dinners, I'm at convention, you see how all of these threads are weaving as we speak, right? And in Canada, we have this extraordinary benefit that's also a liability. We're far away from trouble. We really are. We're the most, if you have a Canadian passport, I always jokingly say, you won the lottery. Because...
I think we know that very well.
Yeah, we all do. We all do. But my point is, so because I live in Europe, I see all of these, but I know for a fact that the Cohere team, it's winning contracts in Japan. Yeah. It's winning contracts in Korea. It's winning... because they're living the same thing. I'm not close to it day to day personally, but you can see, you're absolutely right, Mr. Joly, that we have the same opportunities for Asia, and we've heard earlier today in another panel I was listening to for natural resources and all of our resources, like India and Indonesia and all these countries. Again, there's massive partnerships to be built. So it's not only Europe. I just gave you the vignette of Europe because Europe is where I live. And you know it's happening, so there lies the opportunity.
And you've been talking about Cohere. Not everybody knows Cohere.
Oh, so here we go. Here's, again, a very classic Canadian story, right? So I'm going to apologize first, because it's Canadian. And so here's what we did. The Canadian government, in the 1970s and 1980s, invested in something called artificial intelligence through an organization called CFAR. Everybody knows CFAR? Yes, good. So CFAR does fundamental research. They work on stuff that nobody cares about, right? So in the 1970s, 1980s, and early 1990s, nobody cared about AI, but we basically created these chairs of research that actually attracted the best researchers of the world to do AI in Canada, right? As a result of which, now, and so these people, I'm making a joke, but it's half a joke. They're all on whiteboards writing all their formulas, and then they look at it and they say, one day we'll have enough compute to run this stuff. And then until then, let's go play table tennis, right? And they're professors at universities and they do amazing things. The compute showed up. The compute showed up a half decade ago when I was at Google. When I was at Google, I was in the meeting when Jeff Dean said, I've solved Translate. I can translate any language in any language. The only problem, Patrick, is I need a data center to do this. And I was with Larry and Sergey, we're having a good, and they looked at me and they said, can we give him a data center? And I'm like, yeah, of course we can give him a data center if we're going to solve Translate 40 languages by 40 languages. We, in Canada, have all of this talent. We've built it, And now it's getting stolen from everyone around the world. We have 10% of all the IP of AI here at Mila, here in Montreal. We have it at the Vector Institute at Waterloo. And everybody wants our stuff. And what we've done is, one of the teams, so Jeff Hinton, one of the University of Toronto professors, when I was at Google, we hired Jeff. We took him on a contract for 7 years at Google. He left with his team of researchers, including a young guy called Aiden, and they wrote this seminal paper that is really the paper that actually launched AI, the Transformer paper. You've heard it in the progress. Go Transformer! And the Transformer paper was actually co-authored by Aiden, Canadian, in Toronto, right? So now the US is the US. What do? They do what they do really well. They do OpenAI, they do Anthropic. They tell the world, we've already solved this, it's our answer, that's it. So you get on the bandwagon. And Aiden and his team of kind of redoutables Gaulois là, dans leur village au nord, they came up and they said, no, we're going to start Cohere. And at first, it's about...
In Canada.
In Canada, in Toronto. And so what happened is we launched this little company, Inovia Capital, my venture firm, because we do crazy stuff. We kind of backed them up. We backed up the truck. Here, take all my money. And so Cohere is now, there's only 4 countries in the world that have foundation AI models. The US, China, France, a company called Mistral, and us. And now, Cohere is the company for the coalition of the willing, the free will. If you think ahead of the next 25 years, do you want your stuff to run on US infrastructure? I don't think so. Do you want it to run on Chinese infrastructure? Cohere is the choice for the world. So now we're building a global champion. That's the Cohere story.
And of course, we now have a minister of AI.
Yes, Evan Solomon is working very closely with the Cohere team. And Joël Lightbaum also, a minister in charge of procurement, is working.
Yes.
And our goal is not only to support, indeed, Cohere, which is a major achievement for us. We need to really help all the small businesses that can benefit in the AI sector. And that will, and afterwards, also translate in the steel sector, the aerospace sector, all the different industries that I'm much more in charge of. But that's why I wanted people to hear Patrick's point of view and actually story on Cohere, because I think it's not known enough. And I think we should celebrate Canadian successes.
We have to, and by the way, I want to really thank the Canadian government who supported Cohere as well. Because what did the US do? The military will give them a big contract, the big governments will give, and then they say, okay, declare victory. This is our champion. You're stuck, right? You have to, and we've done the same thing. We're finally standing up and we're saying, no. This is our champion. This is going to be a global champion. We're supporting. So thank you, Canada.
And how do we bring Canadians along who may still be a little bit worried about AI and all of that, like from your experience and expertise? Because that's still happening, and I don't mean...
AI is going to change everything. Like, think of it this way.
But for the better, right?
Before... AI is going to change everything, just like there used to be horses. And then somebody invented the motor. And the motor itself is a driving force that invented the car, the locomotive, the lawnmower. AI is like the motor. It's going to change everything you do. It's going to be slow in some places. It's going to be super fast in others. But it's just an incredible opportunity. And so for all the business people, just get onto, if you can get onto Cohere, go on Cohere. If you don't, try any tool, but don't wait, because it's going to be absolutely amazing. And yeah, there's going to be big changes. Like, there's a ton of, whoever's doing bureaucracy, that's going to disappear. That's going to be gone. Like, anything that is like, I fill in Form 16A and I give it to, and then they put it into a spreadsheet, it's all gone. And for good. Like, who wants to live in that world? And let's build great things instead.
So
let's solve cancer. Why don't we solve cancer? Why don't we build industries?
Absolutely, and I think that's something that we are working on as well in Canada. And I do hope one day we can do that, as well as solving some issues on the immigration side as well with AI, making it more efficient, more productive, faster processing, but also weeding out those, for integrity issues and so on.
Here's the
I shouldn't have opened that one.
No, right. Here's the analogy I want to leave to everyone. I'm going to make a leap with the world of software and the last 20 years. All right? Cloud and software and compute. 20 years ago, you wanted to listen to a song. Let's say that you had a song of Céline Dion in your head, and you're like, I want to listen to that song, right? You got into your car, you drove down the high, you went to the shopping center, you went to HMV or something, you bought the damn CD, you came back home, you lost an hour and a half of your life in traffic, you paid $19.99, right? That's the world in which you used to live. You haven't noticed, but today, because of these changes, any song you want, like, just think of a song. You just go to your phone. It's instant. It's free, right? This is the benefit of compute, cloud, AI. And now that's what's going to happen to AI to you again. It's all, like, think of the positive. Like, do you still want to go to HMV? That's my point. So here's the opportunity for us.
Absolutely. So coming down to the last couple of minutes, I'm going to give each of you a minute to conclude. Richie, go ahead.
Yeah, as we're leveraging artificial intelligence to empower small businesses, leveraging AI to make our worlds more better, more efficient, we're going to make sure through the leadership of Evan Solomon that we're going to keep Canadians safe and protect Canadians and empower. There is one thing that's going on in terms of AI that is on the minds of many women, which is the negative impacts of artificial intelligence, especially through AI and what we're seeing online with deep fakes. We've put forward legislation, thanks to Sean Fraser, to ensure that through Bill C-16, we're going to be ensuring that we're protecting women from artificial intelligence and specifically around deep fakes. So I just want to make sure, if you haven't seen that, it's within our legislation to make sure that we are protecting women while they're online, as well as kids. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you for that. Melanie?
Well, I think it's interesting because we're talking a lot about building a Canadian economy, but fundamentally we're also talking about our sovereignty. Digital sovereignty is fundamental, being able to have the different levers of our economy in our hands. A country is as strong as its economy, fundamentally, and its people, of course. And so there are so many things we're working on as a government. We can't do it alone. We need to bring people along. We need to bring Canadians along. And that's why I wanted to say thank you to all of you for being here. Today, we have this convention of 4,500 people. We've never had so many people. And so it's important for your voice to be heard here, but also going back home, explain to your friends, your family, why we're doing this. Why, yes, the government, but the Liberal Party of Canada is taking in its hands the present, but also the future of our country. And we have so much opportunity. I think, many of us have traveled the country, but traveled also a lot around the world. And trust me, it is the best country on earth.
So, with less than a minute left, I think I've got a really good job here to thank you all for being on stage.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and
Lena.
being with us. It's always wonderful to hear non-politicians as well give us their opinions. But I think what I want the audience to know is you have a government that is listening to you, that is listening to Canadians, that has the vision of Canadians. And this is a Liberal Party that brings people along with it into this family. So those of you that have been in this family for decades, thank you for being with us. And many of you that are here for the first time, we want to thank you. Please know that you can always reach any of us and know that we have your back. Why? Because we know you have our backs. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Merci
Thank
beaucoup.
you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci à tous.
Merci à tous.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. La prochaine session débutera à 13h. We will now take a short break. The next session will begin at 1 p.m.
Sir. Well, you continue to watch special coverage here on CPAC as we bring you live coverage from Montreal and the Liberal National Convention. A bit of a break right now in day 2 of programming. I'm here, of course, with Marc-André and Michael Serapio, FYI. So, I know who you are. Yeah, I hope so. So listen, obviously we've seen the priorities that Mark Carney has put in the window ever since he became Prime Minister, being highlighted this morning, building homes, diversifying trade, increasing the economy. Mm-hmm. Those discussions are already taking place, and really we're going to see much more of that this afternoon, solidifying Mark Carney's hold on this party and the direction in which it finds itself right now.
Oui, tout à fait, parce que effectivement, c'est vraiment le parti de Mark Carney. On l'a entendu tout au long de la convention. Les gens qui vraiment se sont rassemblés, se sont ralliés à son leadership, qui lui font confiance. Et certainement, les Canadiens l'ont fait lors des dernières élections. Mais, comme vous le mentionnez, il y a plusieurs enjeux. Le logement, le coût de la vie qui risque de s'empirer avec la guerre au Moyen-Orient. Le besoin de renforcer les partenariats. On vient d'entendre maintenant que le Canada doit compétitionner, faire compétition avec l'Europe, qui, là aussi, on cherche à attirer des talents. Et donc, c'est une compétition qui est féroce. Il y a beaucoup de travail à faire. Les ministres s'entendent pour dire que le Canada est prêt à relever le défi, mais n'empêche que, évidemment, c'est ça. Il y a encore beaucoup de travail à faire et le Congrès donne l'occasion justement à tous les membres du parti de se mettre d'accord, de s'orienter pour tout le travail qui reste à faire.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of work, a lot of challenges still ahead for this party, even though they are feeling far more comfortable now that Marilyn Gladu has crossed over from the Conservatives. We saw that the day before this national convention began, and that does get the Liberals closer to a majority that might be secured come Monday when by-elections happen in 3 key races, including a race right here in the Montreal area, Marc-André.
Oui, justement. Donc, il y a 3 élections partielles qui sont prévues pour lundi, 2 dans l'Ontario, à Scarborough Southwest et University Rosedale, des comtés plutôt sûrs pour les libéraux. On ne s'entend pas à grande surprise de ce côté-là. Vraiment, tous les regards seront tournés vers, justement, comme Michael l'a mentionné, une circonscription environnante ici, celle de Terrebonne, où on se rappelle, il y avait, en fait, c'est la candidate libérale qui l'avait remporté, mais la Cour suprême a invalidé le résultat à la suite d'une irrégularité concernant un bulletin de vote postal. Et donc là, justement, il y a une élection partielle. La lutte est très chaude. Et on a eu l'occasion d'en discuter avec l'analyste des sondages, Éric Grenier, qui nous a donné un peu plus de contexte entourant tout l'historique du comté, le fait que c'est vraiment inusité de voir les libéraux même faire compétition dans ce comté. Je vous invite à écouter cette entrevue dans son intégralité. On l'écoute.
Well, joining us once again is Eric Grenier, the founder and the writer of The Writ, to go through some latest numbers with Ted Bowen, Marc-André.
Oui, évidemment, Eric, ça s'annonce une lutte très serrée. Ça fait des semaines que les Blocs et les libéraux se font compétition. Impossible vraiment de savoir qui va l'emporter. Mais parlez-nous un peu de l'historique de ce comté, parce que c'est quand même assez surprenant, assez inusité qu'on parle même des libéraux qui peuvent vraiment compétitionner dans le comté.
Oui, absolument. Parce que la première fois que les libéraux ont gagné en avril 2025 avec un marge de un vote. C'était la première fois que les libéraux ont gagné à Terrebonne depuis 1980. Donc, c'est l'époque de Pierre Trudeau où les libéraux ont balayé le Québec. Dans les années 80, c'était les progressistes conservateurs de Brian Mulroney qui a gagné à Terrebonne. Et depuis 1993 jusqu'à 2011, où c'était le vague orange des néo-démocrates, c'était un comté bloquiste. Et depuis 2015, c'était le bloc encore en 2015, 2019 et 2021. Donc oui, c'était une surprise pour les libéraux de gagner Terrebonne. Et ça indiquait comment les libéraux ont monté au Québec, que c'était possible pour eux de gagner un comté comme ça.
I wonder, though, about the choreography of all this, because clearly we are having this national convention, we're covering this national convention just days before the by-election actually takes place, not only in Terrebonne, but the other two Toronto ridings as well. But when it comes to Terrebonne, we also saw yesterday, before the convention began, the Prime Minister going back to Contrecoeur, reiterating the announcement about a major projects office there. Talk to us about the impact of this convention, those announcements that's actually having on this race.
I think it is really one of the undercurrents of this by-election, right? Most by-elections are about maybe the local candidates or the local issues, but this one I think is very much in an unusual way a by-election about the Carney government and its ability to get a majority. Now, when the by-election was initially called, the Liberals weren't in majority territory, and so they needed Terrebonne. Now it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that they will have a majority once the two by-elections in Toronto are called, which will probably be done much earlier than in Terrebonne. So I think for a lot of voters there, it's whether they want to continue to have this kind of relationship with Marc Carney between Quebec and his Liberal Party, which is a little unusual when you think about it. Most of the time throughout Quebec's history, Quebecers tend to support a native son, whether it's Justin Trudeau, Jack Layton, who had links in Quebec, Gilles Duceppe, Jean Chrétien. The fact that an Anglophone leader with not the best French could have such a historic result for the Liberals in Quebec. Are we going to see the same kind of thing happen in Terrebonne? Are they going to be able to more or less signal that they still have that connection with Quebecers, that if there was a general election again today, they could expect to win just as many seats in the province, which is really one of their most important pillars of their electoral coalition.
Oui, c'est une lutte importante pour les libéraux, c'est aussi une lutte importante pour le Bloc québécois. Ouais. Terrebonne, on le sait, c'est un comté qui est très francophone. Est-ce que c'est un profil démographique aujourd'hui qui continue d'avantager le Bloc québécois, ou est-ce qu'on voit vraiment que ça commence peut-être à s'effriter, ou est-ce que c'est vraiment plus ce contexte national qui domine?
Je pense que le comté change un peu, comme on voit avec les banlieues autour de Montréal, mais c'est quand même plus que 90% francophone. Donc, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'anglophones, allophones dans le comté. Et comme j'ai dit, c'est un comté historiquement très fort pour le Bloc québécois, très fort pour le Parti québécois aussi. C'est la coalition Avenir Québec qui a gagné ce comté dans les dernières élections, mais ça, c'était à cause de leur lien avec les nationalistes, les francophones au Québec. Pour le Bloc québécois, c'est le type de comté qu'ils devraient gagner, surtout s'ils veulent avoir la majorité des sièges au Québec. Si pas dans la course, s'ils perdent encore par un vote, pas probable.
On verra.
Mais si on voit quelque chose comme ça, peut-être c'est pas si pire que ça, mais si on voit que les libéraux gagnent par 5 points, 10 points, quelque chose comme ça, ça pourrait causer des problèmes pour le Bloc québécois, parce que ça va donner un signal que peut-être le Bloc n'est pas l'opposition aux libéraux qu'ils étaient en 2025.
You're talking about demographics, but I'm wondering if you can marry that with what you were talking about Quebec potentially supporting not just the local candidate, Tatiana Auguste, but also Marc Carney. Talk to us about what the polling numbers say to us about the amount of support Marc Carney has in Quebec. He certainly had it during the election campaign. What are they telling you right now?
The polls in Quebec suggest that things haven't changed too dramatically when it comes to party support. The Liberals might be up a couple points, which, again, in a by-election decided by single vote, that might be enough to make sure that they can win it. And the Bloc support has largely stayed the same. So we haven't seen too much movement when it comes to voting intentions in Quebec, unlike in other parts of the country. But for Marc Carney, we've seen that his personal numbers have gone up quite significantly in Quebec, that he has a majority approval among Quebecers. Government satisfaction is quite high in the province. So I think that is something that has happened where it's not so much that a lot of Quebecers are saying that they're going to vote for the Liberals when they didn't a year ago. It's that NDP supporters, some Conservatives, some Bloc Québécois supporters in Quebec look at Marc Carney and they think what he's doing is okay. They might not love him, but they have They like him certainly more than those voters like Justin Trudeau.
Can I follow up on that? Because, we've been talking about the national numbers often. The very fact that Marc Carney has this double-digit lead over Pierre Poilievre when it comes to preferred prime minister. When it comes to preferred party leader, what do you see in Quebec between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois?
Marc Carney does quite well in Quebec. And it goes back to what I said before.
Is it double-digit lead?
Well, it's a much bigger lead than what we'd see in the rest of the country between him and Pierre Poilievre, right? Because Pierre Poilievre does not have very strong numbers in Quebec. For Yves-François Blanchet, his positive ratings are generally okay. You generally see more Quebecers like him or have a positive impression of Yves-François Blanchet than a negative one. But the margin is not nearly as big as we see with Marc Carney. So it is an odd situation to see someone like Marc Carney, who is the most popular one of the most popular, if not the most popular politicians in Quebec. And he's by no means a Quebecer. And that's something that we just don't see that often. And I think that the results in Terrebonne will give us a little bit of a gauge on how people feel about that when it comes to actually voting. Because we've heard from Yves-François Blanchet saying you can vote with your heart since he has the majority. You can vote for the Bloc. If instead we still see people vote for the Liberals, will that be an indication that, the heart of those voters is no longer with the Bloc?
Juste en terminant, justement là-dessus, étant donné que maintenant la majorité est plus ou moins assurée, est-ce que le concours de lundi, c'est plus un test pour Marc Carney ou pour Yves-François Blanchet?
C'est une bonne question. Je pense que c'est un test pour Marc Carney. Parce que le Bloc québécois il est toujours là comme une option pour les Québécois, surtout pour les souverainistes, mais le Bloc québécois n'est pas dans la course pour former un gouvernement. Ouais. Mais pour les libéraux, le Québec est toujours extrêmement important. Et pour Marc Carney, il devrait démontrer qu'il a toujours ce lien avec les Québécois. Parce que si on est dans un campagne électorale générale, les libéraux, ils ont besoin de 40-45 sièges au Québec encore. Est-ce que c'est possible toujours de gagner un tel nombre de sièges au Québec? Les élections partielles, il y a toujours des facteurs locaux, mais je pense que ça va être quand même un bon test pour les libéraux.
Oui, ça va être intéressant à suivre. Éric Grenier, analyste de sondage, auteur du site web de RIT. Merci beaucoup d'avoir été avec nous.
Merci, Eric.
C'était notre entrevue avec l'analyste des sondages, Éric Grenier. Maintenant, les travaux ici ont repris à Montréal dans le cadre du Congrès national du Parti libéral. Cette table ronde portera justement sur la protection de la nature. Nous retournons maintenant sur justement le déroulement des travaux ici à Montréal. On l'écoute.
Notre territoire terrestre et marin pour 2030. Quand il me l'a dit, je ne savais même pas que le Canada avait pris cet engagement-là. Mais je me suis dit, quand on reçoit un défi comme celui-là, on se retrousse les manches et on le relève. Et j'ai été très privilégiée parce que ce défi-là, on le relève en équipe. C'est quelque chose d'important, la nature au Canada. Tout le monde, peu importe ses allégeances, peu importe son âge, tout le monde croit en la nature. Tout le monde s'identifie à la nature au Canada. C'est un privilège que nous avons d'avoir une nature exceptionnelle. Les touristes viennent nous visiter pour notre nature. On est reconnu quand on demande qu'est-ce que c'est le Canada. Une des premières choses qui vient après le hockey puis le sirop d'érable, bien sûr, c'est la nature. Oui, vous pouvez l'applaudir. Et donc, non seulement on s'engage et on poursuit l'engagement du Canada, mais on a choisi de se donner les moyens de réussir à protéger 30% du territoire terrestre et marin. Parce que c'est fondamental pour nous. Et donc, nous allons respecter notre engagement de 2025. Nous allons créer des parcs nationaux, nous allons créer des aires marines, des espaces verts, conserver et restaurer les riches écosystèmes via le Fonds canadien de protection de la nature et nous allons collaborer. Et non seulement collaborer, mais nous allons utiliser leur savoir, leur expertise et leur présence des communautés autochtones pour reconnaître leur leadership en conservation et aller plus loin tous ensemble. Oui, encore une fois. Et la semaine dernière, malgré ça a été long, c'était dans le discours du trône, mais la semaine dernière, nous avons annoncé et lancé le plan Une force de la nature pour protéger l'environnement naturel du Canada. Et M. Carney était là avec nous. C'est un plan ambitieux. Il incarne nos valeurs et notre engagement non seulement envers nos promesses, mais envers les générations futures. Tout le monde le sait. si on ne protège pas la nature, c'est notre survie qui est en danger. Nous devons le faire. C'est important pour moi, c'est important pour nous, c'est important pour nos enfants, nos petits-enfants, et c'est important pour la planète tout entière. Nous avons un privilège exceptionnel, nous avons un patrimoine exceptionnel et nous devons le protéger, c'est notre responsabilité. Oui. Je vais vous donner des chiffres, ils sont assez impressionnants. En ce moment, nous avons seulement 14 % de nos terres qui sont protégées et 15,5 % de nos eaux. Mais nous voulons atteindre le 30 %. Ça représente 1,6 million de kilomètres carrés de terre, soit 1,7 fois la superficie de la Colombie-Britannique. Et nous devons protéger aussi plus de 715 000 kilomètres carrés d'océan. C'est une superficie marine presque équivalente à celle de l'Alberta. Donc, c'est immense le travail qui nous attend. Mais notre stratégie démontre clairement que la protection de la nature et la croissance économique peuvent aller de pair. Moi, j'ai eu l'occasion, le privilège de rencontrer des gens de toutes les provinces dans la dernière année. Tout le monde y croit, puis tout le monde croit que nous devons aussi bâtir le Canada. Nous ne devons pas faire ou, ce ne sera pas conserver ou développer notre économie, ça doit être un « et ». Nous devons réussir à faire tout ensemble. Ensemble comme individus, comme communauté, comme nation, comme peuple, mais nous devons le réussir ensemble, c'est-à-dire et l'économie, et la nature, et le climat, et l'eau. Et on va y arriver parce que vous allez nous supporter. Des initiatives comme celle-là demandent que nous réussissions à le faire non seulement à l'échelle générale, on a parlé de grands ensembles, mais il faut que dans tous vos comtés, tous les endroits à travers le Canada, qu'on aille chercher l'engagement des citoyens. Quand on parle de grands chiffres, on pense souvent aux grands espaces, mais il faut aussi donner accès à la nature à tous les Canadiens. C'est pour ça que les parcs urbains font partie du parc et c'est pour ça aussi qu'on va travailler avec les groupes qui sont déjà dans vos communautés et qui font déjà un travail extraordinaire. La collaboration est au cœur de ce qu'on doit réaliser. Et nous devons aussi innover. Si on continue sur le même chemin, c'est-à-dire la même stratégie qui a été adoptée jusqu'à présent, on va y arriver, mais on n'y arrivera pas pour 2030. Si on veut réussir à protéger la nature pour 2030, nous devons adopter de nouvelles approches. Et c'est ce que nous voyons dans le plan. Donc, on mise sur ce qu'on fait déjà bien, donc protéger la nature, conserver, mais on veut aussi bâtir bien le Canada. Tout à l'heure, dans le panel, il y aura certainement Julie ou d'autres qui vont vous expliquer qu'on veut travailler aussi avec les autres mesures de conservation qui permettent de travailler en collaboration entre des projets qui développent l'économie, par exemple des projets énergétiques et des projets ou la foresterie ou l'agriculture et des projets qui protègent la nature. Donc, et je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, aucune région ne sera laissée pour compte. Il faut qu'on travaille partout, tous ensemble. On va continuer aussi avec le laisser-passer un Canada fort. Ce laisser-passer donne accès à tout le Canada, à nos collègues, à nos citoyens, pardon. Ils sont avec nous, ils voient le Canada, ils voient ses richesses, parce que Parc Canada, c'est une emblème pour nous. Et nous devons nous assurer que tous les Canadiens connaissent ces lieux extraordinaires que nous avons et que nous chérissons. Et un Canada fort donne accès gratuitement à tous les Canadiens à ces beaux espaces. Et c'est cette vision, on le sent, on l'a reçu depuis la semaine dernière, les échos sont positifs, ça nous unit autour d'un futur plus vert, plus fort et plus résilient. En conclusion, a force of nature is more... Oh, non, avant de la conclusion. Il y a un autre élément que j'ai oublié d'aborder, puis on va y revenir. Nous devons travailler en utilisant les leviers de la finance. Une de mes plus grandes surprises quand j'ai été désignée, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, et on en a fait partout au Canada des efforts incroyables, l'argent qui est là pour protéger la nature, c'est l'argent de nos taxes. On ne peut pas formellement investir dans la nature. Même si tout le monde parle d'investir et du capital naturel, la finance ne fonctionne pas pour la nature. Il faut utiliser l'argent de nos taxes. Et ça fait que c'est extrêmement coûteux. En ce moment, plus de 80% de l'argent mis pour protéger la nature provient de nos taxes, provient de nos impôts. Nous devons débloquer le levier financier pour aller là où on veut. Et c'est le troisième pilier et il est stratégique pour arriver à nos fins pour 2030. On va le faire, on va y arriver et nous allons innover. Parce que quand on le fait à l'échelle du Canada, on le fait à l'échelle des provinces, on le fait à l'échelle des municipalités et on transforme, on devient des catalyseurs, pas juste des réalisateurs, on est des catalyseurs, on va plus vite, plus loin et plus fort ensemble. Donc, in conclusion, a force of nature is much more than a strategy. It is a commitment we make to Canadians, a commitment to protect what makes Canada unique, a commitment to take action on climate change and biodiversity loss, a commitment to leave future generations a stronger, more sustainable and more resilient Canada, and a commitment to unite Canadians under a shared vision for a stronger Canada that values both our people and our planet. With that, I wish you an excellent panel and convention, yes, filled with rich and inspiring discussions. Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue encore à Montréal. Savouvrez bien ma belle ville. Et thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Nathalie, pour ces bonnes nouvelles, pour ton énergie et ton optimisme. Very much appreciated. I'm Shannon Miedema, and I'm the Member of Parliament for Halifax. And it's great to be here. This is my first convention. Newbie MP as of a year ago, but very happy to be a co-chair of the Environment and Climate Caucus for the Liberals and the chair of the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee in the House. And on behalf of the Environment and Climate Caucus, we are so thrilled with the launch of Force of Nature, the Nature Strategy. We think it's so wise and so exciting, and it's exactly what we need to do. So it's my pleasure to be moderating a Q&A here for about a half an hour with my esteemed colleagues. So I'll start with the Honourable Julie DeBrusen. As Natalie kind of outlined, we just launched Force of Nature. Maybe you could share a little bit of, in your own words, an overview of the plan, why it's so critical for our planet, our economy, and our identity as Canadians.
Right. I actually could probably talk for a whole half hour about this on its own because I'm really excited about this whole project that we did. It's like, a big shout out, right? The Force of Nature is a huge thing. Like, when we talk about it, like, this is important not just for our country, it's important for the world. Canada is the second largest country in the world. We have the longest coastline in the world. We are a force of nature as a country. And so with this plan that we put forward, we're talking about, in very concrete ways, we set out how are we going to move forward to protect 30 by 30 in our country. That doesn't move just the dial for our country, although it does. It also moves the dial for the world at large. And I think that we should be really proud as Canadians in this moment that we are taking that leadership role and showing that Canada is standing up for nature, and we're actually doing this that's going to help support the whole world. So I think that's a big moment. I'm sorry, though. I'm just going to take a few more seconds if I can. So let me just break it down a little bit. I mean, actually, for just a moment. When I'm looking at all of you, like how many of you have a favorite green space, a favorite forest, or a beach, somewhere you go? Yeah, right? Like we all really, we do. It's something that about where we can connect with other people and sometimes disconnect from other people, and that's okay too. But what we're doing with this Force of Nature is that we're actually helping to support the protection of more lands. We're actually creating 2 new parks, so it was really exciting to be able to support Seal River coming out, East James Bay. We're also working, and Joanne might be able to talk a little bit about some of the announcements that she got to make as well in other protections. We're working on how we have a bigger vision, and I think Nathalie really set it out well about how are we going to be working as we build Canada. How do we build it well? How are we making sure that we're protecting nature and we're building a strong Canada? And we're also working on how can we get more people engaged in these protections, people who might not have always seen themselves or as part of it, because there's a very unifying project in this. And so this is about like the rancher who's protecting their grasslands. It's about the community and any of your communities who cares about a green space. How do we help support and enable all of that? So that's a very high level piece, but I think it's very exciting, it's empowering, and in a moment where I believe, I feel it, and I think many of you in this room do too, that Canada has a strong moment to stand up as a country and to experience the joy of our country. Having a strong nature policy is really important. So that was a big step forward.
Excellent. Thank you, Julie. And what's great about the nature strategy is it's not just about lands, it's about oceans as well. It's about our marine environment, which is very close to home for me in Halifax. So Honorable Joanne Thompson, maybe you could talk a little bit about all of your shiny big announcements you've been making recently on restoring Canada's fish populations and protecting the ecosystems they depend on, and maybe what's been the impact of that, and how does the nature strategy build on the work that we've already been doing as a Liberal government?
Thank you, and let me tell you, it is a pleasure for me to talk about nature and understanding that nature still is our waterway, it's our fisheries, it's our habitat, and how we work collaboratively. And if you look across the panel, this is truly I think the transformational moment in our history where we are able to work across government together, understanding that we each carry a slightly different focus, but it is that collective focus that is going to allow us to ensure that we protect, and I'll use fisheries obviously in our ocean and fishery habitat, but we have this resource for next generation. And at the same time, we're building the economy in our rural, coastal, and Indigenous communities. And the announcement that I am so privileged to have been able to make in the last week, in BC 2 days ago, on protection for wild Pacific salmon and the work that we need to do to ensure that collectively and collaboratively we are meeting this moment and ensuring that wild Pacific salmon are part of our ecosystem as we move forward. And yes, and we need to celebrate this. It is, $1 billion over 10 years to protect wild Pacific salmon. That's significant. And then on the East Coast, I haven't made the official announcement on the East Coast because this has happened very quickly, but over $80 million for wild Atlantic salmon. And I can tell you, I am hearing from so many in that sector on the East Coast saying this is so important for many of the same reasons as the West Coast, but we really need to work together and target how it is we're going to ensure that wild Atlantic salmon are in abundance and able to continue to be part of Atlantic Canada access and food sources for all rural and Indigenous communities. And then at the same time, I want to just highlight something that we put in place a couple of months ago, which is safe whale gear on the East Coast. And I think what was so phenomenal about this strategy, and that's the language that we use to talk about it, a comprehensive program, but a program that is developed from, we call, as we say, the wharf or the communities forward. So harvesters are leading the work, the buy-in and wisdom of government to be able to say, look, we need to do this work, we need to do it quickly, but we need to ensure that the voices, the people who who are in the vessels, who are doing the fishing, who are doing the work, they understand what they need to see to be able to harvest, but at the same time to be able to protect the broader environment. And I think, if I can leave on that note, that this is comprehensive. It's not a top-down. It really is about engagement across the country, but it is focused and targeted that we will achieve what it is we say we're going to achieve because we're doing it together, and that's transformational.
Thank you, Joanne. That's wonderful. And I think what's so exciting about our government and so important is that we're working with communities. We're engaging at the local level. We're also working with Indigenous communities and leaning on their wisdom as we move forward with reconciliation. So I'll turn to the Honourable Rebecca Alty. Indigenous wisdom and leadership are central to fighting climate change, as we all know. Can you tell us a little bit more about why this is so important and how the Liberal Party is incorporating Indigenous perspectives into the fight against climate change?
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. So as mentioned, my name is Rebecca Alty. I'm the Member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories, so I represent 1/6 of Canada. And I guess representing 1/6 of Canada wasn't enough. The Prime Minister asked if I could step up and work with communities and nations across the country. So I've had the honor of going coast to coast to coast, engaging with Indigenous leadership. And one of the things that was great was Julie was up in Yellowknife at the beginning of July, being able to announce the formal start. The money was going to flow for the Indigenous Land Guardians program of the Northwest Territories, Our Land for the Future. And so it was great to see in the force of nature. Yes, for sure. In the strategy, there's a further commitment to expand that program. And so we have a number of Indigenous guardianship programs across the country. The one in the Northwest Territories, again, this is a huge area in Canada. And so to be able to have the boots on the ground, the eyes and ears out on the land, to be able to be monitoring and reporting back about the changing conditions, to be practicing culture, to be able to share that with the younger generation, to be creating those good paying jobs across the country in small communities. It's really important. I was up in Fort McPherson last week and being able to talk about the shoreline erosion and hearing the recommendations from community. It's not the over-engineered, it's looking at willows. And willows are in the area, and so being able to look at how do we address shoreline erosion, how do we address permafrost thaw, which can release huge greenhouse gas emissions. So it is really making sure that we're working with local leaders, local knowledge, that they're being able to pass it on and work with the next generation, and using those local solutions to address this big project. And the final thing I would say is on the Northwest Territories, Our Land for the Future, 22 Indigenous governments leading that work. It's the world's largest Indigenous-led conservation effort, so I just want to give a big shout out to that.
Thank you, Rebecca. Now I will turn to my great, also new colleague, Wade Grant. Canada is one of the most, yes, yay Wade! Canada is one of the most nature-rich countries on Earth, as we all know, with 20% of the world's fresh water. And we are so blessed to have lakes and rivers as fresh water. We know it's a precious resource that we need, but also that we thrive in for recreation, for cultural identity, for all sorts of things. How is the Liberal government going to move forward to protect our critical freshwater resources, and what role can Indigenous peoples play in this?
Well, thank you, Shannon. And my name is Wade Grant. I come from the Musqueam Nation, which is in Vancouver Quadra, and I'm so honored to be the fourth First Nations person to be elected a member of Parliament in British Columbia. I grew up on the mouth of the Fraser River, which is the heart of Vancouver Quadra. As you fly into Vancouver, if you look to the left, if you're coming in eastward, you'll see the Fraser River. And I harken back to what the Honourable Julie DeBrusen talked about as you grew up, the green space or the waterway that you remember. And I remember not just being at the mouth of the Fraser River, but the tributaries that entered into the Fraser River. Those were my playgrounds, watching the fish come to spawn. But there weren't very many fish spawning in the creek that I grew up around. Actually, we had the last wild salmon-bearing creek, because as the city of Vancouver grew up, they went over them with roads and other things, and the last one runs right through Vancouver Quadra. In the 1990s, we had probably less than 10 fish coming back, but because of collaboration with First Nations, private sector, and government, last year we had over 120 chum and coho coming back up that wild salmon-bearing creek. So it shows you that we do need a strategy because one size doesn't fit all across this country. And as I've noticed, I've traveled under my new role as parliamentary secretary, whether it be in British Columbia in the Shuswap, whether it be Lake Winnipeg, whether it be in Lake Simcoe, whether it be in Wallastock River that runs through New Brunswick, we need to have a freshwater security strategy. Is something that Honourable Julie DeBruze announced on World Water Day about 2 weeks ago, and that's something we're going to work on across this country, engaging with different levels of government, First Nations, experts, so that we can protect that for future generations. My kids should grow up in a place that's more abundant than it was for me, and that's the commitment that I want to make as the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Quadra, and also somebody that's very, very, very so thankful for the work that's been done beforehand and thankful for the work that we're going to do together in the future.
Thanks for that, Wade. And while I have you, you mentioned your children, and we haven't talked about youth yet. So our Liberal government's been clear about creating more opportunities for our youth in our Budget 2025 and in our platform commitments. What can we do to train them to respond to climate emergencies and strengthen resilience in communities across this country?
Well, my children are 17 and 15. I grew up at a time where climate change was really on the outskirts of conversations in the 1980s. But I had a teacher in elementary school in grade 5 and 6, and she's one of my mentors to this day. Her name is Valerie Jerome. She's the sister of the great Harry Jerome, who was a great sprinter in back in his day. Held the world record for the 100-meter dash for a number of years. But she came to our school to tell us about this existential crisis about the ozone layer, about what's happening with the ozone layer back in the 80s and 90s, that what we need to do as not only as children, but as families and as a country to work together. We didn't know very much about it, but she took it out of her day to educate us about the environment, about reduce, reuse, recycle, all these types of things. It was something that we'd never heard of before. And if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't have been as engaged as I was. So we need to take a leadership role in providing the tools for the next generation. My kids do have climate anxiety. They worry about the world that they are going to inherit. But I am so thankful to watch the youth step forward in tremendous amounts of ways. I don't know how many were there last night as we had a reception to talk about the environment, but to see so many young Canadians come forward, how do we provide those tools? That's why we committed to the Youth Climate Corps. That's why we want to make sure that we give them the tools that they are asking for to protect the environment today, tomorrow, and future generations. And I look out here and I see so many young Canadians that want to be a part of the solution. I want you to know, people say youth are the future. I say you are the now. You are the leaders of today, and we need to provide those tools for you. And that's the commitment that I want to make for all of you.
Awesome. Okay, let's go back to coastal communities, Joanne. So they feel the effects of climate change in real time, as we've known and experienced more and more over the last number of years. How's the Liberal government's climate agenda responding to what those communities are experiencing?
So thank you, and you know, it is an important question because the people who live closest to the ocean are often the first to see the impact of climate change on their community, on their livelihood. And so I think, you know, again, to the point of engagement, and I'm so proud of the work that our government is doing around true engagement and collaboration. And, you know, in a specific point, I was in Iqaluit maybe 2 weeks ago to announce 2 marine protected areas. And, you know, that's a reflection of a decade at least of targeted, dedicated commitment to ensuring that we protect mammals at risk, we protect our ocean spaces, we protect the resources for the next generation. And clearly the harvesters, the Indigenous people I spoke with when I was in Iqaluit, I feel they are leading us in terms of being able to clearly demonstrate that we can protect these fragile, important spaces and waterways in our country, and at the same time support the industry that communities, coastal, rural, Indigenous communities are dependent on. And it is that balance. And I saw that, I heard it, and it was really encouraging. And then also, you know, it was really exciting to be able to announce a small craft harbor in Clyde River in Nunavut. And this is transformational. And Wade, to your point, the excitement was with young harvesters, Indigenous harvesters, who now see themselves being able to feed their families, but also see themselves as a livelihood on the ocean, because it's that connection from a community safely to access the waterways. So there's so many examples that I can give from coast to coast to coast of the work this government is supporting, but in a tangible way that allows us and the young people and harvesters who've spent their lives on the water, but how we're able to support that work, which is the strength of our coastal, rural, Indigenous communities, but we also have always the lens and a focus on how it is we support the sustainability and the conservation of ecosystems and species that we know are challenged, but the balance and the blend. And I think, you know, we all need to be incredibly proud of the work government is doing. It's not just a speaking note. We are actively demonstrating we can do both, and we need to continue to say that and push against those that say it's one or the other. It's not. We are living this, and we do it incredibly well. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. Yeah, I think that what's been so inspiring in the last year in this work has been the real pragmatic approach that we've been taking, where environment and climate, you know, I was a climate professional for 20 years before doing this, and, you know, it was always a little silo to the side, and it doesn't work that way. It only works when environment and climate is infused across all of the major works that we're doing and all of the problems that we're solving. So, yeah, it's a really exciting time for sure. I'm going to go back over to you, Rebecca, because sticking on kind of climate impacts, we know that Indigenous communities are often at the front line when we have climate impacts, and studies have shown that they're disproportionately impacted by extreme weather events like wildfires and floods and droughts and permafrost thaw. So how is the Liberal Party advancing solutions to protect communities on the front lines of climate change in this way?
Yeah, there's a number of things, but I think the one I would touch on is the work that we're doing with, that again is Indigenous-led. And so I was in Iqaluit in November, as well as in the Nunatsiavut region in Labrador in November, being able to announce with the community funding to support hydroelectric projects. And so for these communities, they're operated on diesel. And so Iqaluit's the last capital in Canada that's diesel operated. And so being able to transform that into being hydroelectric, and again, Inuit-led energy project, that's reducing the number of tankers that are coming up with the diesel every year, which is also that cost of living impact. You know, the war in Iran was going to have a disproportionate impact on those in the diesel communities. In the Nunatsiavut region, they came forward with ideas, the hydroelectric, again, to get communities off diesel. There's solar panels that we're supporting, and looking at tidal wind. And so there's, in the Northwest Territories, again, looking at some run-of-the-river hydroelectric projects, because of a lot of our northern and Indigenous communities are still on diesel, and they want to make that positive impact to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, but also to ensure that they've got that security. So there's a number of other things, you know, risk assessments with communities, making sure that communities are moving out of flood zones and building into better spaces. And we'll continue to work with Indigenous leaders to hear the problems and the recommended solutions to move forward.
Excellent. We'll go back to Julie. So, and you know, you just give some great examples of how we're building and how we're actually balancing economic, environment, social outcomes. So Pillar 2 of Canada's Nature Plan is building well. In this moment of economic uncertainty, can you explain why it's so important that we do build, but that we do it in the right way, and how we're going to do that? Maybe some more examples?
Amazing. Well, thank you. And look, I think that actually Rebecca provided some good examples right there. But we're in a moment. We know we need to build in Canada. We know that there's infrastructure that we need, there are projects that we need. And so as we do it, the big issue is not just that we need to build it, we need to build it well. And what does that mean? There are a couple of different things that it means. One of them, if we're talking about force of nature specifically, is, and it was in our platform, so it's a tribute to everyone who went out and knocked on doors and was talking about making sure we could do these kinds of things, is that we're going to do mapping so that we know better where are species at risk in advance, where are carbon sensitive areas that we want to protect. That way, when a project goes forward, people know in advance. Like the proponent can look at it and say, hey, I know that this area, this is not the best area to be building that project. But you know what? I can move it just slightly over here, and that's actually a fine place to do that project. And that's a way of making sure that we're actually getting the information at the outset so that we know how, when we're building, we're actually building it in a way that's taking into account these sensitive areas that we want to protect. So I think that that's a really important starting point. But there's the other part about, what does it mean when we're saying that we're building Canada? And projects like we're talking about getting Iqaluit off of diesel. I mean, if we're going to go over to the East Coast, when we're talking about offshore wind development in that area, so important for the opportunities in the East Coast, and also a chance for us to be making sure that we have more clean electricity. If we go to the BC coast, we have the Northwest Corridor. That's a really exciting project because it's building out electricity. It's actually going to help support local communities. It's also going to help to support mines. But at the very same time, it's protecting nature. And I'm gonna venture out. I can't remember exactly. We always choose different countries. But I believe it's going to be protecting the same landmass as Greece. So we're talking about large areas that we're protecting at the same time as we're building this infrastructure that we need. And that's important because we have to do it right. We know that when we're talking about, as a country, what we want to do, we want to have a strong electrical grid. We want to build a clean electrical grid. We know that we need that because it actually makes us more economically viable. And at the same time, we also want to make sure we're doing it right. And these kinds of projects, and especially when we have projects like the one that Rebecca was talking about, we're engaging local communities as we do it. That's all part of building well. So I really, that's a second pillar to the force of nature, and it's really an important one. And it's a pillar because when we're talking about how we're going to be protecting nature, how we're going to be building, we need all of the pillars to hold up this house. And so that's a really important piece. Can I have 1 second to pitch one more thing that I don't think we've talked enough about? I know it's not Build Canada, I'm sorry. But I just also want to really encourage everybody. We have a Canada Strong Pass again out there. This is a chance for everybody, And this is a chance for everyone to be able to get out and explore Canadian national parks, national heritage sites, get other people out. We did it last year, and it actually encouraged more visits to these sites. That's a great thing because it gives a chance for all of us to get to explore different parts of our country we might not have seen. It's also really good because it supports nearby communities, and especially in rural Canada, this creates job opportunities and tourism opportunities in a lot of communities. So I'm just going to pitch it. All of you, this is your chance. Get out there and explore our beautiful country so that we're not just talking about nature, but we're all going to be exploring it. And then we can come back and we can all debate which is our favorite national park. I know that it can get a little controversial when we have these conversations, but I have a whole bunch of favorites, and I'd love to hear about everybody else about what are your favorite parts to explore too.
That's great, Julie. Your enthusiasm and your passion is so admirable. You've been working on the environmental file for so long. I'm going to stick with you for one last quick question. I know you have 2 daughters. I think one is here this week. You've been a climate advocate forever. What motivates you to do this hard work, and why do you remain as optimistic as you are about not just Canada's fight, but the global fight against climate change and to protect biodiversity and our natural world?
Wow, that was a big question. Look, I do have 2 daughters, and I think that I often talk about the fact that they're a huge motivation for me. in like, what is the world that I leave behind, not only for my own children, but for all of our children and our next generations. And I really actually do think that Joanne and Wade over here talked a lot about the importance of empowering young people as we move forward on it, that really they are the present in how we do it. But what motivates me is frankly getting together and seeing so many people. Like, we filled this room, guys. It was like, I'm looking at so many people who care about environment, who care about nature. We're getting out there, we're doing the work, we're moving the dial forward in so many important ways. When I'm speaking with people internationally, they look to us and they say, like, Canada's doing all of these amazing things. We're doing these innovative things. How can we learn and work together more? There are so many opportunities for us as a country, and they do work in building a climate competitive economy. They do lie in protecting our nature and taking that role. And that motivates me as to what do we do next? How do we do it next? For all of you, like, this is the chance to put our stamp on everything that our country can do. As a strong country, a proud country, and a country that can get it right on how we make sure we create those jobs, that we build the industries that we need to build, and we're doing it in a way that makes us climate competitive. So that motivates me. And I think that it's also like, let's keep having all of those conversations about how we can keep that energy going, because we need all of you to get out there to help make sure that we can do this work as well. And knowing that I can look out at a bunch of people here who really want to get this work done, that gives me the energy too to keep going. So thank you.
I kind of love that last question, and we're about a couple minutes out, so I think I'm going to actually ask that same question to the rest of the panel, just heads up. So really, I think, you know, people are here, they love getting a chance to meet parliamentarians and understand kind of what makes us tick. So yeah, maybe just a few words from each of you on what motivates you every day to do this work. It's not always easy. Where do you derive your passion and your motivation from? So I'll go to Wade.
Okay, very quickly, there are two generations my parents always told me that you do the work for. It's the generation to come, your children, your grandchildren, and it's the generation before. My elders and my ancestors who sacrificed so much for us to be here. That's what drives me every day. One last thing is, it is not lost on me that this makeup of this panel, I come from a long line of tremendous matriarchs that were leaders in my community. I'm so happy to sit with these matriarchs that are going to make sure my daughter has role models that she can look up to. So I thank you all for the work that you do.
Thank you, Wade. That's great. Joanne, over to you.
Look, it is next generation. You know, we are the stewards of the resource right now, and we have to ensure that we leave our oceans, our land in a condition that is able to continue to support next generation, enjoy our spaces. So we really are caretakers in a very difficult time. And you know, every day I focus on that, and it's part of every conversation I have. And I want to very quickly say thank you to everyone in this room, because I am here and my colleagues are here and the government is here, able to do this work, I think, in a way that is transformational and is meeting the moment. But we are able to do this because you did the hard work and provided the support necessary to ensure that the Liberal government is in power in this very challenging time. And that is enabling us to do what we need to do for next generation. So thank you.
Rebecca, over to you.
I think ditto all the comments, and yeah, it is. I just think to just move away from those dichotomies all the time, and I think we've mentioned it a lot, but that's what I really enjoy doing, is really getting people to think of the bigger picture. And I really think that when we come together, when we bring that positive energy, we get the better brainstorming to work through problems. And so that's what gets me out of bed. And of course, I'm a big water pig. I love drinking water, and so I want to make sure that we've got good, clean water.
Awesome. And Nathalie, over to you also.
Oui, en français, si vous permettez. Puis les réponses de mes collègues sont extraordinaires. Je peux pas redire aussi bien ce que vous avez dit. Mais si nous voulons être encore sur ce petit vaisseau, on a un Canadien en ce moment dans l'espace qui revient vers nous. Si on veut être encore sur ce petit vaisseau qu'est les Terres dans 3, 4, 10 générations, il faut qu'aujourd'hui on soit engagé. Et pour moi, c'est une raison de me lever tous les matins. Nous devons le faire ensemble. Puis dans un temps très difficile, il faut faire des choix, mais on va être capable de les faire si on se tient les coudes serrés et si on cherche des solutions dans toutes les idées qu'il y a ici. Merci.
Merci, Nathalie. So that takes us to time. Before we thank my esteemed colleagues, I just also want to echo a huge thanks to all of you. Being in climate change work is difficult, and what always drove me in the work was the people that I worked with, my family, my deep love of the environment, and just the fierce dedication of those involved, and seeing how we're filling rooms, how we filled our green drinks event last night, a small shameless plug for the East Coast Kitchen Party tonight at Pangea at 8 p.m. Best party of the weekend for sure. It's just really it just really fills you with gratitude when you see that you're not alone in this work. There are so many people who care with wonderful work and energy and ideas. So thank you so much. Please join me in thanking Rebecca, Julie, Joanne, Wade, and Nathalie. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your convention. Merci beaucoup.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. La prochaine session débutera à 14 heures. We will now take a short break. The next session will begin at 2 p.m.
And you're watching special coverage here on CPAC of the Liberal National Convention coming to you from Montreal this week. This is day 2 of a 3-day convention. Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serapio. Well, we have just heard the last panel, the Force of Nature panel, being shared here amongst delegates in Montreal. You can see a quick break is now taking place as people leave the room, getting ready for the next panel. And as we wait for that to happen, as we've been covering what's been happening in the main plenary hall, I want to note the fact that our colleagues Julie Van Dusen and Andrew Thompson have been out in the halls of the Palais du Congrès here in Montreal, speaking to delegates as well as members of Parliament. And with that, let's go right now to Andrew Thompson. Andrew.
Well, I am with Jake Sawatsky. He's the Liberal MP for the BC riding of New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. And Jake, I was just listening to you in a session dealing with youth in politics, youth in the Liberal Party, getting more engagement with younger voters. Now, we know that's been a big push for the Conservative Party, and Pierre Poilievre tailoring his message to younger Canadians concerned about housing, concerned about the cost of living. How do you counter what young Canadians hear from the Conservative leader, and how do you counter what they heard during the last campaign that seemed to result in an uptick in youth support?
Look, I think there's an important it's important to say that there's a place for young men in the middle of the political spectrum. You can be somebody who is reasonable and who is compassionate. I think that sometimes gets lost. Oftentimes you only hear about the kind of extremes of the political spectrum. But, when you think about this bell curve of most people lie somewhere in the middle there. And there's a place for men there as well, right? I think that's important to remind people of. It's certainly where I find myself. I think Prime Minister Carney is doing an absolutely fantastic job as the Prime Minister. He's somebody that I put my full weight behind. And I think that, just having this conversation, encouraging people to have discussions, right? Like the Liberal Party as well is, you're seeing aisle crossers from either end of the political spectrum, from both Conservatives and NDP, crossing into the Liberal Party because it's a place where you can have discussions. Not everyone necessarily agrees on everything, but ultimately we're all getting behind the Prime Minister and kind of having a united approach when it comes to how Canada responds during all these, international ruptures, right? So, yeah.
So I take it, given what you just said, that given the news of Marilyn Gladu coming over from the Conservatives, you're comfortable with the floor crossings that have happened, you're comfortable with Marilyn Gladu joining the Liberal caucus?
Well, I mean, I think from either end of the political spectrum, right, like having Lori from the NDP come as well is absolutely welcome. We've got 3 by-elections happening right now. A formerly NDP MLA now running as a federal MP here. So I think like it's important to have all perspectives, right? It doesn't mean we necessarily all agree all the time, but like I think what we need to show Canadians is that we're willing to talk about it. We're willing to have these discussions and ultimately represent Canadians when we do it.
And returning to the youth question, I guess what I'm curious about is how you, as Liberals, as the Liberal Party, go about talking to younger Canadians kind of on a more practical, on-the-ground, grassroots level, because you have one of your colleagues in Parliament, Conservative MP Jamil Javani. He's out doing campus tours. He's recruiting voices for supporting his views on campus. How do you counter that kind of work that's happening?
Like, I just want to say I'm less worried about countering. Like, I more want to just engage in the dialogue for the sake of the actual dialogue and of itself, rather than, somebody else is doing it, so that means I have to do something as well. I mean, so the Liberal Youth Caucus, I'm the chair of the Liberal Youth Caucus. I'm one of 4 MPs born 2000 or later, which is pretty incredible when you think about that representation of young Canadians that's actually in the House of Commons at the decision-making table. And so we've actually been going out doing engagements, going to universities as well. It's been less of a coordinated media campaign per se, more of just actually like going and having those conversations. Being on social media I think is really important. Being somebody who is kind of unedited, authentic, I think that's an important part of this piece as well, to show people that we're not like these politicians that are high up and like inaccessible. We're humans too, and I think encouraging other MPs to be authentic on their social media, I think is something that I've been talking about a lot as well.
All right, Jake Sawatsky, really appreciate your thoughts here at the convention.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Have a good one.
Great, thank you.
Andrew, thank you for that. Andrew Thompson out in the hallways here at the Palais de Congrès, Montreal, speaking to, as you saw, Liberal MPs as well as delegates. Now, it's interesting, as Jake Sawatsky was speaking to Andrew about the changing nature of this party and the members that this Prime Minister is now welcoming into the Liberal fold. And someone who knows this current Prime Minister and the past Prime Minister is Marco Mendicino, playing key roles for both Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney. And earlier today, I did speak with Marco Mendicino about where the Liberal Party finds itself right now. Well, we're now joined by former government minister, former Chief of Staff to the current Prime Minister, Marco Mendicino. Marco, thank you for joining us.
Great to be here.
Okay, listen, I want to begin with the state of the Liberal Party right now. We saw Marilyn Gladu be the 4th Conservative to cross over to join the Liberals. What does that say about where the party is right now ideologically when you have a social conservative like Marilyn Gladu being welcomed openly by the Prime Minister?
That it's a Big Tent party, which is what the Liberal Party has always been, capable of evolving, capable of being principled and pragmatic. I know that Marilyn Gladu was probably not on most political pundits' bingo card to be one of the floor crossers, but when you take a look at closely at the community that she represents, which is a border town, I'm familiar with it in Sarnia. It's on the way to Windsor, which is where my wife's family's from, so have paid more than a few visits to that community. That's a community that's been hit really hard by the tariffs. And so I think despite the disagreements that she would have had previously with the Liberal Party, and these are profound disagreements on things like abortion, on conversion therapy, I think she's come to the conclusion that it's more important that she is advocating within the Liberal Party, which is the governing party right now, to fight for her community, to fight for jobs, to fight for issues that relate to affordability. And I think that reflects the state of the Liberal Party right now. So I know it can be a bit disorienting to some folks, and I know that when we think about it through sort of conventional partisan categorization, it may not make sense, but I think that's one of the qualities that the Prime Minister has brought, which is that there's less partisan prioritization and just more what's in the best interest of the country.
Okay, but you were a government minister in the last Trudeau government, and you hear from progressive Liberals who are concerned. You say it's causing, disorientation among some. Well, some of those people are in this very party who are concerned that there's this social conservative and wonder where the progressive values have gone, including values of the environment, values of, equality in the country, the fact that she stood against conversion therapy, the ban on conversion therapy, broke bread, had dinner with the truckers who occupied Parliament Hill. What do you say to those progressive Liberals who are concerned that the party is not the party that they joined 4 or 5 years ago?
Well, those values are the bedrock of the Liberal Party of Canada. The Charter is the bedrock of the Liberal Party of Canada, passed in 1982 under one Pierre Elliott Trudeau with Jean Chrétien, who was the Minister of Justice at the time. And those values aren't going anywhere, and that is a litmus test that every member of the party has to adhere to. And if you listen to what the Prime Minister said, he had those discussions with Marilyn Gladu, and certainly on any issues that relate to women's rights and being pro-choice, she will vote for the party. So that doesn't mean that there, again, isn't going to be robust debate. I think robust debate and disagreements on important issues is a healthy thing. And I think it exists not only in the Liberal Party, those disagreements exist in the Conservative Party and the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. And what really matters is whether or not you can reconcile your, those important issues that relate to who you are with the priorities of your community. And right now, what we also need to be focused on is the economy. And that's also, I think, a reflection of where the Liberal Party is right now as opposed to 10 years ago. The world has changed. It's upside down. We're in a rupture moment.
But where are the progressive values? We had the Prime Minister walk in with Marilyn Gladu yesterday, and is he enunciating the progressive values of this party enough to satisfy what was the bedrock of the party, or at least what was in the foreground of the party under the last Liberal government?
I'd like to think so. I think the Prime Minister, above all, is a very straightforward, honest, candid person. And so the fact that he can share a stage with Marilyn Gladu this weekend at the Liberal Party convention, which, by the way, record numbers, 4,500 plus, half of which are new members, a lot of young people here. That also reflects a big tent. But let's also remember that the Prime Minister stands shoulder to shoulder with women. He stands shoulder to shoulder with the gay community and the 2S LGBTQ community. He stands shoulder to shoulder with people who care sincerely about reconciliation and climate activists. And I'm not saying that these are always easy discussions. It is difficult, for example, to talk about ways of making Canada an energy superpower while also wanting to hit our climate goals. What's important is that we engage in good faith, and I think the Prime Minister is able to challenge that with his forthright and his candid approach.
Mm-hmm. We are now on the precipice of by-elections, as you and I speak, 2 in Toronto, 1 in Terrebonne, here in the Montreal area. It looks like this party will have a majority once those by-elections are done. Does that put to rest any talk of an early election? Because right now, Liberals have not enjoyed this level of support. I don't know, in history, when you look at the polls where the party is right now, do those by-elections put to bed any idea of an early election, do you think?
The Prime Minister has been very consistent that he is very dedicated to making this Parliament work, which means working with the opposition parties, finding common ground where he can. And just by way of example, again, Bill C-5, which we introduced and passed last spring when I was his chief of staff, he was able to reach across the aisle with Conservatives and get them to pass that important legislation, which will help us accelerate the approval of energy projects that are in the national interest. We've got 3 by-elections, you're quite right, that are coming up. 2 in the Toronto area, Scarborough Southwest and University Rosedale. 2 very, very strong candidates there, and then Terrebonne. And so Terrebonne is, I think, a much more competitive race. We'll see. But I think regardless of the outcome, and, I think we're cautiously optimistic, you take nothing for granted, he's going to keep working with all parliamentarians to get big things done. I think he's very focused on, it seems like he's very focused on governing.
Okay, listen, before we're done, again, government minister in the Trudeau government, former chief of staff to the current prime minister. Obviously, you are not here in an official capacity.
No.
By the very fact that I'm wearing the tie and you're not.
That's right. So I've got my convention attire on.
There, I was going to say. So
right.
What is the future for Marco Mendicino?
Well, I'm very fortunate to be senior counsel strategic advisor to a firm called Castles in Toronto. It's a great firm, 133 years old, a great pedigree, a great legal tradition, fantastic team. So I'm doing some great work there. It's a firm that focuses a lot in energy and defense and security. So love the people, love the firm, very happy. I'm also a senior fellow at the University of Toronto Monk School, where I get to mentor some young people on important public policy issues.
Are you going back to politics at any point, though?
I mean, I think I had a good run. I had a really good run, 10 years. So you never say never, but I think right now I'm extremely focused on doing well with the firm. And it's good for my family, too. Like the Diana and the girls are happy to have me home, so.
Okay. Listen, Marco Mendicino, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
And there you have it. Marco Mendicino, former minister in the Trudeau government, former chief of staff to Mark Carney when Mark Carney first went to the PMO last spring. So I'm going to go show you what is happening now in the room here, the main plenary hall of the Palais du Congrès here in Montreal. This is, of course, the Liberal National Convention, day 2 of a 3-day conference. And a lot of discussions being had here in Montreal about the changing nature of what is the Liberal Party. Of course, Mark Carney on Thursday welcoming another floor crosser to the Liberal fold, that being Marilyn Gladu, someone who has expressed social conservative values in the past, now willing to stand with the Prime Minister joining this party. And many here reacting positively to that with the idea that in throwing open the tent door wider, it creates a party that can achieve more as it inches closer to a majority. But also, as you heard there as I was talking to Marco Mendicino, concern amongst some progressive Liberals that their values may be getting lost in this Mark Carney party. And without a doubt, as these plenary sessions continue on the second day, Mark Carney's stamp on the Liberal Party is being reinforced. We've heard conversation about building homes, about building the economy, the themes that Mark Carney has been pushing on. We also heard, I will say, in the last plenary session, discussions about the environment, which may not have been foreground discussions in the first few months. It has been in the background, not the foreground. And of course, Mark Carney came into politics after serving a special role with the United Nations regarding the environment and finance, also writing that book, Values, which talked about the need to marry business development with the environment. Some people still question those credentials, but clearly Mark Carney putting his beliefs and his stamp here in the discussions that we're seeing in Montreal on day 2. Now, the next discussion I should point out as people enter this plenary hall will be on artificial intelligence. And we've seen key government ministers already take to that stage. For example, Gregor Robertson, as what they were talking about a housing strategy. We heard Melanie Joly on that stage as she was talking about building the Canadian economy. Of course, Melanie Joly being the industry minister. So with his artificial intelligence panel, which will be the next discussion here in Montreal, we will see Evan Solomon, of course, former broadcaster, now the Minister for Artificial Intelligence, AI, figuring very prominently in discussions about the future of the Canadian economy. So we'll hear a bit more of what is said about that in Montreal in a few minutes' time. We see the delegates now making their way into the room. We should point out this is a very big convention. 4,500 was the number being quoted by the party. As we got here to Montreal, though, the party started talking about even more than 4,500, which would make this the largest Liberal Party convention ever. And that is in many ways reflective of what we're seeing in the polls. Mark Carney still enjoying a very strong honeymoon amongst Canadians, a double-digit lead over Pierre Poilievre when it comes to preferred Prime Minister numbers, and that level of enthusiasm is being reflected in this room, which we'll see how that carries forward come Monday, as there will be 3 by-elections, 2 in Toronto, 1 here in the Montreal area, which will or could potentially give this government its majority status. So a lot of enthusiasm around that, while other concerns are being expressed. A bit of the background as the delegates continue their meeting here in Montreal. Now, this plenary session is a bit delayed, it seems. So as we wait for more people to get into this room, I want to throw to my colleague Julie Van Dusen, like Andrew Thompson earlier, here. She's been out in the hallways here at the Palais du Congrès speaking to delegates, members of parliament, even former members of parliament. I'll throw it over now to Julie.
Député.
De 2015 à 2019, oui.
Vous n'êtes plus député, mais ça vous intéresse encore la politique?
Ben, la politique m'engage encore parce que c'est comme ça qu'on fait des changements dans la société.
Oui. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes fan de M. Carney?
Oui, je pense qu'il fait un super bon job. Dans les défis qu'on a actuellement, c'est le meilleur gars en place pour le faire. Le monde, comme il a dit, a changé. Puis, ayant quelqu'un qui connaît gérer les crises, ça nous aide beaucoup.
Qui connaît quoi, pardon?
Gérer les crises, qui est capable de prendre une situation qui est abnormale.
Gérer une crise.
Gérer une crise, oui, c'est ça.
OK. Alors, est-ce que vous pensez... Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait depuis un an, pensez-vous, pour aider aux Canadiens en général?
Bien, en premier lieu, il a ramené les Canadiens ensemble. On n'a jamais vu un Canada uni comme on l'a actuellement. Donc, je trouve le job qu'il a fait là-dedans assez fantastique pour nous donner une cause commune comme pays. Puis commencer à remettre des choses en place pour que le Canada puisse être indépendant sur le monde entier. On brise notre dépendance aux États-Unis, qu'on est capable de s'engager le restant du monde.
OK. Ouais. Mais pour les gens dans leur quotidien, est-ce qu'il a fait une grande différence à propos de coût de vie, l'épicerie, le loyer, tout ça?
Bien, on a une crise mondiale actuelle, puis un gouvernement qui est capable de donner une indépendance aux Canadiens va aider le sort de tout le monde. Parce que si on laisse aller les États-Unis comme qu'ils font, les Canadiens vont être impactés très, très sévèrement. Donc, en diversifiant notre économie, on aide l'ensemble du pays.
Alors, vous étiez député, on parlait de ça. Est-ce que vous allez vous présenter encore?
J'aimerais bien ça, mais pour l'instant, non. La famille, c'est trop important pour moi. Donc, c'est pas facile sur la famille.
Ta femme, elle va dire non?
Plus ou moins, oui. Tu vois qu'elle dira non, mais elle dira pas encore.
OK, merci, bonne journée.
Merci à vous.
Julie, thank you for that. CPAC's Julie Van Duzen in the hallways of the Palais du Congrès here in Montreal. And as you can hear behind me, day 2 of the Liberal National Convention is restarting again, the next plenary session having to do with artificial intelligence. With that, I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining us here on CPAC for our special coverage of this Liberal Convention. I throw it now back to the main plenary stage here in Montreal.
Avec vous tous, de discuter quelque chose de très important pour l'avenir de notre pays, quelque chose de très important pour l'avenir de l'économie mondiale. We're here today to have a conversation about AI and the opportunity that it represents for Canada. Now, in this room, there are folks who use AI to write stories for their grandkids, to decide how they're going to figure out pickup schedules for their kids. Some of us use it to figure out how to make a decent meal and fail. But we are seeing AI permeate all different parts of our life. And the question for all of us is, how do I fit into this? On a beaucoup de questions. Qui sera l'impact pour nous? Quel sera l'impact pour moi? And so today's conversation that we're going to have in a few minutes is focused around the opportunity that AI presents for Canada and for Canadians. Before I got into politics, I was an innovator in the tech space. And one of the things that I always asked is, how do we make sure that in the world of politics, we talk about technology, we talk about innovation, we talk about the opportunity that this sector presents for Canadian leadership? And I think that's one of the things that we'll explore today, because Canadian leadership is at the heart of what the Prime Minister has been talking about at every turn. And AI and innovation is absolutely no different. If anything, it is one of the areas where Canada has the best opportunity to lead today, because we are looking at artificial intelligence as something that is really part of the future of critical infrastructure today. We're talking about it in the context of how to create the jobs of the future today. How do we make sure that we're doing it in a way that keeps Canadians safe while also spurring on innovation? And all of that happens because we as Liberals have a fundamental view of the world that says you cannot run a million miles ahead and not think about the consequences, and you can't just stay back hoping the world will never change. Pour nous, comme libéraux, la réalité c'est qu'il faut qu'on continue d'évoluer, de continuer d'investir dans l'innovation, en même temps qu'on demande comment est-ce qu'on va impacter, quel sera l'impact sur les Canadiens et les Canadiennes. And that's the liberal way of looking at everything that we do, whether it's building infrastructure, whether it's thinking about housing, which you've heard about today, protecting the environment, and it's certainly no different when it comes to emerging technologies and the impact of emerging technology on our lives today. And so as we reflect on these big questions, as you think about these big questions and the impact of AI in your own lives, let's ask ourselves the question, how do we make sure that when Canadians look to us as a party, they know that this party and a government that is at the front and the front line of making sure that AI is integrated into what we do, that we do it in a way that puts at its core human beings, the human experience, and the capacity for Canada to show exactly how you can build, you can innovate, and you can thrive, and do it in a way that protects Canadians, that ensures the safety of Canadians, particularly young people, and it thinks about where the ball is going, or as Wayne Gretzky would say, make sure we're going where the puck is going rather than where it already is. And that's the opportunity for all of us. And to be part of that conversation here today will give you a window into what some of us have the privilege of doing every single day. And in a minute, I'm going to introduce somebody who has been at the forefront of driving the AI strategy for this country. But before I do that, I just want to remind everybody in this room, je veux juste dire à tout le monde ici dans cette chambre, que le dialogue sur le sujet de l'intelligence artificielle, le dialogue sur les conséquences et l'opportunité de l'innovation ici au Canada, c'est pour nous tous. Ce n'est pas pour un petit groupe de jeunes ou des petits groupes des personnes qui dans la recherche et la science, mais c'est pour nous tous, pour les entrepreneurs, pour les éducateurs, pour les enseignants, pour les étudiants, pour la communauté autochtone, pour tout le monde. Et si on est responsable dans cette discussion, on est responsable dans notre travail ensemble, on va créer ici un environnement pour le développement des idées, l'innovation et l'avenir de l'IA ici au Canada comme leader mondial. And that is what Canada has the opportunity to be, a world leader in how AI is implemented, how we think about the constructive, thoughtful use of AI, how we protect citizens in that process, and how in that process we build a strong, thriving innovation economy here in Canada. And under the leadership of the Prime Minister, that is exactly what we are going to do, and that is exactly what we are doing today. And that, my friends, is predicated on a very simple concept, that Canada has the capacity to build global champions here, that we need to take advantage of those opportunities to build global champions here in Canada, that we should make the right investments in those champions, that we should ensure Canadians reap the benefits of those champions. And I can't think of anybody better to be leading that strategy for this country, to be doing the heavy lifting of communicating that strategy to Canadians, working with the private sector, working with global partners, working with like-minded countries who share the view that we need to be building a safer world when it comes to technology, but that we can't bury our heads in the sand and pretend that technology and AI aren't here with us. Then the person who's about to join us here, the Member of Parliament for Toronto Centre and my very, very dear friend, Evan Solomon.
Merci, merci tout le monde. Encore fois pour mon ami Taleb, vraiment un chef de ce pays ici, a great guy. This guy's fantastic. He's my parliamentary secretary. Thank you, he's my friend, and he'll be back to do the panel. Alors, bonjour Montreal. What a day. What a great day to be here. This is a great gathering. We're going to talk about AI, but can I just say 4,500 people here, the largest convention in our history, and it seems to be growing by the day. Last night, we welcomed another one, which was good. I say we speak about unity, and that means when people who were once opponents decide they want to work with us, build with us, join the project of building this country. And let's just give another warm welcome to our newest member, Marilyn Gladu, for joining us. Bienvenue, Marilyn, à la Parti libéral. Okay, I'm going to speak for about maybe 5 or 10 minutes about our AI strategy and AI. Then we're going to have a panel with Joshua Bengio, who I work closely with, fantastic, one of our great leaders, and Valérie Pisano. And the applause will be more warm when you see Joshua. Friends, we are living through a very unique moment. A moment that nobody's lived through since the Second World War. A moment that our Prime Minister recognized immediately. That we are going through a political realignment at the very same moment as we're going through a technological revolution. A political realignment where the rules-based world order that was constructed on the back of our ancestors through the blood, sweat, and treasure of so many Canadians after the Second World War and so many people around the world. And now this political realignment is changing. And Canada must adjust to this new world with resilience and strength. But at the same time, we're facing a technological revolution that has accelerated change at a pace we've never seen. That is transforming every part of our economy and our lives at an unprecedented speed. And the Prime Minister recognized this as one of those rare hinge moments in histories. I've called it a Gutenberg moment. And we have to acknowledge that we have to put our shoulders to the wheel together to confront this moment and build together on it. And one of those aspects as we build this liberal project, small L and big L. Small L meaning we need to protect our values. We need to protect our vulnerable citizens. We need to protect les deux langues. We need to protect Indigenous culture. We need to protect the values that built this country. Public health care, access to public health care for all, education. We need to protect those because the world is moving away from those. And we will show people that you can build, protect, reflect, and project our values around the world and do it responsibly, quickly, pragmatically, with what the Prime Minister is telling us to do, a rugged liberalism. A liberalism that is resilient, a liberalism that can build without sacrificing our values. And that's what the project is. And AI plays a real role. So people talk a lot about AI, and there's a lot of anxiety. I want to tell you first what AI does before we talk about what AI is. And I think to understand AI, maybe we should go to Halifax and meet a pediatric cardiologist named Dr. Robert Chen. Great guy, yeah. Amazing guy. Dr. Chen, I met Dr. Chen. You know, I have 2 kids. He said, do you know that 80% of newborns have a heart murmur? I said, I didn't know that. He goes, yeah, and you know, the average wait time to see a pediatric cardiologist is 17 months. And I'm one of those people. And for 17 months, most of these families are very anxious, but only in about 3% of the time is it dangerous. But for 17 months, they're anxious. And he said, you know, so how do I cut that time? So he pioneered an AI with a group of people that takes a stethoscope and can hear if the heart murmur immediately is dangerous or not, cutting the wait time down from 17 months to 1 month, freeing up billions of dollars for our healthcare system. This is Canadian innovation. Saying to parents, you don't have to wait 17 months worried about the health of your newborn. By the way, it's anxious enough raising to be a new parent. That's the kind of thing that it can do. And I'll tell you one other element of that. Dr. Chen said, you know, I've been doing this for 25 years. I'm an expert. I was trained all over the world. But you know, 3% of the time, even with me, I can't tell if one of those heart murmurs is dangerous. But this technology can. So in the 3% of cases that they miss, that are actually dangerous, his new technology will catch. And he said that's the power of AI, not just to help the families, but to help access to our healthcare system. And that's the kind of technology that you don't just see in healthcare, although we're seeing it in the most innovative healthcare companies in the world here in Canada. That's what we're seeing in Meritera in BC or in Croptomistic, 2 AI companies that are working with farmers to help map soil so they use fertilizer more effectively and in smaller doses to increase yields, to make our food system more resilient and to lower the price of food because we're using less fertilizer. How? Because we have this technology. And what is it, most importantly? Canadian technology, by Canadian innovators, with Canadian IP, helping Canadians serve us better. At its best, this is what this technology can do. There are countless examples in agriculture. There are countless examples protecting you from fraud, to detect fraud, growing concern. There are countless examples of Canadian AI. There are 3,500 AI companies in the country right now, employing 150,000 Canadians in AI alone as part of the largest growing sector of our economy, the digital innovation space. 800,000 Canadians, high-paying jobs, work in that sector. We gotta invest in that because a strong Canada is an innovative Canada, and that's what we're going to do with this plan. Okay. But we have to be optimistic about the future. We're builders, but we got to be candid about the concerns. There's real concerns about AI. AI will take my job. AI will take my privacy. AI will steal my data. AI will hurt our democracy. These are genuine, real concerns. And we have to be open to opportunities, but candid about the concerns. Like what I like to say is, on one side of the spectrum, there's a bunch of people with pom-poms, yay AI, and another part with pitchforks, boo. We're carny liberals, we're pragmatists. Somewhere between the pom-poms and the pitchforks, we're gonna build a path, okay? We're pragmatists. So we're not here for the pom-poms or the pitchforks. We got to build, and that means we got to be pragmatic. And we're going to do that. So now let me tell you what our path will be as we launch our new national AI strategy. First and foremost, you have to abide by a principle. And the principle is AI for all. AI for all Canadians. AI to serve Canadians, not the other way around. This tool will serve us because it will be sovereign AI and Canadian AI. That is our North Star. No matter where you live in this country, in the north and the south, the east, the west, no matter what community you're from, no matter what language you speak, you need democratic access, so this does not just benefit the few, it must benefit the all. It has to reflect our values. It also has to be, no matter who you vote for, how you identify, AI should be a place and a tool that is safe, responsible, accountable, Canadian, and useful. And that is our goal. And that's our principle, AI for all. AI to make us stronger. How are we going to do that? Let's build on what we as liberals agree on. Build, empower, protect. Build, empower, protect. La confiance est essentielle. So let's start with protect. You know, Canadians are only using AI at 12%. That's the lowest in the OECD. So this is a country, and you're going to meet Joshua Bengio. We are the country, and let's have do I have time? Do I have 20 seconds for a moment of national pride, because so often we're worried? Let's have a minute. Here, listen to this. Canadians invented AI. This is true. The three godfathers of AI, the people that are around the world recognized, Jeffrey Hinton, who works at Vector, one of our great national AI institutes, won the Nobel Prize for AI. Yoshua Bengio, who you will see, is now the most cited scientist in human history in publications and the Turing Prize winner. Also, founder of our Canadian AI Safety Institute. Also, and you'll get, we are working with him on a very important project on safety. And the Turing Prize winner. Rich Sutton at our other third institute, Amy, in Alberta, in Edmonton. Turing Prize winner. We invented it. We have the best researchers. We have the best talent. We have the best knowledge. But leadership is not a birthright. We have to fight for it, and we will. So how? First, we've got to make sure that we trust it. Technology moves at the speed of innovation, but citizens move at the speed of trust. Unless they trust it, they won't use it. Why would you? Right? If you think the country that made that AI is going to take your data, you ain't going to use it. So we need trust. So how do you build trust? Well, a couple of ways. One, we as a government have a suite of legislation to protect our children, our citizens, our democracy, and vulnerable communities. And how? One, Sean Fraser, our Justice Minister, has already tabled legislation to criminalize the non-consensual sharing of sexualized deepfake imagery. It is harmful for women. It is a form of violence. Pass that legislation, and we hope we have the government to do that. Let's work hard on those by-elections. Two, I will, with my department, table legislation on modernizing privacy. It's been 26 years since we modernized our privacy legislation. That will mean what? How do we treat our most sensitive information? How do businesses treat it? Chain of custody of data. How do they treat children's information that they're collecting at a higher threshold? That will mean things like when someone does a deep fake of someone, your image is up there, should you have the right to have it deleted? We're very interested in things like the right to deletion. If there's an automated decision system, one of those AI things that is approving your mortgage, but you didn't get the mortgage and you found out why. Oh, they don't give women mortgages, or they don't give certain peoples of color. You should have the right to know what criteria, right? Transparency. We support that kind of thing. On automated decision systems. Protect consumers. Protect our children, protect our consumers. Chain of custody of data. Where your data is flowing around the world, we need to hold the people who took your data accountable. So there will be privacy legislation. And then, with our colleague Mark Miller, Minister of Culture and Heritage, the online harms element to protect our children. And we will be coming forward with that. And AI chatbots. You saw what we did with OpenAI after the horrific tragedy of Tumbler Ridge. And we summoned those folks and we said to them, not good enough. All options are on the table. Protect our children or the hammer comes down. And I will tell you, the Canadian AI Safety Institute has now got access to all their protocols. They are doing a report and we will get accountability, okay? So we will protect. But you can't just protect with legislation. You will hear later with Yoshua Bengio, we also need to make sure that we have technological solutions. An AI to police AI? Who could think of that? Yoshua Bengio. Yoshua Bengio has a team here in Montreal, Canadian, and he has come up with a project called Law Zero that is building a world-class AI to help police AI transparently, Canadian, with partners around the world. I am proud to say that our government has invested and partnered with Law Zero to get Canadian safety of AI as the leading technological solution around the world, and you'll hear more from Yoshua Bengio, and that is very important. Canadians need to take the lead. So and then we have to empower. Look, Canadians are worried about their jobs. They're worried about how work is going to change. They're worried about what kind of economy their kids are going to have. These are real concerns. They're worried about sustainability. They're worried about climate. They're worried about water use. These are real concerns. First, let's talk about empowering our citizens. In our strategy, we will make sure that we have not just AI literacy, skills and training courses, but opportunities for young people and for all people to make sure they have the training and skills to use these tools to build a stronger Canada. In order to be a Canada strong, we need a strong workforce, and we need to protect our jobs, and that means we need to protect our education system, and that will be part of our strategy as well. So that will be key. And I know there's school board trustees here who I talked to. Raise your hand somewhere. Listen, thank you for being here. Thank you for the work. Teachers, folks. Teachers, first of all, teachers. You know, AI, this is the difference. AI can give you information and answers. But you know what AI can't do? It can't do what a great teacher does, inspire, right? AI can fill the bucket with facts. A teacher can light the lantern to inspire for a lifetime. Support our teachers. Well done, teachers. So we are going to empower, but we are also going to build, empower, protect, and we are going to build infrastructure that we need. That's why you're going to see the Prime Minister, when he talks about electricity strategies and he talks about major projects, he talks about infrastructure. Yesterday, we were at a company called Hypertech. We've been with them for a year. Third-generation family business right here in Montreal, doing remarkable work around the world. They have now reached $1 billion in revenue. They started from one immigrant who came to Canada, worked his butt off. His kids now work. They're working around the world, building in Canada. They're building a data factory at the Lachine Canal. But get this. People say, well, wait. How are they building it? Sustainably, clean energy. What about the water? Closed loop water system, meaning they don't take new water. The water is reused, so they don't use a lot of water. And what about the heat it takes? They recapture the heat and will use it for greenhouses to grow. This is happening across the country, which means if we're going to build, we got to build right. We cannot ignore the environment. We will not make citizens pay higher electricity bills. We will build with Indigenous stakeholders. We will do this right when we build the infrastructure, and we will build. But we also have to support our innovators, and our innovators tell us they need 5 things. They need capital, so we will help make sure that we're buying Canadian, investing in Canadian companies. Customers, the government has to play a role. That's why we signed partnership MOU deals with Coveo, a great company here in Quebec, with Cohere. We are going to build in Canada, buy in Canada, and believe in Canada with our Buy Canadian policy. That's what we're going to do to support Canadian innovation, compute, capital, customers, and the talent. We have launched a $1.7 billion talent attraction strategy to attract the 1,000 top scientists around the world to Canada with their labs, so we become innovation nation. And I'll tell you what, it's going to end, because this is a goal. Too often in Canada, we plant the seeds, we water the seeds, we grow the plant, and another country comes and harvests them, taking our jobs, our companies, and our IP. That is going to stop. We will keep it here. But let me also say this. Sovereign AI, sovereignty does not mean solitude. We are a trading nation. Sovereignty does not mean solitude. And we are going to partner around the world with like-minded nations to grow and compete. We want to trade. That's why the Prime Minister is opening up new deals in Europe and in India and all over the world. That's why my colleague Mani Sidhu has had more foreign direct investment in the last year than in the last 25 years. That's important. People are coming to Canada because they want what we've got. Sovereignty is not solitude. That's why we just struck a sovereign technology alliance with Germany and Norway to start building so we have options. And that's important. So I will end with this. This is not going to be easy. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This strategy, when it comes, will give us the tools, but it's going to be a fight. But I will say this. Too often in our country, we've heard people say, no. No, you can't build, you're too small. No, you can't compete, you're just Canada. No, you can't innovate. No, you don't have the numbers, you don't have the capital, you don't have the talent. That team who says no, that's easy. But there's another team who says, you know what? We can build. We say yes to innovation and risk. And because saying yes means building. Building means innovating. Building means working together. Building means taking the risk to do it together. It's a harder road, friends. Building is harder than tearing down. Building is harder than criticizing, than a cheap shot on social media. Building is harder than finding the scratch on the car. Building means you're going to fall, and you expect the people around you to lift you up when you do. And this is a room of builders. This is a country of builders. This is a party of builders. And we are going to build this country together. We are on a mission to build this part. We are going to build no matter what stands in our way. We are going to build for everyone, for Canada, with Canadian tools, Canadian workers, Canadian products to build the country of the future. And we will do it with tools that serve Canadians. AI for all and AI to serve Canadians, not the other way around. Il faut que nous bâtissons ensemble maintenant. Merci. Okay, now, all right, let's go. Thank you. Let's go. This is good. Merci. Excellent. Merci. Alors, il faut que je fasse des introductions maintenant pour vraiment les 2 étoiles ici. Please give a warm welcome to Turing Prize winner, the great Dr. Yoshua Bengio, and also to the CEO of one of the crown jewels of our country, Mila, which is our AI Institute in Montreal, led by one of the most visionary people I know, who has worked very closely, as Yoshua Bengio has, on crafting our AI strategy. Please welcome Valerie Pisano, Yoshua Bengio, and welcome back Talib to moderate our panel. Merci.
All right, so now you know why Evan is responsible for leading the charge on AI for Canada. Let's give another big round of applause. So folks, we've got about 20 minutes, and that's not a lot of time, but we do have incredible people with us here. You heard, of course, the introduction of Yoshua Bengio, who, as Evan pointed out, is the most cited scientist in the universe, now that we're talking about interplanetary travel. And of course, Valerie, who is here. Valerie, as you heard, is the CEO of Mila, but she also has had a storied career, first at McKinsey and then moved on to another circus, the Cirque du Soleil, as the Chief Talent Officer. So incredible talent here with us in not just research, but also in innovation. And perhaps we might start there. One of the observations that a lot of folks make is that Canada has an incredible research environment. We do a great job at coming up with big ideas. Our researchers do world-leading, groundbreaking research. And then when it comes to commercialization, the rest of the world takes advantage of Canadian opportunity, builds these companies in other parts of the world, and takes full advantage of what Canadian investments in research have been. So perhaps we can start there. You have, Joshua, you obviously are a top flight researcher. You are the best in the world in your field. And Valerie is a CEO whose job it is to make sure that the amazing research sees the light of day. And Evan and I are there to support in whatever way that we can. But perhaps, Joshua, we can start with you. How do we set Canada up in the right way so that when we're not just talking about innovation, we're not just talking about research, we're talking about the way forward for commercialization and do it in the right way, in a Canadian way?
So we don't need to do the same thing as the current hegemons. We can do it our way. And I think we have no choice in some sense. If we want to be at the table, as Prime Minister Carney has been talking about, and not on the menu, we have to have more ambition than we have ever had with our technology and our ability to shape the world with our work. And we can. We have amazing talent here in AI in particular. And we have shared values with other countries that are feeling the same concerns that Mark Carney talked about. So I do think that we also have an incredible opportunity in AI. As Minister Solomon has talked about, we are developing technology that can make these AI systems much, much more reliable than they currently are. And it is one of the limitations of current AI. Current AI is not reliable. There's a series of studies, scientific studies, that show many of the ways in which those systems can actually be harmful. But the good news is there are technical solutions, and we also need legislative solutions to put guardrails that are both at the societal level and at the technology level.
If I can build off that for 30 seconds, I think it's more and more obvious that Canadians want Canadian AI, at least as an option. Businesses want Canadian AI they can rely on, they can trust. The number one reasons businesses around the world are not adopting AI as fast as they could is the technology itself. They don't know how to audit it, they don't know how to govern it, it's not clear who's accountable when the AI kind of does funky stuff. And the world wants Canadian AI. Among the three of us, we've probably traveled half the world in the last 6 months, and everywhere we go, it's such a humbling, inspiring moment. People look at us and they're like, we're in. We're in for your version of AI. Just let us know, where do we sign up? What do we do? How do we actually make this happen? I'm calling it our Celine Dion moment of AI. Like, seriously. And guys, we kind of messed up with Celine. It was really long before we started celebrating her. We love to hate her. Now we're like, go Celine. And after Paris, she better show her butt here in Montreal. But this is our Celine Dion moment, right? And so more of that pride, put on the dress, go to the Oscars. And under your leadership and Prime Minister Carney's leadership, the moment is now, absolutely.
Alors, peut-être on peut... Joshua a utilisé le mot valeur. Peut-être on peut discuter ces questions-là dans le contexte des valeurs canadiennes. Comment est-ce qu'on peut faire la commercialisation, connaissant que les valeurs du Canada, les principes du Canada, seront là avec nous dans ce voyage. Evan, peut-être tu peux commencer, et puis maybe Valerie, you can talk about the importance of being truly Canadian, as Joshua says, with our values in mind when we actually go out and build these businesses.
You know what I'm going to do, Talib? I'm going to let them talk. I just talked for way too long. And so it would be good to hear from two remarkable people. I will only say that if it takes putting on a dress and going to the Oscars to support sovereign AI, I will do that because I love Celine. But I will just say this as a small point. Our value... I'll say one last thing. When we, at the G7 here, Kevin Deere, who is an Indigenous elder, who many of you have seen and welcomed this very conference opening. Fantastic elder. Kevin opened the G7 with me and Melanie Joly, and he said to me, hey, Minister, you're into AI, right? I said, yeah. He said, so am I. But you're into artificial intelligence and I'm into ancestral intelligence. Right? And it was exactly right. And so we asked him to speak to the entire G7. Why? Because when we build sovereign AI and our values, we will make sure that our ancestral intelligence is part of it, not just from the First Peoples, of course, but from everyone who is welcome to this country with their ancestral intelligence as well. Because that is how we build Canada strong. And that is what our and why people love our technology. They trust our workforce. They trust our systems. They trust our values. In a world where trust is a scarce commodity, Canada is gold.
Yeah, I think we share similar visions here. It really has to be all about the people and then the technology in service of the people. And by the way, economists are saying this also. They're saying the only way that this actually reaps the kinds of benefits that we're looking for collectively is if we have a human-centric vision for AI. How does AI actually help us do our work better, but it just go about our lives in a better way? Certainly at Mila, we have the privilege of hosting close to 2,000 amazing human beings, and our mission is really to create an exceptional environment for them. So part of how we're trying to contribute to this is really fostering a moment where the scientist gets excited about an idea, has a discovery in his lab or her lab, and has the opportunity to take that one step further as a venture, as a startup, as an enterprise, and do it here in Montreal, in Toronto, in Edmonton, Calgary, in Vancouver, wherever, but do it here in Canada with Canadian capital, Canadian investors, Canadian CEOs, and give ourselves the opportunity to do that. That would be wonderful. And doing it not in service of the next gizmo or gadget, but in service of something that we really want to solve for. And I know that's what's been your inspiration for the better part of the last few decades.
Je vais absolument abonder dans ton point. Ce qui est important de savoir, c'est que on peut développer de la technologie, on peut développer de l'IA qui va agir de manière éthique. Et bienvenue à Montréal, au fait. Ici, on prend au sérieux ces questions d'éthique, ces questions de choix de société, et c'est des choix qu'on peut faire au niveau de la législation, mais c'est aussi des choix qu'on peut faire dans les choix technologiques. Qu'est-ce qu'on choisit de développer? On doit développer, we must develop AI for the people, not the other way around, as you said. And this is actually a really serious problem that scientists around the world are concerned about. So let's do AI the ethical way, and we can, and we should, and if we do it with our partners, we will.
So I'd like to pick up on two threads here. Evan said that it's gold, right? Use the word gold. And I want to just talk about that in the context of Olympic gold medals for a second, and talk about champions. And I want to talk about it in the context of capital. In a past life, I was the vice president of the Olympics in Vancouver, and one of the programs that Canada set up was something called Own the Podium. And Own the Podium was a program that was about Canadian Olympians winning medals. Because historically, we would see Canadian athletes who had tirelessly worked hard, and they'd go to the podium, or they'd go to the Olympics, and they'd say, we're just happy to be here. And the idea was to move from just happy to be here to being champions. And one of the things that has been a clear focus for the Prime Minister and for this government has been to make sure that we are backing Canadian champions. So I want you guys to talk a little bit about why it's so important for us as a country to back champions. And I want to talk about it in the context of capital as well, because one of the things you and I spoke about yesterday when we were at Mila, which is such an incredible place, is, and Evan and I speak about this all the time, is the appetite of Canadian investors to invest in early stage companies in this country, to place bets on Canadian entrepreneurs in technology and in AI. So if you can give us your thoughts on why this is an important moment for the investor community in this country, and why it's important for Canadians to recognize the importance of backing Canadian champions in a very competitive global environment that is looking for Canada to lead, I think it'll leave us all inspired to be able to go out and share that message.
Yeah, I think it's become obvious to all of us that there's a criticality to the moment we're in, and that there's not that much time to respond to that. it's also obvious that we do have gold, and namely to your credit, but hundreds of other researchers who've chosen to come here to Canada, who've built the technology here, who are passionate, who want to stay here. Now with the new announcements that came out around recruiting talent, more and more people from everywhere in the world saying, I want to come here, I want to do this version of AI. So we're incredibly privileged, and things are moving very, 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 very fast. So we really need to let go this hesitation, this, I don't know what it is. It's like success and picking winners and taking risks. It just makes us very uncomfortable. So I think our collective goal is to make this more comfortable, do it together. So maybe it makes a bit more sense. And certainly that's part of what we're trying to foster, is making the conversation about AI more accessible to more people. But it really is a moment where we need to shy away from being shy to a certain extent. We need to be able to name this. And we've played around with this for so long. Like, I mean, Joshua is I can say this, he'll never say it. He's an amazing human being. He's an incredible Canadian. And even us at NILA, we kind of don't want to brag too much. We want to be humble about him, about what he's done. He's the #1 most cited scientist in the world. Like, you can't, that's the gold of the gold of the gold medals, right? And maybe there's a way of honoring everything you are and everything you can create here and everything everyone else can create here, right?
I want to take your question from a personal angle. 3 years ago, approximately, I realized that the way AI was developed would create dangers for my children, for my grandchild, who was just 1 year old then. And I decided to shift what I was doing, to go from being, a basic researcher in academia to somebody who would devote their life to build solutions to what I was seeing, and I continue to see, as dangers for all of us here in Canada. So, this is related to the previous question about values and ethics. What makes us strong is to do it for the right reasons, for our children.
These two things, responsible and risk, are very important. Valerie talks about risk and being not shy, and Talib about owning the podium. Think about our Canadian in space right now, Jeremy Hansen, who I've known for a long time. Right. Amazing. Yeah, and what did he say when he spoke to the Prime Minister in space? He said, we need to take risks, and we might fail, but we will fail in the doing of great things. And we need to take that risk. But at the same time, another astronaut pioneer, Joshua Benja, who is so far ahead, it's like he's an astronaut. He's saying, do it for the right reasons. Don't take reckless risks, which are what many AI companies are doing today. This is not ethical. He is saying we can take the same frontier path and do it responsibly. And if we can do that, Canada, have the risk, have the responsibility. We actually have the people here that are literally doing it, and we have the country that's willing.
Here's the good news. Because we are looking at this from a different angle, we actually have a serious chance of leapfrogging the current leaders.
So let's talk about this, because I think this is something that is on the minds of a lot of folks. You have the United States and China that have taken the view that innovate and risk be damned. We're going to see where the chips fall where they may, and if robots end up running the world, so be it. And there are others who have taken a different perspective. We talk about this middle way that is a uniquely Canadian way that could be a world leader. How do we start? Not how, because we're doing it, you're doing it. What are some of the things that need to happen to ensure that that middle way, that way that is Canadian in a sense, that protects the security of Canadians, particularly young people, as you point out, that doesn't stifle innovation, becomes a part of the national narrative when we're building companies that are dealing in AI, when we're building technology, and we're building the infrastructure to support those companies and the impact that it has on our environment?
Well, I'll let you comment, but I'll offer already changing the conversation about AI. For the last few years, you've been focusing on the development of the technology and the science. I've been talking to business people, and there's like this sense that we have to choose. We have to choose between being optimist or pessimist, between wanting to innovate or wanting to, put guardrails and govern. It's a fake polarity. It's not the right mindset. And just the fact that right now, because of everything that's happening in Canada, we're able to say, no, we're going to do both. That's the version of progress that we want. We want progress for our collective. And really, you're right to say that just because we're thinking about it differently, it's going to change everything else that happens afterwards. And we can do that because that's the core tissue, that's the core DNA of what has been Canadian AI up to now. We're not going to fake it. We already are this. Then the second thing we need to do is start focusing on the areas that we care about the most, where we want AI to make a contribution, because there are things we want to fix or we want to improve or we feel like we can deserve a better version of, whether it's healthcare or the climate or... So how do we put AI in service of this? And we can do that because other countries are not paying attention to these intersections. They're only racing ahead and trying to get the biggest, boldest model. So to your point, as we look at things through different lenses and have the courage to honor our values, and that's really the change in the conversation that you're fostering. Now we can talk. And I'm hoping some of the startups we see come out of the venture scientists and many other initiatives will also be kind of in this line of, oh yeah, we're absolutely going to capture the benefits, but we're going to do it in a way that serves us collectively.
So, shockingly, there's not enough time to continue this discussion for another hour or two, but we could certainly do that. But in the time that we have left, this is an audience, as you know, of amazing Canadians, of liberals from all ages, from all different backgrounds, with different understanding of AI. Certainly, we'll have a better understanding now that Evan has done the presentation that he did. But if people were to leave this room and go back to their communities, whether they're rural or urban, whether they're in Quebec or in British Columbia or in Atlantic Canada or the North, what should they go back to their communities knowing with conviction that Canada can do to lead in this space? What are the areas where Canada can be and will be the world leader as far as you guys see it? And what role can each of these community leaders play when they go back in ensuring that Canada and Canadian communities across the country, coast to coast to coast, can be part of that journey?
I can maybe start quickly. The most important obstacle for us collectively and individually to take the right decisions is underestimating the potential for this technology to be completely transformative, to give huge power to those who control it. It's very difficult to imagine a world where there are machines, there might be, the data shows very clearly the trend, machines that will be superior to us intellectually across many different areas of intellect. It's already happening. Just recently, we've seen essentially superhuman cyber attack capabilities that were revealed by Anthropic, and that is scaring a lot of people in the world right now. So we need to take stock of that, and then we need to think, what can I do? What can each of us do? What can we do together in order to sort of tame that beast and make it aligned with what is good for our people?
Yeah, I think I want to offer that with everything else that's going on in the world and that's begging for attention, it's tempting to say AI is very complex, it's very technical. I'm going to leave that to other people, or I'll show up from time to time to Minister Sullivan's conferences and kind of get the update there. Don't. In whatever way, shape, or form that is more comfortable to you, whether it's a book, a podcast, one article a day, we all absolutely need to be paying attention to what's going on now. And we have the chance that in Canada, we have people who are raising the flag and putting the spotlight and saying, pay attention to this or pay attention to that. And we have, from the smallest startup to the, top scientists, folks who really care about what's going on with AI. And then in whatever way, shape, or form that you're serving this country, Canada truly has a moment, truly has this Celine Dion moment for ourselves, but maybe more importantly for the world. So, let's all chip in and try to make that happen.
Either we're ambitious or we're not.
First of all, so we've got a minute. First of all, I want to thank all of you. When you look around this room, look at the interest, not only in building our country, but in this subject. Okay, this is how it begins, this engagement. Meeting Yoshua Bengio, Valerie Pisano, these are the people that are at the very forefront, and they're people. They've got families and grandkids, like all of us. And we are building this together. So first and foremost, let's have a little confidence that the seeds of building something responsible and great are here. It doesn't guarantee that it will work, but it will work if we show up. It'll work if we experience it. It will work if we aim at not what AI is, not the pitchforks and the pom-poms, but what it can responsibly be to benefit us. It's our country. It's our community. It's our values. And it's our technology. And it's our control to build. Our strategy is the framework, as Talib said. We're here to help. We're here to work together. It will take all of us. And in every, not just in AI, but to build those affordable homes and to secure our North and to preserve our values and our education, we got a big job. We got a good leader. Yep. We got a great leader. We got a great leader, but more than anything, we've got a great country. And this is, I would just say, the take home is, we are at the beginning of something. And it will ask us to keep building. The only way we're going to do this is if we do it together. And if we're honest, transparent, and ambitious. So let's do it.
So Evan talked about our people, our ideas, but there's one other thing that we can't forget. As we look at the world today, this is also our time as Canada. And that moment for us as Canadians requires us to do all of the things that we have heard on this stage and more. But let's just take a moment and reflect, how lucky are we that the world leaders in AI across the institutes in this country, and of course, led by Joshua here, how lucky are we that the world's leaders in AI have chosen to make Canada home? They see something here that all of us see as potential, as promise, and indeed as really capacity that the world is looking for. We've talked about it in different domains. This is no different. So on behalf of all of us here, a big round of applause for Joshua and Valerie. Evan and I and so many others are indebted to you and others that do what you do. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, folks. Enjoy the evening. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. Veuillez rester avec nous pour les discours des candidats d'élection. We will now take a short break. Please stay with us for the election candidate speeches.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, ici Marc-André Cossette. Merci encore une fois d'être avec nous pour notre couverture spéciale de ce congrès national du Parti libéral qui se déroule à Montréal. Une autre table ronde qui prend fin, celle-ci sur le potentiel de l'intelligence artificielle au Canada. Évidemment, l'un des plusieurs enjeux qui seront débattus ici au cours du reste de l'après-midi. Nous attendons prochainement à 15h, en fait, des discours qui seront prononcés par les candidats aux élections du Conseil national d'administration du parti. Seuls 2 postes sont brigués, c'est-à-dire ceux du vice-président anglais ainsi que du secrétaire des politiques, les autres étant déjà été acclamés. Pendant ce temps, ma collègue Julie Van Dusen et Andrew Thompson, les deux ont eu la chance d'échanger avec les gens rassemblés ici à Montréal. Julie Van Dusen a d'ailleurs eu la chance de s'entretenir avec la députée néo-démocrate, la députée du Nouveau-Brunswick, Geneviève Petitpas-Taylor. On peut écouter son échange.
On parle de M. Carney, ça fait 1 an qu'il est au gouvernement, le 28 avril. Qu'est-ce que vous dites à vos concitoyens? Qu'est-ce qu'il a accompli comme premier ministre dans 1 an?
Mais premièrement, je dois vous dire, c'est mes concitoyens qui m'approchent souvent puis qui me parlent de M. Carney. Et puis, ils sont très contents du travail qu'il a fait jusqu'à date. C'est sûr qu'avec la situation qui se passe aux États-Unis, les gens réalisent que c'est des moments qui sont très difficiles, qu'ils sont très contents qu'on a M. Carney au pouvoir pour gouverner. Et puis aussi le Canada, la réputation du Canada autour du monde entier est très positive. Les gens apprécient beaucoup M. Carney, les Canadiens apprécient M. Carney, puis les gens par chez nous l'apprécient aussi.
Vous êtes de Nouveau-Brunswick. Est-ce que vous avez peur de qu'est-ce qui va se passer avec l'ACEUM? Est-ce qu'on va avoir un accord? Je sais que c'est une revue de l'ACEUM et tout ça, mais vous êtes juste là, à la frontière. Est-ce que vous êtes inquiet?
Mais c'est sûr que je pense que, comme tout Canadien, Canadienne, nous sommes inquiets. Le Nouveau-Brunswick est absolument très touché par ces ententes-là. Mais encore une fois, on fait confiance à M. Kearney et l'équipe au cabinet qui sont en train de travailler en étroite collaboration avec tous les partenaires ainsi que leurs homologues au niveau des États-Unis. Ça fait qu'on a bien hâte de voir c'est quoi les résultats. Mais je pense qu'encore une fois, M. Kearney est la personne qui est la bonne personne, si qu'on veut, pour accomplir ce travail.
Alors, dernière question. Qu'est-ce que vous dites à vos concitoyens à propos du quotidien? Ils ont de la misère à payer le loyer, l'épicerie et tout ça. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen de leur aider?
Mais encore une fois, je pense qu'on regarde au programme que nous avons mis sur pied. C'est des programmes pour aider avec toute la question d'abordabilité. C'est sûr qu'il reste encore toujours du travail à faire, mais on veut que les gens sachent que nous sommes là pour les aider, nous sommes là pour les épauler, et puis on est toujours à l'écoute pour voir exactement qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour aider les Canadiens et les Canadiennes.
Non, mais ça ne leur aide pas à payer le loyer.
Mais je pense qu'on regarde la baisse d'impôts qui a été annoncée, c'est qu'on regarde aussi toute la question du régime des argents que nous allons donner aux gens qui reçoivent la type Goods and Services, taxes. C'est sûr qu'eux aussi vont avoir des rabais très bientôt qui vont les aider. Et puis, on continue à travailler.
Rabais sur l'essence?
Encore une fois, c'est une question à demander au cabinet puis au premier ministre.
Mais vous êtes au cabinet?
Non, je ne suis pas au cabinet.
Oh non, je m'excuse. Alors, mais on connaît beaucoup de monde qui sont au cabinet.
Oui. Mais les discussions qui se passent au cabinet, c'est confidentiel.
C'est vrai, mais est-ce que vous vouliez qu'il y ait un rabais sur l'essence?
Encore une fois, moi, je veux être là pour s'assurer qu'on est là pour appuyer les Canadiens et Canadiennes, puis c'est exactement le travail qu'on va continuer de faire.
OK. Alors, bon congrès.
Merci beaucoup, c'est gentil. Merci.
Julie Van Dusen avec l'ex-ministre libérale Ginette Petitpas-Taylor. Nous attendons toujours la reprise des travaux ici à Montréal. Nous attendons justement les élections. On fait les discours des candidats qui se présentent aux élections du Conseil national d'administration. Une séance qui est prévue pour débuter à 15 heures. Pendant ce temps, je vous propose d'écouter une entrevue que j'ai en fait réalisée avec le secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Industrie, Carlos Letao. On a justement, vous avez entendu Julie évoquer toute l'incertitude qui plane autour de l'avenir de la CIM. C'est justement l'un des enjeux que j'ai abordé avec M. Letao, étant donné justement tous les tarifs, les droits de douane qui touchent toujours plusieurs secteurs de l'économie canadienne, que ce soit l'acier, l'aluminium, les produits forestiers. Je vous propose donc d'écouter cet échange avec M. Letao. Carlos Letao, secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de l'Industrie, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous.
Merci, ça me fait plaisir.
Alors, je vais commencer d'abord avec la députée Marilyn Gladu, qui a reçu un accueil chaleureux hier ici à Montréal, au lendemain de son passage des conservateurs, évidemment, au camp libéral. Mais ses positions passées sur l'avortement, sur le convoi de la liberté, sur, sur les vaccins, ça fait continuer de réagir. Parce que, justement, elles étaient jusqu'à tout récemment opposées complètement à celle du parti. Vous, est-ce que vous êtes complètement à l'aise de l'avoir maintenant au sein du caucus libéral?
Écoutez, moi, je suis nouveau député. Je ne connaissais pas Mme Gladu d'avant. Ce que j'ai connu de Mme Gladu dans les 9 mois au Parlement, c'est quelqu'un qui, contrairement à plusieurs de ses ex-collègues, quelqu'un qui était ouverte au dialogue, ouverte à discuter. Donc, il me semble que c'est une personne qui recherche le consensus. De plus, quand on regarde justement ses positions passées, je pense qu'il faudrait aussi prendre ça dans le contexte du moment, surtout en ce qui concerne on a beaucoup parlé de la question des vaccins. Je pense pas que Mme Gladu était anti-vaccin. Elle était plutôt, elle pensait que l'obligation était peut-être exagérée, mais elle n'a jamais, à mon avis, à ce que je sache, elle n'a jamais remis en question l'efficacité d'une vaccination.
Je vais passer à un autre sujet parce que pendant ce temps, il y a plusieurs secteurs industriels, étant donné que vous êtes secrétaire parlementaire de l'industrie, je vais parler de ça évidemment. Il y a plusieurs secteurs industriels qui demeurent durement touchés par les tarifs américains, que ce soit le secteur de l'acier, de l'aluminium, les produits forestiers. Reuters rapportait cette semaine que les commandes ralentissent chez les manufacturiers. Qu'est-ce que le gouvernement fait pour offrir davantage de prévisibilité à ces entreprises et à ces secteurs?
Oui, en effet, la situation est très complexe et déjà depuis quelques mois et avec le passage du temps, ça s'empire. Il faut comprendre que cela provient des tarifs américains injustifiables, illégaux et ultimement contre-productifs pour les Américains eux-mêmes, notamment sur l'acier et sur l'aluminium. Alors, nous, qu'est-ce qu'on fait de notre côté? On travaille sur à deux niveaux. D'abord, de l'aide d'urgence pour permettre aux entreprises de pouvoir passer à travers, de demeurer en vie, passer à travers cette période qui est très, très difficile pour elles, surtout pour les aciéries. Et on a encore vu aujourd'hui avec Dofasco. Et puis sur un autre chemin de préparer l'avenir. Donc de préparer l'avenir dans le sens où on veut avoir un marché canadien, une demande canadienne qui soit aussi forte et en croissance. D'où par exemple la stratégie industrielle de la défense. Donc construire des navires, construire des avions, etc. On veut que ce soit fait au Canada, pas d'entreprise canadienne, en utilisant les matériaux canadiens. Ça prend du temps. Donc, entre-temps, il faut s'assurer que l'industrie est capable de survivre.
Oui, mais pendant ce temps, ça touche durement, évidemment, tous les travailleurs qui sont touchés par ces tarifs. Parlons donc du soutien aux travailleurs. À Sault-Sainte-Marie, le mois dernier, des centaines d'employés d'Algoma Steel ont travaillé leur dernier quart de travail dans le cadre de 1000 suppressions de postes. Qu'est-ce que votre gouvernement doit faire de plus pour soutenir ces travailleurs? Parce que je vous entends, on a entendu encore la ministre Joly dire on va créer des emplois, mais les emplois sont pas là pour l'instant. Ces gens-là, ils doivent faire quoi entre-temps? Donc,
dans le cas concret de Algoma, et vraiment c'est un bel exemple, parce que c'est là une entreprise qui est en train de se repositionner. Donc, ils sont en train d'ouvrir une nouvelle façon de produire l'acier avec des cuves électriques, par exemple. Mais ça prend du temps avant que tout cela ne soit mis en œuvre. Alors, entre-temps, les employés qui ont perdu leur emploi, oui, alors on leur donne accès à l'assurance-emploi avec des critères...
Est-ce que c'est suffisant, ça?
C'est suffisant à court terme. On comprend que c'est suffisant à court terme. Ce n'est pas une situation, ce n'est pas une solution durable, permanente. Entre-temps, Algoma éventuellement va commencer à produire de l'acier qui sera utilisé notamment dans l'industrie de la construction navale canadienne. Mais ça va prendre encore quelques mois, pour ne pas dire des années. Entre-temps, les travailleurs, avec les critères de l'assurance-emploi qui est plus pragmatique, et aussi si on peut trouver d'autres emplois, parce que nous avons aussi un enjeu de pénurie de main-d'œuvre. Ironiquement, nous avons des employés qui perdent leur emploi, mais nous avons aussi d'autres entreprises, d'autres secteurs qui ont une grave pénurie d'employés, et pas seulement à Montréal, au Toronto, au Vancouver, en région aussi, on a un manque de travailleurs spécialisés. Alors, peut-être que plusieurs des travailleurs d'Algoma pourraient trouver de nouveaux emplois dans d'autres industries.
Oui, ce qui implique tout un déplacement, mais je vous entends quand même.
Qui pourrait impliquer ça, oui.
Je veux également vous entendre sur le dossier Stellantis. La ministre de l'Industrie, Mme Joly, a exclu le recours au kit de démontage si l'entreprise souhaite produire des véhicules électriques dans son usine de Brampton, qui est à l'arrêt, ça fait déjà 2 ans. Qu'est-ce que le gouvernement veut voir de Stellantis en ce qui concerne cette usine? Quel message vous envoyez directement à Stellantis?
Regardez, l'engagement était de produire des automobiles électriques dans cette usine. Alors on veut qu'ils reviennent à ça. C'est à ça ce qu'ils s'étaient engagés aussi. Maintenant, s'ils refusent de le faire ou s'ils ne sont pas capables de le faire, on prendra les décisions qu'on devra prendre, et on continue de dire que nous allons travailler avec ceux qui travaillent avec nous. Donc, ceux qui veulent vendre des automobiles au Canada doivent aussi produire des automobiles au Canada.
Juste en terminant, évidemment, tous les regards seront tournés vers Terrebonne lundi dans le cadre de la partielle. Tous les députés, en fait, il y a plusieurs députés québécois qui ont tout fait leur passage dans la circonscription, le premier ministre lui aussi. Quel message est-ce que le Parti libéral souhaite lancer aux électeurs de Terrebonne maintenant que la majorité est plus ou moins déjà assurée?
Je veux dire qu'on ne parle même pas de majorité assurée ou pas assurée. Le message qu'on envoie aux citoyens de Terrebonne, c'est qui voulez-vous avoir comme votre représentant à la Chambre des communes? Quel est le député qui peut faire avancer les dossiers de Terrebonne le plus rapidement possible. Monsieur Yves-François Blanchet ne fait que dire que seulement le Bloc est capable de représenter les intérêts du Québec et des Québécois. Moi, je n'accepte pas ça. Je suis un député du Québec, je peux aussi, moi, très bien représenter les intérêts des Québécois à Ottawa. Et Tatiana Auguste a déjà très bien représenté les intérêts de Terrebonne à Ottawa et elle va pouvoir continuer à le faire si elle est réélue.
On verra bien la suite lundi. Carlos Letao, secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Industrie. Merci d'avoir été avec nous.
Merci à vous.
C'était mon entrevue avec le secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Industrie, Carlos Letao. Les travaux ont maintenant repris ici dans la salle plénière, justement pour entendre des discours des candidats qui briguent des postes sur le Conseil national d'administration du Parti libéral du Canada. Nous pouvons les écouter.
It is imperative that we build something stronger, plus ouvert, plus accessible, et plus connecté for every member of this party. I'm honored to have the support of the policy chairs from across the country, the current National Policy Secretary, Mike Morrison, the leadership from the Indigenous Peoples Commission and the Seniors Liberals Commission, MPs, EDA boards, and many others. That coalition tells you something. This work belongs to all of us, and it will continue to belong to all of us. I hope I can count on your support tomorrow, and together, let's continue building a policy process that every member can be proud of. Thank you. Merci.
The second candidate for Policy Secretary to speak is Eddie Haddad. Please come to the stage, Eddie. You have 3 minutes.
Mes chers amis, chers collègues libéraux, nous sommes en un moment où le monde traverse une période d'incertitude, de division et de grande fragilité. People are anxious. Democracy is being tested. And too many people, especially young people, are losing faith in politics, that it can still be a force for good. These are serious times, and serious times demand serious leadership. I am running to help create a party with more in-person events, more regional policy engagement, and a party that also uses hybrid tools so people from everywhere in Canada can take part in building policy together. Today, I support and I endorse the creation of a National Rural Commission. We cannot have two Canadas, one for the cities and one that ignores the rest. Je soutiens aussi une commission multiculturelle nationale parce que les gens qui façonnent nos politiques doivent refléter la réalité du Canada. I also believe we must do much more to engage the next generation. Young people today are being targeted by groups like Turning Point USA. We can't ignore that. We must meet the moment and create a real space in our party for youth to feel at home. That's why I believe in a national youth policy convention and a scholarship program that brings young people in and gives them a voice and helps them shape the future of the policy movement. If you believe in one Canada, in real voices being heard, and a party that gives people, especially young people, a real role in shaping policy, je veux demander humblement votre appui pour le secrétaire national aux politiques. But I also want to end with this. We are living in some of the darkest times in the world. Peace is not only something we ask our governments, it is something we must each carry in the way we live. We must say no to war and yes to more kindness. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Nathaniel and Eddie for putting your names forward. It's an important process for our party. Nous allons continuer avec les discours des candidats au poste de vice-président anglais. We will now proceed to the speeches for the Vice President English position. Hardam Mangat and Jazz Gill, they will make their way to the stage as I call their names. Alors, le premier candidat au poste de vice-président anglais, the first candidate for Vice President English to speak is Hardam Mangat. Please come to the stage, Hardam. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, fellow Liberals. I've been part of this Liberal Party as a volunteer, an organizer, and a former riding president, regional chair, and vice president of LPCO, and recently as a national vice chair English. And I want to tell you something. This room still moves me every single time. This room is not just a convention hall, it's a proof that our party shows up, that fights back, that it refuses to give up on Canada, and so do I. People ask me sometimes what it actually means to be as a national vice chair of English. I tell them it means you are the first one to pick up the phone, the first one to travel to the riding in a struggling, the first one to raise your hand when something needs to be done and no one else has stepped forward. I have always been the first to raise my hand. That's not going to change. In the past term, I am proud to say that I was a part of something historic. The National Liberal Revival. We came back, we rebuilt. We showed Canadians that this party doesn't stay down, but I want to be honest with you today. The revival is not finished. Right now, there are riding associations across Canada that are under-resourced. Volunteers who feel unseen, EDA that are not as election ready as they need to be. I know this because I have been those ridings. I have sat with those volunteers. I have listened to those riding presidents tell me that they need, and then they watch them not to get it. The job of the national president is to fix and then need the job done. I am not running again because I need a title. I'm running because I know what needs to be done. I know how to do it, and I'm not willing to walk away while the work is still unfinished. If you gave me the honor to vote, here is what I will commit to you. Every EDA president in Canada will be directed access to not a form, not a 6-week, to me personally. When you need me, that is not new promise. That is how I always operated. Ask anyone who has called. I will show up in the place where people do not expect a Liberal to show up. And I always believed that if we want the future of the party to be strong, we must make a room for young leadership. That is what, if this party do, open doors, back young Liberals, and make sure that the next generation is not only welcomed, but empowered, and I try to live the same belief beyond the party as well. That is what I will keep doing as your next VP. And I still make sure this party reflects the Canada we are fighting to build, diverse, inclusive, and ready to win. I'm asking for your vote. Please vote Hardam Mangat, VP English. Thank you.
The second candidate for Vice President English to speak is Jazz Gill. Please come to the stage. Jazz, you have 3 minutes.
Welcome to Montreal Liberals. I'm very happy to be here and genuinely honored to have met so many of you over the last 2 days. My name is Jazz Gill, and I'm running to be your next Vice President, English, of the Liberal Party of Canada, and looking forward to serve you all on the National Executive Board. My journey as a Liberal started the way it has for so many of us, by simply walking through the door of a local campaign office. In my case, that was Winnipeg South. That's where I started knocking on doors, making phone calls, showing up when the team needed me. And that experience taught me something. I loved talking to people. I love hearing what matters to them, what concerns them, what gives them hope, and how they think we can build a better society together. And that passion has what brought me here and helped me make this decision to run for this role. My platform is built around 3 key priorities. The first is to have a rural Northern Commission set up. Voices from Northern and rural Canada need to be much more stronger within our party than they are today. This not only results in more seats for the party, but also help build a Canada that's strong economically and prosperous socially in every region. Secondly, we need to do much more to strengthen the youth participation, both in politics and within our party itself. Young people need to believe that the system is working for them. That means building a meaningful youth engagement strategy, one that begins here and grows outwards. Third is accessibility and organization. Too many liberals in this country find it difficult to get together, collaborate in a meaningful way. We need a more effective, more frequent regional organizing through conventions, quite frankly, so that liberals feel part of this big family. There should be no shoulder season when it comes to organizing in this party. That is energy, focus, commitment I would bring to this role. And I will tell you this. Some of the ridings where I've felt the most motivated are the ones that are not seen as strong liberal seats. Because when you knock on those doors and someone opens the door, you see them simply happy that someone from the party showed up, and you see hope in their eyes. You see what it means to be included, you see what it means to be heard and remembered. And I believe that principle matters within our party too. Leave no one behind, leave no liberal behind. Because ultimately, our party's strength comes from the dedication of volunteers across this country. And if we want to grow, we want to organize and win, we need to do a better job bringing that energy together. Our party is strongest when every liberal feels included, every region feels heard, and every volunteer knows their work matters. That's the spirit I bring to this role. Thank you very much. I hope to count on your support. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à tous les candidats. Thanks to all the contestants. Let's give it up for Nathaniel, for Eddie, for Hardam, and for Jazz Gill. Thank you. Les personnes présentes qui étaient inscrites comme libérales le 26 mars ou avant cette date pourront voter pour ces postes demain. Le samedi 11 avril, entre 9h le matin et 14h30 dans le Ville-Vigée. Ça, c'est au 2e étage, la zone des inscriptions. Attendees who were registered liberals on or before March 26, 2026 may vote for those positions tomorrow, Saturday, April 11th, between 9 a.m. and 2:30 in the afternoon in the Vigée Hall, which is the 2nd floor where the registration area was. Pour recevoir un bulletin de vote, apportez une pièce d'identité valide délivrée par le gouvernement et assurez-vous de porter votre signe, un signe de congrès. Bring a piece of valid government ID and ensure you are wearing your convention badge to be issued a ballot. Nous allons maintenant prendre une courte pause et serons de retour à 16 heures. Merci. At this time, we're going to take a short break and we'll all return at 4 p.m. Thank you very much.
Well, as you can see, as we continue our special coverage here on CPAC of the Liberal National Convention coming live to Montreal, another break in this session today. More will follow in about, we think, 10 to 20 minutes time. So we'll get you back to the main plenary stage when things get underway once again. But as we do continue our coverage, and we see many people here leaving the plenary room to head out into the hallways of the Palais de Congrès in Montreal, well, that is where we find our colleagues Julie Van Dusen and Andrew Thompson. And with that, let's start with Andrew Thompson, who's been speaking to delegates, MPs, and former MPs. Andrew, over to you.
Greaves is the Liberal MP for Victoria, British Columbia. Mr. Greaves, good to talk to you. I want to start. Look, let's get your reaction to this latest floor crossing. Marilyn Gladu coming over from the Conservatives. Are you comfortable with Marilyn Gladu being one of your new caucus members?
I'm comfortable with the statements that the Prime Minister and MP Gladu gave yesterday. You know, the position of the party hasn't changed on our core values, our core issues, and Ms. Gladu has said that she is prepared to accept and vote in accordance with those priorities. So I think it's a testament to the Prime Minister's leadership that we have such appeal for members coming from other parties, but the expectation is that those members are going to support the values and the vision that we put forward.
Now, whether it's through simply the by-elections coming next week or perhaps more floor crossings, your party is on the cusp of a majority in the House of Commons. You know, how will that change how the Liberal government and the Prime Minister has to perform, has to actually get things done for Canadians? Will there be more pressure now in terms of actual concrete results?
I think there's already an expectation that the government will deliver concrete results for Canadians, and that's what the Prime Minister's focused on doing. Obviously, should we get a majority in the House of Commons, it'll be easier to move things through, especially in the committee process. I'll leave specific questions about when that might happen to the House Leader and the Prime Minister, but certainly having a majority in the House will let us move forward with our agenda more quickly.
So tell me a bit about the mood that you're hearing from Liberals here this weekend. Certainly there's optimism, the party doing well in the polls, doing well in fundraising, huge numbers of people at this convention. But what are grassroots Liberals telling you about the party going forward over the next few months, next few years?
Well, we've got a great delegation here from British Columbia, but also from my community in Victoria. And the people that I've met here, the Liberal delegates, are excited about the Prime Minister's leadership. They're encouraged by the stability and the clarity that he's offered in the last year. They feel that obviously we've gone through quite a journey in just over a year as a party, as a government, and as a country. And so given all of those changes, there's a welcome sense of relief that we find ourselves where we are now.
Okay, and finally, I do want to ask you about the continuing situation in the Middle East, because over a month ago, you were critical of Canada's initial position on supporting U.S. strikes. You know, what do you think about the government's response over the past several weeks as that conflict has evolved?
It's precisely the fact that it's an evolving conflict that has made it such a difficult issue. You know, where we are now, 5 weeks later, is not where we were when the conflict first broke out, when the United States and Israel launched their strikes against Iran on February 28th. Certainly, I think it is in Canada's interest that we haven't been directly involved in that conflict, that this is not a conflict that Canada has supported, it's not a conflict that serves us well, and that serves the world well, frankly. So it's a deeply unfortunate situation. The violence is horrific, the loss of life, the destruction in that region is horrific. The Prime Minister has been clear that the Canadian Armed Forces aren't involved and shouldn't be.
Okay, Will Greaves, appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And our thanks there for that interview from Andrew Thompson. Well, as we wait for the members, the delegates, to get back into the main plenary hall here at the Palais de Congrès of Montreal, we're now joined by Steve McKinnon, the government House Leader, as well as Minister for Transport. Steve, thank you for being here.
Oh, it's so great to be here, and thank you to CPAC and the whole team for always covering these conventions. It's a very important part of what you do.
Thank you. It's our bread and butter, just saying. Listen, I want to begin with Marilyn Gladu. Of course, her addition to the Liberal caucus dominated the headlines even before Liberals gathered here in Montreal. And when you walk through this convention, without a doubt, there are those that are very enthused that her addition to your caucus means that this government is one step closer to forming a majority. But there are other voices here in Montreal expressing concern, primarily from progressive Liberals, who are worried about the addition of someone who's expressed more social conservative views in the past. Does that make your job and the job of senior Liberals a bit harder to ensure caucus unity now?
Well, first of all, we want to welcome Marilyn Gladu to our group. She is an incredible addition. I think MPs who have worked with her know her as a person who has worked across the aisle. You will know how hard it is to pass one private member's bill. She's passed two as an opposition member. So that's some testimony to her ability to get things done. So we're very, very happy to have her. That said, the Liberal Party is a party built on the foundations of equality, of human rights. It has values, women's right to choose. These are things that are immovable. And when one chooses to join the Liberal Party of Canada and our parliamentary caucus, one, by that same token, automatically adheres to those values. And I know Marilyn has and will continue to uphold them.
And you know, to be fair, Marilyn Gladu in her news conference that happened here in Montreal says that she will be voting with the government when it comes to issues like that. But I think when you listen to the Liberals here in Montreal that are expressing concern, they're just concerned that the values they believe this party to uphold is no longer front and center, that it seems to be taking a backseat in this government's quest to form a majority. What would you say to that?
I would say that one needs only walk around these policy workshops where exciting ideas on climate change, on social change, on justice issues. We just heard an incredible presentation on artificial intelligence. This is a party that remains grounded in these important themes, but must also evolve. And part of the magic, the secret of the Liberal Party of Canada over the decades and the centuries has been its ability to pivot, to mirror the moment, to present policies to Canadians that are relevant and that meet the challenges of the times. We are in a very challenging period right now. We have world events happening. We have what the Prime Minister has described as a rupture, and Canada must adjust rapidly. And Canadians, we should feel grateful. Look to the Liberal Party at those moments to provide the solutions, and that's what you're experiencing a bit of. Right, it's a lot. We understand it's a lot for Liberals, and as we gather here in Montreal, sort of 5,000 strong. I think one can be very, very optimistic about the country when you see that every region is represented, every
progressive thought,
certainly progressive thought, but every possible cultural and other group. You see people passionate about healthcare. You see people passionate about the environment, and people passionate about the economy. These are all Liberal values, and we are going to be continuing to put them on display for people.
Okay, put them on display, as you say, and you arguably have a greater chance to do that come the by-elections on Monday. And at this point, if all holds true, at least 2 of those 3 by-elections will be won by your party. That will put your government from a minority government to a majority government. How does that change what you're able to accomplish as a Liberal government if you do secure that majority come Monday?
Well, Canadians in the last election elected a parliament that was very close to a majority parliament. A few seats on one side or a few seats on the other. I don't think, Michael, changes our modus operandi, which is that we do need to, particularly in this moment, reach a hand across the aisle, hope to find support elsewhere, beyond the Liberal Party, beyond the Liberal caucus for our policies. I don't think anything about Monday, whatever the result, and we never take the voters for granted, I don't think that will modify our basic approach, which is to extend the hand of cooperation to other parties, to the New Democrats, to the Bloc Québécois, to the Conservatives. We negotiate on details. We don't negotiate on principles, but we've found some success, as you've seen, in recent weeks, to get support and attract support. The Budget Implementation Act, a major piece of legislation. The essential parts, not all of them, but many of them, of our crime agenda, our tough on crime agenda. All of these things have found some success in recent weeks. So we're hoping that that streak continues.
Okay, hoping that streak continues. But will it change the speed at which we're seeing things done? You know, when Marc Carney was campaigning in the last election, you know, this time last year, he was speaking about accomplishing things for this country at speeds not seen before.
Well,
will securing majority actually make that a reality?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. We'll see how opposition parties make adjustments, and we'll see how we make adjustments. Again, with the basic premise that we do want to be a government of unity, a government that finds support and attracts support for its policies from all sides of the House. We do want to get rid of obstruction. Canadians look at this obstruction. Canadians living in conservative ridings look at this, obstruction, this parliamentary strategy where, a day the government gets nothing done is a good day for Canada. Well, no one believes that out there. And too often that has been Mr. Poilievre's approach. That is an approach that does not always get approval in his own caucus. And to the extent that we would be able to get beyond some of those petty tricks, then we'll try and do that. But we do want to make sure that we continue dialoguing with all parts of the country and people of all political stripes.
Okay, we have a couple of minutes left, but before we're done, I also want to ask you to put on your Minister of Transport hat now.
Yeah.
Because Alto has been making news, and we are now seeing a number of farmers, landowners in Ontario, Eastern Ontario in particular, expressing fears about losing their livelihoods and their homes because of this project. Do those concerns give you reason to hesitate about moving forward with Alto at all?
No, but we do need to do it with sensitivity. This is an historic project. It's a linear project. Unfortunately, that means that it needs to be go in an unbroken 60-meter wide line between Quebec City and Toronto. We will do that with as much sensitivity as possible, with as much common sense as possible. Follow utility corridors or any other public rights-of-way like highways. We will do that. Where it's not possible to do that, we will negotiate with sensitivity with landowners. But again, people like to depict the 10-kilometer wide corridor that's been identified, within which a 60-meter wide alignment will be chosen later this year. They like to depict that 10-kilometer corridor as being all of the land we're going to take. That is not true. Again, these are kind of some of the simplistic opposition you see that comes from the other side of the House, particularly their leader, but not true. Canadians want high-speed rail. Canadians expect us to deliver on this kind of nation-building project, and we want to give our kids the ability to move within the country in a very, very modern, fast way. It would be absolutely transformational, and we're really looking forward to making progress on it.
Okay, but before the Prime Minister forwarded the high-speed rail as a major project, the concerns I was hearing was not about the lack of high-speed rail. The concerns I was hearing were about Via Rail. Why not just spend that money and make what is already owned and operating better instead of investing something that at this point is theoretical? Why not take the money and build a dedicated rail line for Via to allow for faster and more frequent service rather than putting tens of billions into Alto?
Well, while it might be faster, it wouldn't be high speed. And Via has a role, will continue to have a role, and we know that we need to continue to improve Via's service. It does, unfortunately, share a track with, in many cases, cargo trains, and those cargo trains have priority because the companies that run them own the track. So we're going to continue to work on that. Via has a new interim CEO. That CEO has marching orders from the government to improve customer service, to improve reliability. We want to do that. But if you're building new track, why would you build anything but the latest, best, world-beating technology, which is what we're proposing to do with Alto?
Okay. Steve McKinnon, appreciate the time. Thank you for that.
Thanks for having me.
And Steve McKinnon, a Government House Leader as well as Minister of Transport. Now, as we wait for the plenary session to begin again here in the main hall of the Palais de Congrès in Montreal, let's go back out into the hallways where we have both Andrew Thompson and Julie Van Dusen speaking to people gathered here for the Liberal National Convention. I'll throw it over right now to Julie.
Jeff Regan, former MP and former Speaker, and longtime Liberal, right?
Yes.
So, Mark Carney, it's been there a year. What do you think he's accomplished?
Well, I think that people see him as the right person at the right time. He's come in at a very difficult time internationally, as we all know, with the situation we have with a U.S. president who's been kind of antagonistic and causing some headaches. So I think he's done a great job and people have a lot of confidence. Whether I'm in the hockey dressing room or at the grocery store, people say to me, I have confidence in Mr. Carney. They think he's the person we need at this difficult time.
So, would there be a Mark Carney with no Donald Trump?
Oh, listen, hypothetical question, right? I think most people know the answer to that, although the thing is, that for me, the question when Mr. Carney first decided to run was, okay, he's got a fantastic resume and background. Can he do politics? And I think he's shown that he can very well. He's superb at it. Maybe there would have been anyway.
Exactly. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm always thought of you as a left-leaning liberal. Am I right?
No, I think I'm more of a centrist, actually.
Okay. But are you getting enough? Okay, you're a centrist, but has there been too much center, not enough left? Or
I think.
I mean, a lot of people think he's a conservative.
I see a good balance. To me, we're in a time when the government of Canada, under economic attack, so to speak, has to focus on increasing trade with other countries, finding ways to get our economy going in ways that aren't reliant on the U.S., and I think that people see that Mr. Carney's doing that superbly.
So, last question. At some point, though, and it's great to be up here in the big picture and traveling and deals and commercial deals and all that stuff, but at some point, are people going to be a little more frustrated about just the everyday cost of living and groceries and all that stuff? I don't know what he can do about that, but aren't they going to get a little frustrated?
I think people see that the work that Mr. Carney and his government are doing is focused on creating jobs here in Canada, on creating things that will make life better for Canadians, making sure people have good jobs that pay well, so they can afford the things they need to have to put meat on the table, to put bread on the table.
Does that happen? Like, are there a lot of jobs being created? A lot of houses being built? Is it happening?
Well, I think when I talk to Canadians, right, I think their feeling is that the work is being done now that will lead to results, but that those results don't happen overnight, and no one expects them to.
Okay, thank you. So, Jeff Regan, great seeing you, and have a great convention.
Thanks so much. Good to see you, Julie.
Okay.
C'était ma collègue Julie Van Dusen avec l'ancien président de la Chambre des communes, Jeff Regan. Nous attendons toujours la reprise des travaux ici à Montréal, une journée consacrée à des ateliers de politique et des tables rondes. Cette deuxième journée du Congrès national, un congrès qui est marqué par deux événements quand même assez frappants. D'abord, il y a à peine quelques jours, l'arrivée au sein du caucus libéral de la députée conservatrice Marilyn Gladu, mais aussi, dans quelques jours, les élections partielles qui auront lieu dans 3 circonscriptions et qui risquent de donner au gouvernement Carney une majorité. Pour discuter de ces événements et d'autres, en fait, tous les politiques qui seront abordés ici à Montréal. J'ai l'honneur de recevoir Stephen McKinnon, le leader du gouvernement à la Chambre et le ministre des Transports. Monsieur McKinnon, bonsoir.
Merci de m'accueillir, oui.
Alors, tout d'abord...
Merci à CPAC aussi de faire ce travail-ci. C'est extraordinaire pour tous les partis politiques que vous couvrez nos assises.
Toujours un plaisir.
Oui.
Je veux parler de la plus récente recrue de votre caucus, Mme Gladu. Elle a répondu aux questions des journalistes hier par rapport à ses prises de position passées sur l'avortement, le convoi des libertés. Il y a plusieurs qui voient très mal comment ça cadre avec le Parti libéral. Qu'est-ce que vous répondez à ces gens-là qui se sentent quand même mal à l'aise de l'avoir rejoindre votre caucus?
Parti libéral, j'en fais partie. C'est depuis toute ma vie, est un parti bâti sur une fondation très, très solide. L'égalité des langues, l'égalité des genres, le droit de choisir pour les femmes. Ça changera pas. Les droits de la personne, et c'est notre fondation, c'est notre roc, si vous voulez. Quelqu'un qui choisit d'adhérer à notre groupe parlementaire, au Parti libéral du Canada, adhère par le fait même à ses valeurs, et on s'attend à ce que cette personne-là, toute personne, adhère et appuie ces valeurs-là. Je n'ai aucun doute que Marilyn va faire ça. Je n'ai aucun doute qu'on vient d'avoir une députée de grande qualité, une députée qui a quand même réussi à faire passer 2 projets de loi privés comme députée à l'opposition, très, très rare. Quelqu'un qui est connu pour tendre la main à travers l'allée de la Chambre des communes, travailler bien avec les membres, bilingue. bilingue de Sarnia, une carrière en affaires qui remonte très loin. Donc, moi, je pense que c'est une députée de grande qualité qu'on vient d'avoir dans nos rangs.
Le stratège conservateur Fred Delory a comparé ce que M. Carney fait à fait un caucus Frankenstein. L'idée qu'il y aurait une majorité qui serait assemblée à partir de pièces détachées. Il a même prévenu que le premier ministre vient de greffer à son caucus un membre qui risque de faire pourrir le reste du corps. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez de cette analyse?
Je rejette ça. Moi, je pense que, écoutez, les réactions de certains conservateurs, au lieu de faire de l'introspection et de regarder quoi au sein de leur groupe, de leur culture fait défaut. Vous savez, les Canadiens qui habitent dans les circonscriptions conservatrices là sont pas différents des autres Canadiens.
Mais elle a quand même remporté sa circonscription avec 15% d'avance. C'est une circonscription conservatrice.
Ça vous dit à quel point... Ben oui, mais je me rappelle, je suis assez vieux pour me rappeler de M. Galloway, ça fait pas si longtemps, qui a représenté cette circonscription-là comme libéral. Donc, c'est peut-être un hommage aussi à ses talents de communicatrice puis de représentante de sa population locale. Donc, moi, dans une élection difficile pour les conservateurs, elle a eu un très, très bon score. Donc, mais les conservateurs ne se posent pas les questions qui doivent se poser. Pourquoi les Canadiens ne voient pas en eux la réponse à la situation actuelle, aux crises que l'on vit à l'échelle du monde, à la rupture telle que décrite par le premier ministre? Ils posent la question à leurs députés, pourquoi vous ne faites pas partie de la solution? Pourquoi vous essayez de réduire tous les enjeux à 3 mots, à faire de l'obstruction dans la Chambre des communes? Donc, nous, on fait miroiter, je pense, de l'espoir. On fait miroiter une volonté de vouloir construire le Canada. Les conservateurs, pour leur part, semblent décevoir bon nombre de leurs commettants.
Je le mentionnais tout à l'heure, évidemment, il y a les 3 élections partielles qui auront eu lieu lundi. Les 2 circonscriptions en Ontario, on peut dire, c'est des sièges libéraux quand même assez sûrs. Et donc, votre gouvernement se dirige vers un gouvernement majoritaire. Si vous obtenez une majorité, qu'est-ce que ça va changer concrètement? Quelle est là ou les mesures que vous allez pouvoir faire adopter plus rapidement?
Et aux dernières élections, les Canadiens ont élu un Parlement à 2-3 comtés près. Un Parlement minoritaire, mais très près de la majorité. Donc, 2-3 comtés en bas ou en haut de la ligne majoritaire, je pense pas que ça changera notre approche générale qui est de tendre la main, d'aller chercher des appuis de l'autre côté de la Chambre des communes, de faire en sorte qu'on soit un gouvernement le plus unificateur possible et de chercher des appuis de toutes les régions et partout sur le spectrum idéologique. Nous sommes devant une circonstance qui demande de l'action et nous voulons procéder de façon aussi rassembleur que possible.
Mais quand même, le fait d'avoir une majorité, ça doit changer quelque chose concrètement sur le terrain. Est-ce qu'on peut s'attendre au moins à ce que les
rythmes s'accélèrent? J'aime même pas spéculer avant les élections partielles parce qu'on prend jamais les électeurs pour acquis. Mais dans la mesure où on serait capable d'éliminer l'obstruction inutile des conservateurs. Là où ils pensent qu'une bonne journée pour le Canada, c'est une journée où ils empêchent le gouvernement d'agir. Bien, ça, si on peut limiter ça, ça va être une bonne journée pour le Canada, à mon avis. Mais ça ne changera pas l'essentiel pour nous, qui est d'aller chercher des appuis partout en Chambre pour nos politiques.
Je veux également vous poser une question sur le projet de train à grande vitesse Alto, étant donné que vous êtes ministre des Transports. Il entraînerait l'expropriation de propriétés tout au long du tronçon pour la construction du rail. Ça suscite une forte opposition de la part des propriétaires du côté de l'Ontario, du côté du Québec, qui se sentent vraiment dans le noir. Ils n'ont vraiment pas une idée si leur propriété sera affectée ou non. Qu'est-ce que vous dites à ces gens-là qui ont une crainte bien fondée de perdre leur propriété?
D'abord, les Canadiens souhaitent qu'on procède avec un train.
D'abord, mais en fait, on peut commencer avec ces questions-là. Qu'est-ce qui vous dit justement que c'est un projet qui est dans l'intérêt national, que les Canadiens veulent vraiment de ce projet?
Bien, on en parle depuis les années 70. J'ai parlé au ministre japonais qui dit qu'on a inauguré notre système en 73. Donc, vous pouvez imaginer là, qu'il est grand temps que cette technologie-là atterrisse en Amérique du Nord. Nous pensons que le Canada peut être leader, peut même sursauter ces autres pays-là. C'est un tracé de 1000 km allant de Québec à Toronto, mais 60 mètres de large. Donc, on a identifié un corridor avec une largeur de 10 km afin de mieux consulter, justement, les agriculteurs, consulter les communautés, les maires, les mairesses, tout le long du corridor. Mais là, plus tard cette année, on va réduire ce corridor-là en un tracé de 60 mètres. Et vous vous dites le mot expropriation, oui, si nécessaire, mais on va négocier de gré à gré avec les gens qui appartiennent des propriétés le long du tracé pour prendre qu'une infime partie. On va suivre le gros bon sens, on va suivre les corridors énergétiques, les emprises d'autoroute ou quoi que ce soit le plus possible. Et lorsque ce ne sera pas possible, de négocier avec sensibilité pour les propriétaires tout le long.
Est-ce qu'Alto doit faire un meilleur travail avec ces consultations pour tenter d'apaiser ces craintes?
Ils ont fait des consultations qui ont attiré 25 000 personnes.
Ils sont très concernés, justement.
Et ont eu des belles suggestions, ont eu des bons conseils de chacune des localités tout le long du corridor. Ce n'est que la première phase des consultations, mais c'est un projet majeur. On s'attend à ce qu'il y ait des débats. On s'attend à ce qu'il y ait des questions. On est là pour y répondre. Alto est là pour y répondre et fera preuve d'une grande sensibilité, à mon avis.
Stephen McKinnon, on va s'arrêter là. Merci beaucoup d'avoir été avec nous.
Je vous en prie.
Nous attendons toujours la reprise des travaux ici dans la salle plénière, mais comme je le mentionnais, mes collègues Julie Van Dusen et Andrew Thompson ont toujours l'occasion d'échanger avec les membres rassemblés ici à Montréal. Écoutons justement un de ces échanges rapportés par Andrew Thompson.
All right, I'm with Lorna Huskamp, a Liberal from Eastern Ontario. Lorna, good to talk to you. So I want to talk to you as a Liberal here at this convention. Look, what are your big priorities that you want to see come out of this weekend here in Montreal?
So I'm really excited about the momentum that's been building around rural issues. It seems to be an area that we haven't paid a lot of attention to in the last couple election cycles. But I'm with a group that's organizing a rural hospitality suite tonight. I've been meeting a lot of people who are interested in building a rural commission to make sure that we're including all areas of the country in our policy and our dialogues, and just making sure everybody has a voice at the table.
So what do you think rural voters need to hear more from the Prime Minister to help you as Liberals at the doorstep whenever the next campaign comes?
Really need to be seen as understanding what their priorities are. A big issue that we're hearing about in Eastern Ontario is the Alto high-speed rail. It's definitely a great project for the country, but without a stop in that space between Ottawa and Peterborough, there's not a lot of benefit. It's cutting farms, it's cutting roads off. And we're not against the project, but we just want to make sure that there's engaged dialogue and mitigation factors being put into place on projects like that. We also hear a lot at the doors in rural Ontario about different issues around infrastructure, building the economy with small business, ensuring farmers have access to the right types of economic measures, that kind of thing. And they just really feel not heard in general. So all we're asking for is a seat at the table, really.
Finally, I just want to ask you, about the state of the Liberal Party in general, because, look, we've seen floor crossings come from the NDP and now not just from the Conservatives we had seen in recent months, but now also Marilyn Gladu coming from that wing of the Conservative Party. What are your thoughts on what those floor crossings mean for the Liberal Party going forward here over the next few months and years?
Well, certainly the Maryland crossing has generated a lot of gossip in terms of what are the party values, but I think it's really important that the party itself maintains its progressive values, and I understand that's something she's committed to. But we've definitely seen a shift over the past 5 years, from the Trudeau years to now the Carney era, to a more economically balanced stance, which is gaining a lot of positive energy. And so there's definitely been a shift into maybe a more centrist position. But yeah, what I'm hearing from other members and my own position is just making sure that we keep our values, that everyone is valued regardless of whatever their life stance may be, and ensuring that everyone's part of the conversation. So yeah.
All right, Lorna, really appreciate your time, your thoughts on the party and on the convention as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
C'était mon collègue Andrew Thompson. Nous attendons toujours la reprise des travaux ici dans la salle plénière, une prochaine table ronde qui aura lieu sur le thème de contrôler le destin du Canada, assurer notre souveraineté et notre prospérité. Comme je mentionnais, il y a 4500 libéraux qui sont ici pour assister à ce congrès, mais il y a aussi des observateurs d'autres partis, entre autres Alexandre Boulris du nouveau Parti démocrate, un parti qui vient de s'élire un nouveau chef en Ivy Lewis. J'ai eu l'occasion d'échanger avec M. Boulris et donc, pendant qu'on attend la reprise des travaux, je vous invite à écouter cet échange. Alexandre Boulris, député néo-démocrate de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous.
Ça fait plaisir.
Alors, évidemment, la grande nouvelle en marge du Congrès, c'était bien sûr l'arrivée de Marilyn Gladue au sein du caucus libéral. Un changement d'alliance qui, je pense qu'on peut dire, a laissé plusieurs bouches bées. Votre réaction à la décision de M. Carney de l'admettre à son équipe?
Bien, ça veut vraiment dire le virage à droite du Parti libéral du Canada, parce que là, si les conservateurs se sentent autant à l'aise avec le Parti libéral de M. Carney, c'est que ce Parti libéral-là est de plus en plus conservateur. Et Mme Gladue, ce qui est particulier, c'est que c'est pas une conservatrice centriste ou modérée. C'est quelqu'un qui avait des positions extrêmement fermes. Quand on l'entendait en chambre au Parlement sur le droit des femmes à l'avortement, sur les cours de conversion pour les communautés LGBTQ, les gays et lesbiennes, son appui à la manifestation, l'occupation illégale du centre-ville d'Ottawa par le convoi de la liberté. Qu'est-ce qu'elle fait exactement au Parti libéral? Est-ce que M. Carney n'est pas en train de vendre son âme pour aller se chercher une majorité?
Oui, vous dites que ça concrétise un virage à droite, mais en même temps, M. Carney réussit aussi à attirer au moins une députée néo-démocrate, votre ancienne collègue Laurie Loud. Qu'est-ce que ça vous dit sur le réalignement politique qu'on se voit se constater en ce moment?
Ben, je pense que ça fait en sorte que le Parti libéral, c'est plus une grande tente. Là, c'est que c'est rendu un écartèlement total parce qu'on accepte tout le monde, mais même avec des gens qui d'emblée ne sont pas des libéraux et qui sont beaucoup plus conservateurs. Mais quand on regarde tout ce que M. Carney a fait, on va détruire le processus d'évaluation environnementale. On a une entente avec Daniel Smith de l'Alberta pour un nouveau pipeline. On donne le pouvoir à nos ministres de ne pas respecter les lois fédérales. Quand on additionne tout ça, on dit l'environnement, on s'en occupe plus, puis on dépense immensément sur les dépenses militaires puis l'armée, c'est un programme foncièrement conservateur.
Mais est-ce que c'est un ralliement qui peut-être s'impose étant donné les crises multiples auxquelles on assiste actuellement, que ce soit les menaces des Américains ou le conflit au Moyen-Orient, vraiment toute l'instabilité géopolitique? Est-ce que c'est peut-être justement ce type de ralliement-là qui s'impose?
Mais bâtir une économie forte puis des bons emplois syndiqués, tout le monde est d'accord avec ça. Mais est-ce que ça vaut la peine d'acheter 12 sous-marins alors qu'on a une crise du logement puis les gens sont pas capables de payer leur loyer, les jeunes sont pas capables de s'acheter une maison? Est-ce que les priorités sont à la bonne place? Parce qu'on peut avoir des communautés résilientes puis une économie forte en faisant du développement économique qui est plus social également. C'est ça que nous, au NPD, on prône. Pas aller vers des pipelines de F-35 puis des sous-marins.
Oui, justement, vous, votre parti, vous venez d'élire un nouveau chef.
Oui.
Le Parti libéral, évidemment, on le voit, a réussi à élargir sa tente. Vous, comment est-ce que vous anticipez que votre parti va pouvoir aller faire des gains?
Bien, pour nous, on va aller chercher des gens qui ont voté libéral la dernière fois en se bouchant le nez parce qu'il y avait peur des menaces de Trump et ils voulaient pas de M. Poilievre. Mais là, ces gens-là réalisent de plus en plus qui est le vrai visage de M. Carney, qui est plutôt du côté des grandes compagnies, des gens du web, des banques, des millionnaires. Alors, on va récupérer ces gens-là avec un message clair.
Mais parce qu'il est quand même bien coté, M. Carney, pour l'instant, alors que votre chef doit se faire connaître.
Doit se faire connaître, comme Jack Layton devait se faire connaître quand il a été élu chef du NPD. Il n'était pas connu à l'époque, il était conseiller municipal à Toronto. Mais une chose est sûre, c'est que la lune de miel de M. Carney va pas durer éternellement. Les gens ont de difficulté à payer leur loyer, les gens ont de difficulté à payer le panier d'épicerie. M. Carney a dit, je vais être jugé sur le coût du panier d'épicerie. Depuis un an, on n'a vu aucune différence, puis on n'a vu aucune mesure forte de la part par M. Carney. Alors que Avi Lewis, lui, s'inspire du nouveau maire de New York, M. Mamdani, avec des solutions concrètes sur le coût des cellulaires, le transport en commun, sur le coût du panier d'épicerie également, pour avoir des pôles publics qui vont être capables d'offrir une version plus abordable aux citoyens et aux citoyennes.
On sait évidemment, il y a 3 élections partielles qui sont prévues pour lundi, 2 en Ontario, évidemment celle de Terrebonne où la lutte sera beaucoup plus serrée. Mais étant donné que M. Carney, on s'attend à ce que son parti puisse remporter les 2 élections à Toronto, on verra celle à Terrebonne, il est sur le point de former un gouvernement majoritaire. Comment est-ce que vous voyez le rôle alors du NPD dans cette nouvelle configuration politique? Est-ce que vous n'avez pas justement de perdre tout le levier que vous aviez aux communes?
Bon, déjà, M. Carney agissait presque comme s'il était majoritaire à la Chambre des communes, souvent avec l'appui des conservateurs aussi. Hein? Donc, ça veut dire que les conservateurs sont à l'aise de voter avec M. Carney. Mais on va continuer notre travail à la Chambre des communes d'avoir une opposition de gauche, une opposition progressiste, parce que le NPD amène une voix, des enjeux, des préoccupations, puis un angle qui est unique à la Chambre des communes. Aucun autre parti a cette voix-là. Elle est importante, elle est nécessaire dans notre démocratie.
Enfin, juste en terminant, on sait les rumeurs sur votre propre avenir politique persistent. Ça fait un certain temps, plusieurs semaines qu'on pense que peut-être vous allez faire un saut vers la politique provinciale. Est-ce que vous êtes toujours en mode réflexion?
Toujours en mode réflexion, mais ça achève. Mais là, en ce moment, au fédéral, il y a tellement de rumeurs sur plein de gens, sur plein de partis politiques que on va voir qu'est-ce qui va se passer dans les prochains jours.
On verra bien la suite. Alexandre Boulris, merci d'avoir été avec nous.
Ça fait plaisir. Bonne journée.
C'était mon entrevue avec le député néo-démocrate Alexandre Boulris. Pendant ce temps, les travaux ont repris ici dans la salle plénière. Une autre table ronde qui s'impose maintenant sur le thème de comment contrôler le destin du Canada, assurer notre souveraineté et notre prospérité. Entre autres, nous écouterons les ministres des Affaires mondiales Anita Anand, de la Sécurité publique Gary Anand-Sangri et de la Défense David McGuinty. On peut les écouter.
Atteindre le cible de 2 %. Évidemment, ça veut dire énormément d'augmentation de dépenses pour investir dans nos forces armées canadiennes. C'est vraiment important. C'est très important pour notre futur. C'est un plan discipliné, un plan ciblé pour rebâtir nos forces armées canadiennes, rétablir la crédibilité du Canada. On a des responsabilités domestiques, on a des responsabilités continentales et on a des responsabilités à l'international avec l'OTAN, avec nos 31 partenaires. Donc, c'est un grand moment pour le Canada. C'est vraiment quelque chose qu'on devrait célébrer parce que ça démontre maintenant le sérieux qu'on prend maintenant quand ça vient aux forces armées canadiennes et en plus notre secteur économique dans le domaine de la défense. Donc, on investit évidemment, on a commencé avec une augmentation de salaire pour les femmes et les hommes des forces armées canadiennes. Oui, absolument, applaudissons. De 8 à 20 % comme augmentation, c'est la première augmentation depuis 1997. Pensez à ça, là, depuis 1997. Donc, on est en train de reconstruire nos 33 bases. Le recrutement a augmenté de 13 % depuis 6 mois. 13 % d'augmentation de demande pour se rejoindre aux forces armées canadiennes. Donc, les changements commencent à avoir un impact. Mais c'est vraiment, ça touche la question de reconstruire, de rebâtir et de réarmer nos forces armées canadiennes. C'est un projet qui continue et il y en a d'autres ici sur le panel qui peuvent bien mieux expliquer les impacts économiques, mais il y en a en masse, évidemment, quand on investit à ce niveau-là. Ça a un impact dans nos économies locaux partout au Canada. Donc, c'est la première fois depuis 1989 et je dois vous dire qu'il faut donner énormément de crédit au premier ministre Carney. C'est le premier ministre Carney lui-même qui a poussé, qui a annoncé dès le début qu'il voulait atteindre l'objectif de 2 % et voilà, nous y sommes rendus. Je pense qu'il faut être fier du travail qu'on fait ensemble. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Steve, can you talk to us a little bit about the Defense Investment Agency and how it works to help us achieve that 2% target and what it's doing to help the Canadian Armed Forces be ready and equipped?
Thank you for the question. And first of all, I'm the MP for Kelowna. So if any of you know how difficult it is to win a riding like Kelowna, it requires very, very awesome volunteers and donors. Many of you from different ridings are here and you do this job. Thank you very much for everything that you do to allow us to come and serve you in this way. So thank you very much. I want to talk about the backstory to this 2%. At the tail end of Stephen Harper, we were spending less than 1% GDP on defense. And not surprisingly, it actually went down when Harper got the keys. They were about 1.13%, and when they were done, it was less than 1%. The subsequent Trudeau government, we doubled defense spending over the 10 years, and we got it from about just under 1% to 1.43%. It took us 10 years. So the investment was there, but the machine that was able to dispatch the funds to get the things to the front lines, we didn't touch that. It stayed the same. And it wasn't able to dispatch big amounts of money on big projects in a timely way. It could surge, and it could do that once in a while. We did that in Afghanistan. There was a number of times we could surge, but we couldn't sustain a big spend over a long period of time. So to put that into perspective, we went from under 1.5%, 1.43% to 2% in 8.5 months under this new government. It's unbelievable. The DIA, the Defense Investment Agency, it right now is I won't get into the technical part, but it's a special operating agency under PSPC. It will become autonomous on its own in the coming months. But this lift, the DIA was part of it, but the reality is it was a whole of government approach. It was all the elected officials leading the charge. It was a public service coming to work every day and putting their best game forward. It took everybody full attention to make this happen. But here's the future. If you think about it, our economy is growing, and so are our targets. We have to get to 5% by 2035. If you draw a linear path from where we are today to 2035, we have to increase our spending by 0.3% every year. So 2.3, 2.6, 2.9, and that's a percentage of our economy. And with our Prime Minister, who is a world-renowned economist who's run the central banks of 2 G7 countries, we can have confidence our economy is going to grow. So guess what that means? That means that this effort, this lift, this really big lift that we just did is going to have to be maintained in the years going forward. So we can all be super happy that we did this year. Like, it was a big deal, and it is a big deal, but it will be a big deal every year moving forward. And to hit those targets, we have to change the way we're doing things. And if we had a longer, more protracted conversation, if I see you out there, I'll tell you how we're going to do it. But we have a fiscal commitment, and we have new processes that will allow us to deliver the capability that we need to the Canadian Armed Forces while we build our economy and provide jobs and economic opportunities for Canadians. This is what we're going to do.
Thanks so much, Steve. Jill, can you talk to us a little bit about the use of dual use and how that's going to help us attain that 2% and continue to grow the economy?
That's great, Sherry. Thank you so much. And again, shout out to my BC colleague, Steve. It's wonderful to get to be here from British Columbia, so thank you. You know, the dual use is a really interesting perspective, because when we talk about defense investment, we talk a lot about security and sovereignty, but we also need to think about it in terms of economic benefit for Canada. And so I tried to kind of think it through, and I wanted to sort of highlight 3 areas where the dual use infrastructure is going to be so powerful as we look forward for Canada. So the first is when we think about transportation, and we think about the investments that are going to be made in ports and in roads and in airports. These are ultimately the investments in infrastructure that are about people, they're about equipment, they're about supplies. And so while they will have benefits to the Canadian Armed Forces and to our defense, they're also the infrastructure investments that are going to be moving the products that build those investments, that build houses, and that build our strength in our smaller, and particularly as we move into the Arctic communities. Secondly, we want to talk about housing. You know, we know that we're building a ton of housing in Canada, and we've made some great strides with housing for the Canadian Armed Forces. You know, I've been fortunate with David that we've gotten to make some announcements about some of the housing progress we've made. Well, you know what? The housing is about Canadian Armed Forces, but it's also about those individuals that are going to come and build the infrastructure, and it's about building communities through housing. So as we make these investments in the defense housing, we're making the investments in building stronger communities. And then the third example that I had is telecommunications. We know that telecommunications, internet, satellite, Wi-Fi, all of these are incredibly important to the defense sector, to the defense industry, and to our sovereignty. But these are also the tools that connect individuals in Canada. They are what connect us within our communities, and across this vast country from coast to coast to coast. So these are investments that are about building our economy, they're about building our infrastructure, and about taking us forward. So, you know, all of these examples come back to the fact that the dual-use investments are economic catalysts. They are going to drive our economy in Canada. They're going to create immediate job creation. And this is the foundation of a strong, stable workforce and careers for individuals for the future. And I think the other key thing is, as we're talking about this 2%, this isn't a one and done. We haven't reached 2% this year and then said, well, what do we do next year? We know we're going to keep doing the 2%. We're going to keep growing. We're aiming to head to 5% in 2035. We've made that commitment. We're on the track for that. So these investments that we're making with the dual use are what are going to get us there. We're going to keep going with this. And ultimately, this is a win-win. This is the win of meeting the needs for our security and our sovereignty, but it's also a win for the Canadian economy as we invest in Canada. And that's why the dual use is so important. And you know, Sherry, just before we move on, I need to mention one other thing too. As we're talking about our contributions to NATO, the 2%, the eventual 5%, we need to be talking about the investments that we're making in the individuals who serve our country. Veterans Affairs is the second largest contributor to that NATO contribution. And so it's incredible to make sure that we are standing and supporting those individuals who have served our country. I think David may have referred to the pay increase that we did for the CAF members. That's incredibly important, and we need to continue investing in these individuals. We need to show that when you come forward for Canada, when you stand with Canada, we are going to be here to stand with you for the long term.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I have to say, as a military family, I can attest that it is incredibly appreciated, the recognition for our brave men and women in uniform that that pay raise came in, and the commitment to the 2%. So thank you for that. Our next question will go to Anita, and you're going to laugh when I premise this one, because how do I say it in such a way that I'll just say it. So in a world of increasing geopolitical tension, we'll call it that, the Arctic is faced by threats ranging from the impact of climate change, unwanted visitors like Russian submarines, and threats of territorial integrity. How is Canada engaging with our allies to assert our sovereignty and secure our Arctic?
OK, merci beaucoup pour cette question, bien sûr. Et premièrement, peut-être nous pouvons commencer avec les faits. Par exemple, 70% de notre littoral est dans l'Arctique et aussi 40% de notre pays en total est dans l'Arctique. Et ça veut dire que l'Arctique est très important pour notre pays. On doit souligner les menaces. Ce n'est pas seulement les menaces militaires, c'est aussi une question de reconnaître les menaces de changement climatique et aussi la nécessité de coopérer avec nos alliés et nos partenaires internationaux. Donc, peut-être on peut commencer là. How do we cooperate with our allies and partners on the international stage for the benefit of Arctic security and sovereignty, which is indeed Canadian security and sovereignty overall? And I'll say that this idea of international cooperation found its voice so strongly in the speech that Prime Minister Carney gave in Davos. Did anyone hear about that speech? Exactement. Donc ça, c'est le cadre de nos affaires étrangères. And in that framework, what the Prime Minister laid out was that there are issues of concern to the Canadian public as well as our international partners and allies that we need to cooperate on, and Arctic security and sovereignty is one such important issue. And so as early as last summer, I was over in Finland to speak with the Nordic 5 countries to say, how are we going to work together on Arctic security and sovereignty? It's not just about that important milestone on the 2%, and that is absolutely essential. Well said there by David and Stephen. On doit souligner l'importance de le 2%, mais aussi la coopération avec nos alliés. And what we decided to do, the Nordic 5 and Canada, is to continue to work together to push NATO, in fact, to recognize that NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the North and the Arctic has to be part of that calculation. And in addition, our foreign policy, and indeed our Arctic foreign policy, which was released late in 2024, envisioned the creation or the formal opening of a consulate in Nuuk, Greenland, which I was so honored to do in early February. And why was that important? Maybe you're clapping because of the importance of standing for territorial integrity and state sovereignty together with our allies and partners around the world, which is exactly what that symbolized and signified. And the last point I will make, and it really ties into the point about Arctic security and sovereignty, is that nothing can be done without ensuring that we are walking that road with Indigenous peoples, avec les Autochtones. C'est important, c'est absolument crucial d'être là avec la réconciliation, avec le travail nécessaire avec les Autochtones. And over 100 Indigenous, actually Inuit people, came to the formal opening of the consulate in Nuuk, Greenland. Every one of us stood there together, arm in arm, raising the Canadian flag in support of not only Greenland, but also Denmark, and first and foremost, the Indigenous peoples that share a bond in the North that we must recognize when we talk about Arctic security and sovereignty.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Anita. My next question is for Gary. So we've been talking about Arctic security, but from a domestic lens, how do you believe we should be addressing matters related to Arctic security and our sovereignty from a domestic lens?
Thank you, and I'll just pick up where I think Anita left off, which is about ensuring that discussions around the Arctic and Arctic sovereignty is centered around the people that have lived there for millennia, and that is the Inuit, those who live in Inuit Nunavut across the Arctic, where they have asserted sovereignty since time immemorial. And I want to just share a story. Last year, around this time, maybe a couple of months earlier, I had the privilege of offering an apology in Arctic Bay for the forced relocation of Inuit to Arctic Bay in order to ensure the safety and security of the Arctic. This was done as a Canadian policy in order to have a presence in different parts of the Arctic. And what we've learned from that, and I think, almost many, many decades later, is that forced anything does not work. So when we discuss the Arctic, when we talk about whether it's dual-use infrastructure, or with respect to my portfolio, whether it's the CBSA, the RCMP, or CSIS, military, our presence in the Arctic requires a much deeper understanding, but also deeper work on our end to ensure that our institutions reflect those who have been there for millennia. So from an RCMP perspective, I know as part of the 1,000 new RCMP and 1,000 new CBSA personnel we're hiring, we're ensuring that there is an Inuit component to it that will enable us to have long-term sustainable protection of the Arctic. I know David has been doing an enormous amount of work in that regard as well, to make sure that our frontline officers, who we are so proud of, are representative of Canada, but more importantly, are representative of the Arctic, because we cannot continue the model where we fly people in, have them there for 2 or 3 months, years at a time, and then they leave, they lose a lot of history, a lot of experiences, and then we have to start over again. We need to do both, and I think that is, as part of the 2%, that is the work that we're doing. I do want to highlight that a number of things that happened as part of Bill C-12, which incidentally passed last month, thank you, which speaks to our role in the Arctic, and this includes the role of the safeguard, the Coast Guard, who are now part of the 2%, who have additional responsibilities towards not just the Arctic, but also ensuring marine surveillance, and that is an integral part of our new borders plan. That is complemented by CSIS, who will now also form part of the 2%. So while the 2% milestone is critical for us, it happened because of, I think, the enormous commitment the Prime Minister has made to Canadians, but also to the world, that we will do our part. And all the individuals here, I just want to really say thank you for the work that you've done. David, almost on a bi-weekly basis, would put pencil to paper and say, are you guys going to meet your targets? And if not, let us know now, because he was ready to move that money. So David, congratulations on this important milestone. And I'll just end here. If you have not been to the Arctic, Arctic sovereignty has reignited as an issue for us, not just in Canada, but any of the Arctic countries. If you have not gone to the north, make an effort. Go there. This is an incredible part of our country. I've been just so blessed, and I do want to give a shout out to our newest member of parliament who represents the Arctic, Laurie Adloud. I don't know if she's here today, but in the room. But my travels with her has been incredibly humbling. You will see grit when you go there. You'll see the perseverance. You'll see the enormous wealth of culture and language and just pure heart. And all of us, I think, should be fortunate just to be able to visit and to understand. That is central to the protection of the Arctic and central to our understanding of what we need to do within Canada.
Thank you so much. Actually, that's really great, Gary, in terms of our domestic response. And maybe we can ask David if you want to elaborate a little bit about our investments in the North in terms of our Arctic sovereignty and security in terms of national defense.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you very much, Gary. That was very gracious of you. This is a big teamwork, team effort here, folks. There are many other members of caucus here today who have also been integral and instrumental. So shout out to all of them for all their heavy lifting to make sure that we hit the 2%. I want to build on a couple of comments that were made about why this is so important. There are many countries in the world who don't accept that the waterway that is north in our Arctic is not ours. There are a number of countries that believe it's theirs, or it may become theirs, or it may be international waterways, at least. You know, very early on, the Prime Minister was very clear. One of the first big things he said when he actually ran for his leadership or became the leader, forgive me, I forget which sequence, but he went up north and he said, I'm making a commitment here and now. And the commitment was, we're going to ensure a 365, 24/7 presence, sovereign presence in the Canadian Arctic. That was a very big announcement and a very big commitment. So what have we done since then? How we address some of the important threat landscape issues that Anita referred to. Well, we've decided to invest very heavily. For example, and also this demonstrates our reach now with other mid-sized power countries like Australia. We're installing an over-the-horizon radar system which will allow us to know what might be coming at us over the pole, effectively, and to be able to respond to it. At a time when hypersonic missiles can go very great distances, this is important for us. But it also illustrates our ability to partner with another country like Australia and to diversify those relationships in buying defense technology. We have created a series of northern operational support hubs to help our Canadian Armed Forces deal with their responsibilities on the ground. We're investing heavily in new radar systems, command and control upgrades, water, wastewater systems that goes to the dual use that we were talking about earlier, both good for our Indigenous communities, but also good for the armed forces and for you when you go up there to visit, for your tourist trips, which is a great suggestion, by the way. We should all go. There are many other upgrades that are going on, water and wastewater systems, a new university in the Eastern Arctic, new power supply, new grids. All of this is now part of an Arctic plan as we seek to assert more directly and more powerfully our sovereignty over the Arctic. And finally, Operation Nanook. The Canadian Armed Forces has a series of operations in Canada and around the world. Operation Nanook is an operation, an exercise, series of exercises that are conducted in the Arctic. It's now a multinational exercise. Many countries are coming to join us on this, as we do join them elsewhere, for example, in Norway. So we're bringing them in, not just the Nordic 5, as Anita was saying, but the Arctic 7, a group that we're leading inside NATO, to bring other armies, other armed forces together with ours to assert a presence. That presence has now gone from several months a year to pretty much a full-time presence. So that's very important for us as we go forward. All this to say, our Arctic security and sovereignty is front of mind. It's certainly front of mind for me. It's been front of mind for the Prime Minister and for all of us here and the whole caucus. So let's go forward now. We have to execute on the plan that we devised 10 or 11 months ago, and that's exactly what we're doing with your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we've been talking a lot about the Arctic, but we also have another border. It's a little bit south from us, about 45 minutes from here in Montreal. My next question is to Anita. Obviously, what we're talking about when we're talking about our security and our safety and our security of our borders is also prevention and protection of Canadians beyond those borders. Can you talk a little bit about how Canada is using diplomacy to both protect Canadians here, but also Canadians abroad, and to mitigate those risks of threats to Canada and Canadians?
Okay, well, bien sûr. Peut-être je pourrais commencer par mentionner que c'est avec la sécurité publique et le ministre là pour renforcer nos frontières. And we spent $2 billion last year to ensure that we were strengthening our border protections, adding our CMP officers, and purchasing equipment, including helicopters, to make sure that we are fulfilling what is needed for border security. And I know that the Minister of Public Safety will speak more to that. From a foreign affairs standpoint, let me make 3 points. First, what we try to do in strengthening borders is also to focus on Canadians outside those borders and how to ensure through our consular efforts that we are able to support Canadians no matter where they are in the world. And just as an example, in terms of the Middle East conflict, since the start of that conflict, we have assisted almost 1,500 Canadians to come back home to this country. That's your public service, your Canadian federal public service working for Canadians, and over 100,000 Canadians have come back to Canada from the Middle East. Those are pieces of work that the public service through consular affairs continues to provide. The second point is that when we are working internationally with our partners, we ensure to sign agreements where possible to share security information. We've done that with Korea, we've done that with Japan, and where there is that fidelity, where we can share information, we ensure that the security question is always one that we raise and act on with like-minded allies and partners. And the third item I want to mention is the importance of thinking about humanitarian assistance as a form of security assistance. And whether you're talking about our humanitarian aid to Cuba, $8 million, to Lebanon, $37.7 million, to Haiti, and to Gaza, $400 million for Palestinians who have suffered through the conflict. Part of what we think about when we think about is security is the security assistance and humanitarian assistance that we provide around the world, that Canadians themselves, especially in a moment where other governments are cutting international aid, Canada stands for helping with Canadians' concerns abroad, and that includes on humanitarian aid.
Merci, Anita. Puis, je veux juste faire un suivi sur cette question-là. J'imagine, en discussion avec vos homologues, la question de le rôle du Canada est élaborée. Est-ce que les autres pays sont satisfaits avec le rôle du Canada présentement dans le monde?
Bien sûr, peut-être je pourrais mentionner que c'est une matière urgente de chercher, de trouver le leadership sur l'étage mondial. Et on voit que tous les autres pays avec nous dans les organisations multilatérales disent que le Canada a le leadership avec le Premier ministre Mark Carney maintenant, ce que le monde a besoin maintenant. Et ça, c'est depuis le discours à Davos, mais avant ça aussi. Parce qu'il y a un moment maintenant où on cherche pour le leadership sur plusieurs enjeux. Ce n'est pas seulement la sécurité et souveraineté de l'Arctique, mais aussi sur la technologie informatique, sur la souveraineté et la sécurité de l'Ukraine, par exemple. Partout dans le monde, les autres pays ont dit à moi et les autres membres de notre gouvernement, nous voyons ce que vous faites, nous voulons être avec vous. Merci à votre Premier ministre, merci à votre gouvernement.
Merci, merci.
Et on va continuer. Le travail continue. Et on a besoin, c'est pas seulement nous sur la plateforme ici, c'est vous tous et notre pays en total. On doit être unis pour notre pays à ce moment-là. C'est un moment urgent, c'est un moment où les changements géopolitiques sont là et on va être ensemble pour le Canada et pour le monde.
Bravo, absolument. So, because we are in Montreal, as I said, and we're about 45 minutes to the border with Plattsburgh, and we are here in Montreal, my next question is for Ruby Sahota. So we do think a lot of when we're thinking about borders, we're thinking about our land borders. And so here in Montreal, there was a lot of coverage in the last couple of years regarding the Port of Montreal and at the height of auto theft. I'm sure you've all heard about the auto theft issue here in Canada. And I'd like you to elaborate a little bit for the crowd about what we've done to help secure our ports from shipping stolen cars overseas and from the import and export of illegal drugs. You can elaborate a little bit on what we've been doing, because I think a lot of people in this room would like to know and may not be aware.
Well, hello? Okay, got it. Thanks, Anita. Yeah, so this morning I made a visit to our port to talk to CBSA and get some further updates as to the work that they've been doing. In terms of what they inspect coming into the country and going out of the country. Now, they never had, well, at one point they did a pilot apparently about 15 years ago, starting to inspect some stuff, goods going out of the country. But that was a very short period of time. They didn't really have a mandate to do that. So it was our government that went in and gave them that mandate to, and now with Bill C-12 that Gary has just referenced, it furthers their authorization to be able to inspect goods that are going out of the country at different ports, at also other locations where things are destined out of our country. This is really, really important when it comes to auto theft, because what I saw even just today is every single day they're pulling containers off and they are finding cars. They're finding cars that are being shipped overseas. I saw several myself today, and they've been very effective in doing this over the last couple of years. Because of it, many cars are being returned. Organized crime, will pivot to do things differently. But now that they know we've invested money into the Port of Montreal, we've added extra scanners. We've also done that at land borders as well. We're seeing a real impact of that. At this point, CBSA is now almost 50-50 inspecting things coming in and going out. And they continue to do that so that we can also catch contraband or drugs that are leaving the country. But for the most part, we do know, and I think most people in this room know, that Canadians are affected by drugs for the most part coming into the country. We do have marijuana exports that go out, and then cars. Those are the two big areas. And this all funds organized crime. And when you look at the connection of where things end up, it could end up becoming a national security issue, and at times it does, because this financing gets into terrorist financing, ends up in conflicts around the world as well. So these things have big impacts, and oftentimes we see it, and I think at some point law enforcement saw it as a smaller local property theft problem. But it's not. It's bigger than that. It's been causing a lot of Canadians to be unsafe. It's caused home invasions to go up. But I'm really reassured after the visit today, and after our announcement of the expansion that we're going to be doing in the South Shore of Montreal. When it comes to the port, it's going to allow us to have even more technology and a more new facility, and that goes hand in hand with CBSA as well, that with these investments, with the agents that Minister Nandasingri talked about, the 1,000 new agents in CBSA, that we will be able to better protect Canadians and detect the things that are coming in that hurt Canadians and the things that are going out that jeopardize and put Canadians at risk. So there are a lot of changes we had to make in order to make sure that we've got our eyes on this and that we've got everybody working full force and in coordination with local police on these issues.
And is it working?
It is. It is working. Auto theft, that is a good question. Auto theft is down. Yes. Auto theft is down. But I think we still have a while to go. I'll be, frank about that. In terms of the extreme spike we saw at one point, I'll speak from the Peel perspective, being a representative from the Peel region, and I know from your Halton and the GTA in general, a lot of the cars end up here in Montreal. That from the very, very spike, some would even say, I know our deputy chief said that, over 70% has decreased, but overall, I think we can confidently say we've seen about a 30% decrease, and we're going to continue. It's a good downward trend. And it's working. It's working because we're tackling it on all different fronts. Not just one front, but in so many different ways, with money laundering, making sure that that's harder to do, making sure that law enforcement has the capabilities. In different bills we've presented, 7 different bills in Parliament about public safety and justice. And so we're also making it harder for criminals that do get caught to get out. If they're repeat offenders, we're going to make it harder for them to get bail, and we're making sentencing harder as well. So there's so many different fronts we're working on, and it is getting better as a result.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I want to invite Gary, if he wants to jump in a little bit on that in terms of also elaborating a little bit about the investments, whether it be the southern border or in terms of public safety.
Yeah, I'll just comment on more the southern border. Just a show of hands, how many of you live within a 1-hour drive to the U.S.? It's a lot of you. What I'll say is Canada has the longest undefended border in history. Over many, many decades, we have an incredible bilateral relationship that has been strengthened over time. But we know that last year, we were called out for causing some of the challenges around fentanyl, as an example. I know when David was minister in my portfolio, there was an allegation that fentanyl, for example, is going to the U.S. From north to south, which we know is far from the truth. But we took that to heart, even though we have the strongest border with incredible border patrol and frontline officers who secure our border. We knew we had to demonstrate, and for our own purpose, because fentanyl impacts Canadians, in fact, at almost very similar rates. 20 Canadian families are impacted by death each and every day. We've lost over 50,000 people to the fentanyl crisis. So it is something that is deeply personal to all of us. I myself have lost a friend to fentanyl, and I can assure you many of you in this room would have had a similar story. But what's important is that when these allegations came about, when we were called out for what is essentially misleading information, we fought back. We fought back by strengthening the border. $1.3 billion investments towards Black Hawk helicopters, drones, additional personnel, additional security, additional screening, additional scanning equipment, a range of new technology that we deployed across the border, which I know has had an impact on a range of issues, including on guns. This was complemented by Bill C-12, we just passed, Strong Borders Bill, again, giving additional tools for CBSA, so outbound searches of vehicles, for example, where it was not something that we were doing. Now we're able to do it. We can compel operators of ports to be able to give us the space to do those inspections, which we know are clearly important for issues around auto theft, but also on drugs and other illicit items. This is now being complemented even further by 1,000 new RCMP personnel and 1,000 new CBSA officers. Bravo. The establishment of the Financial Crimes Agency of Canada, which we hope to do this spring. Culmination of all of this, I will say, has strengthened our border. Fentanyl seizures, we know, is down to less than 0.01%.
Bravo.
We also know that migration from south to north, asylum claims are down significantly. In fact, over 90% at the borders, just within a 45-minute drive from here. And we know what impact that has on our communities here. So together, I would say our border, the work on the border with Dom and David, and then what we've been doing since Prime Minister Carney has come in, has drastically changed the narrative. And in fact, with this, we can build on ensuring that the borders work for our economy by ensuring that our ports are expanded and we have more border security for ports of entry of goods and other things that are coming into Canada. Thank you.
You notice he wasn't looking at me because he knows I was going like this for the time, right? So we are running out of time, and I know I could probably stay here for like 3 hours with this group. But I'm going to ask one final question, if you can be quick in your answer, because I want to make sure everyone has a chance. Canadians in this room, Canadians across the country want to be part of our collective defense. They want to know, how can I help? You know, maybe I'm not a soldier, maybe I'm not, you know, a police officer, maybe I'm not, but how can I help defend Canada? I'll start with you, Steve, if you want to take a quick crack at that.
I'll take a very quick crack at it. We live in a completely different world than we did a year ago. I think most of us think about this every day. I think number one, we should stay informed and stay engaged. And if you're in this room listening and part of this conversation, I think you're doing both those things. So that's a great start. I think we need to stick together as a country. We're going to get through this, but how we get through this will largely be determined by how well we come together as a country. And I would say more broadly, this middle power thing that the Prime Minister keeps talking about, it's a thing. And we are working with middle powers to share our values in ways that we haven't before. We have friends in every time zone. This is great. But we're strengthening those relationships, and we're working with countries in ways that we haven't. So this is very positive. And I would say, finally, support institution and leadership that meets the moment today and that will build the country for tomorrow. And I think we have that with this Prime Minister, this cabinet, and this caucus, and I think we're all very proud of this. Thank you.
Ruby, do you want to get in on that? How can Canadians help, real quick?
Well, I know that Canadians are working very hard in many different industries, not just on the front line. I guess I want to reference it and take it back to the area I represent, and just like, you know, it's not unlike other areas in the country. There are so many people working in manufacturing and other jobs that are now helping secure our country and increasing the amount of jobs that we can create here. So I know in my riding, aerospace, armored vehicles, there's so much defense manufacturing happening there. We've got MDA, which has helped us, you know, in our space project. And so Canadians are working in so many different sectors that are also contributing to this end goal. So that's what I wanted to just say.
Perfect. Quick. Anita, quick. Sorry, because we're out of time, so I don't want their mics to get cut. Go ahead.
So building Canada strong is not just a military exercise. Building Canada strong means that each and every one of us has a role to play in advocating for our country, in standing up for the vulnerable in and outside of our country, in ensuring that we provide the representation nationally and internationally that continues to build this economy, build this country, and connect communities together. And that's where the Liberal Party of Canada is so strong. We believe in unity, we believe in bringing people together, and we stand for those progressive values regardless of where we are in the country or internationally. So my thanks to all of you for your work, to volunteer, to knock on doors, to raise funds so that we can form government, so that we can stay in government, and we can all build Canada strong together.
Thank you. And I'm getting the cue, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get to the rest of our ministers, but any last words for my three remaining ministers here on stage?
I'll just echo what Anita said. This is a moment for unity. It doesn't mean uniformity. The Liberal Party of Canada is a Big Tent party. We have people from different perspectives, different worldviews that can come together under one tent, under one leader. And I know that the moment calls for the type of unity that this country has never seen before. And I know that we, under the leadership of Prime Minister Mark Carney, are making those efforts. And I encourage all of you to reach out to your neighbors, reach out to your friends. Doesn't matter which party, but make sure that you give them and offer them a positive vision of Canada that will unite us and that will make sure that we will sustain any attacks that comes against our country with the vigor and strength that we know that we have internally.
Thank you. Jill, before you kiss the mic, go.
Sherry, I'm going to jump in. I've got a really clear call to action for everybody here. And my request is that you stand with and acknowledge those that are serving our country. Remembrance can't be one day, 1 week, a month of the year. It is a 12-month of the year job, and we can all stand together. This is how we build Canada strong together.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup and go Habs go. Merci.
Nous allons maintenant prendre une courte pause et serons de retour à 17h. At this time, we will take a short break and return at 5 p.m.
So another break here in Montreal as the day 2 of the Liberal National Convention goes for another break, a bit of a 10-minute break before the next panel session. You heard there a panel talking about Canada's destiny, controlling Canada's destiny, and we heard a number of ministers addressing that. So we'll get back because the next plenary discussion will be about building Canada strong. And to all of that, I did speak earlier today to Brian Clough, and that might be a name familiar to some Canadians as he did work in the Trudeau PMO. He served as Deputy Chief of Staff to Justin Trudeau. Also, issues management for the Canada-U.S. relation, while, of course, taking some significant importance in the last year with Donald Trump threatening the CUSMA agreement as well as Canada's economy. Take a listen now to the conversation I had earlier today with Brian Clough. Well, we're now joined by Brian Clough, former Deputy Chief of Staff to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Executive Director of Canada-U.S. Issues in that PMO. Brian, thank you for being here.
Great to be here.
So listen, I want to begin first and foremost with the evolution of your party. You know, a wider tent, it seems, in that it can welcome someone like a Marilyn Gladu, someone who's expressed social conservative values in the past, now welcomed with open arms and on stage by Liberals in the in the Mark Carney era. You, as coming from the Trudeau era of this party, what do you say to that?
Well, a few things. One, every party, every government has its different chapters. This is clearly a new chapter. And that floor crossing, all the floor crossings are certainly generating a lot of discussion here. But my own personal view, and I think the view of the vast majority of people here, is if people are willing to join this mission and join this effort at a time when we are still in a crisis, largely caused by our southern neighbor, then welcome aboard and join the team.
Join the team. But what does it say to more progressive Liberals who, as you say, have been speaking in the hallways of this convention, happy to see where their party is at, but concerned that the more progressive values that they bring to the table, that they hope this government champions, is not really being talked about, the environment being one of them?
The party is a big tent. There are a lot of people who represent and reflect those more progressive values. And I've been listening to the panels. I think even the one going on behind us right now, it's still a very, very progressive discussion, set of policies. And so most of the people I'm talking to are quite comfortable with the overall direction here and not everybody, but most people are fine with this growing bigger tent.
Do we need to see more of that, though, from this government? You know, it talks very much about diversifying trade partners. It talks about, MOUs with provinces like Alberta and a pipeline. Do we need to hear more on a communications level from this PMO to reinforce their bona fides when it comes to more progressive issues?
Well, I think the reason you are hearing about energy infrastructure, for example, more than the government that I was a part of, trade diversification more these days, the reason is because of Donald Trump. We are still in this crisis, as I said. Sometimes with the daily headlines, we can forget about that. But the threats against our economy, against our sovereignty, they are still there. That's what's driving this government. And that's why so many Canadians and the Liberals in this room are comfortable with the direction of this current government.
Okay, you mentioned Donald Trump, and of course trade is a big issue. It can have a massive impact on the economic well-being of Canadians right across this country. We know that this government, in particular with Dominic LeBlanc, has been in conversations with the Americans for months now, but it seems very little progress has been made. Why do you think that is?
Well, main reason is the Americans and this president believe strongly in their trade policies. And they want to. The president and his cabinet have said repeatedly they want to bring jobs from Canada to the United States. They want to harm our auto sector. They want to harm our steel sector. They are harming other sectors. And no matter how many conversations have happened, the Trump administration still feels that way. So I'm of the view, and I have been of the view, that these talks are going to continue to be lengthy, messy. I'm not optimistic we're going to get to some sort of deal this summer. And that's not because of anything the Canadian government is or isn't doing. It's because we have an administration in the United States that feels so strongly about their trade goals and trade policies.
And of course, you're referencing the fact that CUSMA has to be reviewed, extended, killed by July. Discussions already underway on that. Yeah. But listen, as we look towards the summer and what actually happens on the trade file, there is some speculation that why we have not seen more movement is because this government is almost banking on the midterms to change, the calculus of what's going to happen in the United States and the discussions that this country will have with its American counterparts. Well, what do you make of that speculation?
I've heard that speculation, and the midterms are clearly one element of the fabric of this issue. But to me, that's not the main reason driving the current impasse. The main reason is, as I said a minute ago, the Americans are just not moving off their tough positions. They're asking for a bunch of unilateral concessions from the Canadian side, and the Canadians have, and I don't think wrongly, they haven't given in on that. So right now, there is a bit of an impasse. There are some talks happening, and I think those talks will intensify in the next couple of months. Mm-hmm. But whether an agreement can come together, it's going to require not just Canada moving on some of its positions, but it's going to require the Americans to move off their very hardline and tough positions.
Yet, you look at Mexico, and it seems from all the reports I'm seeing that Mexico is making greater progress with this U.S. administration than is Canada. So does Ottawa need to learn something from what Mexico's doing and how it approaches the U.S. and its concerns?
So in short, I don't think Canada has much to learn from the Mexicans on this, and here's why. One, it's a totally different set of issues. There's clearly some overlap on trade, but and the Mexicans, they're doing what they're doing. It's a different set of issues, but I also think it's overstated the current position the Mexicans are in. They're facing the exact same very tough trade policies that Canada is, and I haven't seen anything that tells me or would signal the Mexicans are actually making progress on that. Yes, they're talking. Yes, there are some positive statements, some photographs issued from meetings, but I'm not sure I see much coming out of those Mexico-U.S. talks just yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that said, though, is there a possibility, because we've heard Donald Trump say, and I was in the White House actually when he said it, that he prefers bilateral agreements than multilateral agreements. Does Canada face the potential of seeing a trade deal struck between the United States and Mexico, of which Canada is not a part of?
So, yes, that is one of the potential scenarios here. This, as the months unfold and we get into the real talks during this summer. But we did live through a version of this in 2018 when I was part of the team that was down in Washington week after week renegotiating NAFTA. The Mexicans did do a side deal with the Americans. Even if that happens this time, the overall CUSMA deal, I don't think it's going to be undone. Therefore, sure, the Americans and Mexicans might do some side deal, but the overall deal is going to stay in place, and I think we're going to come out just fine.
I think it's somewhere between 85 to 90% of goods are still basically tariff-free between Canada and the United States because of CUSMA. Yeah. Do you think that percentage will hold then?
Well, that's the goal, and it might shift a little bit, but at the end of the day, the CUSMA, the USMCA as they call it, it is supported by a lot of American businesses, by a lot of American workers, and the U.S. administration, despite their rhetoric and despite their tough policies, despite the pain they are inflicting on some of our sectors, I just don't see them undoing the core trade agreement, the core CUSMA deal. I think it'll hold.
Okay, while we're watching, they call it USMCA, we call it CUSMA.
Right.
We call you Brian Clough. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Well, that all goes to building Canada strong, and that is very much the theme that we're seeing on this day 2 of the Liberal National Convention in Montreal. With that, let's bring you back to the main stage as the next plenary session gets underway.
Lights up my day. Dominic LeBlanc is here. Did you know the Honourable Dominic LeBlanc, first elected in 2000 and re-elected 8 times since? With the level of patience he has developed over his time in public life, I can see why he's been tasked with dealing with the White House. I am proud to introduce the Honourable Joël Lightbound, tasked with developing the Buy Canadian policy, what we're going to hear more about tonight. And Joël, you didn't send me your bio, so I'm going to have to improvise a little bit on this. I've never met anyone who created a PowerPoint presentation that I actually paid attention to. And if you have sat through a PowerPoint presentation, you actually know what a fine skill that is. And now, if you're wondering, I have saved the best for last. The incomparable Melanie Joly will be on the stage shortly. Before I became the Member of Parliament, I saw Melanie on TV in news clips, and I'm sure you've seen them too. And equally as impressed as I am. The fierce, razor-sharp, smart politician I knew from TV was even better in person. She is kind and generous with her time and advice. And maybe you're wondering why they needed 4 men on this panel. And there is. It was in hope that they can keep up with Mel. I'm getting very close to overstaying my welcome, right? You guys know. I hope you enjoy tonight's panel on Canada Strong, Buy Canadian, Build Canadian, and feel as fortunate as I do to have such incredible representation here at home and on the world stage. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, bonsoir tout le monde. Quel plaisir de voir autant d'énergie ici au Québec, ici à Montréal pour le Parti libéral du Canada. Et je veux dire, ça peut pas mal aller. Les Canadiens ont gagné hier. Cole Caulfield a marqué son 50e but. L'avenir est radieux, mesdames et messieurs. Je suis très heureux d'être avec vous aujourd'hui et bientôt avec mes collègues Dominique Leblanc, François-Philippe Champagne, Mélanie Joly et Mark Miller, réunis autour d'un thème et d'un objectif commun qui est central à notre engagement comme libéraux, bâtir un Canada fort. Il y a à peine un an, on a fait un choix qui est déterminant pour l'avenir de notre pays en choisissant Mark Carney comme chef du Parti libéral et premier ministre du Canada. Il y a un an, on parlait déjà d'économie, de stabilité, de croissance. On parlait de l'importance d'être maître chez nous, de prendre en main les leviers de notre développement, de notre souveraineté et de notre destinée comme pays. On en parlait parce que ça s'imposait comme impératif face à un monde qui change de plus en plus rapidement. Et un an plus tard, force est de constater que ce constat demeure. The global economy is being reshaped. Supply chains are breaking and reforming along new lines. Old global alliances are under strain. And the stability we once took for granted is no longer guaranteed. Comme le Premier ministre l'a souvent dit avec beaucoup d'éloquence, pendant trop longtemps, le Canada s'est fié à la force de ses valeurs. Il est maintenant le temps qu'on se fie aussi à la valeur de notre force. Et la valeur de notre force, elle s'exprime par nos travailleurs, par nos forces armées, par nos industries, par nos ressources, par notre monde, par nos idées et par notre génie. C'est la valeur de nos forces qu'il faut faire rayonner. Et c'est cette idée centrale qui nous guide. C'est cette idée fondamentale qui nous a guidés quand on a mis en œuvre dans la dernière année la politique Acheter canadien, Buy Canadian. And Buy Canadian is not a slogan. It's a political choice, it's an economic choice, it's a strategic choice. C'est un choix de bâtir nos ponts, nos maisons, notre équipement militaire et de le faire avec de l'acier canadien, avec du bois canadien et avec de l'aluminium d'ici. Yeah, I think that's warranted. C'est un choix de prioriser les fleurons canadiens, les entrepreneurs de chez nous et les travailleurs d'ici. Because every dollar spent in Canada strengthens Canada. It supports our workers, it grows our industries, it builds our capacity. It ensures that the ideas, the innovation, and the wealth that we create stay here and build our collective prosperity. To give you a sense of perspective, the Government of Canada spends close to $70 billion each year on infrastructure, defense, technology, transportation, energy, and public services. But for too long, we've treated procurement as a passive process, focused narrowly on the lowest cost, disconnected from the real value in our communities and from the long-term economic outcomes. That approach no longer works in a world where every major economy is acting strategically. In this context, Buy Canadian means using procurement as a deliberate tool of industrial policy. It means, thank you. It means going from Canadian by default, open by default, to Canadian by default. It means recognizing that value is not just measured by the price we pay. It's measured over time through the jobs that we create, the industries we develop, the technologies we advance, and the exports we generate. And where capacity does not exist yet in Canada, we want to build it. C'est ce qu'on fait, chers amis, en défense, avec la stratégie industrielle élaborée notamment par Mélanie Joly, qui va créer 125 000 emplois à travers le pays. Une stratégie qui ne se contente pas d'assurer notre sécurité, mais qui construit une base industrielle solide ici au Canada. C'est ce qu'on fait avec le budget de François-Philippe Champagne, qui est résolument tourné vers l'investissement, vers la productivité, vers la compétitivité. Un budget qui nous donne les moyens de nos ambitions. Et ces ambitions-là, comme libéraux, c'est quoi? C'est nos ambitions de construire des logements abordables, de protéger nos programmes sociaux, d'investir en sciences, en innovation, en culture. C'est notre ambition de construire à un rythme et à une échelle sans précédent depuis des générations. And heck, if you want to talk about building Canadian, François Philippe even built his own shoes before the last budget. And I hear they're very robust and they can withstand a lot of energy. Mais bâtir la valeur de notre force, c'est aussi ce qu'on fait avec Dominique Leblanc qui s'acharne à unir l'économie canadienne et à faciliter la construction de grands projets au Canada. Unir l'économie canadienne, c'est ajouter jusqu'à 215 milliards de dollars au potentiel de notre économie. And building major projects, it's Contrecœur we announced yesterday. It's Nouveau Monde Graphite. It's the Port of Churchill. It's the Mackenzie Valley Highway. It's Wind West in Nova Scotia. It's high-speed rail between Quebec and Toronto. But ultimately, it's building a more resilient, productive, and connected economy. It's opportunities for our young people and for generations to come. Et finalement, la valeur de notre force, c'est aussi, et je dirais surtout, de défendre et de promouvoir notre culture comme le fait Marc Miller. Parce que notre culture, c'est le socle de notre identité et c'est, à mon sens, la base de tout. Au final, la valeur de notre force, c'est notre capacité à produire ici, à bâtir ici, à innover ici et à créer ici. My friends, this is a unique moment in our history, and our values, and more importantly, our actions, as Liberals, meet this very moment. And I believe this is why so many Canadians are joining us from all regions of the country and from different backgrounds to build a stronger, a more united, and a more confident Canada. Et maintenant, chers amis, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter mes collègues qui aident à faire de cette vision une réalité jour après jour. Et j'ai nommé Mélanie Joly, Dominique Leblanc, François-Philippe Champagne et Marc Miller. Merci beaucoup.
Moi, là? Je commence?
Oui, vas-y, après toi.
À l'autre.
Oui, c'est ça.
Ouais. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait ici?
OK,
non, bonjour tout le monde. Joël, tu avais bien commencé en parlant de la réorientation de l'économie qu'on a dû faire cette dernière année. Puis vous jouez tous les quatre des rôles indispensables pour bâtir le Canada fort. Puis je vais commencer avec Dom. Parlez un peu des défis auxquels vous faites face. Dom, toi, avec l'économie interne, surtout. Évidemment, ministre de l'Économie, tous les défis auxquels tu fais face dans ton département. Mélanie, qui chapeaute l'industrie. Joël, j'allais dire apprivoisonnement, il ne faut pas le dire. Approvisionnement. C'est des défis de taille qu'il ne faut pas négliger parce qu'on parle de la réorientation totale de l'économie canadienne qui a été, ces dernières années, axée sur les États-Unis. Dom, je commence avec toi.
Bien, merci Marc. Alors, bonsoir tout le monde. C'est ma première fois ici devant vous. Alors, je suis tellement heureux de vous voir en si grand nombre à Montréal. Marc, tu l'as très bien dit. Les défis économiques, les vents que nous faisons face tout de suite en termes économiques sont réels. On entend énormément parler du défi avec les Américains, les tarifs douaniers non justifiés des Américains. la géographie fait en sorte qu'on sera toujours en train de faire des échanges commerciaux avec la plus grande économie du monde qui se trouve notre voisin. But one thing, Mark, which I think, and Joël talked about buying Canadian, the Prime Minister speaks often about focusing on the things that we can control in Canada. And a year ago, during the election campaign, I thought one of the most powerful phrases the Prime Minister used over and over again is that we're going to build one Canadian economy, not 13. Et qu'est-ce que ça veut dire concrètement? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire concrètement, Marc? Ça veut dire enlever les barrières qui font en sorte que c'est plus difficile pour quelqu'un qui fait des maisons préfabriquées au Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est plus facile de les vendre à l'État de Maine que les vendre dans une autre province canadienne. So what we did, the first important economic legislation our government passed was Bill C-5 a year ago, the One Canadian Economy Act. It got rid of all of the federal barriers to interprovincial trade. So now, the Government of Canada can say to our partners in the provinces and territories, okay, we've done our part to make sure that the sale of goods, if you sell a particular piece of equipment in Nova Scotia, well, we should trust each other and it should be good enough to be for sale in Manitoba. On a enlevé, nous, la partie qui était fédérale. Maintenant, il faut travailler avec les provinces parce qu'il demeure encore beaucoup de barrières. Ils sont en train de diminuer. On a fait énormément de progrès au cours des derniers mois. Le premier ministre est énormément focusé sur ces enjeux-là. Il a convoqué les premiers ministres des provinces et des territoires à Ottawa fin janvier. Alors moi, je suis optimiste qu'on va augmenter l'impact économique d'avoir une économie canadienne. Mais il ne faut pas lâcher, il faut pas. We have to stay very focused on it and keep the pressure on our partners in the Federation.
And I'll do the flip side of that. François Philippe and Mel are both traveling a lot internationally. Talk about the reorientation that you're trying to effect in a very short period of time in your work that you're doing international. It doesn't mean just your suits that you're buying in Canada now, François Philippe, instead of in Italy, but like maybe Mel, you go first, and then François.
Yeah, okay. Well, a couple things. I think we are controlling what we can control first and foremost here at home, because when you look at the trade war that are impacting workers, there's hundreds of thousands of jobs that are at risk. So we've been really focusing on supporting the work. And I've been working also a lot with Joël on this, on the Buy Canadian policy of the work of the steel workers, of the aluminum workers, qu'on puisse aussi aider les gens qui sont au Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, mais également en Colombie-Britannique dans le domaine de l'aluminium, the people that are working in Hamilton and working in the Sioux. Yes, I know. I hear that there's people from Hamilton here. So, and really we came up with this important auto strategy, which is pivotal, which is really about keeping the jobs and growing our sector, notwithstanding the fact that there's unjustified and illegal tariffs against us. Now, all that is happening while other countries also have a tendency to go towards protectionism. And that's the danger of it. We need to, and that's the Davos speech of the Prime Minister, which is how can middle powers, so basically G6 countries, are able to work together to make sure that we can continue to trade and do foreign direct investment. And that's what we're doing, notwithstanding the fact that indeed we're investing in us, by us, but we're also attracting a lot of investments. And of course, François Philippe can talk about it, but because of the major projects office under you, Dom, il y a beaucoup de travail que Dominique fait aussi pour s'assurer qu'il y ait du financement étranger dans les grands projets énergétiques et bref, qui sont liés à nos ports, etc. Le dernier exemple que je pourrais vous donner, c'est Contrecœur hier. On a annoncé Contrecœur. Il y avait, dans le fond, Joël était là, Stephen McKinnon était là. Qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? C'est qu'essentiellement, c'est un investissement aussi de capitaux étrangers importants, notamment de DP World, pour justement développer le port de Montréal, diversifier nos marchés. It's been since 1988 that we were waiting for the expansion of the Port of Montreal, and we were able to work on it and make it happen within a year.
it's good to see all of you. Oh, yeah, the microphone works. They give me the special mic. They said maybe sometime my voice does not translate well. But here we go. Non, mais je veux dire d'abord et avant tout, je veux vraiment féliciter le travail de mes collègues. Je pense que Joël, Mélanie, Dominique ont fait un travail exceptionnel. The things, yeah, big round of applause for colleagues. Honestly, they have been big enabler. This is the team with the Prime Minister that really delivers on the economic front for the nation, for the future. And let me, maybe in my role as the finance minister, let's go macro and take a step back. I mean, what you feel, and I said it a bit yesterday, but what people feel is the 3S, I call that, the speed, scope, and scale of change is unprecedented. And it's about geoeconomics, it's about geopolitics, it's about supply chain. It's also about technology, AI, quantum, and cyber. And, you know, it just feels that there's a lot of wind in the windshield where you're looking at that, whether the kitchen table, on the factory floor, in our communities. And the Prime Minister has set the vision to say, let's focus on what we can control. And I think that has inspired the nation, and the work of Melanie, the work of Dominic, the work of Joel, building one Canadian economy like you've done, removing interprovincial trade barriers. I was just at a federal, provincial, territorial meeting yesterday, and I was reminding the colleagues that even the International Monetary Fund said, you know, we still have work to do. Dominic has been great work, it's work in progress, but if we remove all the barriers in our nation, that would add $210 billion to the GDP of our country. That is the reality. That is within our control. That is something that would make a difference across our nation. The other thing that Joel has been spearheading is about, you know, the buying Canadian policy. Is it about time that we buy Canadian? I don't know about you, you know. When I started 10 years ago, people say we're open by default. I said, what about being Canadian by default? You know, that would make sense, I think. You know, you've seen the world changing, and we need to support the SME, we need to support our Canadian industry. Now, why I feel confident despite the headwinds in the world, I would say there's 5 things always that make me very confident about the Canadian economy. And honestly, if you look at the world, we've been more resilient than many expected. Actually, we're going to have the second fastest growth in the G7, despite everything that we have seen. Mais il y a vraiment 5 choses, puis je vais arrêter là, qui m'inspirent quand je pense au pays, puis ça va vraiment vous, je pense, vous parler. La première chose, on a l'une des populations les plus éduquées au monde. And I think that is making a huge difference. We've attracted talent from around the world. We have the most educated workforce, and it's making a difference across our nation. La deuxième chose, on est un pays avec une base industrielle forte. On produit des navires, on produit des avions, on fabrique des automobiles. Canada is one of the very few countries in the G7 where we do all of these things in our own borders. La troisième chose, we are a magnet for critical minerals. We have all the critical minerals to fuel the economy of the 21st century. On a de l'énergie conventionnelle, renouvelable et nucléaire. And we are the only G7 country in the world with a free trade agreement with all the other G7 nations. That gives us preferential market access. You know, it's interesting, and I'll finish there, but, you know, when I was in India, you know, it's a country with a few people, I said, actually, Canada's preferential market access to 1.5 billion people, which is pretty amazing when you consider where we are in our geography. But the work that we have been doing over time with the vision of the Prime Minister, today we have preferential market access to 1.5 billion consumers. That is the power of Canada today. It's people, it's industry, it's critical mineral, it's energy, and our trade agreement. We're on a good track, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to succeed in that economy.
And we have one of the best salesmen in the country. The best finance minister. Joël, parle-nous un peu du rôle que peut jouer le gouvernement du Canada dans l'approvisionnement, justement, dans le rôle que tu joues, dans l'importance du gouvernement fédéral et de sa part dans le PIB et le rôle de Buy Canadian dans ce contexte-là.
Oui, bien, peut-être une des choses qui est intéressante de savoir, dans notre politique Buy Canadian, il y a 2 choses. Premièrement, on met vraiment l'emphase sur le contenu canadien. C'est que le message qu'on envoie aussi, c'est si vous voulez faire affaire avec le gouvernement du Canada, vous devez investir au Canada, vous devez créer de la propriété intellectuelle ici, des emplois ici, des infrastructures ici. c'est essentiel. Ça, c'est un des premiers messages. La deuxième chose, c'est que la politique acheter canadien, elle s'applique non seulement au gouvernement fédéral à proprement parler, mais à toutes nos agences, à toutes nos sociétés de la Couronne, et bientôt, elle s'appliquera aussi au transfert aux provinces. Et c'est important parce que quand on regarde les marchés publics au Canada, tout palier de gouvernement confondu, c'est 13 de notre PIB. Ça peut être un levier de développement économique immense pour le pays. C'est ce sur quoi on mise.
And I'd ask each of you, starting with you, Mel, and Dom, and then François-Philippe, that specific role in your departments of Buy Canadian and what that means as the priority you're putting in making sure that sticks in front when you talk to people.
Yeah, well, you know, for us, buying Canadian is about protecting workers because we're dealing with the consequences of the trade war, but it is also about creating jobs. And one of the things I've worked a lot with Joël on and with Stephen Fuhr and with David McGuinty is definitely the defense industrial strategy. Who has heard about it? So guys, yeah, you did? Oh, that's good. Finally, you're listening to me. Finally.
From you.
Being
from
the
you,
woman on the panel here. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, gals, for having my back. But fundamentally, so sorry, I was lost in my thoughts there. but fundamentally, jokes apart, we have been working on a new defense industrial strategy, and this strategy is the biggest industrial strategy the country has ever had, because it's not only the first industrial strategy on the defense side, but it's $500 billion of a budget. You just can't compare. You just can't. And the goal is 125,000 jobs. So when you think about it, how will we create jobs? Well, it will be based on the fact that we will build the planes here. We will make sure that we build the ships here, that we build the drones here, that we build everything that is required for sovereignty and prosperity, and indeed for peace, because we need to make sure that we show deterrence. So it's build first, and then if we can't build, we will partner, and if we can't partner, then we will buy. And then when we will buy from companies from abroad, there will be clear rules for them to have a supply chain in Canada. So that's what we're working on, indeed. I could go on and on and on because, you know, Joël, David McGuinty, Stephen Fuhr and I are going across the country, crisscrossing the country from Atlantic Canada to BC to the north to the south, everywhere. In every single chamber of commerce we go. You were just here, tu étais ici avec, il y avait 700 personnes, Joël, la semaine passée. I was in BC last week. There's a lot of interest. And so if you are interested in knowing more about it, come and see us, because we can definitely make sure that you know more and you can talk to your businesses in your own communities to be able to benefit from it. Thank you.
So, Mark, I think what was interesting in your question is, like, across the government, what can we do with our colleagues that aren't on the stage that are working under the Prime Minister's direction on this exact same issue, is ensure, as Joël said, that the government of Canada and our partner governments in the Federation are spending Canadian taxpayers' dollars to create prosperity and jobs and success here in Canada. Exactly as the best example for the Government of Canada is what Mel just went through, the defense industrial policy. And I had heard about that. You mentioned it a few weeks ago.
I like it when you listen.
Wait. It's because it was repeated so many times I couldn't miss it, Mel. Mark,
it's great that Dom is reading some of the government stuff, right?
It's like the cassette that François-Philippe is. He just keeps going. So, Mark...
Whoever convened this panel
Mark,
made a big mistake.
This is your new government.
Right. But Mark, the challenge, and Joël mentioned it, le défi, c'est les provinces. Et moi, je viens du Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est une petite province avec une... Tiens, il y a des gens, des Acadiens, des gens du Nouveau-Brunswick ici. Mais le défi, c'est que tout le monde dit, oui, on va acheter canadien. Oui, on veut dépenser l'argent des contribuables pour créer de la prospérité au Canada. Tout le monde est d'accord. Moi, j'étais avec M. Carney quand il a rencontré les premiers ministres des provinces et des territoires. Mais quand une petite province, puis c'est la même chose peut-être pour une plus importante province en termes d'économie ou population, fait une décision pour acheter quelque chose, la première chose qui arrive, c'est que la compagnie dans cette petite province-là va aller voir le premier ministre. Whoa, what do you mean you're buying ambulances from that province when we have 60 people in our province that are selling ambulances? So the challenge for us is to lead by example. And Joël is doing that, the Prime Minister is doing that. But we have to keep, and I'm the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, we have to keep reminding the provinces that it's in the economic interest of the whole country, exactly as François Philippe just said, that we do this together. And that if we say we're going to buy Canadian, it may mean that on a particular issue, at a particular moment in time, it's going to benefit a Canadian company from some other part of the country. But over time, very quickly, and across the country, we'll all be better off if we do that together. So therein lies the challenge. And the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's leadership has been very important, and he's also very blunt with the provinces. They have huge lists of things they want from the Government of Canada. It always starts with money, but the list is long. So we're entitled as a national government to say, you know what, we'll help you with this and we'll work with you on that, mais on s'attend en même temps que vous allez appuyer un mandat que nous avons reçu des Canadiens il y a 1 an pour bâtir une économie canadienne. Alors, puis moi, je suis assez optimiste.
Je veux juste enchérir, oui.
I just wanted to add, this is about smart government. Et je vais vous donner un exemple parce que Dominique a parlé du Nouveau-Brunswick. Hier, on avait une rencontre fédérale, provinciale, territoriale. Et une des choses qu'on a changé grâce au travail de Joël, avec l'appui évidemment de Mélanie, de dire comment on peut favoriser les entreprises canadiennes, c'est bulk purchasing. So now when we're negotiating with Microsoft, or the other big companies around the world that want to sell services or software to Canada, we're not going as PEI, we're not going as New Brunswick, we're going as Canada. And that is allowing us to have the discount, because when we had discussion, imagine some of the provinces were saying, if you look at the rates that PEI would pay for a software license, as opposed to the Government of Canada, in some cases, we don't see ourselves as big. We're just Canadian sometimes, but we need to brag a bit about what we do. When you go to some of these vendors, we realize that sometimes we're the second largest purchaser, if not the largest in the world. If we bulk with the provinces, the territory, and the federal government, that is smart government. You know, when we say spending less to invest more, it applies to the federal government, but obviously I can tell you yesterday, if you're in Nunavut, or the Northwest Territories, and we were saying yesterday to New Brunswick, actually, which raised their hand, what we're buying now, we have an opt-in option. Ça, c'est le fédéralisme constructif. Moi, je n'ai pas mandaté à personne de dire vous êtes obligé d'acheter avec nous. Mais ce qu'on a négocié au niveau fédéral, c'est de dire qu'il y a un opt-in option. Si vous voulez avoir le même prix que le gouvernement fédéral, que vous êtes au Nouveau-Brunswick, à l'île du Prince-Édouard, à Québec comme en Ontario, vous pouvez maintenant bénéficier des mêmes tarifs. Et ça part d'une chose très simple. There's only one taxpayer. That taxpayer is not federal, is not provincial, is not municipal, he's Canadian. And if we want to deliver better services for Canadians, spend less and invest more, that's the kind of structure we need to put in place. And I can tell you yesterday, Dominic, the provinces were applauding. For the first time, they say the federal government is working hand in hand, and we're going to benefit from better rates. And with better rates, we can reinvest in this case in healthcare and education, the kind of things that make a difference.
If I may, if I may,
Oui.
one thing is to echo what Dom said. To me, Buy Canadian is also about economic solidarity as a country. It's about Canadian unity at a time where Canadian unity is paramount and more important than ever. Et pour moi, un des plus beaux exemples de ça, c'est en janvier d'être à l'usine de Alstom à la Pocatière, annoncer la construction des wagons pour le métro de Toronto, qui va être construit en partie à la Pocatière, aussi à Saint-Bruno-de-Montarville, aussi en Ontario, ou à la Pocatière, ils sont en train déjà de construire le SkyTrain de Vancouver. Pour moi, ce genre d'unité économique, de solidarité, alors qu'on fait face à des tarifs extérieurs, c'est plus important que jamais.
Oui, bravo.
And I have the easiest job here because the Prime Minister, thanks to the last budget, pumped a lot of money into my department and gave me money to support what I have a mandate to do, which is only Canadian artists or productions in Canada. So the arts and culture industry is often seen as something that is not viewed through an economic lens, but it's $128 billion to our economy. And it's a massive, and it continues to need the support of the Canadian government. We'll continue to do it, and we're producing amazing stuff around the world. Go see, blowing box office records up at sea, if people have watched it. A wonderful program. We supported Heated Rivalry. Don't watch that with your mother-in-law, but exercise. Or have a security blanket, but,
Et la jeune fille qui pleurait des perles, qui a gagné un Oscar.
Justement. De l'ONF, puis une victoire montréalaise d'autant plus. Donc,
Oui,
de quoi être
absolument.
immensément fier.
Oui.
Joël, je reviens sur toi pour la politique militaire et industrielle. C'est quand même, comme Mélanie l'a dit, 80 milliards de dollars avec lequel on utilise un effet de levier sur l'économie. Parle-nous un peu de cette stratégie et de l'importance de la déployer, rapidement, mais de façon sensée, à travers notre économie, d'une façon qu'on ne l'a pas faite auparavant, avec nos investissements dans l'armée.
Ben, l'objectif, puis je pense que Mélanie va vouloir enchérir là-dessus, présentement, on s'approvisionne, on s'apprivoise pas, on s'approvisionne pour 40% envers des entreprises canadiennes dans nos approvisionnements militaires. L'objectif, c'est de faire passer à plus de 70%. Puis une des façons d'y arriver, c'est de s'assurer qu'il y a une bonne adéquation entre les besoins des forces armées canadiennes et le potentiel de notre industrie. C'est de savoir, là où on a des besoins, comment est-ce qu'on peut bâtir la capacité ici au pays. Alors qu'on fait ces investissements en défense, il est absolument fondamental qu'il y ait des retombées économiques dans toutes les régions du Canada. Puis c'est ce à quoi la stratégie industrielle de défense vient répondre. Puis je laisserai peut-être Mélanie commenter davantage parce qu'elle a vraiment chapeauté cette stratégie.
Merci, Joël. Mais en fait, ce qui est important de comprendre, c'est que normalement, lorsqu'on pense au libre-échange entre les pays, tout ce qui est politique industrielle, approvisionnement militaire, ça ne fait pas partie des règles de libre-échange. Okay? Ça, c'est un aspect très, très important parce que parfois, les gens sont inquiets qu'on décide d'investir plus dans nos compagnies canadiennes dans le domaine militaire et inquiets qu'il puisse y avoir, dans le fond, des répercussions négatives à l'étranger. Non. Tous les pays investissent normalement leurs dépenses militaires dans leur complexe militaro-industriel. The reality is for too long, we didn't invest enough in the Canadian Armed Forces. Now we are doing so, while other countries of NATO are doing so. And congratulations, within 10 months, we were able to get to 2% of our GDP investing in defense. So that's great news. But more than that, what we are doing right now is if you look at it, when Canada entered the Second World War in 1939, we had nearly no industrial capacity. By 1943, the Globe and Mail was reporting that 900,000 men and women, and actually a lot of women because a lot of men were in Europe fighting for freedom, 900,000 women and men were building per week 80 planes per week, 450 motored vehicles, 400 light armored vehicles, ammunition, and I could go on, per week. So by 1945, when the war ended, we were one of the biggest aerospace industry in the world. Now, over time, we heard about Project Avro. We know that we have an industry, etc. But bit by bit, as we were not investing as much in defense, what happened? Well, a lot of our companies were impacted, and a lot of jobs were lost. Meanwhile, if you look at Boeing in the US, if you look at Airbus in France, they're completely supported by their government because fundamentally they're supported by defense procurement. And so that's what we're changing. We know we've done it in the past. We can do it now again. Absolutely. And of course, the aerospace sector is a lot indeed in Mirabel and Montreal, etc. But I was at Magellan in Winnipeg. Who is from Manitoba here? You know, great aerospace company, great footprint. I went to Fort Erie also, you know, in southwestern Ontario. Great, there's a great company, Airbus actually builds helicopters there. I was at Cascade in Abbotsford. Anybody from BC here? Extremely. Who knows about IMP in Nova Scotia? And also, actually, Will Greaves and I were at on Vancouver Island, indeed, at the Avalon plant just last week on the island of Vancouver. Who's from, again, BC, Vancouver Island. And we have a fantastic, of course, we have Bombardier in Montreal, and we have the Avalon in Calgary, so two fantastic aerospace companies. All these companies and all their supply chain, so all their suppliers will be able to benefit from our investments. So if you're thinking of young people really being able to have new jobs at a time where they're really affected by the trade war, and they're counting on you to negotiate, by the way. You know?
You want to know what it looks like being set up for the blame? That's it. Right there. If you ever wonder what setting up the straw person looks like, you just saw it.
I thought that was cabinet confidence, no?
Guys, this is a safe space. This is a safe space. So, that's actually usually your joke. So, all that to say, for young people, aerospace, AI, there's so many different sectors that can benefit from investment in defense. So I really, really think this is good news also for our generation of young people right now.
Je vais aller à tour de rôle encore une fois avec toi. Je commence avec toi, François-Philippe. Vous avez tous vous parlez de nous puis on, mais vous avez des conversations difficiles avec des entreprises privées qui sont en train de refaire leur façon d'exporter, leur façon de vraiment de manufacturer au sein de leurs entreprises. Parlez-nous de des conversations difficiles que vous pouvez avoir, de l'investissement que ces compagnies demandent justement pour réorienter notre stratégie d'exportation. François-Philippe?
Oui.
Ben, je dirais, puis je suis sûr que Mélanie peut rajouter, mais seulement, moi, je disais ça souvent un peu, puis ça fait suite à ce que Mélanie disait. Moi, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, toutes les entreprises canadiennes doivent avoir une stratégie défense. Je pense qu'on est rendu là, because if you look at the defense spend, actually, I'll give you a secret. We're just a few people, and a few people watching at home. But when we had our last G7 meeting, the finance minister, we look at the strategy, the investment, but also the size of it. If you look at the defense investment over the next decade in the G7, you're talking about, a couple of trillion of dollars of investment. So what Melanie is saying, basically, and what we're saying, this needs to become a pillar of economic growth in our country. Et je vous donne un exemple récemment, ça va vous parler, parce que j'étais avec les pays nordiques. Et je disais, écoutez, si vous combiniez l'économie canadienne avec la Finlande, la Suède, la Norvège et le Danemark, we would be about the 4th largest economy in the world. We don't see ourselves this way, but if you put the Nordic economies with Canada, we would be about the 4th largest economy in the world. And then you start thinking, okay, if we do smart procurement, like Melanie's saying, smart manufacturing, smart procurement, well, actually, we might not be able to do everything at home, but we might be able to have partnerships so our Canadian companies can grow. And Melanie was right. Just think about Davy. Davy is doing now the icebreakers. So part of the discussion was maybe we specialize in Canada in icebreakers, and then we can sell to the Nordic country. Maybe we work and the global eye of Bombardier becomes the standard within NATO. So my point is that we have seen, obviously there was a peace dividend, so people in Canada, we may have seen, by the way, Melanie is so right, I was reminded recently that we had the 2nd largest Navy after the Second World War, and I think we had the 4th largest Air Force after the Second World War, and we had 2 aircraft carriers, by the way. So just think about what this country has been able to do and what we can do together. But I think what Melanie is saying, and I would agree, it's about partnership, and it's also about leveraging, because our friends in other jurisdictions have been using defense to finance innovation, to finance research and development, to finance a number of products which started military and then became civilian. the famous dual-use products. So my point is that if we're going to do this together to protect our sovereignty, to protect, obviously, our country and our values, we need to do it in a smart way. And I would think the strategy that Melanie and our colleagues have put together is really giving another pillar to the Canadian economy that will make us more resilient, but it will make us more prosperous for generations to come. This is what about building Canada Strong is about.
Et Joël a mentionné quelque chose de super important parce qu'il a parlé de la solidarité. Parce que ce qu'on fait présentement, c'est qu'on essaie de créer des chaînes de solidarité au sein de nos chaînes d'approvisionnement. And what do I mean by that is, so I had a conversation with all the shipyards in Canada. So basically, Irving Shipyard. Who knows about Irving Shipyard? Of course, Seaspan and Davy. And nearly all of them were using non-Canadian steel. And we had a very, tough conversation about the importance of buying Canadian steel. So when people in Halifax are building the important ships, or in Vancouver, or in Quebec City, what are they doing? Now they're supporting people at Algoma Steel, and they're supporting people in Hamilton at Dofasco, and people in Sorel. That's what we are talking about, being able to invest in certain sectors, but at the same time, it's having an impact on our other sectors. Because think about it. If you're in the steel sector, you've been working at your plant for years. The entire business model of our plants were all about building for the auto sector. And, François-Philippe would know that. He's been the Minister of Industry, and, we had no problem with our steel plants for a long, long time, particularly in the past. Yes, and we supported them to have electric furnaces, etc. You did that good work. Now, what happens now is that from the moment you have a tariff wall of 50%, there's no way you can continue just to export to the US. It's impossible. The cost of the steel is just too high. So it puts our steel plants completely at risk. Now, if one day Canada is in a conflict and we need to protect ourselves, we absolutely need our steel plants. There cannot be sovereignty without having steel manufactured here in Canada.
Big round of applause to that.
And that's why François-Philippe and I have been working on supporting these plants because obviously they need to pivot. But to your question, Mark, it's, right now we're working with Algoma Steel for them to do ballistic steel for defense, to be able to build a type of steel for infrastructure, to build housing and, big infrastructure that is so important that Gregor Robertson is working on. And so that's the pivot we're doing. And we need to stop to be dependent too much on the US. And that is why this work is so important.
Probably another question we can tackle, but Dom or Joël, do you want to add anything to that? And I also just got a text from the Hill Times to say that we won the best comedy ensemble.
See?
And even importantly, we beat out Jamil Javani's Canadian Patriotism Tour in Washington.
Thank you. Were you part of that decision?
Yeah, I made up the second part there. Look, for a lot of people in the room, probably people that are listening to this, they think, you automatically think because it's big money, you're thinking of larger businesses, but what does this mean? What does this all mean for the small or medium business owners that are the backbone of this country? I think it's a really important question, and lots of people in the room that are interested in it would like to know what that means, what it means for their own export strategies. Je commencerai à Joël, je pense.
Vas-y, Joël.
Oui, brièvement, c'est clair que ça doit se rendre jusqu'à nos PME. Puis à ce chapitre-là, au cours du printemps, donc d'ici la mi-juin, on va mettre en œuvre une politique d'approvisionnement qui vise à simplifier, parce que trop souvent, concourir sur des contrats fédéraux, c'est une tâche titanesque pour des petites entreprises. On veut simplifier le processus, s'assurer que ça se rende dans les PME. Puis peut-être un exemple, moi, qui a marqué mon imaginaire depuis que je suis dans ce rôle, c'est une compagnie de chez nous à Québec. So in Quebec City, we have a lot of snow. and we make the best snowblowers in the world. And I was dismayed to learn that in years past, we've procured as a government snowblowers made elsewhere, Italy, that are not nearly as good as the ones we make in Quebec City. And that's the kind of change we want to make, recognizing that the lowest bid is not always the highest value. And the value is the jobs, the value is the people, the expertise. So that's what Buy Canadian means, and it needs to trickle down to SMEs, that's 100%, that's for sure.
Well, en fait, on a travaillé beaucoup avec Richie Valdez aussi sur les questions de PME parce que c'est elle qui est en charge des PME au sein de notre équipe. Mais une chose qui était très importante lorsqu'on a développé la stratégie industrielle de la défense, c'est que justement les PME canadiennes puissent être soutenues. And so what is a Canadian company under the Defense Industrial Policy? It's actually 70% of, it's not only basically opening a company in Canada and having a paper company. We don't want to an economy of branches from elsewhere. En français, je dirais, on veut pas une économie de succursale. On veut une économie, justement, de compagnies canadiennes. So the definition is 70% of the equipment needs to be built in Canada, needs to be creating jobs in Canada. That's really fundamental. And what we've said also is the companies that will be having us, working the most with small and medium-sized businesses across the country, so basically having a supply chain of small and medium-sized businesses here in Canada, will be rewarded. And so we have our entire policy that is basically, I won't go into the details, but actually values more working with small and medium-sized businesses. Because, and while we're doing that, we're working on another aspect of the economy, which, and I spoke about it at lunch. Who was there at lunch? Ah, thank you. See, that's good. So at lunch, what we talked about with Richie Valdez, you weren't there at lunch, no? Okay. We're working a lot with Richie Valdez, but our goal is to scale up companies, to be able for them, once, that they are able, yes, to have a first contract from the government, which, because companies always want contracts rather than subsidies from the government, but also that they're able to have access to investors that are Canadian ones that will help them scale, and they won't have to leave to go to the US. And so that's another thing we're working on a lot on.
So, Melanie and Joelle, I think, focused on Mark's question properly in small and medium-sized businesses. Two things I would just add. As I said, I come from Atlantic Canada. You look at regional development agencies, and there are regional development agencies in every part of the country. They have direct connections in every part of the country to many of those small and medium-sized businesses, existing relationships. So we've given them a mandate to also help those small and medium-sized businesses in every part of the country be able to participate productively and successfully in some of this procurement. Final thing, Mark. Many of us, I had a big trade mission that I led to Mexico with 400 Canadian business people a month ago. And François Philippe was in China. We all understand the trade commissioner function, helping Canadian businesses, big and small, develop new markets. The people who work in our embassies, the women and men who work in our embassies across around the world, do fantastic work. But on n'a jamais eu un service comme ça pour aider des petites et moyennes entreprises à faire des expansions, à aller chercher d'autres clients à l'intérieur du Canada. So the Prime Minister proposed to the premiers at the meeting we had in Ottawa at the end of January that we build a domestic trade commissioner service. So what I did is write to all of my colleagues responsible for the regional development agencies, and I said, designate one senior person, and the premiers did the same thing with their economic development departments, and now they're planning to lead and participate together in Canadian trade missions. To take, for example, there's a big agri-food and food processing show in Montreal, I think, in the next few weeks. So there's a delegation of Atlantic Canadian businesses supported by the Government of Canada and the provinces coming to try and meet new clients in Canada at a big trade show in Montreal. So there are examples like that across the country.
Il nous reste juste 3 minutes, mais François-Philippe, je te donne le mot de la fin.
No, but listen. No, I just wanted to add to everything that colleagues, just keep in mind, 98% of businesses in Canada are small and medium-sized businesses. So this is the backbone of who we are as Canadian. It's small and medium-sized businesses. And you know what Melanie and Joel and Dominic were saying is, give them a fair chance to benefit from the growth that we're going to see in this country. Give them a chance to build Canada strong. Give them a chance to be part of that story. You know, we see the world changing in front of us, but one thing we know is that there's no limit to be Canadians. Nothing is too complex for us. Nothing is too big for us. You've heard us before. Nothing is too far for us to achieve. And that's why I would say la mission qu'on s'est donnée, c'est vraiment d'amener tout le monde, les travailleurs, les syndicats, les communautés, les entreprises, les petites et moyennes entreprises, à vraiment travailler avec nous pour bâtir ce Canada fort-là. And I think you may have seen in the last budget, this was really like a generational investment in Canada. And in fact, actually, it is the largest infrastructure plan in the G7. This is what Canada is all about. The Prime Minister has challenged this country to build at speed and at scale never seen before. The budget was the roadmap to invest in infrastructure, to invest in defense, to invest in housing, to invest in productivity and innovation and competitiveness in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the blueprint to win. We have the people to win, and we have the Canadian spirit that's going to bring us there. So I'm very proud to be with all of you. Thank you, everyone. Merci.
Merci. Merci tout le monde. Applaudissons nos 4 panélistes. Go out and buy Canadian and drink Canadian in moderation tonight. Thank you.
Merci à tous pour cette magnifique deuxième journée. À demain matin. Liberals, thank you for a great day too. We will see you tomorrow morning.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. Ici Marc-André Cossette, en compagnie de mon collègue Michael Serapio. Merci beaucoup d'être avec nous en cette deuxième journée du Congrès national du Parti libéral à Montréal. Un premier congrès avec Mark Carney en tant que premier ministre, un premier congrès des politiques où le parti aura justement l'occasion de redéfinir son orientation, étant donné toute l'incertitude qui plane tant au niveau domestique qu'au niveau international. Maintenant, pour poursuivre notre discussion, nous sommes heureux de recevoir avec nous en fait 2 invités. Cameron Ahmad, ancien directeur des communications du premier ministre Justin Trudeau, ainsi que Sandra Aubé, vice-présidente des affaires fédérales chez Tact et ex-chef de cabinet de la ministre Mélanie Joly. Merci à vous deux d'être avec nous ce soir.
Merci. Yeah, very nice to have the two of you here. Listen, I'll begin the conversation because this is the end of day 2 of a 3-day conference. And really, this is Mark Carney's first convention where he is really in control. And I wanted to talk about that. Given your past with the previous Liberal government, when you see what has happened, day 1, day 2 here, talk to us about the clear marks that Mark Carney is making on this party to emphasize how he sees the Liberal brand today. Sandra, I'll get you to start us off.
I think the first thing I'm noticing being here is the energy and just a general change of tone in the way that people are talking. And if I'm looking at the programming, it's a program where we're talking about building, we're talking about defense, security. We just heard about like supply chains. This is very different. The narrative is very different than what we saw under the previous government.
Yeah. Cameron?
I would agree with that, and I think obviously Mark Carney has brought a new breath of fresh air to the party that 1 year ago we could almost barely imagine where we'd be today, with a record turnout, almost 5,000 people here in this convention center. Half of the delegates are new, apparently, people who've never been to a convention before. And so I think that's really important, in addition to the brand and the focus on issues that Mark Carney has brought, the life that he has brought back into the Liberal Party, which reminds me, frankly, a lot of 2014, yes. Like 10 years ago, where we were here with, again, a sense of renewal and excitement that the Liberal Party had something really amazing to offer Canadians. Now we're in a different position, a different geopolitical context, but leadership that Canadians are trusting, and members of Parliament from other parties are also choosing to jump on and join it.
Mais Cameron, je vais poursuivre là-dessus parce que vous étiez un proche de Justin Trudeau pendant 9 ans, je pense. Plusieurs de ces politiques ont été relégués au deuxième plan ou même carrément abandonnés. On peut penser notamment à la taxe carbone pour les consommateurs, par exemple. Le ton est clairement différent, mais comment est-ce que ça se vit? Parce que c'est quand même un virage assez prononcé. Oui. C'est pas difficile pour les libéraux de se retrouver là-dedans?
Je pense que sur certaines politiques, ça peut être difficile, surtout sur les politiques sur lesquelles on a travaillé pendant des années. Mais tout ça s'explique par un contexte géopolitique qui a complètement changé et qui a bouleversé la réalité économique du Canada et du monde. Et nous, les libéraux, on est très pragmatiques. On comprend, justement, après avoir gouverné le pays pendant 10 ans, après avoir vécu la guerre dans l'Ukraine, la première administration de Trump, renégociation de l'ALENA. Il y a énormément de choses qui ont changé le contexte économique et changé le contexte du Canada. Donc ça s'explique dans les changements politiques et les virages qu'a pris M. Carney, et tout le monde se retrouve là-dedans, je pense.
Sandra, donc il n'y a pas un risque ou une crainte de perdre la frange plus progressiste du Parti libéral, selon vous?
Bien,
étant donné le contexte?
C'est sûr que c'est une adaptation, je pense. Puis le parti, même avant de voir plusieurs personnes changer de parti, des transfuges, tu as toujours des gens qui vont être une frange plus progressiste, tu as toujours des gens qui vont être une frange un peu plus, j'ai envie de dire, économique. Donc, tu as toujours ça dans un parti. Il n'y a personne qui est à la même place, il y a toujours des tensions. Donc, il y a toujours ce travail-là qui doit être fait. Donc, oui, il y a des gens qui joignent, il y a des changements, ils doivent s'adapter, mais je pense effectivement, comme disait Cameron, le contexte a changé. La population est pas au même endroit où on était en 2015. La situation économique est pas la même. Le monde est complètement différent. On parlait pas de risque à notre intégrité territoriale en 2015. Donc, ça implique de faire des choses différentes. Puis, il y a une menace face à l'économie. On n'a pas le choix de faire des choix comme ça. Et ce que j'entends aussi, c'est que dans des communautés, où justement, par exemple, il y a des députés d'opposition, mais il y a des gens qui leur demandent comment est-ce que vous travaillez avec le gouvernement. Donc, probablement que les gens se posent ces questions-là aussi, puis ça amène des réflexions.
How much leeway does that give, though? I understand what you're saying. You know, there is a geopolitical context to everything that we're seeing here, including the fact that the tent is now larger when you look at the people that are supporting the Liberal Party. However, there are those, and you referenced 10 years ago the breath of life that Justin Trudeau brought to the party when it was nobody expected to go from third place to government, right? But that breath of life happened, but that was based on a number of progressive issues and progressive voters. And while there has been this past year a real focus on the economic challenge that Canada faces, when you walk around this convention centre, there are Liberals who are talking about almost a hesitant approval, that they're saying, okay, we're approving for now, but what happens in future? So that makes me wonder, how much leeway does this geopolitical moment give this Prime Minister, give the senior leadership of this party to make sure that it stays united going forward? Because there will be challenges, economic challenges, affordability challenges, environmental challenges that Canada will face beyond just the economic. I don't know whoever wants to begin that one first.
I'm going to jump in. I think in politics, as is the case in life, you cannot take anything for granted. That's going to be a lot of work. Like those changes, like moving from the party from Justin Trudeau to the party of Marc Carney, two very different persons, two very different times. Yes, that is a pivot. And Mr. Carney and his team are going to need to care about the team that they're putting together and to make sure that there's the places where they can have sometimes the tough conversations that caucuses are going to have. And so that's going to be a lot of work. And everyone's looking at the by-elections are going to take place on Monday. Like I think there's a general understanding that two of the ridings in the Toronto area will go to the Liberals, and there's Terrebonne with a big question mark, and we will see what happens there. But even with that, and now there's talks about the majority, like we will see what happens. But even like with all those seats, if it were to happen, it is still a very short majority. Like Marc Carney needs to take care of his caucus, and everyone, like if they want to stick together, that's going to be hard work.
Okay, Cameron, what did you say that? Because I do question how well Marc Carney has done that, because we've seen him traveling. We haven't seen him spend a lot of time in Ottawa, quite frankly. So,
well, everything that Sandra said is 100% true.
Thank you.
And I've always said this about you. Look, it's extremely important, especially for the Liberal Party, because despite the different leaders we've had and the different turning points we've made, we've always been a Big Tent party. We've had people who are more socially progressive, more fiscally conservative. We have members of parliament from Yukon to Newfoundland to rural Quebec. So there are so many differences in backgrounds and belief systems that bring people together, and it's frankly, I think, one of our biggest strengths, and it's what makes people attracted to the Liberal Party. But to keep that team strong and united is constant work. Now, you bring up the fact that the Prime Minister has had to travel a lot. I think people understand. We're not just talking about a geopolitical context that creates a bit of change. We're talking about existential questions to the future of Canada, to the economic viability of pretty much every sector in our country. And all of that means that the Prime Minister has to show a different kind of leadership. And I think that people totally get that. It's just that he has a lot on his plate, and this context right now makes for an extremely difficult set of things for him to manage. And he's going to have to keep doing that and balancing things and using the leadership, the senior leadership of the party that you mentioned, ministers playing their roles and being very active with every member of the party, every wing of the party, and every caucus member. And actually, there's one other quick thing I'd like to just add. There are a fundamental set of values that unite Liberals, even if we have different perspectives on the economy or on social, environmental issues. And that's something that you're hearing a lot of members here say they expect from these new floor-crossing Conservative MPs. And they've said so. They've said that they agree with those fundamental values. They're going to support the government and vote in line with them. I think that's something that's totally legitimate for members to say, hey, you have said things that we don't like in the past. We accept that you're interested in joining us today. These are our values and you're now part of them.
Juste rapidement, parce que le temps file. Évidemment, Marc Carney a beaucoup retenu l'attention sur la scène internationale, étant donné son discours à Davos, mais lors de la convention, on a vraiment eu la chance de parler des enjeux domestiques, que ce soit le coût de la vie, l'abordabilité, le logement, etc. Là, Sandra, vous avez évoqué la possibilité d'une majorité, qui semble assez probable lundi. Dans quelle mesure est-ce que ça augmente la pression sur le gouvernement de vraiment livrer la marchandise sur ces enjeux-là?
Bien, je pense que la pression, elle est là de toute manière.
Mais est-ce que ça progresse assez rapidement?
C'est une excellente question. Ça fait 1 an que Marc Carney est au pouvoir avec ses libéraux. Le gouvernement fédéral, c'est un gros bateau. Je pense que si on demande aux gens sur le terrain est-ce que ça va assez rapidement, ça va jamais assez rapidement. Quand on développe des nouveaux programmes, quand on développe des nouvelles sociétés d'État, c'est gigantesque. On embauche des gens, on essaye de former, on crée des fois un peu des éléments qui sont, je veux pas dire Frankenstein, mais on met des choses ensemble. Ça prend du temps avant de fonctionner et ça prend du temps avant de vraiment se traduire sur le terrain. Je pense que d'avoir ça, là, d'avoir des résultats, ça va être un des gros défi pour Marc Carney. Les gens, pour l'instant, voient ce qu'il apporte, comme aussi la présence à l'international. Ils voient qu'il y a de l'investissement étranger qui se fait de manière extrêmement importante au Canada. On va chercher des capitaux à un terrain intéressant, mais sur le terrain, ça continue de coûter cher de se loger. L'épicerie est super chère, l'énergie est chère, l'essence, comme je l'ai affecté. Donc, à un moment, les citoyens, les citoyennes vont vouloir voir une différence et c'est de voir ça va être quand un peu ce point pivot-là.
Ouais. Cameron, ça change la donne, la majorité?
Non, je pense pas que la pression, elle est là, elle sera là, peu importe, là, c'est le premier ministre. Puis je pense que pour monsieur, madame, tout le monde, la question, cette conversation sur minorité, majorité, nombre de députés, etc., ça passe par-dessus la tête. C'est pas la grande chose qui va dominer la discussion chez eux. C'est justement les questions domestiques. C'est les questions économiques. C'est logement, coût de la vie, épicerie. Et la seule chose que j'ajouterais, c'est tous ces dossiers internationaux, tous ces grands voyages internationaux que Marc Carney est en train de faire et ces conversations avec les nouveaux alliés, etc., il faut qu'il connecte ça avec ce que vivent tout le monde chez eux. Expliquer pourquoi c'est important d'aller en Grande-Bretagne, puis dans le Moyen-Orient, puis de continuer à parler, chercher de nouveaux alliés. Je pense qu'il le fait, mais c'est juste se rappeler au fur et à mesure qu'il est au pouvoir que tout ça, là, c'est pas juste pour l'image de lui ou du gouvernement, c'est pour ramener des résultats pour rendre la vie plus abordable puis meilleure pour les Canadiens.
Okay. Listen, Cameron, Sandra, sadly we're out of time, but thank you to the two of you. As you saw here on day 2 of this Liberal National Convention, a number of cabinet ministers took to the main stage here, addressing several issues around the key messages that this government wants to put forward, not only to Canadians, but to the delegates gathered here. And while that was happening out in the hallways, we did see a number of party executives, among them the Liberal Party president, or as the current one, until the election results are known tomorrow. Let's go to Andrew Thompson right now, who has that conversation. Andrew.
All right, I'm with Sasha Mehra, who has been acclaimed to serve another term as president of the Liberal Party of Canada. So congratulations on that. And
thank you, Andrew.
I want to ask you this because, look, we've seen floor crossings from the NDP. We've seen floor crossings from the Conservatives now, most recently Marilyn Gladu. And in a by-election next week, you've got a former New Democrat member of provincial parliament. So you're attracting New Democrats and Conservatives to the party. So I guess the question is, you're surrounded by Liberal supporters here in Montreal. You know, you represent the membership as president. What is it to be a Liberal right now in the year 2026, given the fact that you're bringing in people now from other parties with these different positions?
So first of all, Andrew, let's look at the room behind us right now. 4,500 delegates from around Canada, coast to coast to coast. This is the largest gathering for a convention in the history of the party. It's absolutely incredible. There's policy discussions going on. There's plenaries. You can't walk on this floor without being stopped 15 or 20 times as you go through. So it's great to feel the energy over here. And as far as folks coming over to the party, I think this is a signal from our community, from the residents. Canada finds itself in a moment right now, and we want to have a situation where people feel that their government is moving in one direction. And I think you see that on the floor here, and I certainly see that in the members of the party as we're moving forward.
What concerns have you been hearing, though, from Liberals here about the fact that you are perhaps casting a net too far wide? Have you heard something along those lines this weekend?
I think it's a very positive discussions around as you go around. Folks are very happy to see the government, the direction that folks are taking. They're happy to see their representatives. They're happy to see the ranks continue to grow as we move forward.
Now, we've heard the number 300,000 registered Liberals since the last leadership thrown around. With the party potentially now being on the cusp of a majority in an election, might not be as imminent as we might have thought was the case until recently. So, my question is, you're talking about the momentum of this convention. How do you keep all of those Liberals engaged with the party over what could be another 2 or 3 years before you need them out campaigning during an election?
So our registered Liberal status is actually now over 400,000, and the engagement, you're 100% right, Andrew, is key, and it's events just like this. And these events don't happen in a vacuum. We continue to do these across the country, whether it's at a candidate level, whether it's an EDA level or a community level, if you will. These happen all the time from coast to coast to coast, and you want to continue to connect. One of those key pieces is our policy process, which brings in grassroots ideas from across the country and brings them to large plenaries just like this. So we're happy that that's happening. We're happy to see that engagement, and we're happy to see the enthusiasm that is coming in with all of those members. It's incredible here. The din is massive.
Okay, and I want to ask you about what you told Liberals here last night on stage. You said, look, we're in a good financial position. Our campaign loan is paid off. Financially speaking, organizationally speaking, is the Liberal Party ready for the next election?
So 2025 was our best fundraising year in history. Not only did we go from a successful leadership vote process into a successful campaign, we knocked off the year with a record year, and our Q1 has also been the best fundraising Q1 we've had in a non-leadership year. So we're in the strongest financial position of our history right now, but of course engaging always with our members is the key thing, and we're going to keep doing that as we move forward.
All right, Sasha Mehra, President of the Liberal Party of Canada, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely a pleasure. Thank you so much, and enjoy the convention.
Andrew, thank you for that. Andrew Thompson with the Liberal Party president. And a quick correction, he was and remains because he's been acclaimed for a second term. Marc-André.
Oui, Andrew n'est pas le seul de mes collègues qui a la chance d'échanger avec les membres du parti rassemblés ici à Montréal. Ma collègue Julie Van Dusen a eu l'occasion d'échanger avec l'ex-député, en fait, Wayne Easter, pardon, je pensais à un autre député plus tôt aujourd'hui, donc on peut écouter son échange avec le député Wayne Easter. On l'écoute.
Okay, I'm with Wayne Easter, a longtime Liberal, former MP.
and you're here at the convention. So I gather you're a Carney fan?
Yeah, I like the way Carney's operating because he's results orientated. And he's more to the center and a little bit to the right on the economy. I like that because I think we have to be looking for results. And as I say, he's results orientated. But this convention, in all honesty, is so different than the last couple I was to. This is more the Liberal Party again. It's not the movement. And the movement, as I told Justin Trudeau, movements come, movements go. So we're back to the party, and I hope the centre is listening to what the delegates are saying, because these are the real folks on the ground, and that's what the centre needs to listen to, and that's what Cabinet needs to hear.
Is there something wrong with the movement of Justin Trudeau?
It was, yeah, there was something very wrong about it. The Liberal Party has a foundation, it has a history. Movements come and go. So we need to get back to understanding our history as a party, our values as a party, and stand up for them in the country and around the world. And I think you're seeing more of that at this convention than you've seen in quite a few.
Okay, so it sounds like you're relatively impressed. Tell me what he's done in the past year. April 28th, he'll have been there a year. Has he done enough? Should he be doing more?
I think he's got to do more in getting concrete results, but he's moving that direction.
Results on what?
On a whole lot of things. The big issue right now is affordability, and I do think he has to spend more time on affordability.
What can he do about that?
Well, he's been willing to challenge the President of the United States, which has cost a lot of people a lot of money. I can give you my own example. I use oil as heating in the house. I had to put 520 liters of fuel in about 10 days ago. It cost me $272 more for that 520 liters of fuel the day I put it in than it would have 2.5 weeks before. That's as a result of Donald Trump.
And the impact of the war.
The impact of the war and the impact of Donald Trump and his tariffs and everything he's doing. So Carney has, I think, put Canada on the international stage. His speech in Davos was, I think, a shout out to the world. This is the new reality we're in. And I think Canada gets a lot of credibility for what he said. Now that that's been said, what do you do with it? How do you change it? How do you make it work? And we're always going to, and I know some people are saying, well, let's move more to Europe. Yes, we should trade more with Europe and more with the rest of the world. But whether we like it or not, the reality is south of that 49th parallel, that's always going to be our biggest trading partner because we're connected in so many ways. I have a lot of friends down there. They don't know what to make of it either. But time will pass. Trump will be gone. And we have to maintain that steady state, I guess, with the United States, while also broadening our horizons with the rest of the world.
Okay, so last question, because I think we have to wrap. So you've been in the trenches for a while. You're a very acute observer. So what rating would you give him? A scale of 1 to 10 for his first year?
Oh, I'd give him at least an 8 out of 10 in his first year. I think I really think he's stepped into a role that he's not used to. I hope
he's not a politician.
No, he's becoming a politician. In fact, I criticized him the other day in one of his answers. He used to give short, concise answers. Stay with the short, concise answers. Don't lengthen it out. Don't try and baffle the public with bullshit because the public will see through it. So he's, I think he's got to learn to build a stronger relationship with caucus than he has. But it's a learning experience for him. And
you think they're unhappy in caucus?
No, they're not unhappy. They're quite happy. They didn't. If you had talked to them a little over a year ago, they never thought they'd be back in government. Most of them didn't think they'd have their seats.
Right.
And that's due to Carney to a great extent. So,
they're being given the heave-ho, and that means you're being given the heave-ho. So
No.
have more to talk about.
I left when I did, and I'm happy that I left when I did. But I still stay in touch, and I still tell them what I think.
Okay, Wayne Easter, we love the fact you tell us what you think. Okay, thanks a lot.
Take care, we'll see you.
Okay.
C'était ma collègue Julie Van Duzen qui a eu l'occasion de s'entretenir avec l'ex-député Wayne Easter. On connaît bien évidemment son franc-parler. Évidemment, Michael, il dresse un portrait bien différent du parti sous la direction de Marc Carney comparé à Justin Trudeau.
Well, you know what I love about that was just the frankness of Wayne Easter there, criticism for the past prime minister, a criticism of the current prime minister where he has to go. And I think what's wonderful about that conversation is it shows people at home there is great unity here in the Montreal Convention Centre, but outside the delegates are having conversations about where they think the party has to go, and those are the kind of differing opinions that we've been gathering here in Montreal, sharing with you at home, and leave it to Julie Van Dusen to find, as our exec producer Nicola Adams likes to say, the juicy bits to share with people at home.
Oui, justement, les discussions que Michael évoquait vont se poursuivre demain en cette troisième et dernière journée du Congrès national du Parti libéral à Montréal. Les travaux vont reprendre à 8h30. Il y aura l'occasion, en fait, d'entendre encore des tables rondes tout au long de la journée. Tout ça préparant, bien sûr, le discours du premier ministre Marc Carney attendu à 14h. Et comme d'habitude, CPAC vous offrira une couverture intégrale des travaux ici à Montréal.
Absolutely. More coverage to come. We'll hear that speech. We'll have analysis from that speech. But for now, Marc-André and I are going to have some dinner. But
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Thank you for joining us here as we for our special coverage of the Liberal National Convention. Day 2 now wrapped up. Day 3, we're back early tomorrow morning. Until then, take care.
Merci beaucoup d'avoir été venu. Bonne soirée.